Global evolution, betrayed by his girlfriend and her fuck buddy, finally killed by a zombie gouging his anus. Reborn before the apocalypse. A terminally ill loser awakens a special ability while simultaneously gaining a system. The system gets forcibly subdued, yet also hooks him up with big shots for abundant offspring. What? Other systems exist in this world? Then destroy them. What? This is humanity's apocalypse? Then lead mankind to fight our way to dawn. What? This is a carnival for all other creatures? Then slaughter them into submission. Don't ask why he's so badass, just know his ability is insane. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Dear readers, please switch off your brains. If you feel your IQ insulted, blame your own brilliance, not the author. Brace for a dog blood plot twist. Dolly, 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 wake up. You're crushing me. Ding. Dolly felt dazed, his head throbbing, body swelling, every inch aching as if about to explode. The agony of zombie bites seemed to recede, replaced by utter weakness, as if his strength had been drained. Blinking groggily, his vision filled with blinding whiteness. Ah, wait, where am I? Didn't the corpse emperor kill me? That bastard. Probably shady even before mutation. The humiliation of his death made Ding. Dolly gnash his teeth. Rubbing his aching head, he tried to survey his surroundings when the woman beneath him gasped again. Dolly, are you having another episode? A nurse in uniform, strikingly beautiful, spoke. Harsh light stung his eyes. Squinting, he recognized her face. Ding. Dolly froze, then grabbed her arms, staring incredulously. Feng Linwan, aren't you dead? She playfully punched his chest twice, her expression more concerned than angry. Ouch. Dolly, be gentle. What's wrong? Get off me first. Should I call a doctor? He rolled aside, sitting dazed on the floor, frantically patting his own body. Feng Linwan scrambled up, straightening her clothes while watching him warily. Dolly, did you hit your head? Dead? This is Luha Hospital. You were chatting 1 second, collapsed the next second time today, and you had to land on top of me and nearly crushed me. Ding. Dolly murmured. Hospital? Why am I here? She bent down, cupping his face in her hands. Your brain isn't fried, is it? You came for a cancer checkup. Oh no. Has it spread to your brain? You're fainting more often. This is bad. A tsunami of realization crashed over Ding. Dolly. Cancer? Hospital? That was before the apocalypse. I've reborn. He looked up suspiciously at Feng Linwan. Linwan, what's today's date? Though his tone was serious, his eyes wandered elsewhere. She straightened, arms crossing her chest, cheeks flushed. What are you staring at? May 19, thyroid checkup. Forgot? Her words confirmed his suspicion. Elation surged through him. Ha! I really reborn. Heaven hasn't abandoned me. A second chance. Those bastards from my past life, Phil. Make them suffer before they die. Only then will my hatred be avenged. His eyes bloodshot, he burst into manic laughter cut short by violent coughing that nearly tore his lungs out. Cough. Damn. Forgot him, a weakling with a month to live. Feng Linwan rushed to support him. Though wasted by illness, he was still a grown man. She strained, pressing her body against him to keep him upright. A buzzing vibration interrupted them. Dolly, where's your phone? Confused, he fumbled until locating the source's pocket. She helped him sit on the bed, then retreated, face crimson, pretending to fetch water. Dolly, you're getting worse, the doctor said. He ignored her. He knew his condition. Unlocking his phone, he checked WeChat. Seeing the sender's name, fury detonated in his skull. Tang Bingbing. This woman in his past life, Shed called him today too. Over the line, rhythmic creaking and her panting breaths. When he asked what she was doing, she claimed a treadmill at the gym was malfunctioning. Hence the noises. Clutching the phone, he remembered the apocalypse. Freshly empowered, Ding. Dolly raced to Sunflower Hotel to rescue trapped Tang Bingbing. Finding her dusty but unharmed, he swallowed her lie. She was doing part-time work. The man beside her, Chen Sicheng, just her boss. True, the hotel belonged to Chen's family. But boss and employee were merely role-playing costumes. Yet Ding. Dolly, oblivious, saved them both. Using his awakened ability, he protected them through the apocalypse, even helping them awaken their own powers. Later, he founded a survival base. Tang Bingbing played the devoted lover, Chen Sicheng acted like a brother. Until 2 years post-apocalypse. On the verge of breaking through to Sixth Order Awakener, Ding. Dallas base was besieged by a Sixth Order Corpse Emperor leading a massive horde. Using his unique power, Ding Dolly repelled 2 waves while fighting above his level. Exhausted, he faced the 3rd wave. Sacrificing severe injuries, he barely drove the corpse emperor back. Brother Seeching, aren't you afraid Dolly finds out and kills you? Kill me? If he survives the corpse emperor first. I've contacted my father's base, is 10,000 times better. We'll take all supplies here and join him. Let this dump burn. Those worthless peasants can handle the zombies. Hearing this, Ding Dolly kicked the door open. The scene before him ignited his nerves. Rage turned his eyes crimson. Yet the pair showed no panic at his arrival. Without a word, Ding Dolly charged Chen Xiqing. But, grievously wounded from consecutive battles, less than 10 of his strength remained. He stood no chance against Chun, a late 5th Order Awakener. Within moments, Ding Dolly was knocked down. A boot crushed his face. He gasped, "Someone, help!" Chen Xiqing laughed, dripping with mockery. "Calling for help? Want me to do it? Someone, help! See? They're all mine now. A bigger base, better conditions, why would they follow you? Oh, and those loyal subordinates you sent on missions? Tang Bing Bing, and I framed them. You idiot actually believe they betrayed you. And you're right, man. We killed him to no accident. Ha ha ha." The room erupted in laughter. Chen Xiqing pulled a disheveled Tang Bing Bing close, leering. When she called you to rescue her at the hotel, she was role-playing as a moaning maid. And you came running like a dog. Ha ha. I'd love to crack open your skull to see how it works. Snuggling against Chun, Tang Bing Bing pouted girlishly. Xiqing, why waste words on this trash? Look at him, pathetic as a stray dog. Chun roared with cold, cruel laughter. Ha ha ha. Dog? He always was one. And he licked so well. Hearing their taunts, Ding Dolly glared, bloodshot eyes burning. Tang Bing Bing, why betray me? She swayed over, sneering down at him. Still asking why? Pathetic fool. Find out in your next life. Former Awakener lackeys stepped forward, methodically crushing Ding Dallas' limbs. Agony tore through him, threatening unconsciousness. Toss this dead dog to the zombies outside. Bing Bing's already emptied the supplies with her power. We leave now. Then, he was hurled into the horde. The corpse emperor seized him, claws plunging into his anus before the zombies devoured him. Remembering this, Ding Dallas' butthole clenched involuntarily. A bitter laugh escaped him. Tang Bing Bing, you should thank me. He'll show mercy. Spare you the apocalypse's horrors. Chapter 2. Subsidence sinkhole calming his rage. Ding Dolly watched Tang Bing Bing's call flash again. He answered. Ah, chill. He picked up. Clearly, she hadn't expected it this time. Ding Dolly. You dare ignore my calls. He'll break up with you. Fine. I agree. His voice was ice. Then, an idea struck. I bought that bag you always wanted. Before we end things. Meet me? A farewell gift. He forced gentleness in his tone. Tang Bing Bing paused, surprised by his quick acceptance, then smirked at the predictable follow-up. All right. Meet today. Tonight. My apartment. Dolly, I know you hate hearing this, but your girlfriend's reputation is terrible. And how many hospital visits has she accompanied you on? Why won't you listen? Feng Linwan's voice snapped him back. She stood nearby. Seeing her in the nurse uniform, this kind woman had cared for him pre-apocalypse, to a pang of guilt hit him. Back then, blinded by Tang Bing Bing, had overlooked her. Weeks into the apocalypse, after rescuing Tang Bing Bing, had rushed to Feng Linwan's home. The door hung open. She had turned into a zombie naked, bound to a bed, body covered in wounds. Signs of unspeakable torture before death. An eternal thorn in his heart. Reaching out, he gripped her hand tightly. Feng Linwan flushed scarlet, confused. Dolly? What's this? You're acting so strange today. Has the cancer really spread to your brain? Just trust me. Explaining won't help now. After tomorrow night. You'll understand when you wake up. All right. Satisfied by her agreement, he nodded, bracing himself to stand. She moved to help, but he waved her off. Then, slowly, he shuffled toward the door. Wait. You can't leave. You need observation. Feng Linwan called after him. You know I can't afford hospitalization. Don't worry. He'll be fine soon. He left without looking back. Feng Linwan watched his retreating figure, murmuring, he feels different today. Unaware of her thoughts, Ding Dolly exited the hospital. Standing roadside, he absorbed the bustling street cars flowing, people swarming. He spread his arms, basking in the sun's warmth, inhaling deep lungfuls of civilization's exhaust fumes. Long lost society. Cough cough. Another coughing fit racked his frail body. Damn this useless flesh. Top priority, awaken before the apocalypse. In this state, climbing stairs exhausts me. Revenge? Impossible. While others dreaded the apocalypse, Ding Dolly saw opportunity. Doomed to die soon, the end times were his only chance. Tomorrow near midnight, dense fog would blanket the globe. Within it, most flora and fauna would begin frenzied evolution. 80 of humans would mutate into bloodthirsty zombies, evolving bizarrely. The rare survivors would awaken diverse powers during the fog natural awakeners. Others would later gain powers by consuming crystal cores from evolved creatures. For humanity, it was an apocalypse dethroned as Earth's rulers. For other species, an evolutionary carnival, leveling the playing field. Before the fog, mysterious sinkholes had appeared globally in remote mountains, dense forests, barren deserts. Witnesses described bottomless pits filled with thick, identical fog. If the sinkhole fog matches the world-covering mist, it must also trigger awakening. Last life, I was a natural awakener. This time, I'll gamble awaken early inside a sinkhole. The nearest sinkhole to Beijing. I recall it's in Baiwa Mountain Reserve, west of the city. He bought ropes at a supermarket, then hailed a ride to Baiwa Mountain. West of Beijing, the mountain lay far from Ding Dallas' eastern home. As the car wound through streets, the passing cityscape felt surreal, like a bygone era. Exhausted, he drifted into sleep. Arriving, he trekked uphill into the village. In his past life, had met a local survivor here Hood mentioned discovering a sudden sinkhole while foraging for wild walnuts pre-apocalypse. He found the exact cottage tucked against the mountain. Behind it, a narrow, trodden path snaked upward the route described. Thankfully, just a small hill. Resting frequently, he finally crested the top. Looking down the opposite slope, about 10 meters below, a wide clearing connected to a higher peak. There, an enormous sinkhole gaped. Adrenaline surged. Ding Dolly scrambled down recklessly, pain forgotten, not stopping until he reached the pit's edge. A farmer stood nearby, tall, dark-skinned, honest-faced. Ding Dolly recognized him instantly, the survivor from his past life. Startled by the newcomer, the farmer asked, "Young man, how'd you get here?" "Only my backyard path leads up." Hello, uncle. I'm hiking. Saw this sinkhole from the ridge and headed over. Didn't expect to actually reach it." The farmer eyed Ding Dallas shorts and t-shirt, skeptically hardly hiking gear. But seeing the pale, breathless youth, he pulled a water bottle from his basket, offering it with a thumbs up. "Have some water. You youngsters are bold. Dressed like this, just ropes? Hiking this wilderness is dangerous." Ding Dolly drank, studying the sinkhole 8 meters wide, fog obscuring its depths. A tossed stone yielded no sound of impact. Fortune favors the bold. Awaken first, gain the advantage. He tied one rope and securely to a boulder, knotted the rest together, and tossed the length into the abyss. The farmer panicked, rushing to stop him. "You're not climbing down. I've foraged herbs and nuts here for years. This hole appeared overnight. The fog's impenetrable. Don't do it. Uncle, I appreciate it, but I must go down." Gripping the rope, Ding Dolly descended, finding footholds on protruding rocks. Watching him vanish into the fog, the farmer muttered, "What do kids eat these days? Such nerve, and so reckless. Don't they learn from all those online hiking accidents?" Oblivious, Ding Dolly climbed deeper. 3 meters down, his feet touched the mist. Familiar agony ripped through him instantly. Gritting his teeth, he kept descending ecstatic. Just as I thought. This sinkhole fog matches the apocalyptic mist. This excruciating pain is evolution. As the fog enveloped him, its particles invaded like millions of flesh-eating parasites. Damn, last time, I awakened with diluted mist seeping through windows. Never imagined such concentrated fog would be this vicious. Bone-deep pain overwhelmed him. His grip faltered. Consciousness flickered. He plummeted into the depths. Falling, agony-threatening blackout, Ding Dolly glimpsed a speck of light rushing toward him through the fog, then darkness swallowed him whole. Chapter 3, Awakening. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of water cascaded down, tracing along Ding Dolly's cheek to the corner of his mouth. A gentle movement of his throat elicited a refreshing sweetness that tantalized his taste buds. Abruptly, Ding Dolly opened his eyes wide, surveying his surroundings, engulfed in thick fog that rendered visibility impossible. "Ha ha, I haven't met my demise." He clenched his fists, feeling the transformation within his body. What once was frail now brimmed with an unceasing surge of vitality. His spirit soared, buoyant and robust, reminiscent of a once dry river suddenly swelling with a torrential flow. Ding Dali focused his mind again, sensing an entity within him akin to a black hole, capable of devouring all and transforming it into his own strength. This was the awakening of his unique ability, Devour, from his past life. In his previous existence, he had encountered countless awakened beings and witnessed an array of rare abilities. Yet none mirrored his own. As the name suggests, Devour enabled him to enhance his physical prowess by consuming the corpses of other beings. It was through this ability that Ding Dali had gradually evolved into a formidable force, feasting upon various zombies and mutated beasts. Strange, though, this power felt subtly different from before, seemingly more potent, allowing him to consume a greater variety of entities. Could it be due to the direct contact with the fog? Never mind. Now is not the time for such musings. He was uncertain how long he had been unconscious. He reached into his pants pocket. Thankfully, his phone was still there. He activated the device, glancing at the time. It had barely been over half an hour since the incident at the sinkhole. Turning on the flashlight, he illuminated his surroundings, revealing the environment within half a meter. To his astonishment, Ding Dali realized he was not at the bottom of the sinkhole. Rather, something was supporting him, what appeared to be the intricate roots of some mutated plant woven together like a net. It seemed this vegetation had also been affected by the fog, mutated in the process. Fortunately, these roots provided him with a reprieve. He could only speculate how deep the sinkhole actually was. In my quest for vengeance, I was recklessly impulsive, Ding Dali thought, a wave of trepidation washing over him as he began to climb the roots towards the sinkhole's wall. Upon reaching the wall, illuminated by his flashlight, he noticed crystalline objects reflecting the light. As he drew nearer for closer inspection, a gasp of delight escaped him. Energy crystal cores. This sinkhole was indeed peculiar, harboring such an abundance of energy crystal cores. Energy crystal cores were crystalline substances found within all awakened flora and fauna, containing evolutionary energy. The levels of energy varied with each grade. Presently, the sinkhole wall was studded with numerous energy crystal cores, predominantly of the initial tier, with a few first-tier cores scattered among them. Even a single initial tier energy crystal core could elevate an ordinary individual into an awakened state. Without hesitation, Ding Dali pried loose an initial tier energy crystal core from the wall. Typically, one would need to consume the core by mouth, but Ding Dali harnessed his mental control to activate his Devour ability. The core dissolved in his palm, transforming into a surge of energy that coursed into his body. He felt a revitalizing jolt, his physical prowess noticeably enhanced. Indeed, it is an energy crystal core. I've struck gold. Without a second thought, he extracted several more initial tier energy crystal cores. Devour. He continued to pry off more. Devour. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, warning. Devour. Ah, no. Stop. What? Wait. What is this? It seems there's a strange voice emerging. You foolish human, devour. Hold on. Hold on. Human, meeting me is your fortune. You should devour. Wait. Can you let me finish? Devour. Brother. Master. Wait. I yield. Please pause. I can't take it anymore. Hearing the pleading tone in his mind, Ding Dali finally spoke slowly. What is it? Have you lost your bravado? Tell me, what are you? Brother, don't you read web novels? Why all this nonsense? I am Devour. Brother, I'm System. When you fell into the sinkhole, I entered your body, awaiting your awakening as an initial tier awakened being to bind with you. When you absorbed the energy crystal core, I was about to bind with you, but nearly got neutralized by the strange power within you. A system? What kind of system are you? What is your purpose? Brother, I am the bounty of progeny system. By completing reproductive behaviors of species, you can earn corresponding rewards. I am your best partner on the path to greatness in the apocalypse. The unparalleled choice for thriving in a new world. Ding Dali remained unimpressed, dismissing the claims. Oh, such an enticing proposition. There must be some ulterior motive. If you are truly so powerful, why fear my newly awakened devourability? Perhaps I should consume you instead. Who knows what benefits might arise? Brother, no. There is indeed an ulterior motive. I can assist you, and in return, you provide me with a portion of the absorbed evolutionary energy to help me grow. Although your energy requirements will double, it will be worth it. As for why I fear your ability, I am uncertain, but I scanned your body earlier and found an abundance of unusual cells. The density of these cells would have killed a normal person long ago. I do not know why you still live, but something changed in these cells during your awakening, making your ability unique. Ding Dolly was astonished by these revelations and pondered deeply. Could it be his proliferating cancer cells? He recalled an intriguing theory he had seen online, suggesting that cancer cells aim to transform the human body, though humanity's current physiology could not withstand such alterations. Brother, the potential of your devour ability is limitless. I implore you, allow me to accompany you. Share your background with me. Are there other systems in this world? I'm not quite sure, the voice replied. Devour. Brother, I truly do not know. I awoke in this sinkhole without any memories of my origins, but I am aware of other systems. Merging with them would make me more complete and might help me recall some memories. Weighing the pros and cons, Ding Dolly concluded that having this system might not be detrimental. Moreover, its presence in this enigmatic sinkhole surely had some connection. Since there were advantages to be gained, he decided to keep it around to explore how it related to this wretched apocalypse. Very well, then. From this point forward, you shall accompany me. How do we bind? However, he added a cautionary note. But let me make one thing clear. No tricks, or I will not hesitate to devour you. Upon hearing this, the voice in his mind seemed to brighten with joy. Brother, binding is unnecessary. You have already devoured a portion of my data. We are now inseparable. In addition to the rewards from the system's tasks, you can also access the data information of all things. Furthermore, I can serve as your portable storage, with a 10 cubic meter space to store and retrieve items at will. Oh, then let us examine my own information. As soon as Ding Dolly had that thought, a series of data appeared in his mind, as if he had a computer screen inside his head. Name, Ding Dolly awakened being strength, 48 speed, 48 stamina, 48 spirit, 50 ability. Devour system. How does this data differ from that of an ordinary person? There is a significant difference. An ordinary person's attributes can only reach a maximum of 5, and only those with exceptional talent may surpass that in one category. All attributes exceeding 10 signify an awakened being, while those exceeding 50 indicate an initial tier awakened being. Indeed, humans on Earth are quite weak. But wait, I thought absorbing the initial tier crystal core would be more than sufficient for me to become an initial tier awakened being. Did you siphon off the energy? Brother. I need energy to grow as well. Ding Dolly dismissed the concern and continued to extract initial tier crystal cores from the sinkhole wall, absorbing them until he felt the energy within him reach saturation. This sensation was all too familiar to Ding Dolly. At this moment, he merely needed to channel the energy within him to break through. After an intense surge of pain coursed through his body, he ascended to the status of a primary awakener. He then examined his attribute data. Name, Ding Dolly species, human. Primary awakened strength, 55 speed, 55 stamina, 55 mentality, 60 special ability. Devour. Although the numerical changes were slight, the transformation within his body was monumental. His strength now vastly surpassed what he possessed before his advancement. With the apocalypse yet to commence, he was already a primary awakener. It was time to seek vengeance. Continuing to extract energy crystal cores from the surrounding sinkhole walls, he manipulated them with his thoughts, observing with satisfaction as they vanished into a void space, only to reappear in his hand when he willed it. Marvelous. This spatial pouch is quite handy. Of course, brother. I'm glad you like it. When I level up, this space will expand further. Ding Dolly chose to ignore the system, hastening his actions to collect all the crystal cores within reach. The visibility in the sinkhole was limited, and the remaining cores lay entangled beneath the roots of plants, with the depths appearing unfathomable. Newly awakened, he dared not linger. He decided to collect what he could and revisit later when he had the opportunity to explore the depths. Ascending along the protruding edges of the sinkhole, he soon spotted the rope he had descended earlier. Without hesitation, he grasped it and effortlessly climbed out of the pit, his current stamina making the ascent a breeze. Hey, young man, you finally made it up. I was worried something had happened to you. Ding Dolly paused momentarily, realizing the voice belonged to the older gentleman. Uncle, why haven't you left? How could I leave? You, young man, disregarded my advice and descended. I feared for your safety. I bear a responsibility, so I stayed here. The uncle's words warmed Ding Dolly's heart, and he thought for a moment before offering a warning. Uncle, whether you believe me or not, ensure you have ample supplies at home. After nightfall, do not venture out. By the way, my name is Ding Dolly. I hope we meet again in the future. With that, Ding Dolly turned to descend the mountain. The uncle stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the young man's words. Yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose within him. His brow furrowed in concern as he watched Ding Dolly's retreating figure. Halfway down the road, Ding Dolly's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, yet he feigned a gentle tone as he answered. What do you need? What do I need? Ding Dolly, are you trying to fool me? I arrived at your rental, and no one was there. I've called you incessantly. Listen, you'd better not be deceiving me. Otherwise, I won't spare you. What are you doing wandering around as a patient? I'm waiting at the rental for you. You better not be lying. With that, the call ended abruptly. Chapter 4. The torment of Tang Bing Bing. Listening to the busy tone, a smile crept onto Ding Dolly's lips, the veins on his forehead pulsing slightly. Since you are so eager to court death, I shall not disappoint you, Tang Bing Bing. The vehicle traversed the bustling city from west to east. Outside the window, passers-by busily rushed about, heads bowed, unaware that their current labors were mere preludes to the trials they would soon face. In a day's time, it was likely that only a fraction would remain, and those who survived would be plunged into despair. Ding Dolly had grown accustomed to the precarious existence in a post-apocalyptic world. The tranquility of the present seemed almost foreign to him. He decided to close his eyes and quietly absorb the energy crystal cores within the system space. In his previous life, it took one crystal to enhance his power, yet now he required two, as the system siphoned off a portion of the energy. Fortunately, at the dawn of this new reality, he was not lacking in energy crystal cores. His mind displayed a digital representation of the energy cores in the system space. Primary energy crystal, 250 level 1 energy crystal, 35 in his previous life. He had to count the cores one by one, but now he found himself with an abundance. His absorption efficiency seemed to have doubled, and it appeared that his physique had undergone some changes, increasing the base amount of energy he could absorb. Theoretically, the more cores required for each upgrade, the greater the potential. It seemed that the number of cores he needed for advancement was significantly higher than in his previous life. As he pondered this, he continued to absorb the cores, and soon the vehicle arrived at its destination. He then assessed his physical attributes once more. Name, Ding Dolly. Species, human. Primary awakened strength, 70 speed, 70 stamina, 70 mentality, 75 special ability. Devour. It appeared that reaching the first level of awakening before the impending apocalypse would pose no challenge. Ding Dolly felt elated as he strode into the community. Ding Dolly's rented apartment was on the ground floor. Upon opening the unit door, he spotted a woman in light casual attire, her features strikingly beautiful. It was Tang Bing Bing. It was her innocent appearance that had once captivated Ding Dolly so deeply. Upon hearing someone enter, Tang Bing Bing lifted her gaze from her phone, her brow furrowing in annoyance as she recognized him. Ding Dolly, your audacity grows. How dare you keep me waiting for so long? Seeing her face twisted in irritation, the former Ding Dolly would have found her anger beautiful. However, the current Ding Dolly felt nothing but revulsion. Ding, brother, a score exceeding 80 has been detected in a female. Engaging in reproductive behavior may yield corresponding rewards. Oh, let us examine her attributes. Name, Tang Bing Bing. Score, 82. Species, human. Female. Strength, 3 speed, 2 stamina, 5 mentality, 5 special ability. Awaiting awakening. Could an ordinary person even awaken? With that in mind, a thought struck him. Tang Bing Bing, on the verge of unleashing her wrath upon the motionless Ding Dolly, suddenly sensed something different about him today. Wasn't he on the brink of death? Although still frail, he appeared surprisingly vibrant. And had he always been this muscular? Had he grown taller? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she snapped at him. Hurry up and open the door. Bing Bing, don't you have a key to your house? That key is lost. Why ask so many questions? Just open the door. I have things to do. Dang bing bing uget imba ding di. Ding Dolly unlocked the door, and she pushed past him, muttering, I detest coming to your shabby rental. This old, dilapidated community is unfit for human habitation. I must have experienced a lifetime of misfortune to have lived here with you for so long. Ding Dolly ignored her complaints, casually locking the door behind them. In the past, no matter how much Tang Bingbing complained or threw tantrums, he would have hurried to appease her. Yet today, he was unusually silent, igniting an unexplainable fury within her, causing her voice to rise further. Ding Dolly, what is your attitude? If it weren't for you begging me to come grab a bag, I wouldn't be here. Where's the bag you bought? Hurry up and give it to me. If I'm dissatisfied, you'll regret it. Begging you? Rest assured, you'll be satisfied. With that, Ding Dolly swiftly seized Tang Bingbing by the throat, lifting her effortlessly with one hand. Caught off guard, Tang Bingbing flailed in desperation, her voice strangled like a chicken. Why you've gone mad? You idiot. Let me go. Ding Dolly tightened his grip, her face turning crimson as her eyes bulged, mouth opening and closing as if still attempting to hurl insults, but only strangled sounds emerged. While the bag was non-existent, I do have another gift for you. With that, Ding Dolly retrieved a primary energy crystal from his space and forced it into her mouth. The crystal melted upon entry, its energy instantly coursing into Tang Bingbing's body. Subsequently, Ding Dolly casually tossed Tang Bingbing to the ground as if discarding refuse. You worthless loser. Do you have a death wish? What have you fed me? With a muffled grunt from the fall, Tang Bingbing rose to unleash her fury, but after only a couple of insults, the energy from the crystal core began to take effect, transforming her body and inflicting excruciating pain. The duration of pain during awakening varies for each individual. Those with better physiques might endure it for mere minutes, while the weaker ones may suffer for tens of minutes, but it will never exceed an hour. Exceeding that limit would result in failure and transformation into a zombie. Ugh. Tang Bingbing writhed on the ground, and after approximately 40 minutes, she finally ceased her movements. Scan her data. Name, Tang Bingbing score. 82 Human Awakener, Female Strength, 10 Speed, 10 Stamina, 12 Mentality, 12 Special Ability. Space having just regained consciousness. Tang Bingbing seemed oblivious to her physical transformation and seized a nearby wooden chair, hurling it at Ding Dolly. Ding Dolly, I will kill you, you filthy loser. The chair shattered upon impact with Ding Dolly, but inflicted no real harm. It was then that Tang Bingbing recognized her enhanced strength. However, Ding Dolly offered her no chance to adapt. He swiftly kicked out, breaking one of her legs. Tang Bingbing stumbled and fell again. Damn it, Ding Dolly. As a guinea pig, you must accept your fate. Stop your incessant wailing. With that, he stomped down, shattering her other leg. Overcome with pain, Tang Bingbing curled into a ball, drenched in sweat. Her once beautiful face drained of color, her lips trembling slightly, yet she stubbornly continued to curse. Ding Dolly, you good for nothing. Poverty-stricken fool. You deserve cancer. Before she could finish her tirade, Ding Dolly struck again. Limbs severed, Tang Bingbing lay on the ground, gasping for air, her face streaked with tears and snot. It dawned upon her that the previously timid Ding Dolly was intent on taking her life today. Ding Dolly, please don't kill me. I won't break up with you. I'll do anything you want. Just don't kill me. Break up? Ha ha ha. How will you meet Chun Sicheng then? At this, Tang Bingbing's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched on her face. How do you know? Bingbing, darling, don't be afraid. I was wrong. I promise to treat you well from now on. Ding Dolly softly caressed her face and leaned closer, whispering in her ear. In the moment she was still pondering the implications of his words, her expression frozen in surprise. She was already dead. Ha ha ha. I told you you wouldn't survive. What are you pretending for? You should count yourself fortunate to be my guinea pig. I must seize this opportunity. With that, Ding Dolly placed his hand on the back of Tang Bingbing's head, using his mental powers to sense her essence. Devour. As an awakener, Tang Bingbing's crystal core was gradually absorbed, while Ding Dolly felt a spark of enlightenment in his mind. Indeed, it is possible. Ding. Congratulations, brother. You have devoured a new ability, Space, which can merge with the system space. After merging, it can be upgraded to 100 cubic meters. Merge. Ding Dolly was elated. issuing the command without a second thought. What a joke. In my last life, my devouring ability could only consume crystal cores and the flesh of various beings, including humans, awakeners, zombies, and mutated beasts, to continuously strengthen my body. In this life, my devouring ability has transformed. I can even devour something as ethereal as the system itself. Ding Dali sensed that he could also devour other abilities, hence his decision to experiment with Tang Bingbing. After all, she was just a foolish ex-girlfriend. So why not take advantage? As expected, he could indeed absorb other abilities. Does that not mean I can possess multiple powers? In this life, soaring to greatness will be effortless. Ding. Skill drop detected from the slain target. Would you like to learn it? Lost in the joy of discovering a new application for his ability, Ding Dali was suddenly interrupted by the system, momentarily taken aback as he noticed two glowing orbs emerging from Tang Bingbing's corpse. System, what skills are dropping? What skills? Brother, your devouring ability is extraordinarily overpowered. To better assist you, besides completing the reproductive tasks for rewards, the system has tailored new rewards for you in conjunction with your devouring ability. That is, after killing a target, you can acquire skills familiar to them in life. Hee brother, am I not quite useful? Quite impressive. That has some utility. But what if the target had no skills in life? Rest assured, brother, even if there are no skills, you will still obtain resources. Well, that's decent. How do I learn the drop skills? Do I need to touch the glowing orbs? There's no need for your concern, brother. As long as you think it, I can automatically retrieve it, and with your consent, you can learn it automatically. Retrieve. Chapter 5. A fortunate neighbor looking at the two rather mundane skills. Ding Dali felt a wave of frustration. He seriously doubted the system's usefulness. Suppressing his urge to devour it, he curtly said, "Destroy those two items for me. Why would I need to learn this rubbish?" Ding. Skills have been destroyed. Brother. A friendly reminder. Next time you encounter a suitable target, complete the reproductive task before killing them. Since this is the first viable target, you can still issue rewards. Shut up. Alright. In fact, using the devouring ability could absorb the energy from the corpse, causing Tang Bingbing's body to wither instantly. Even the blood splattered on him could be consumed. However, Ding Dali had a better idea. As soon as he thought of it, Ding Dali fetched a kitchen knife and squatted before Tang Bingbing's corpse. Bingbing, just lie still, oh. Right, you can't move anymore. I'll soon reunite you with your beloved Chen Xiqing. With that, he plunged the knife down. With his current physical capabilities, cutting through a corpse with a kitchen knife was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Ding Dali hummed a tune, and within moments, he had chopped the body into numerous pieces. Each piece was meticulously cleaned, and he used his ability to treat the cuts, ensuring nothing messy would leak out. After completing this task, Ding Dali retrieved a suitcase, placing the dismembered pieces neatly inside, finally placing the head on top. He examined his work, feeling a bit dissatisfied, and glanced around until he spotted a plastic flower in a vase left by the landlord on the windowsill. He inserted it into Tang Bingbing's head and nodded in satisfaction. Presentation must be exquisite. Sealing the suitcase, he wrapped it in cling film. Using Tang Bingbing's phone, he summoned a delivery service, addressing the package to the top floor of the Sunflower Hotel, with the recipient being Chen Xiqing. Next, all that was left was to wait for the delivery service to accept the order. I hope you enjoy this gift. In the meantime, Ding Dali took a shower and changed his clothes, just as he was about to close the door after the delivery service had taken the suitcase. The door of a neighbor across the hall suddenly swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses and sporting a lecherous expression. This was the male head of the neighboring household, Old Li, who was notoriously shameless. Whenever he saw Tang Bingbing in the hallway, his eyes would nearly bulge out. When Ding Dali was absent, he often found various excuses to knock on Tang Bingbing's door for a chat, and had even been caught several times peering through the peephole at night. Xiao Ding, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you young folks need to exercise restraint. Don't take it too far. I can hear Bingbing screaming from my place. After saying this, he glanced into his home and leaned closer to Ding Dali's ear. You're quite lucky. Your girlfriend is beautiful, has a great figure, and knows how to have fun, unlike my wife, who looks like a pig. You heard that? With her screaming so loudly. How could I not hear? I understand you young people. This is called role-playing, right? Oldley wore an expression that suggested he understood everything. Li, do you wish to savor the taste of your wife's flesh? Before old Li could comprehend the meaning of these words. Ding Dali swiftly thrust a piece of an elementary crystal core into his mouth, which melted upon contact. Ding Dali, you little brat. What on earth have you made me consume? I swear, open the door. You will regret this. Old Li, what are you shouting about? Don't disturb the child while he's gaming. The boy next door, a little brat, had no idea what he had shoved into my mouth and even kicked me. Now he's blocking the door. Hurry and help me get it open. I told you that the vixen next door was no good. I was referring to that little rascal Ding Dali. What does he have to do with Bing Bing? Why are you cursing her? Old Li, I knew all along that you were enchanted by that vixen, and you call her Bing Bing so intimately. When did you ever call me that? You can't deny it. I do not. Stop being unreasonable. Quickly help me open the door. I have no time to argue with you. If you weren't enchanted by her, why do you bleed from your nose when I mention her name? Ah, Old Li, what has happened to you? Wake up. Damn it. Open the door. Old Li has fainted. Outside, Ding Dali remained unfazed by the commotion inside, stubbornly gripping the doorknob. Meanwhile, the lady of the house pounded on the door while shouting, when suddenly a low growl, reminiscent of something scraping deep in the throat, echoed. Old Li, you're awake. What is wrong with you, Old Li? Quickly, the pain screams morphed into the sound of food being chewed. Ding Dali recognized this sound all too well. It was the sound of zombie feasting. In his previous life, Old Li had been among the first to transform into a zombie. So Ding Dali surmised that those who mutated into zombies, even if not under fog, would still change after consuming a crystal core. Indeed, it was as if a branch of evolution within them had been activated. They were destined to become zombies. Old Li, your wife must taste delightful, right? You should no longer find her greasy. After a prolonged chewing sound, another growl erupted, and the munching ceased, indicating that Old Li's wife had transformed as well. Just then, a voice called from within the room. Goodness, are you even playing? Are you just idling? Can you follow instructions? Mom, hand me a bottle of cola. Then came the sound of thumping against the wall. This was the neighbor's son, a teenager who, disinterested in school, spent his days gaming. Several times, he had caused disturbances late at night, yelling and stomping, which had compelled Ding Dali to knock on their door. The door was opened by Old Li's wife, clad in a lace nightgown, her ample figure spilling from the lace mesh. Before Ding Dali could utter a word, she scolded him for disturbing her at such an hour. Faced with such an unexpected reprimand, Ding Dali could only swallow his anger. The foolish boy's cries drew the attention of the two zombies, and soon similar screams echoed in response. Once the cries subsided, Ding Dali opened the door, grabbed a kitchen knife, and strode toward the bedroom. Inside, Old Li and his wife were hunched over the gaming chair, fervently chewing, the sound of their teeth grinding away. Upon noticing someone had entered, they slowly rose. Their eyes gray, their skin devoid of color, blood splattered across their faces and bodies. While they continued to chew, bits of flesh falling from their mouths. Ding Dali lunged forward, swiftly bringing the knife down, cleaving Old Li and his wife's heads apart, their bodies collapsing, releasing two luminous orbs. The system automatically retrieved the crystal cores and orbs, which contained rewards of food and water, but no special abilities. Damn it, two useless ones. Ding Dali spat on the corpses, cursing under his breath. At that moment, the foolish son, who had been gnawed upon, let out a cry and awoke. His stomach had been hollowed out, his upper and lower body completely severed, and he could only twist his head, wailing and stretching his hands toward Ding Dali in futility. You startled me, making such a racket after turning into a zombie. Without further ado, I cleaved the foolish boy's head. Ding, skill game mastery acquired. Do you wish to learn it? Get lost. Looking at the three corpses in the room and the three elementary energy crystal cores that had materialized, along with 5 bottles of mineral water and 3 egg pancakes, Ding Dali thought it was quite a windfall. A family of 3 yielding 3 cores was a profit. Plus, there were mineral water and egg pancakes. What a surprise. Brother, the materials dropped from the targets are random and relate to what the targets possessed in life. Chapter 6, President Chen's urge. Meanwhile, at the front desk of the Sunflower Hotel, a tall, attractive receptionist clad in a fitted short skirt and white shirt was on the phone. President Chen, a delivery has arrived downstairs. A suitcase addressed to you. A languid voice on the other end inquired with curiosity. Who sent it? The sender is Tang Bingbing. Oh, it's her. What little surprise is she up to this time? Please bring the suitcase upstairs. Certainly, President Chun. I will deliver it right away. The top floor of the Sunflower Hotel was entirely dedicated to Chun Siqing's private residence, lavishly decorated with numerous entertainment facilities. He often indulged in revelry with friends and frequently brought various beauties in and out. Such is the world. Some are born in luxury, while others toil like beasts. Individuals like Chun Siqing need not exert much effort. They merely indulge in pleasure daily, while their families manage businesses for them. On the expansive sofa sat 4 young men, with the one in the center wearing a floral shirt that revealed part of his chest. He wore a large Haitian jade pendant around his neck, his appearance utterly ordinary, easily lost in a crowd. Yet, his slender face bore a pair of narrow eyes that hinted at shrewdness. While he raised his wine glass and exchanged toasts with the others, he admired 3 beauties in sexy bikinis lounging by the pool across from the sofa. One of the young men leaned in with flattery. Chun-gu, doesn't that Tang Bingbing have a plethora of tricks? I can't see what is so special about her. She pales in comparison to these 3 beauties in the pool. You know nothing. The thrill lies in stealing from others. And the ultimate pleasure is letting her clueless boyfriend find out after I've had my fun. Don't worry. Once I tire of her, she'll be all yours. Ha ha. Chun-gu knows how to play. At that moment, another 2 young men chimed in, one suggesting, Chun-gu, weren't you interested in that receptionist downstairs? Why not take the opportunity to claim her when she comes up? Exactly. That girl downstairs is a gem. With both looks and figure, she is far more attractive than Tang Bingbing. Chun Siqing sipped his red wine, his eyes narrowing as he savored the flavor gliding over his palate before he spoke slowly. That one is a true wild horse. You can't force it. To tame a wild horse, you must approach with patience. While they conversed, the doorbell rang. With a nod from Chun Siqing, the 2 security guards at the door opened it. Soon, the receptionist entered, dragging a suitcase wrapped in cling film. President Chun, this is the suitcase Miss Tang Bingbing sent you. Chun Siqing rose, approached the receptionist, and circled her, unabashedly appraising her from head to toe before placing his hand on her shoulder. Yu Xiaoyu, have you been working too hard lately? Just say the word, and I can offer you a more relaxed job with a salary you decide. The receptionist, Yu Xiaoyu, instinctively flinched from the hand resting on her shoulder, slightly nodding and stepping back. President Chun, the items have been delivered. I must return to work now. With that, she hastily exited the room. The young men trailing behind Chun Siqing erupted into a fit of laughter. Brother Chun, this Yu Xiaoyu is certainly not small at all. Ha ha ha. Indeed, her figure is quite impressive. No wonder Brother Chun is so enamored. 3 women clad in bikinis swayed their hips as they approached Chun Siqing. The tallest among them wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her upper body closely against him, her silicone assets contorted. In a coy tone, she said, Brother Chun, don't forget your old love for a new one. The other 2 women nearby chimed in, exactly. We 3 sisters are all counting on Brother Chun. Oh, Brother Chun, you're so naughty. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Siqing's hand had found its way to the woman's waist, giving it a playful squeeze. Haha, don't worry. As long as you 3 serve me well, you will not be deprived of your rewards. With that, he pulled the other 2 women closer, eliciting peals of laughter from a crowd. The tall woman shot a glance at the onlookers and playfully punched Chun Siqing. Brother Chun, there are others here. Why don't we see what that girl Tang Bingbing has sent you? What could it possibly be? Just some useless trinkets. Bingbing, that flirt. Send me little novelties every now and then, haha. She spends all the money she extracts from her pathetic boyfriend on me. Her useless boyfriend kneels to her daily, and then she comes to flatter me. That's what makes it fun. He gestured toward one of his companions. You're easy. Go open the suitcase. Huizi cast a furtive glance at one of the women before reaching for the suitcase, only to be taken aback by its weight. Damn, what on earth is in here? It's so heavy. Zhang Jun, Tian Liang, come help lift it on a coffee table. The 2 men rushed over to assist, and curiosity drew the crowd closer. Huizi peeled off the plastic wrap, and everyone fixed their eyes on him as he unzipped the suitcase, eager to discover its contents. When Huizi flung open the suitcase, a stunned silence enveloped the group. Inside lay an array of neatly arranged items resembling body parts. topped with a spherical object covered in hair and adorned with a red flower. Brother Chun, this looks like an adult toy that can be assembled? Huizi said uncertainly. Chun Siqing pushed Huizi aside, his gaze fixated on the adult doll. The mole on its chest appeared eerily familiar. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly reached out to part the hair atop the spherical object. Damn, it's a person. Chun Siqing staggered back, landing on the floor with a thud. His exclamation caused the crowd to scatter, with several women shrieking in fright. As Chun Siqing sat on the ground, he stared at the contents of the suitcase. The hair lifted revealed Tang Bingbing, her face pale and lifeless, her once vibrant eyes now devoid of spirit, her cherry lips slightly parted and colorless. The more he looked, the more repulsed he felt. Finally, unable to hold it any longer, he felt warmth spread in his pants. Chun Siqing, accustomed to wielding power and influence, had never been one to shy away from violence. Yet, witnessing a body akin to a shattered Lego figure filled him with profound terror. Do villains feel fear? The answer is a resounding yes. Villains act recklessly only when they have not encountered a greater evil. Hearing the commotion, a security guard rushed to Chun Siqing's side, glancing down at his damp trousers. Mr. Chun, would you like to change your pants? What nonsense. Call the police immediately. Chapter 7. Citywide Manhunt. Ding Dolly, engrossed in absorbing crystal cores, was interrupted by a persistent ringing. Frowning, he pulled out his phone, only to realize it was not his. After a brief search, he discovered it was Tang Bingbing's phone, abandoned nearby. Noticing the caller ID, he decisively answered. Young Master Chun, how do you like the gift? Who the hell are you? You're asking me who I am? This is Tang Bingbing's phone. Are you that idiot boyfriend of hers? Young Master Chun, your words are rather unrefined. But rest assured, I will come to find you soon. You will be the next to die. You lunatic. I've already called the police. You won't escape. You pathetic loser. Do you think you can come after me? How laughable. Dare to oppose me? Even if you manage to evade the police, I will ensure your demise. On the other end, Chun Siqing continued to issue threats, prompting Ding Dolly to hang up and power down his phone. Damn, so verbose. You think you can report me? Meanwhile, Chun Siqing was in a fit of rage, cursing when he realized the call had ended. He dialed back, only to find the line was dead. Enraged, he smashed his phone into pieces. That bastard. I will make sure you pay. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Jun knocked on the door. Brother Chun, the police have been notified, and the room has been tidied up. Come in, Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun entered. Noticing Chun Siqing by the window, his face flushed with anger. What is wrong, Brother Chun? Why the fury? It's that brainless boyfriend of Tang Bingbing. Find a couple of guys to deal with him. I'll offer 50,000. If that's not enough, make it 100,000. He has to be tortured to death. But we've already called the police. That's irrelevant. Let them act as they see fit. If we can eliminate him before the police arrive, that's ideal. If not, we can just let our guys handle him inside. Understood, brother. I'll take care of it right now. With that, Zhang Jun made a call to set things in motion. Chun Siqing stood by the window, gazing at the city illuminated by the twilight, gritting his teeth as he muttered, You little brat, opposing me? Let us see how you meet your end. At that moment, Ding Dolly was blissfully unaware that Chun Siqing had sent people after him, strolling leisurely toward a nearby riverside park. Though he was confident in his current abilities and unafraid of the police, he knew the apocalypse was imminent, and it was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Finding a secluded corner to absorb crystal cores was his priority. What? Why not stockpile supplies? Ding Dolly's funds barely amounted to 300 yuan, insufficient for any significant materials. Moreover, brazenly robbing others was far from wise. The apocalypse was approaching. At that time, he could gather without restraint. As long as he possessed sufficient strength, his own collected resources would be his, and so too would those gathered by others. Of course, when it came to others' resources, it was simply called taking, not robbing. Besides, with the authority in place, if one desired resources, it could be achieved through force. Ding Dolly took a winding path, deliberately avoiding main roads and opting for dimly lit side streets or neighborhoods. This strategy was to elude surveillance. In this age of advanced monitoring, traversing main roads would lead to swift discovery. Yet, many dark alleys at night were poorly monitored, especially in older neighborhoods where cameras often became mere decorations. failing to capture anything clearly. Halfway through, Feng Linwan called with a voice message. Ding Dolly glanced at the screen and answered. Feng Linwan's tone was urgent. Dolly, what have you been up to? The police just came to my house asking about you. Tell me, have you done something foolish? If you need money, just let me know. I have tens of thousands. Please don't do anything reckless. Huh? What did you tell them? What could I say? I just mentioned you were a patient from our courtyard. That's all I knew. Dolly, I'll transfer the money to you shortly after this call. Just hang in there. No need. Use the money to buy water and food. Remember what I told you. Don't go to work and secure the doors and windows. Dolly, what about you? Rest assured, I am well. After ending the call, Ding Dolly noticed that he was mentioned in the community WeChat group. Upon opening it, he saw a lively discussion underway. A member exclaimed, "Goodness, did you know that a murder occurred in our community?" Another responded, "How can we not know? It happened right downstairs, in Unit 1 on the first floor of Building 4. A third member asked for elaboration, to which the first member recounted. It seems that the young man renting on the first floor was involved in a murder outside. When the police came to investigate, they unexpectedly discovered blood flowing from his neighbor's door. After knocking yielded no response, they forced the door open to reveal a horrifying scene. A family of 3 lay lifeless in their living room, their bodies disfigured and the room drenched in blood. Strangely, all 3 corpses appeared desiccated, as if they had been dried out. The third member reacted with shock. "Is that really true?" The first member affirmed. "How could it be false? I live right above them. I've been so scared that I can't even sleep today." Another member chimed in. "Where do you work, brother? Share your indulgences with us." A different participant lamented, "That wretched murderer deserves the worst fate. Our property values are doomed." The discourse continued with expressions of fear and urgency regarding the alleged killer among them, while another member humorously requested donations for cat food for the stray cats in the community. The banter took a light-hearted turn, with one member teasing another about their age and appearance. Amidst the chaos, a voice of caution emerged, warning them to be mindful of their words. As the so-called murderer was in the group, Ding Dolly scrolled through the messages, realizing they were all centered around him, and he promptly turned off his phone. He deemed their chatter meaningless. Soon enough, everyone would be preoccupied with their survival. Chapter 8. The first tier awakened one after navigating through winding paths. Ding Dolly arrived at the East Riverbank Park, where an ancient canal had been developed into a large forest park. Despite its beauty, the park was often deserted, making it a mere facade of grandeur. Tonight, only a few anglers were present by the canal, seemingly having little success. Ding Dolly had a secret fishing spot along a bend in the canal, beneath a stone bridge connecting an island to the park. He would often hide in the bridge's arches while fishing, as the secluded island offered tranquility and abundant fish, making it feel like his own private sanctuary. Hastily crossing the park, he settled in his fishing hideaway. Since he could not seek revenge on Chun Sicheng and the police were on the lookout for him, he focused on absorbing crystal cores. Meanwhile, at the police station, a young female officer approached her desk. "Captain Ma, we detected the suspect's phone signal last at the Riverside community. Immediately send the deputy team to search the vicinity," Ma instructed. Just as she was about to relay the order, he stopped her. "Wait, what about the family of 3 from Happiness Community? They're still undergoing autopsy, but there's something peculiar." She replied, "The bodies of the woman and child are mutilated with bite marks, and the bite marks on the woman match the man's teeth. Additionally, flesh from the woman was found in the man's stomach, and the child bore similar marks with flesh from both parents and his. Are you suggesting that the couple killed their child, and then the man killed his wife? Based on the blood patterns and footprints, it appears the man killed his wife at the door, then they both entered the bedroom and attacked the child. It's bizarre. How could the dead stand again? I don't believe it either, but the evidence suggests otherwise. The man's cause of death is still unknown, and the state of their bodies is alarming. The coroner insists that someone cannot simply desiccate post-mortem." Captain Ma pondered this strange case, slapping his hand on the table in realization. Meanwhile, Ding Dolly remained unaware of the police's pursuit as he continued to absorb crystal cores in his hideout. As energy accumulated, he suddenly felt a familiar, excruciating pain coursing through his body. Clenching his jaw, he endeavored to control the energy, striving to maximize the benefits of his evolution. Drawing from experience gained in a previous life, He recalled that enduring the pain while evenly dispersing energy throughout his body during evolution would enhance his capabilities. After receiving system data, the differences became even clearer. When he initially became an awakened one, most of his foundational data was at 55, whereas a typical novice awakened one would only have a score of 50 upon evolution. With each evolution, he outperformed his peers, and the cumulative advantage was significant. A wave of relief washed over him as he successfully ascended to a first-tier awakened one. System: display my data. Name: Ding Dolly. First-tier awakened one. Strength: 120 speed, 120 stamina, 120 mental, 135 ability. Devour. Space: his current strength equated to that of approximately 22 adult men. Though this was merely numerical, in reality, his power was exponentially greater, embodying the principle that quantity could lead to qualitative change. Now, he could effortlessly shatter a person's skull with a punch. His defenses were such that only firearms posed a threat, as ordinary cold weapons could inflict no harm upon him. Even with firearms, he felt confident in evasion. With two powerful punches thrown into the air, Ding Dolly reveled in his newfound strength, aware that attaining the first tier in his past life had occurred long after the onset of the apocalypse. In that previous life, it took 3 days for researchers to discover that the crystal cores within zombie brains could awaken individuals and facilitate further evolution. However, in that brief span, most creatures had already surpassed humanity in terms of evolution. Ding Dolly noted that only 150 primary crystal cores remained in his space. Beyond the first tier, consuming primary cores would be of little use. To continue advancing, he needed to absorb first-tier cores. He had not anticipated that reaching this level would consume so many primary cores. System: after absorbing this much energy, when will you upgrade? Is your upgrade system akin to ours? Brother, my upgrade system is fundamentally similar to yours, and I am ready for an upgrade. The reason I haven't upgraded is that you are unfit. Unfit. Devour. Brother. Hold on. Can we refrain from devouring at every turn? I am a multi-child, multi-blessing system. The system has provided you with tools, yet they prove to be of little utility. After finally encountering a capable individual, you fail to seize the opportunity for employment. Instead, you have met your demise at my hands. Without your participation in the propagation of our lineage, I am unable to advance. Oh, dear friend, just wait. You shall soon discover the extent of my prowess. Ding Dolly stretched lazily, gazing at the tranquil surface of the water ahead. The distant streetlights cast flickering shadows, while dedicated night fishermen tirelessly cast their lines. This was to be the last peaceful night in this world. After a moment of admiring the nocturnal scenery, Ding Dolly leaned against the stone pier, closing his eyes to rest. Chapter 9. The Dual Assassins. Just as Ding Dolly began to drift into slumber, his consciousness fading, 3 figures approached from above on the bridge, scanning the area as if searching for someone. Among them were 2 sturdy men with rugged features, resembling twins, while the third held a fishing rod and wore a headlamp. Unmistakably a fisherman. Are you certain he is nearby? One of the twins inquired, his gaze sharp and voice low. Brother Wenxiang, I am certain. I saw him distinctly, and he is undoubtedly the same person from the photos you provided. I was night fishing nearby and witnessed him heading toward this small island. There is only one path connecting the bridge to the island. He must be close. Brother, are we truly going to capture that fellow and deliver him to Manager Chen? The other twin asked. Wenxiang, Manager Chen has offered 500,000, and that's merely for capturing him. Consider this. We are both national martial arts champions, yet we have been reduced to being assassins, performing menial tasks for others. If we complete this mission, we can establish a connection with Manager Chen. Following him will be far preferable to lurking in the shadows. Brothers, should you manage to align yourselves with Manager Chen, do not forget to assist your brethren. Living as mere thugs holds no promise. Fear not. Once we capture that fellow, you shall reap the rewards. Lead the way. We are not familiar with this area. Wenxiang's expression shifted, revealing a coldness in his voice. Wenxiang recognized his brother's intent. The fisherman could not be spared. Without further thought, the fisherman stepped forward to lead the way. However, after just a few steps, he was struck as if by a heavy blow and collapsed. Brother, we haven't located that fellow yet. Why act now? Wenxiang, There are officers outside also searching for him. The only one who knows we are here is this man. Thus, he cannot be allowed to live. Drag him into the thicket. Since we know he is here, we'll find him ourselves, and once we capture that fellow, we will dispose of this fisherman. Let him go fishing for eternity. Ding Dolly, concealed beneath the bridge, overheard the entire exchange, a smirk forming on his lips. Chun Sikong, I did not expect you to bring the meal to me before I even sought you out. With a swift motion, Ding Dolly leaped onto the bridge, just as the twin assassins ventured deeper into the island in search of him. He took his time to pursue them, first placing a crystal core into the unconscious fisherman's mouth before tossing him towards the direction of the twins. Let us give you a little surprise. He chuckled, settling down on the stone bridge to await the unfolding drama. The island was not expansive, and with his immense strength, launching a person was effortless. The twins were meticulously searching when suddenly, a humanoid figure fell from above, landing not far from them. What the hell? Brother, what just fell from the sky? It looks like the fisherman. Impossible. I knocked him out. He went to wake for a while. How could someone fall from the sky? Let us go see. The two cautiously approached the figure on the ground, and with over 20 years of martial arts training, Wenxiang effortlessly flipped the unconscious body over, revealing the bloodied fisherman. Wenxiang gasped, reaching to check for a pulse, only to find none. Brother, he is dead. Damn, this is peculiar. It's likely that the fellow we're after is behind this. It seems we underestimated him. Capturing him is not as simple as we thought. What should we do now? As the brothers conversed, they remained oblivious to the peculiar twitching of the fisherman's fingers. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes flung open, revealing a pair of lifeless gray eyes. In that instant, his hands, like iron clamps, seized one of the twins' ankles, and he lunged forward, biting down viciously. What the hell? He is still alive. Wenxiang, feeling the sharp pain in his ankle, retaliated with a powerful kick to the fisherman's neck. The snap of the fisherman's vertebra echoed ominously. Having absorbed the blow, a normal person would have perished, and Wenxiang believed as much, cursing as he crouched to inspect his bitten ankle. Wenxiang, be cautious. Wenxiang shouted, pulling his brother back a few steps. The fisherman's neck contorted grotesquely, as if crushed by a car tire, yet he continued to support himself with his hands and slowly rose, advancing toward the twins like a ghoul from the depths of hell. This bizarre scene left the brothers paralyzed with shock, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Wenxiang, quick on his feet, sidestepped and swiftly grasped one of the fisherman's arms, twisting it with force until it snapped. He swiftly repeated the action, dislocating the other arm as well, before delivering a crushing blow to the fisherman's back, sending him careening through the air like a marionette with severed strings. The fisherman lay on the ground, struggling to rise repeatedly, but his arms were incapacitated and he lost his balance, collapsing time and again. After several attempts, he staggered upright like a drunken man. What the hell? Is this some kind of ghostly encounter? How can he still stand with a broken neck and arms? Brother, we should retreat. This is too strange. Very well. Wenxiang, can you still walk? Absolutely, just a small bite. It won't hinder my mobility. Let us go. With that, the two bolted towards the stone bridge. In a normal world, no matter how skilled one might be, witnessing such a macabre resurrection would send anyone fleeing in terror. As they reached the bridge, they spotted a familiar figure sitting casually on the ground, smoking a cigarette. Brother, look. Isn't that the fellow manager Chun is after? Wenxiang pointed at Ding Dolly, yet he failed to notice his own labored breathing after only a few strides. Ding Dolly flicked his fingers, sending the cigarette flying like an arrow into the river. He then turned to mock the twins. Did you swiftly deal with that fisherman already? You seem to possess some skill. Upon hearing this, Wenxiang's anger flared. It was indeed you who orchestrated this. With that, he lunged toward Ding Dolly. For reasons unknown. Upon seeing Ding Dolly, a sense of danger prickled in Wenxiang's mind, a primal instinct to confront a potential threat, prompting him to strike first. Drawing on over 20 years of martial arts training, Wenxiang moved with remarkable agility, producing two 30-centimeter blades from his sleeves in an instant, the steel glinting ominously as they descended toward Ding Dolly. Yet, the anticipated outcome never materialized. Ding Dolly remained unmoved. A mocking expression plastered on his face, as he regarded Wenxiang. A surge of alarm coursed through Wenxiang, yet he remained undeterred. With swift movements, he slashed several times. Yet apart from his clothes being torn, Ding Dali remained unscathed. How could this be possible? Have you mastered some form of iron body technique? It will be prudent for you to check on your brother. Chapter 10. The martial arts expert, the two brothers had supported each other since childhood, diligently practicing martial arts, and their bond was exceptionally strong. Thus, upon hearing Ding Dali's words, Wenxiang instinctively turned his gaze towards his younger brother. The sight that greeted him struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned. At that moment, Wenxiang lay on the ground, resembling the fisherman from earlier, his eyes a ghastly gray, his skin devoid of color, struggling to rise as if in a desperate attempt to stand. Wenxiang rushed to his brother's side, extending a hand to support him. The scent of blood roused the transformed Wenxiang, who, filled with an unquenchable hunger, snapped his jaws in a ravenous attempt to bite. Quick to react, Wenxiang firmly grasped Wenxiang's arms with one hand while using the other to hold his chin, preventing any injury. Wenxiang, what's wrong? Wake up. However, his cries fell on deaf ears, proving utterly ineffective. Wenxiang continued to writhe, attempting to bite him. Left with no choice, Wenxiang exerted force, executing a push that sent Wenxiang sprawling away, landing next to Ding Dali. The primitive zombie possessed no cognitive ability. It would voraciously attack anything that bore flesh and blood. Wenxiang was no exception. After hitting the ground, he twisted for a moment before rising again, this time setting his sights on Ding Dali. The sight of a zombie, no matter how many times witnessed, remained utterly repulsive. Ding Dali's tone was icy as he unleashed a punch. The moment his fist connected with Wenxiang's head, a resounding crack echoed as it burst open, akin to a hammer striking a watermelon, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Ding, you have acquired mastery of fist and foot. Would you like to learn? Without hesitation, Ding Dali opted to learn, and instantly his mind flooded with countless martial techniques. He felt as if he had practiced these movements for decades, seamlessly integrating them into his being. I did not anticipate that aside from the primary energy crystal, there would be such a delightful surprise. Both brothers are martial arts champions. If one drops a mastery, the other must surely be of similar caliber. With this thought, Ding Dali's gaze towards Wenxiang transformed into one of intrigue. Yet, Wenxiang remained oblivious to Ding Dali's expression, his eyes fixated on his brother's shattered head, grief overwhelming him as he collapsed in tears. What are you crying for? I've merely liberated your brother. But fret not. You too assisted Chun Siqing in plotting against me. Soon, you will join your brother. Upon hearing Ding Dali's words, Wenxiang's eyes turned crimson, staring at him with a fierce intensity. Suddenly, his expression shifted to a smile. I admit we underestimated your strength. No wonder you dared to offend Mr. Chun. However, one thing perplexes me. Why did my brother transform like the fisherman? What on earth is that? That is a zombie akin to those in the movies. Your brother was bitten by the fisherman, thus transforming into that creature. How could this be possible? Such a thing exists? The truth was undeniable, and soon, the world would be overrun by such beings. This revelation left Wenxiang in disbelief. If the entire world succumbed to this fate, it would indeed spell the end. Yet, having navigated the underworld for years, he had witnessed countless bizarre phenomena. In an instant, his shock subsided, and he discreetly placed his hand behind his back, casting a sinister glance at Ding Dali. Thank you for enlightening me about this shocking reality. But rest assured, you will not escape the consequences of killing my brother. With that, he drew a handgun from behind and fired directly. Bang! Having practiced martial arts since childhood, Wenxiang firmly believed that within 10 steps, a knife was swift, and beyond that, a gun was quicker. However, upon wielding a firearm, he discovered that whether within 10 steps or beyond, the gun was both fast and lethal. Typically, he could complete tasks effortlessly using his skills and a pair of daggers. Yet today, facing an opponent unfazed by blades, it would be foolish not to use a gun. Wenxiang was certain that, with his opponent unprepared, a single shot would suffice to end the confrontation. Yet, the anticipated scene failed to materialize. The bullet vanished just before reaching its target, with Ding Dali standing unharmed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. This is impossible. Although internally astonished, Wen Chong continued firing, unleashing several rounds. Each bullet met the same fate, inexplicably disappearing midair. The bizarre occurrences began to unravel Wen Chong's mental fortitude, leaving him mumbling in disbelief. Enough. Your performance has concluded. It is time for you to meet your brother. Ding Dali's words floated lightly, devoid of emotion. At this, Wen Chong knelt, pleading, "Wait, I have," before he could finish, his head exploded in a violent burst, leaving his unfinished words forever unspoken. Ding, you have acquired weapon mastery. Would you like to learn? Huh. Yet another surprise. I must learn. Suddenly, Ding Dali's mind brimmed with knowledge of an array of weapons, swords, guns, halberds, axes, whips, hammers, claws, and more, mastering all in the blink of an eye. Who would have imagined the elder twin held such value? Truly a treasure found. Yet, Ding Dali pondered how two such capable individuals had gone unheard of in his previous life. Soon, understanding dawned. Most had perished in the initial wave of the thick fog. It was highly probable that these twin martial artists had succumbed to zombification when the fog descended. Not one to waste a corpse. Ding Dali placed his hands on the lifeless bodies, activating his devouring ability. The corpses visibly withered into desiccated husks. System. Check personal attributes. Name. Ding Dali First Tier, Awakened Strength, 140 Speed, 140 Stamina, 140 Spirit, 155 Abilities. Devour. Space my word. Such a significant increase. Upon observing his attributes, Ding Dali could not help but marvel. The worth of these brothers in his eyes had surged dramatically. It was noteworthy that the remains of a family of three had only granted him minimal enhancements, while these twin brothers had provided a substantial boost of 10 points post-upgrade. Gazing at the two dried corpses, a flicker of affection for their prowess ignited within him. It seemed these two were indeed worth their weight in gold. A pity they had met their end. He procured some heavy objects to stuff into the corpses before unceremoniously tossing them into the canal. Having completed this task, he recalled the fisherman who remained unaddressed. After searching the small island, he finally spotted the fisherman by the water's edge, lost in a trance. His gray-white eyes fixated on the surface. Transformed into a zombie, yet still yearning to fish? Sensing the proximity of fresh flesh, the fisherman struggled to rise. But Ding Dali offered no mercy, swiftly crushing his skull. Ding, you have acquired fishing mastery and milk extraction mastery. Would you like to learn? What is milk extraction mastery? Did this fisherman raise cows? After receiving the system's explanation, Ding Dali found himself at a loss for words. No wonder he excelled in fishing. The absence of a woman to interfere with his joy was indeed a boon. Upon learning fishing mastery, he similarly disposed of the body, allowing it to sink to the riverbed, a fitting end for the fisherman. After this tumultuous encounter, Ding Dali underwent a transformation, emerging as a martial arts expert. In his past life, he had navigated the apocalypse like a brute, engaging in combat with little finesse. In this era, with the mastery of both martial arts and weaponry, the previous combat experience has been refined to a pure state, akin to a jade stone stripped of its impurities. Superfluous movements have been streamlined, resulting in a significant enhancement of strength. This ignited within Ding Dali an insatiable thirst for carnage, akin to a surging tide, compelling him to yearn to plunge into a throng of corpses and wreak havoc. Ha ha ha! Thanks to Director Chun for the generous gift package. Chapter 11. The Day of Reckoning with the Sun positioned high in the sky. Ding Dali rose, stretching languidly and loosening his muscles. He had not idled the previous night. Like a keen hunting dog, he patrolled the vicinity, discovering the fishing spot of a certain angler and appropriating all his gear. One must admit, the equipment of this adept fisherman was truly remarkable. It was puzzling why this fellow required such an extensive array of gear while fishing in the canal. With a large box brimming with various rods and an array of Shimano and Daiwa reels, resembling an equipment vault. How ostentatious! As if he feared others would not recognize his superior gear. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Dali claimed the equipment for himself. Returning to the bridge's arch, feeling idle, Ding Dali resembled a child eagerly unwrapping a new toy, pulling out the fishing gear to embark on a nocturnal fishing expedition. Previously, his fishing equipment had cost over 100, but now, armed with such exceptional gear, he was determined to indulge in the thrill of the catch. Utilizing the equipment provided by the angler, Along with the angler's expertise, Ding Dali fished throughout the night, reaping an abundant harvest. As dawn broke, marking a prime time for fishing, he transformed into a frenzied dancer, unleashing his lure equipment with fervor. Grateful for the angler's generosity, Ding Dali gazed at his bountiful catch of assorted fish, elated as if he were a 1-meter-long prized fish himself. He expressed gratitude to the angler, who lay at the river's bottom, while stowing his haul into his spatial inventory. Such treasures must not be squandered. In this post-apocalyptic world, the river's creatures had transformed into mutated beasts. Although they promised superior flavor, they were equally challenging to capture. The final day had arrived, May 20th, a date that emerged from a pun, now heralded as Valentine's Day. In the future, this day would be termed the Day of Reckoning, marking humanity's last revelry as the rulers of Earth. He had slumbered deeply, as if cradled in a gentle embrace, lost in blissful intoxication. The location of the stone bridge was graced by a light breeze, carrying the fragrant essence of flowers and foliage from the nearby park, mingling with the melodious chirping of surrounding birds. Such a delightful atmosphere lulled him into a dreamlike state, leading him to sleep soundly until evening. Upon awakening, the setting sun appeared like a bashful maiden, casting a warm glow upon the water surface. The gentle breeze rippled the golden reflections, resembling countless glimmering shards of gold dancing in the light. This serene beauty was a stark contrast to the impending doom that would unfold within mere hours. Stretching once more, Ding Dali intended to leave the stone bridge when he suddenly heard footsteps pause above him, followed by the rustling of fabric. Suddenly, a figure emerged, startling a pair of wild ducks. The man quickly regained composure, fumbling to adjust his clothing while muttering expletives. Meanwhile, the woman beside him concealed her face and delivered a sharp kick. "You fool, did you not say no one was around?" Strolling through the park, Ding Dali observed an increase in foot traffic, predominantly couples, each clutching vibrant roses, basking in sweet affection. Yet, some individuals exhibited furtive glances, as if fearful of being recognized. By the time Ding Dali exited the park, the sun had dipped below the horizon, enveloping the landscape in a shroud of darkness. He sensed the air thickening with a foreboding mist, and as he gazed towards the distant sky, it appeared hazy, as if veiled by a mysterious filter. At that moment, a young couple passed by, the man suddenly exclaiming, "Darling, why are you bleeding from your nose?" In his previous life, he had believed the dense fog would descend at midnight. Now he realized it had begun earlier, albeit in a thin layer that most had yet to perceive. Nearby, a tall, striking woman stood at the door across from him, her short hair elegantly tucked behind one ear, exuding both charm and vigor. She was none other than Chen Na, an officer from the criminal police unit. Like a leopard, she crouched by the peephole of the security door, fixated on the opposite entrance, her eyes unwavering, as if seeking to penetrate the very essence of the door. She had maintained her vigil throughout the afternoon, her eyes growing dry and weary. Just as her resolve began to wane, preparing to hand over the task to a colleague, the door across swung open. Chen Na recognized the individual clearly, the very suspect they had been tirelessly pursuing. In a hushed tone laced with excitement, she whispered, "I see him." However, she quickly sensed something amiss. The 5 colleagues who had accompanied her were all suddenly bleeding from their noses. Realizing the situation, Captain Ma wiped his mouth, discovering blood on his hand. "Is this a heat issue?" The other male officers, similarly awakened from their stupor, became aware of their own bleeding. Chen Na promptly distributed tissues, her movements swift and efficient. "Keep your language in check," Captain Ma admonished, feigning irritation as he wrapped the back of a fellow officer's head. "There are ladies present." Clearing his throat to alleviate the tension, he continued, "Quickly clean up the blood on your faces. The suspect has appeared. Prepare for action." "Yes." The group hastily wiped away the blood, stuffing tissues into their nostrils to stem the flow, and sprang into action. Chen Na trailed behind, yet her mind was shrouded in confusion. Could this truly be a result of overheating? Yet their faces appeared so pale. Could a nosebleed lead to excessive blood loss? Moreover, having consumed 3 kidneys the previous night, why was she unscathed? Ding Dali was fully engrossed in absorbing a Tier 1 crystal core when a rapid series of knocks on the door interrupted his thoughts, echoing like war drums. Rising, He peered through the peephole to see a plump, middle-aged man outside, looking somewhat greasy and dressed rather casually. Ding Dolly discerned the man's predicament at a glance, noting the tissue stuffed in his nose, and understood the situation clearly. Regardless of the man's intent in knocking, the opportunity to acquire crystal core was too enticing to ignore. Without hesitation, Ding Dolly opened the door. However, the moment the door swung open, 5 individuals surged down the adjacent staircase, lunging at Ding Dolly. He offered no resistance, allowing them to usher him into the room, where they forced him to the ground and promptly locked the door. Chapter 12. I am your future husband. Ding Dolly scrutinized the 6 individuals who had entered, 5 of whom had tissues stuffed in their noses, a comical sight that, to him, represented 5 walking Tier 1 crystal cores. Ding. Detecting a target available for pursuit. Quickly pursue. Ding Dolly then noticed the sole woman among them who had not succumbed to nosebleeds. Upon closer inspection, she was indeed extraordinary, standing at an estimated height of 175 centimeters, nearly matching Ding Dolly's stature. Despite her loose-fitting jeans, her long legs and shapely figure were evident. In terms of appearance, she surpassed Tang Bingbing by a considerable margin. Silently, he commanded the system to retrieve her information. Chun Na rating: 90 human female strength, 6 speed, 7 stamina, 7 mentality, 7 special ability. Awaiting awakening. After reviewing the information, Ding Dolly was secretly astonished. A woman rated at 90 was already of such high caliber. What would those with even higher scores be like? Moreover, her physical attributes were remarkable. With such elevated base values, her ample form suggested she would be capable of bearing children. Brother, the human female appeared without makeup. Perhaps her score would have been higher had she utilized the artistry of human cosmetics. It is astonishing how the application of such techniques renders the system incapable of accurate assessment. Ding Dolly, upon hearing this, scrutinized Chun Na with keen interest. Indeed, her skin was remarkably flawless, exuding youthful vitality. As he observed the suspect pinned to the ground, rather than exhibiting any fear, Chun Na was taken aback by the playful glint in her gaze, reminiscent of a mischievous pig. Not only was she bewildered, but the other 5 officers were equally confounded, pondering whether the suspect had lost his grasp on reality and truly understood the gravity of the situation. You best behave yourself. Cease your wandering eyes. The officers swiftly secured Ding Dolly's hands behind him, fastening him to a wooden chair. Captain Ma felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, yet he steadied himself and produced his identification, flashing it in front of Ding Dolly. Ding Dolly, we are from the Criminal Investigation Unit. I am Captain Ma Baowa. We suspect you are involved in 2 homicide cases, and we hope you will cooperate with our investigation. Ding Dolly gazed directly into Captain Ma's bloodshot eyes, the captain's gaze betraying his exhaustion, as if he were on the brink of becoming a mere shell of his former self. A subtle smile played at the corners of Ding Dolly's mouth as he turned to Chun Na, standing nearby. I will only speak to that officer over there. I wish to discuss matters in private. At this, Chun Na's face flushed with indignation, and she was about to retort when Captain Ma interjected with a sharp reprimand. No tricks. Ding Dolly, I assure you, we possess ample evidence linking you to the murders. This is your final opportunity. Ding Dolly remained unfazed, his tone leisurely. I have stated that I will only converse with that officer. If you are worried, you may bind me more securely. Just as Captain Ma was about to continue his admonishment, Chun Na stepped forward to interrupt. Captain, since he insists on speaking with me alone, let me give a try. I noticed earlier that we could secure him to the heating pipe in a bedroom. I doubt he can pull any tricks there. Captain Ma furrowed his brow, considering her suggestion before acquiescing, though he cautioned her, be vigilant. Criminals often resort to cunning tactics to evade justice. He cast a wary glance at Ding Dolly and leaned closer to Chun Na, whispering, if necessary, do not hesitate to use your firearm. Ding Dolly, possessing an acute awareness, comprehended the hushed exchange perfectly. Secured to the heating pipe in the bedroom, he observed Chun Na as she closed the door, admiring her form. For reasons unknown, Chun Na felt an overwhelming sense of aggressiveness emanating from him. Eager to conclude the interrogation, she opened her mouth to speak, only to be preempted by Ding Dolly. Upon hearing his words, Chun Na instinctively glanced at her phone. It was 11:40. She had 20 minutes to wait. How do you know my surname is Chun? I recall not introducing myself, and we are unfamiliar with one another. I not only know your surname is Chun, but I also know your name is Chun Na. How do you know that? Where have you seen me before? You are to be my future wife. Naturally, I know your name. At this proclamation, Chun Na felt as though she had been toyed with. Disregarding how he knew her name, she retorted angrily, "You are indeed toying with me. I advise you to stop stalling and thoroughly explain your motives and the process of your crimes." Chun Na could not help but laugh incredulously at his words. "Do you truly believe I would lend credence to such absurdity?" Ding Dali shrugged, his demeanor calm and collected, as if simply stating a fact. Noting the persistent hostility in Chun Na's gaze, he proposed, "Shall we make a wager?" "A wager on what?" Chun Na inquired, puzzled. Ding Dali replied, unhurriedly, "If what I say comes to pass in the following moments, it will validate my claims. I indeed come from the future. Should it not occur, then you may interrogate me as you wish, and I shall comply with your every demand." Chun Na, intrigued by his audacity, agreed to the wager. Ding Dali pointed towards a window. "Pull back the curtains. In about 10 minutes, around midnight, the outside world will be shrouded in thick fog." Skeptical, Chun Na opened the curtains and pressed her face against the glass, seeing nothing unusual apart from the overcast sky. She glanced at her phone and turned back to Ding Dali with a questioning expression. "I shall humor you and wait 10 more minutes. But do not attempt to waste my time. You need not press against the glass to see," Ding Dali advised. "The light is on inside, and it is pitch dark outside. Trust me, the fog will be visible without needing to press against the window." Taking a seat on the bed, Chun Na frequently checked her phone, unconsciously beginning to believe his words. As the clock approached 11:59, she peered out the window, seeing nothing amiss. Pressing her face against the glass, she observed the same gray sky, devoid of fog. "You are indeed fabricating tales. You are merely stalling. Where's this fog?" Ding Dali ignored her, continuing to gaze out the window, further inciting her ire. "What are you pretending for? Do you understand the consequences of not cooperating with the investigation?" "Here it comes." Chun Na was suddenly interrupted by a surge of adrenaline, instinctively glancing at the window, her eyes widening in disbelief. She comprehended at last why Ding Dali claimed one need not lean against the window to see. Outside, a dense fog cascaded from the sky, thickening like liquid and flowing down the glass. The fog clung to the window, revealing particles within, resembling a house submerged in a peculiar liquid rather than mere fog. Chapter 13. The apocalypse arrives as predicted. Chun Na gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding outside, musing silently. Inhaling such fog could be lethal, couldn't it? Simultaneously, she cast an incredulous look at Ding Dali. Could it be true that this man spoke the truth? Was she truly destined to be his partner? Ding Dali wore an expression of smug certainty, raising an eyebrow and smirking as if to say, "What do you think? Did I not speak the truth? Why does such fog exist? How long will it linger?" Chun Na could not suppress her curiosity. "It will dissipate when the sun rises tomorrow." "So, do you now believe my words?" "Believe what? That you are my future husband? Even if you accurately predicted the fog, it does not substantiate your claims. How can anyone come from the future? It is utterly preposterous." Understanding the challenge of convincing someone so swiftly, Ding Dali decided to intensify his assertions. "Do you think people today could achieve such feats?" With that, he clenched his fist with the force of iron, and with a resounding crack, the handcuffs shattered as though made of paper, simultaneously wrenching a segment of the heating pipe from the wall. The filthy water gushed forth from the broken pipe, flooding the floor. Chun Na, startled by the astonishing display, instinctively reached for her weapon. Yet Ding Dali moved like a lightning bolt, swiftly pinning her to the bed. Her hand rendered immobile beneath his weight, as if nailed to an iron board, unable to move an inch. Incensed, Chun Na attempted to protest, but Ding Dali's hand, firm as a vice, covered her mouth. In a shocking turn, she realized that she was rendered completely motionless, as if under a spell. At this moment, she suddenly awakened from her stupor, realizing that this man could even break handcuffs. Controlling her would be as easy as pie. What terrifying strength is this? Is he even human? Noticing that Chun Na had ceased her struggles, Ding Dali leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "You would do well not to doubt my words." and it is imperative that you refrain from making any loud noises. This could be the very thing that saves your life. If you understand, just blink. With a soft, rapid blinking akin to a chick pecking at grains, China complied. Observing her response, Ding Dali released his grip and stood up. China did not resist further. For given the man's prowess, she realized she had no chance of drawing her weapon. However, curiosity compelled her to lower her voice and inquire. What did you mean by that? Why can't I make any noise? Press your ear against the door, and you will find out. But remember, do not open the door. Ding Dali gestured toward the bedroom door, speaking softly. China, her face etched with skepticism, leaned close to the door and listened intently to the commotion in the living room. A series of low growls erupted from outside, reminiscent of a pack of wild beasts. Her pupils dilated in fear, and she instinctively reached for the door. Ding Dali, anticipating this, swiftly grasped the doorknob. Damn it! How can you not comprehend simple human speech? I told you not to open the door. Do you wish to perish? What are those sounds? Are the cavalry out there? Oomph. Those are the voices of your colleagues. From a moment, the thick fog descended. The world had transformed beyond recognition. Have you ever seen a zombie apocalypse? From this moment forth, the reality is 1,000 times more terrifying than any fictional horror. I noticed signs of decay on your colleagues as they entered. They have likely become full-fledged zombies by now. If they bite or scratch you, you too will become one of them. So do not make any loud noises. China listened in disbelief to Ding Dali's words, which sounded like the ravings of a madman, her mind a tangled mess. Seeing her bewildered expression, Ding Dali picked up a heating pipe and stood guard by the door as if bracing for battle. I will prove it to you, but remember, stay behind me. Do not make any reckless movements, or I assure you, your demise will be most gruesome. Do you understand? Seeing her nod like a wooden puppet, Ding Dali carefully opened the door. Upon witnessing the state of her colleagues in the living room, China's faith in Ding Dali's words solidified. They resembled the zombies from the movies. As soon as they stepped outside, her colleagues seemed to sense their presence, turning their heads in unison, their pale eyes fixated on them, before lunging forward with claws outstretched. Ding Dali shielded China behind him, wielding the heating pipe with the ferocity of a tempest, swiftly incapacitating the zombies with a few precise strikes. The once menacing zombies were rendered helpless, reduced to mere remnants, their mouths agape in futile attempts to retaliate. What are you doing? If you keep this up, they will only be left as disabled beings once they recover. China exclaimed anxiously. Ding Dali offered no explanations, moving directly to the zombified figure of Captain Ma, thrusting the pipe into its heart. Yet, the creature did not perish. Its mouth continued to open and close relentlessly. With that, Ding Dali took decisive action, shattering the skulls of the remaining zombies. Simultaneously, 5 energy cores were automatically collected by the system. Ding, acquired roasted kidney. Ding, acquired shooting mastery. Do you wish to learn? Learn. He made sure to utilize the remaining corpses, activating his devouring ability, which enhanced his attributes by 10 points. Although not as substantial as the improvements gained from the twin assassins, it was still commendable. Evidently, these officers possessed decent physical attributes. Surprisingly, Captain Ma, who appeared quite rotund, turned out to be an adept marksman. Truly, one should never judge by appearances. China sat against the wall, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at the now desiccated bodies of her colleagues. The events of the evening had completely shattered her understanding of reality, but witnessing it firsthand, compounded by the occasional screams echoing from the community, left her with no choice but to fully believe Ding Dali's words. A silent resolve began to form within her. Ding Dali handed her a bottle of mineral water, and as she accepted it, she looked up at the man before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a lanky monkey. I have 3 questions. Ask. Did you kill the family of 3 across the hall because they too had transformed into these monsters? Ding Dali nodded. Is it truly the end of the world? Ding Dali nodded again. To be precise, it is the end of humanity. It has become a paradise for other creatures. Humanity has dominated this planet for far too long. From this day forth, all living beings will embark on a frenzied path of evolution. The humans outside are nearly extinct. What you witnessed as zombies are merely one form of human evolution. Upon hearing the end of the world, a barely perceptible smile flickered on Chun Na's lips. After a moment's contemplation, She asked, "Will I truly become your woman in the future?" Ding Dolly felt a twinge of guilt, thinking to himself, "How absurd. I didn't even know you in my past life. If it weren't for your long legs and passing score, I wouldn't even bother with you." Though he thought this, he maintained an unwavering facade, nodding confidently. Chen-Na scrutinized him, her brow furrowed in suspicion. "Really? Why are your eyes darting around?" "Of course it's true. Hasn't everything I said tonight come to pass?" "Yes." "Have they all turned into zombies?" "Yes." "Have I lied to you?" "No." "Am I your husband?" "Yes." "Ah, indeed. I am from the future. I am your husband." Chapter 14. System upgrade. Everything this man spoke of had indeed come to fruition. If he were truly from the future, it was highly probable that she was indeed his woman. Yet, this man was a far cry from her imagined husband. His appearance was rather ordinary. However, given that he claimed humanity was on the brink of extinction, she felt she had little room to be choosy. He would have to do. Unbeknownst to Ding Dolly, who was contemplating how to further deceive her, Chen-Na stood up and linked her arm with his. "Since you are my husband, I shall follow you from now on." As she gazed at the police officer's slender arm, her fair neck, and her exquisite yet spirited features, Ding Dolly instinctively swallowed hard, inwardly musing how easily she could be manipulated. "Shall not come with me. I have something to discuss," Ding Dolly said, pulling Chen-Na into the bedroom. "Why can't we speak outside? Why must we go into the bedroom?" "Naturally, to discuss matters pertaining to a married couple." At this realization, Chen-Na became acutely aware of something amiss, but the man's strength was overwhelming, leaving her without the capacity to resist. The police officer had intended to fight back, but the assailant was far too formidable, rendering her powerless. "Ding! Congratulations, big brother, for completing the species reproduction task for the first time. The system is now upgrading." "Ding! System upgrade complete. System level 1. Space expanded to 1,000 cubic meters. Unlocking ability level assessment. It is advised that you continue your efforts, as the rewards for the next upgrade will be invaluable." "Ding! First completion of species reproduction rewarded with lightning ability. Awarded supplies of 20 tons. Ding Dolly examined the rewards within the space, pleasantly surprised by the system's humane design. The 20 tons of supplies encompassed not only water and food, but also various daily necessities. However, he had never heard of abilities being categorized by levels in his previous life. Big brother, abilities are classified into different levels. The higher the level, the stronger the power. According to the system's data assessment, the hierarchy of abilities from weakest to strongest is Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, and Level 8. "What level is my ability?" Ding Dolly inquired curiously. "I cannot assess your devouring ability, big brother. It possesses uniqueness and can only be classified as Level 9 or higher. The spatial ability you devoured is classified as Level 8, and upon merging with the system space, it upgrades to Level 9. After the system upgrade, the spatial ability is positioned between Level 8 and Level 9. It can be evaluated as such. Devouring more spatial abilities can lead to further upgrades. View personal data. Name, Ding Dolly. First tier, awakens strength, 140 speed, 140 stamina, 140 spirit, 155 ability. Devouring, space manipulation, lightning. Ding Dolly attempted to wield his lightning ability with his mind. Sparks crackling at his fingertips. He could sense that this current could morph at his whim and could be directed toward the target with a mere thought. This manipulation reminded him of someone he met during his illness. However, he recalled how his master once summoned lightning with a drawn symbol, an image that had long captivated him. Little did he expect that in this apocalyptic world, he would also gain control over lightning. As Ding Dolly experimented with his powers, he inadvertently created some noise, stirring Chen-Na from her slumber. She turned over, furrowing her brow and stretching. "Is it morning already?" Due to the fierce battles, Chen-Na's clothes had been torn into tatters. Ding Dolly rummaged through the cabinet and tossed her a few loose garments left by Tang Bingbing. "Make do with this. Is this your ex-girlfriend Tang Bingbing's clothing?" A flicker of discontent crossed Chen-Na's face. "Oh, you seem to know quite a bit. Don't forget my profession. I'm a police officer." That Tang Bingbing met a gruesome fate, and Chen Xiqing, the owner of Sunflower, insists it was you. We must investigate her connections. Did you also kill her after she turned into a zombie? Upon hearing their names, A blaze of hatred ignited within Ding Dali, and he shook his head gently. She didn't T-turn. I killed her and sent her to Chun Sicheng. He then recounted how he rescued them in the aftermath of the apocalypse, only to be betrayed and ultimately killed by them. Chen Na listened, her anger mounting. After a night of deep conversation, she had unconsciously begun to consider Ding Dali's perspective. They truly deserve to die. You saved them, and they treated you this way. They should be punished. What are your plans for Chun Sicheng? I will seek revenge soon. In this apocalypse, the law holds little weight. Surely you want to try to stop me? Not at all, but I'm curious about my own fate. Will I also perish? How will I die? As Chun Na dressed, her curiosity prompted her to ask, leaving Ding Dali momentarily bewildered. He thought to himself, how would I know how you die? I didn't even know you before. Noticing Ding Dali's awkward demeanor, Chen Na suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. I get it. I was also killed by those two, right? What? Ah, yes. It was them. Chen Na regarded Ding Dali with suspicion. Could it be that you have more than one woman in your future? How could you? Well, in this apocalypse, marriage laws are meaningless, and future women will surely suffer. What nonsense! You're just rationalizing on your own? Chen Na continued her monologue, ultimately convincing herself, which left Ding Dali feeling somewhat embarrassed. As she noticed his growing blush, she mistakenly thought he was still angry about his future demise at the hands of Tang Bingbing and Chun Sicheng. Approaching him, she wrapped her arms around his waist, attempting to offer comfort. Initially, he had only intended to manipulate her for rewards, with plans to eliminate her if she disobeyed. But now feelings seemed to have developed between them. Duh, what are you doing? Morning exercises. Chapter 15. Chen Na's ability. The two leaned against the headboard. Ding Dali reached into his spatial pocket and produced an energy crystal core, offering it to Chen Na. Eat this. Without hesitation, she accepted the crystal and placed it in her mouth. The moment she laid eyes on it, her heart ignited with an insatiable craving. Moreover, since it was offered by Ding Dali, she didn't dwell on it. Brace yourself. The first time you consume this will be extremely painful. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her, nearly causing her to faint. She clenched her teeth tightly, managing to utter, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Endure it. Direct the energy flow throughout your body, Ding Dali urged. The pain was fleeting, and soon Chen Na felt her body becoming lighter, as if she were reborn, instantly brimming with vitality. Her nose twitched as she exclaimed, "What is that smell?" Ding Dali, like a magician, produced a handful of crystal cores and handed them to her. Go wash up. This is part of the gene evolution process. While you wash, consume these cores as well. If you feel your energy levels are full, try to control the energy flow throughout your body. This will allow you to advance. Without hesitation, Chen Na seized the cores and dashed into the bathroom, while Ding Dali leisurely settled into the living room, checking his phone. Although the apocalypse had descended, most areas still had water, electricity, and signal intact. He noticed several missed calls from Feng Linwan. Dali, are you okay? I'm Fine. How about you? Have you prepared supplies and locked the doors and windows? Linwan, listen to me. The apocalypse has arrived. Just lock your doors and windows. I will send you messages daily. And remember, tap water is safe for washing, but do not drink it. Not even if boiled. Okay, just stay safe. After ending the call, Ding Dali scrolled through his messages and noticed a prominent red exclamation mark. He recognized it as an official announcement, essentially urging everyone to stay home and await rescue. In his previous life, Ding Dali had believed such messages, unaware of the stark reality that true rescue had little to do with ordinary people. Ding Dali had no family, as his illness had made others wary of him. They avoided him, treating him like a pariah, which left him friendless. Apart from Feng Linwan, no one reached out to him, though the community chat was abuzz with chatter. The discussions revolved around the dense fog from the previous night and the creatures outside, seemingly oblivious to the complete transformation of the world. As he skimmed through the messages, he found mentions of himself. Not Spicy Peter, a smile can slaughter cities. Are you insane? The entire neighborhood is filled with murderers. What difference does he make? Not Spicy Peter. You should ask the insurance consultant. I saw him turn into a zombie. He even devoured his wife. Protecting peace, damn. What do we do if there's no food in the security room? When will the official rescue arrive? Does anyone in the property management know anything? Not Spicy Peter. Property worker Xiao Zhang. You're in a dire situation. Ha. If you're starving, just drink tap water, and if it's unbearable, just eat a bit of rice. Princess Lovecat. The flowers blooming into monsters are now blocking my door. Can the security drive them away? Protecting peace. I'm a security guard, not a bodyguard. If I go chase them, I might get bitten by a zombie. I've seen it myself. Indulging in immortality. Whoa. I saw a naked female zombie wandering downstairs. Quite large. Not Spicy Peter. No picture, no truth. Ding Dolly was engrossed in the peculiar conversations of the community chat when suddenly a shriek pierced through from the bathroom. He dashed into the bathroom, effortlessly yanking the door open. The sight within nearly left him breathless. Chun Na, completely unclothed, displayed her stunning physique, staring in terror at her arm, which was ablaze with flames, yet bore no signs of burns. The water from the shower splattered against her arm, producing a sizzling sound, while wisps of white steam rose into the air. Scanning data. Name: Chun Na. First tier, human awakened, female. Strength: 105, speed: 110, stamina: 105, spirit: 110, ability: flame manipulation. After reading the details, Ding Dolly silently marveled at the remarkable potential of this female officer, as well as her impressive awakened ability. Do not be overly excited. Control the flames with your mind. Imagine that you can manipulate them at will. Following his instructions, Chun Na felt the flames extinguish instantly, as if they had been absorbed into her very being. She looked at Ding Dolly in confusion. Congratulations. You are now a first-tier awakened. Moreover, you have awakened the ability to manipulate flames. Chun Na's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Ding Dolly's arm, appearing to forget her state of undress, eagerly questioning him. Is being a first-tier awakened really impressive? By absorbing crystal cores, one can become an awakened. Continued absorption allows one to evolve from an awakened to a beginner awakened, and then to first and second tiers, and so forth. To put it simply, with your current physical attributes, dealing with dozens of ordinary individuals is not a challenge. With your ability, you can handle even more. As a police officer who regularly exercised, Chun Na was accustomed to engaging in combat with 3 to 5 individuals. But the concept of suddenly facing tenfold the number was foreign to her, though she understood it was undoubtedly formidable. Chapter 16. Breaking out of the community during her time in the police force, Chun Na was like a combative bull, throwing punches with her colleagues daily. Determined to prove her superiority, her inherent nature was more masculine than many men, relentlessly pursuing greater strength. Upon hearing Ding Dolly's words, her spirit ignited like a bonfire, growing more fervent, exuding the excitement of a joyful deer, and she lunged into his embrace. Officer Chun, perhaps you should first get dressed. Are you trying to extinguish my desire to leave? It was only then that Chun Na came to her senses, realizing her nudity, her face flushing crimson like a startled rabbit as she dashed into the bedroom, hastily donning her clothes. Once properly attired, she presented Ding Dolly with 4 beginner crystal cores, stating, after absorbing 15, my energy is full. I will wait to absorb more after leveling up. I feel the increase in ability is minimal and not very useful. You can have the remaining 4. Absorbing 15 beginner crystal cores to advance to the first tier is quite impressive, Ding Dolly remarked as he accepted the cores and stored them in his space. Watching the crystals vanish as if by magic, Chun Na's eyes widened in disbelief as she grasped Ding Dolly's hand, inspecting it repeatedly. How can they just disappear? I was curious how you managed to carry 20 cores while only wearing underwear. Is this your ability? Ding Dolly did not conceal the truth, nodding affirmatively. Yes, it's spatial ability. How remarkable. I never imagined possessing such power could be so easily attained with a single crystal core. The world has truly changed. What should we do next? Wait for official rescue? Wait for official rescue? You were once part of the official team. Do you believe that in a world where only 1 in 10 humans survives, they can organize a large-scale rescue? Or even if there is one, how long will it take for ordinary people to be helped? What should we do then? Ding Dolly calmly retrieved the 4 police handguns he had scavenged from the team, each capable of holding 7 rounds. He unloaded all the bullets and placed them before Chun Na. Seeing Ding Dolly's silence, Chen Na anxiously inquired. What are you implying? Why give me the bullets? These bullets are for you. For now, firearms are still a significant deterrent against ordinary people. Your task is to stay at home and guard it. There's a farmer's market nearby and a Lianhua supermarket. I will gather supplies from there. Furthermore, I must make a trip to the Sunflower Hotel. I will accompany you. Since we are in the apocalypse, I cannot remain at home. I need to witness the world outside. Ding Dolly was momentarily taken aback, silently lamenting that he had underestimated this police officer. He then tore a heating pipe from the wall and handed it to her, gripping his own tightly. All right, to grow stronger in this apocalypse, we must continually engage in battle. Stay close to me and use this iron rod to deal with zombies. Remember, their weak point is the head. The crystal cores are hidden within. Avoid using firearms unless absolutely necessary, as the sound will attract more zombies. Currently, outside are only beginner zombies, slightly stronger than ordinary people. While they do not pose a threat, if their numbers swell, even our extraordinary abilities may not save us. Chen Na nodded in understanding, and Ding Dolly gently opened the door, stepping outside. The corridor was devoid of life, eerily quiet. Yet a pungent smell of blood wafted down the staircase from an unknown floor above, like a ghostly presence. Ding Dolly signaled Chen Na to be silent and follow closely, then slowly opened the unit door. The community had undergone a tremendous transformation. The greenery seemed enchanted, growing wildly overnight, towering and dense. The once low grass now reached waist height, and the trees had grown several stories taller. Even from the cracks in the pavement, plants sprouted, standing 30 to 40 centimeters tall. However, the number of zombies was sparse, scattered with only one or two every few meters. Estimating roughly, there were about 20 zombies wandering from their unit to the community entrance. Perhaps due to the late-night outbreak, most zombies remained confined to their homes. Few roamed the community. Yet, Ding Dolly knew that once today passed, the zombies confined indoors would consume all available flesh and blood, seeking any means to escape. At that point, the number of zombies outside would multiply. Thus, today was the optimal day for action. Do not walk close to the greenery. Who knows what mutated creatures may lie within? We head straight for the community entrance. We will take down the zombies one by one. Each strike must be lethal. Beyond 5 meters, beginner zombies' vision is far inferior to their hearing. Ding Dolly whispered to Chen Na. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, he charged forward, swiftly reaching the nearest 2 zombies, swinging his rod and smashing one zombie's head as easily as if it were a ripe watermelon. Chen Na, not to be outdone, followed closely, mirroring his actions. In an instant, she executed a clean and precise headshot. With her current strength, Chen Na found it effortless to eliminate beginner zombies. Each strike was fatal. Watching the fallen zombies and the scattered remains, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she paid no heed to the blood splattered on her, kneeling amidst the debris to retrieve a crystal core, presenting the blood-stained crystal core with exhilaration, as if seeking praise. Ding Dolly was momentarily stunned, his heart racing like a trapped rabbit. Goodness, why is she so thrilled? If I hadn't personally verified her femininity, I'd suspect she was a superhuman. These details were among the system's informative features. However, aside from the skills and resources Ding Dolly personally acquired from his kills, nothing dropped for his companions except for crystal cores. For instance, the zombie Ding Dolly had slain yielded only a box of ultra-thin umbrellas, while Chen Na's kill produced nothing but the crystal core. No, this is another one of my abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Dolly took the lead and charged towards another nearby zombie, with Chen Na closely following, her heart racing with excitement. Truly, he is my man, to possess 2 extraordinary abilities. Little did she know that Ding Dolly harbored more than just these 2 powers. Their strength far surpassed that of the novice zombies, and they reached the entrance of the community without attracting any attention. Out of a total of 28 zombies, Ding Dolly had only dispatched 10. Do not ask why. The answer lies in Chen Na's exuberant enthusiasm, akin to a child on a sugar rush, which only intensified with each zombie's head that was blown apart. This left Ding Dolly increasingly suspicious about the mental state of the first woman he had chosen. From the 28 zombies, they harvested 28 primary crystal cores, various supplies, and 2 skills, lock-picking expert and electric bicycle proficiency. unlike the skills he had previously acquired, which were all at the mastery level. This lock-picking skill was classified as expert. It seemed a thief had taken advantage of the night to commit crimes in the community, leaving behind remnants. Such an old community frequently attracted thieves. As for the electric bicycle proficiency, Ding Dolly had obtained it from a delivery man he had seen around the community, whose cycling skills were indeed exceptional. Thus, he resolutely chose to forego the other skill and learn lock-picking expert instead. Chapter 17. To sweep the moment they stepped out of the community gate, a security guard in the booth appeared as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, incessantly jumping and waving at them. However, Ding Dolly ignored him, signaling Chun Na to do the same, and then darted towards their destination like an arrow released from a bow. About 20 meters to the right of the community gate lay a parking lot. Passing through the parking lot, the farmer's market stood like a colossal treasure chest, quietly awaiting their arrival. To the left, around 200 meters away, there was an intersection, with Lianhua Supermarket at one corner and 3 distinct communities at the others. In contrast, the area surrounding the farmer's market was largely vacant. With the apocalypse having descended and the stillness of midnight enveloping everything, it was evident that the market's doors were tightly shut, devoid of any human presence. Before long, the duo reached the parking lot, which was eerily silent. Not a single zombie lurked there, and the few vehicles present seemed forgotten by the world. Swiftly crossing the parking lot, they encountered an iron gate barring their way, leading to the farmer's market. Yet this gate was locked at night, and Ding Dolly, utilizing his newly acquired lock-picking skill, effortlessly opened it. The farmer's market was a vast indoor space that closed promptly at 8 in the evening, forcing merchants and consumers to vacate. The roll-up doors at both ends were secured by a security room on each side. In the security room they entered, only one zombie remained amidst the chaos, its form barely recognizable as it had been gnawed upon, suggesting that 2 guards had been on duty. One had transformed into a zombie, while the other had been devoured. Ding Dolly mercilessly crushed the zombie's skull before approaching the massive roll-up door, preparing to pry it open. However, China suddenly interrupted him, softly inquiring, "Darling, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious?" "I'm unlocking the roll-up door," Ding Dolly replied, slightly embarrassed. Why not use the key to open the roll-up door? Having just acquired the lock-picking expert skill, he was a bit overconfident and had completely overlooked this detail, leading to an awkward cough. "Ahem, well, I just wanted to see how sturdy this door is." As he pushed aside the somewhat aged roll-up door, he found an array of goods inside. Yet not a single zombie or human was in sight. The farmer's market was meticulously divided into 3 sections. On either side were a series of partitioned rooms resembling a beehive, stocked with rice, flour, oil, various meats, seafood, and beverages. The middle area consisted of stalls made of wooden planks, primarily selling fruits, vegetables, and dry goods. This closed-off market was a veritable treasure trove of supplies. Let us begin by collecting resources from the stalls in the center. We must not be complacent, Ding Dolly declared, opening an invisible portal to gather all the fruits and vegetables within. This spatial portal was a remarkable ability acquired after absorbing Tang Bing Bing's spatial powers. By skillfully manipulating the size and position of the portal, he could draw any object it touched into his space. This not only facilitated the collection of large quantities of supplies, but also served as a defense against ranged attacks. The bullets fired by the assassin Wen Chong had been absorbed through this extraordinary portal. Objects entering the space retained their original state, including any kinetic energy they possessed. With a mere thought, Ding Dolly could release the bullets at the same velocity they had when absorbed. While Ding Dolly busied himself with resource collection, Chen Na stood guard, simultaneously picking up any overlooked items and tossing them to him as if in a game, just as they were engrossed in their task. At the far end of the farmer's market, 2 men in security uniforms sat on the floor, heartily devouring braised meat and drinking beer. What a stroke of bad luck. If I hadn't reacted quickly last night and pulled you through the roll-up door, we'd probably be monster droppings in that fog right now. I wonder if our 2 brothers on the other side are alive or dead. The other guard, smaller in stature and with a squint in one eye, had taken the job out of desperation. His resemblance to a rat earned him the nickname Rat. Known for his clever ideas, he had a scheme brewing in his mind. "Wuga, if it weren't for you, I would have been devoured by that thing last night. I saw on my phone that they call those monster zombies, and it seems like they're everywhere. The world is in chaos. We need to plan ahead. Oh, what brilliant idea do you have? Please enlighten me. Wu Tian, the burly guard, took a bite of meat, regarding Rat with curiosity. Fortunately, we have this farmer's market. So much food. It's enough for us to survive. But just the two of us cannot hold this place. We can open the other roll-up door and check on the other two brothers, if they're still alive. The four of us, along with 4 electric batons and this abundance of supplies, should be able to recruit a group from the nearby communities. Then, when we have people and resources, we can do as we please. Rat's eyes sparkled with ambition, as if he could already envision a future where he wielded great power. Wu Tian, a man of considerable size, had a history of violence and had spent a few years behind bars after causing trouble. Upon his release, he had struggled to find work until he was introduced to this security position at the farmer's market. Yet, he could not remain idle and often clashed with other guards. Fortunately, his imposing physique and fighting experience kept him in line. Before long, all the security personnel in the market had become his subordinates. Hearing Rat's words ignited a fire within Wu Tian. Years of seeking power through violence had made him yearn to become a local kingpin. However, the constraints of a harmonious society had stifled his ambitions. Now that the world had descended into chaos, his restless spirit could no longer be contained, and his dreams of becoming a powerful figure were rekindled. Clutching the electric baton in his hand, he brimmed with determination, patting Rat on the shoulder while inadvertently wiping his greasy hands on him. Rat, our opportunity has come. You have a sharp mind. From now on, you shall be my strategist. Together, we shall rise as formidable leaders in this chaotic world. Let us go. We'll check on the other two brothers right now. Hot. Unable to believe his eyes, rubbed them to confirm that the supplies had indeed vanished into thin air. This astonishing scene compelled him to exclaim, "Holy smokes! Wuga! Someone is stealing our supplies." His shout drew the attention of both parties. Wu Tian glanced at the opened roll-up door, his brow furrowed, already suspecting that the other two security brothers were likely doomed. He spoke in a low voice to the Rat. The other two brothers are probably gone. They've either turned into monsters or have been devoured by them. There's no way they would allow these two to enter. Let us go. We must confront this brat who dares to take our belongings. No matter how he managed to snatch them away, we'll beat him until he spits them out. Meanwhile, Ding Dali and Chun Na paused their supply acquisition and stood still, watching as the two security guards, one stout and one thin, approached them. The stocky one brandished a stick, appearing menacing and wild. Ding Dali couldn't help but think, damn, that skinny one looks even more ferocious. He's so arrogant, he doesn't even bother to look at us. Chapter 18. Is the electric baton really that powerful? Which fool dares to come here to steal? Wu Tian stormed forward, shouting angrily. Years of street fighting had taught him that one must first dominate the opponent with sheer presence. As he drew closer and caught sight of Chun Na's striking features, he paused for 2 seconds, involuntarily swallowing hard, thinking how stunning she was. In contrast, the young man beside her seemed rather ordinary, not nearly as attractive. He appeared to lack any formidable prowess, prompting Wu Tian to entertain certain thoughts. Kid, I don't care how you managed to get those supplies. If you don't want to die, hand them over and leave the woman behind. You can go, and I won't hold it against you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Exactly. Look at the difference in physique between you and our brother Wu. You're no match for us. Be wise and leave the supplies and the woman. Then scram. The Rat chimed in, trying to assert dominance while casting furtive glances at Chun Na. Ding Dali remained expressionless, his icy gaze fixed on the two before him. When he noticed their lack of reaction, Wu Tian assumed he wanted to stay and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. If you don't want to leave, I can take you in as my little brother. But you must hand over the woman. Consider it your initiation. Exactly. You look so ordinary. Not even close to my level of attractiveness. How dare you cling to such a beautiful woman? If you want to join us, hand her over. And I promise you a life of luxury and other women. Ding Dali and Chun Na exchanged glances, both sensing the same thought. These two must be fools. Ding Dali's anger simmered. The scrawny one, who didn't even deign to look at others, had the audacity to claim superiority in looks. He turned to the security guards, mockingly raising his voice. It seems you don't quite grasp my meaning. I will not leave nor will I join you. And I certainly won to surrender my woman. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's fury ignited. He swung the electric baton in his hand, his expression fierce as his eyes locked onto Ding Dali. Kid, you dare to play games with me? If you want to collect supplies under my nose, you'd better ask my baton whether it agrees. With that, he pressed the switch, and the baton crackled with electricity, swinging it towards Ding Dali's head. Years of experience in street brawls had taught him that a swift and brutal attack would often subdue opponents in one blow. The rat alongside him boasted, making the baton crackle ominously. In Ding Dali's eyes, the incoming baton appeared to move in slow motion. He effortlessly sidestepped it, regarding the burly man before him as if he were a fool. Wu Tian felt a shiver run down his spine, and judging by the opponent's reaction and agility, he seemed to be a skilled fighter as well. Yet, having initiated the attack, he could not relent. He persisted, attacking until his opponent was subdued. A lesson learned from years of being a thug. Ding Dali retreated a few steps to evade the assault. Even if such strikes landed, they would not harm him. Wu Tian continued his relentless barrage, yet no matter how he swung, he could not connect. As Ding Dali retreated, Wu Tian advanced, ultimately positioning himself beside Chen Na. Seeing his attack on Ding Dali fail, Wu Tian's gaze shifted to the stunning beauty beside him. He thought, this is within my grasp. This slippery kid is like an eel, impossible to catch. But if I seize his woman, he will undoubtedly comply. With this thought, he lunged towards Chen Na. Ding Dali had anticipated this move, having intended to toy with the fool a bit longer. However, seeing Wu Tian so eager to seek his own demise, he acted without hesitation. In an instant, as Wu Tian turned, Ding Dali swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch to Wu Tian's chest. Initially, he underestimated his opponent, thinking the lanky figure could only rely on agility and not strength. Thus, even as Wu Tian saw Ding Dali appearing before him, he made no attempt to defend himself, thinking, with that skinny frame, what harm can you inflict? Seizing the beautiful woman is what matters. Yet the moment Ding Dali's fist connected with his chest, regret flooded Wu Tian's mind. He thought of his mother, his first love, and even the widow next door, replaying the prison regulations in his head. However, regret was futile. The sickening sound of breaking bones accompanied Wu Tian's agonized wail as he was sent flying several meters, crashing into a stall, splintering wood and scattering vegetables everywhere. Silence enveloped the air, broken only by the sound of Ding Dali's footsteps as he approached. Wu Tian lay there, his chest caved in, blood frothing from his mouth, yet he was not dead, still gasping for breath. Upon realizing someone stood before him, Wu Tian laboriously lifted his eyelids, his trembling lips spitting blood as he managed to utter, Don't kill me. I detest it when others touch my things. Why must you provoke me? Wouldn't it be better to live peacefully? Ding Dali glanced at the electric baton lying on the ground, scoffing in disdain. Oomph, is that baton really impressive? Have you ever been struck by true lightning? With that, Ding Dali slowly raised his hand, a spark of electricity dancing at his fingertips. And in an instant, a lightning orb the size of a soccer ball materialized. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, the orb transformed into an electrical serpent, striking directly at Wu Tian's head. The lightning expanded in Wu Tian's vision. Before he could react, it flashed by. Where his head had been, there was now only charred remains, not even a drop of blood left, reduced to ash. After this, Ding Dali instinctively drew a knife from his space and proceeded to dismember Wu Tian. Damn it, why do I feel an uncontrollable urge to shred something? Ding Dali mused to himself. Thud! The rat, witnessing Wu Tian's transformation into a charred corpse, fell to his knees in terror. This person not only killed, but also dismembered. He felt he had encountered a true psychopath. He tossed aside the electric baton, sobbing and pleading, brother, I submit. It was all him, that damned Wu Tian. He was blinded by greed, wanting to possess your woman. He deserved to die. Brother, I truly submit. Please spare me. You submit? Your eyes don't look like someone who is truly submissive. Upon hearing this, the rat jolted, nearly wetting himself, howling, Brother, it's just a squint. It's a condition. I'm not defiant at all. I ask you, aside from you two, are there any others in this market? And no, it's just the four of us on duty tonight. It's just me and Wu Tian here. The rat wiped his face of tears and snot, trembling as he bowed again. Brother, it was truly Wu Tian's idea to trouble you. I had nothing to do with it. Please let me go. Just let me be like a mouse. I can let you go, but defeat her, and you may leave, lose, and you die, Ding Dali said, pointing mockingly at Chen Na. Upon hearing these words, the rat was momentarily taken aback, clearly struggling to believe what he had just heard. With a hint of skepticism, he inquired, "Are you saying that defeating her would allow me to leave?" Ding Dali nodded in affirmation. At this, the rat's spirits were instantly lifted. In his eyes, Ding Dali was merely a pretentious individual with peculiar abilities who underestimated him due to his own strength. Despite his slender frame, he was still a man, and taking on a beautiful girl seemed like an effortless task. The thought of engaging in such a contest and having the opportunity to be in close proximity to a beauty filled him with exhilaration. The more he contemplated, the more his enthusiasm grew. He turned to glance at Chen Na. What he saw left him dumbfounded. The woman across from him appeared even more excited than he was. She even tossed aside the iron rod in her hand and began cracking her knuckles. Was she really intending to fight me barehanded? He couldn't help but think that she was a lunatic. However, he did not hesitate to act. Remembering Wu Tian's teachings about taking the initiative in a brawl, he raised his electric baton and swung it towards Chen Na. The electric baton crackled with energy as it approached her, the distance too short for an ordinary person to evade. Yet, for Chen Na, a level 1 awakener, the rat's movements were akin to slow motion. She stepped forward, bending slightly, and effortlessly seized the baton by its middle. It was only at this moment that the rat realized how naive he had been. How could he expect to encounter anything normal while dealing with a madwoman? But the realization came too late. Chen Na offered him no chance to react, swiftly twisting his neck with a decisive motion. She then clapped her hands and raised an eyebrow at Ding Dali. With someone like him, even before my awakening, I could subdue him with ease. You must want to test my abilities by pitting him against me, am I right? Let me guess. You wish to see if I can be ruthless? With that, she playfully delivered a punch to Ding Dali's chest, then leaned into him, feigning indignation. Do not subject me to such tests in the future. You must understand, in this world, I am far more exhilarated than you. I have been anticipating this for a long time. I am acutely aware that the law has become utterly meaningless in my eyes. The previous laws were mere illusions for some. Yet, this moment is drastically different. While some may become increasingly brazen, I now have the freedom to act against anyone I deem undesirable, without hesitation. I have long awaited this day. The woman nestled in Ding Dali's embrace was bursting with excitement, leaving him momentarily stunned, unable to respond. Why had she adapted so quickly? Was it possible that he had unwittingly encountered a psychological deviant? However, answers soon emerged. Let me share a story with you. A few years ago, I handled a case involving a 15-year-old girl whose parents reported her missing after she failed to return home from school one morning. After 2 days of searching, the police found her body in an abandoned park near the school. When I received the order to investigate, I could hardly fathom the horror she had endured in life. To put it bluntly, her body was riddled with scars, with not a single patch of unblemished skin remaining. Forensic examination confirmed that she had been gang raped and subsequently tortured to death. Her parents were inconsolable, pleading with me to bring the perpetrators to justice. I vowed to them that I would ensure their daughter received the justice she deserved. The case was straightforward. There were witnesses and we extracted evidence from the corpse. The culprits were quickly identified, a privileged youth from the same school, accompanied by a group of delinquents. I personally apprehended the privileged boy while he was in a hotel room, inebriated and in the company of another girl. I thought the case was solved. We had witnesses and ample evidence. Justice would be served. However, Chen Na sighed, shaking her head in resignation. But the outcome was far from what I had anticipated. The witnesses and evidence all mysteriously vanished. The blame was shifted onto an innocent party, while the privileged youth was released without consequence. I found it hard to believe, and my colleagues were equally incredulous. The girl's parents were in utter despair, demanding answers from me. To make matters worse, that very privileged youth approached me, arrogantly proclaiming that he had been responsible for her death. What could I do? I was powerless to act against him. Standing there outside the courthouse, I was filled with 1,000 urges to end his life, to silence his arrogance. Yet, The constraints of the law prevented me from doing so. In that moment, the concept of judicial fairness felt like a cruel joke. It was then that I realized the law exists solely to restrain the common man. I wished fervently for a world without such constraints, where I could seek vengeance for that girl and restore justice. I even prayed for the apocalypse to descend upon us, so that anyone who dared to act so brazenly in my presence would face my wrath. Little did I expect that the end of the world would indeed come. Is this not a dream come true? Ding Dolly, a man of humble origins, had long been acquainted with the sufferings of humanity. He had always known that true fairness was an unattainable ideal in this world. A righteous person with a fiery temperament struggles to accept such darkness. Yet he had not anticipated that the former Chun Na might have become an underground enforcer. He gently patted Chun Na's back and softly inquired, "What happened next? Did that privileged youth cause you any trouble?" "Enough of that. Don't dwell on the past. In this world, that privileged youth is likely dead. Even if he is not, should we cross paths in the future, I will ensure his demise." Chun Na's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination as she coldly replied, "No need for your assistance. If he truly is alive and I encounter him, I will ensure he suffers." She asserted, "So, refrain from subjecting me to such trivial tests in the future. I have longed for this unrestrained existence for what feels like an eternity. From now on, anyone who dares to act superior in our presence shall face my wrath. Merely breaking necks is insufficient." Ding Dolly interjected suddenly, raising his hand. A flash of lightning struck the rat's lifeless body, instantly charred its head to a crisp. He then kissed Chun Na on the cheek and added with a smile, "A small survival tip for the apocalypse. Remember, to utterly eliminate a person, one must destroy their head. There are countless unusual abilities that can allow a person to return. And even if they do not revive, as long as their brain remains intact, they could rise as a zombie." Seeing Ding Dolly demonstrate his lightning abilities, Chun Na's spirits lifted once more, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Darling, is this also your ability? How many powers do you possess?" "Currently, just 3, he replied. "Can everyone have multiple abilities?" She inquired. "Not necessarily. Most individuals possess only one. However, I suspect there may be others like me with multiple abilities, for the world is vast and full of wonders. Come on, darling. We need to gather supplies quickly. Once we're done, we must head out," Chun Na urged, her urgency apparent. Ding Dolly was puzzled by her sudden enthusiasm. "Why the haste to leave? I cannot afford to lag behind you. Hurry, we must gather supplies. I want to go out and take down zombies. I need to enhance my strength. Should we head to the Lianhua supermarket now?" Chun Na asked, looking around the empty marketplace with satisfaction. Upon inspecting the space, there was still room for more. They had to go. Chapter 20. Supermarket survivors stepping out of the farmer's market and passing through the rustic gate, they encountered several aimlessly wandering zombies in the parking lot. Without hesitation, the two swiftly dispatched them with their makeshift weapons. The zombies on the street remained sparse, scattered in small groups. For 2 first-tier awakeners, the path ahead was effortlessly cleared. As they passed the entrance of a residential complex, the security guard in the booth caught sight of them. Through the window, the guard waved his hand like a windshield wiper, but refrained from uttering a sound, fearing it might attract the zombies. Ding Dolly cast a fleeting glance and then ignored him entirely. The zombies outside had already been mostly cleared by the duo, and this man, too afraid to step outside and only waving from within, was hardly worthy of attention or sympathy. The two continued purposefully towards the supermarket. This supermarket, though modest in size, was a 2-story building with the supermarket on the first floor and an internet CAF on the second. Despite its small stature, it stood as a landmark at the intersection, frequented by those residing in nearby complexes who found the farmer's market too inconvenient. Such small supermarkets were abundant in the city, distinct from the makeshift stores converted from residential homes. As this chain's supermarket boasted a comprehensive array of goods. Aside from the farmer's market, this Lianhua supermarket offered the most diverse selection of supplies. Although Ding Dolly could acquire resources by slaying zombies or looting others, the current scarcity of zombies on the first day presented an exceptional opportunity for gathering supplies. With such a treasure trove of resources in front of them, failing to seize it would be sheer folly. Ding Dolly skillfully unlocked the supermarket's roller shutter, and as the door lifted, A group of people stood eerily still behind the glass door, their eyes fixated on him, startling him considerably. He had anticipated only 1 or 2 individuals on night duty, but was taken aback by the sheer number present. The supermarket patrons scrutinized the duo outside, noting their blood-stained clothes and makeshift weapons, resembling vengeful spirits from hell, radiating a palpable aura of menace. A glance behind them revealed several lifeless zombies sprawled on the ground, evidently the handiwork of these two. What were they doing? They are formidable, having slain so many zombies. Could they be here to rescue us? It seems unlikely. If it were an official rescue, surely there would be more than just 2. Perhaps not. We're not significant figures, and having any rescue is better than none. The crowd murmured among themselves until a middle-aged man stepped forward, whom Ding Dolly recognized as the supermarket owner. The man raised his hands to silence the chatter, cautioning against drawing the undead closer. Afterward, he produced a key, unlocked the chain on the glass door, and ushered Ding Dolly and his companion inside. Once inside, the owner quickly secured the door and peered outside, relieved to see no living zombies remaining. Ding Dolly surveyed the supermarket, noting 8 individuals standing around. Nearby, beneath a shelf promoting milk, lay 3 zombie corpses alongside a blood-stained fire extinguisher. Did you 3 kill those zombies? Ding Dolly inquired. Not us, young brother. I must ask, are you here for rescue? You mean there are others here? Last night, there were 13 of us. 3 employees turned into zombies, and while 2 attempted to handle them, 1 was devoured, and the other managed to kill the zombie, but was bitten. Fearing the bite would transform him, we bound him up, as depicted in zombie films. Ding Dolly regarded the supermarket owner with suspicion. So, with so many of you, only 2 ventured out to confront the zombies? The owner hesitated, his gaze evasive, about to respond when a heavily made-up woman stepped forward, hands on her hips, her high heels clicking on the floor. She scrutinized Chana, rolling her eyes dismissively before raising her voice. The owner discreetly tugged at the flamboyant woman's sleeve, gesturing towards Ding Dolly's weapon, signaling her to remain silent. However, this action ignited her fury, and she pointed a finger at the owner's nose, berating him. A resounding slap echoed as the owner, Wang Defa, struck her face, causing it to swell instantly. Xiaoya, mind your words. There are outsiders present. I will not stoop to your level. Do not overstep your bounds. Wang Defa, how dare you? Are you coveting this little vixen beside him? And you still hesitate to cast out that wretched girl who was bitten? I knew you could never change. Before she could finish, another slap silenced her, this time from Chen Na, who struck without holding back. The woman, Xiaoya, continued to rant, but her words turned to silence as her head spun from the blow, collapsing to the ground. The crowd recoiled in terror, 2 female cashiers collapsing in shock, exclaiming, "Someone's been murdered." Chen Na remained stoic, observing the frightened crowd with an icy demeanor, and with a flick of her hand, conjured a fireball that soared like a meteor toward Xiaoya's corpse, igniting it instantly as if it were kindling. Having no grievances in the past and encountering hostility upon first meeting, the outcome was indeed deserved. Under Chen Na's piercing gaze, the supermarket patrons, already paralyzed with fear, were further immobilized by the bizarre spectacle of her summoning fire. They stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. Wang Defa, witnessing the murder of his lover, felt his rage surge like a volcano, yet recognizing the extraordinary nature of the 2 before him, the very embodiment of hellish specters, he understood they were not adversaries he could confront. He suppressed his fury and approached Ding Dolly and his companion, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. That woman was insufferable. I've long held disdain for her. Her demise is well-deserved. However, may I inquire what brings you esteemed individuals to my humble supermarket? Gathering supplies. Kindly allow us to be on our way. Ding Dolly replied, his impatience evident. Wang Defa's displeasure flickered momentarily, yet he maintained a congenial smile, resembling a benevolent figure. He retreated a few steps like a submissive servant, gesturing for his employees to follow him. They, heads bowed like wilted flowers, trailed behind him into a room secured with a safety door in the corner of the supermarket. Chapter 21. The bitten woman. As the supermarket patrons followed their boss, one after another, into the so-called office, they hurried, anxious not to be left behind. Ding Dali let out a cold laugh, ignoring them as he leisurely wandered around the supermarket. To his astonishment, he discovered that the vast majority of the shelves were stocked with daily necessities. The shelves containing food and water had been completely ransacked, leaving little behind. Only a few scattered bags of puffed snacks lay on the ground. Gazing at the barren shelves, Chen-Na questioned with a puzzled expression. Has the supermarket not restocked yet? Why are so many shelves empty? How could it be that only the food and water shelves have been stripped bare? Do you really think the supermarket owner is so benevolent as to allow us to take what we please? There must be some hidden agenda at play here. Let's investigate further. As they took a few steps along the shelves, two faint coughs suddenly echoed in the quiet supermarket. The sound was extremely subtle, yet was unmistakably clear in the stillness. Be cautious. Someone is here. Ding Dali whispered urgently, his expression grave, before darting towards the source of the sound like an arrow released from a bow. The noise had originated near a glass enclosure beside the supermarket entrance. Ding Dali was familiar with this supermarket. To one side of the entrance were stalls selling snacks, crepes, grilled sausages, candied hawthorn, while the other side housed a glass room filled with children's ride-on toys and claw machines. Having only glanced casually at the glass room without noticing anyone inside, Ding Dali and Chen-Na entered the supermarket. Not far from a corpse, a woman sat on the ground, her body entwined with a claw machine. A portion of flesh was missing from her arm, leaving behind distinct bite marks. The skin around the marks had turned a ghastly gray, with veins visibly spreading from a wound. Upon hearing footsteps, the woman slowly lifted her head, her pale face glistening with sweat. Her once neat ponytail had become disheveled, with strands of hair clinging to her face, droplets of sweat trickling down. Her delicate features, juxtaposed with her weakened state, evoked the image of a sickly yet charming girl next door. Despite her neighborly appearance, her figure was strikingly curvaceous. The ropes binding her were tied with remarkable skill, accentuating her figure just right. However, Ding Dali's gaze lingered only briefly. It was not that he was uninterested, but rather that the moment he beheld her face, his heart surged with tumultuous emotions, memories flooding back with overwhelming intensity. This face had left an indelible mark in the depths of his memory. It was known that before Ding Dali's rebirth in the apocalypse, there were numerous formidable factions and teams, and many individuals of great renown. Yet those individuals were all affiliated with some power or group. True lone wolves were rare, for surviving alone in that brutal world was nearly impossible. However, there existed such a lone wolf who not only thrived independently, but whose strength was unfathomable. Even before Ding Dali's demise, this person was already well known. No one knew what her awakened ability was, only that she could eliminate any adversary with ghostly stealth. Her rise to fame came after 3 leaders of powerful survivor groups offended her. Overnight, those 3 leaders met inexplicable deaths in their own rooms, their loyal subordinates perishing alongside them. The loss of the 3 bases was akin to obliterating them entirely in the apocalypse. From that point on, her name soared to prominence, and no one dared to provoke her lightly. Such a person, who appeared and vanished like a wisp of smoke, striking decisively and ruthlessly, bore the innocent visage of a girl next door, along with a name imbued with poetic grace, Yi Zhiqiu. In his past life, Ding Dali had engaged in multiple exchanges of goods with Yi Zhiqiu, a common practice among the powerful in the apocalypse. Thus, he held an unforgettable impression of her. Little did he expect that at the onset of the apocalypse, Yi Zhiqiu would be so close to him. Ding! Suitable target detected. Brother, swiftly pursue. Gather information on the target. Name, Yi Zhiqiu. Rating, 90 human female strength, 4 speed, 9 stamina, 5 mentality, 5 ability. Awaiting awakening, Ding Dali couldn't help but admire her high foundational physical qualities, especially her speed, which was nearly at the level of an awakened individual. Ding! Warning. Target is undergoing zombification. If you don't wish to acquire the title of Zombie Knight, take action swiftly. Wait, Yi Zhiqiu is about to become a zombie. Yet why did she awaken in her past life? Ding Dali glanced at the decaying head on the ground, suddenly enlightened. Something must have occurred in the past that shattered the decayed head, revealing the core inside. Once Yi Zhiqiu saw the core, she would undoubtedly be compelled to consume it. Help me. Kill those people. I can offer you a truckload of supplies. Yi Ziyu, though weak, spoke through gritted teeth at the mention of vengeance. Oh, you want me to eliminate them? A truckload of supplies isn't enough. What can you offer me? I am willing to do anything as long as you help me kill them. Very simple. Become my woman, and I shall assist you. Upon hearing this, Yi Ziyu let out a wry laugh. Humph. I can sense that I am about to turn into one of those flesh-eating creatures. Others would avoid me. And you want me to be your woman? Aren't you afraid of me being a zombie? Regardless of what you are, just answer me. Will you or won't you? Ding Dolly felt a twinge of urgency, thinking, hurry up and agree. I need to feed you the core. If you truly become a zombie, it will be disastrous. However, Yi Ziyu, misinterpreting his words as assurance of acceptance, felt a flicker of emotion stir within her and nodded. Help me kill them. I will be your woman. Deal. Rest assured, as long as you are mine, I will prevent your zombification. Moreover, I will allow you to take revenge yourself. Upon hearing that she could avoid zombification and even exact revenge, a glimmer of vitality returned to Yi Ziyu's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded vigorously again. All right, it's a deal. Ding Dolly was elated, thrilled to have such a powerful woman and ally by his side. As for whether she would renege later, Ding Dolly knew from his past life that she was a woman of her word and likely would not back down. Even if she did, he had ways to ensure her compliance. Hurry. I feel as if I'm about to collapse. Yi Ziyu suddenly coughed up blood, crying out in agony. Damn it, this is bad. Without hesitation, Ding Dolly crushed the nearby decaying head underfoot, retrieved the core, and shoved it into Yi Ziyu's mouth, speaking in a low voice. Ignore everything else. Feel the energy flow throughout your body. It may hurt, but you must endure. As long as one became a primary awakened being, they would be immune to the bites of initial stage zombies, and similarly, first stage awakened beings could withstand the bites of first stage zombies. Hearing Ding Dolly's words, Yi Ziyu gritted her teeth and endured the pain of evolution, making not a sound. Once the core was digested, Yi Ziyu successfully evolved. But zombification did not cease. It merely slowed considerably, indicating that one core's energy was insufficient. Ding Dolly swiftly retrieved several primary cores from his space, feeding them to Yi Ziyu one after another. He only stopped when her face twisted in pain again. The process of this evolution was swift. Yi Ziyu did not suffer for long, and her pallid complexion regained color, her once listless spirit now brimming with vitality. Feeling the surge of power within her body, Yi Ziyu exerted herself, and the ropes binding her snapped instantaneously. Chapter 22. The Uncertain Ghost. Yi Ziyu scanning the opponent's data. Name, Yi Ziyu rating. 92 human female initial awakener strength, 50 speed, 65 stamina, 50 mentality, 55 ability, invisibility ability. No wonder no one witnessed her employing her powers in the previous life. This ability, combined with attributes comparable to an awakened speedster, indeed allows for silent killings. Although her invisibility rating is modest, paired with sufficient speed, it becomes somewhat monstrous. An impressive score of 92. Her rating has risen since her awakening. Wait, why is there no rating for Chen-Na's data now? Brother, those already conquered are not rated. How ruthless. Thank you for saving me. I am Yi Ziyu. Rest assured, once I eliminate those scoundrels, I shall fulfill my promise to you. Yi Ziyu's declaration interrupted Ding Dolly's conversation with the system. He leisurely retrieved a large bucket of bottled water collected from the market and placed it on the ground. Let's not rush to kill. Clean yourself up first. Then familiarize yourself with your strength and invisibility. We'll find you some clothes to wear. After speaking, he pulled Chen-Na out of the partition, leaving Yi Ziyu stunned in place, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Ding Dolly and Chen-Na were unaware of Yi Ziyu's inner turmoil as they entered a corner of the supermarket, which contained lingerie and nightwear, the only section in the entire store where they could find clothes. As Ding Dolly rummaged through the items, he occasionally glanced at Chen-Na, recalling how he had just made another woman his own in her presence. Noticing her hesitance, Ding Dolly inquired, "What is it? Speak your mind. Is this Yi Ziyu also a woman from your previous life?" "Not exactly." "Then why did you say for her to be your woman?" Chen-Na's tone carried a hint of displeasure. "Though Yi Ziyu was not my woman in my previous life, She was an exceptionally powerful lone wolf. Those who crossed her met with silent demise. Do you know what people called her back then? Chen-na shook her head, prompting Ding Dali to continue. The uncertain ghost. Yi Zhiqiu, like the messengers of death, claimed lives without a sound. Her strength is evident. We must recruit such a formidable ally. Only by making her my woman can I ensure her unwavering loyalty. Why must she be your woman to guarantee loyalty? Ding Dali playfully slept Chen Nai's ear, grinning. Don't you already know? At his words, Chen Na's face flushed crimson, her legs trembling as she struggled to maintain her balance, leading her to pinch Ding Dali's waist in annoyance. You are insufferable. Knowing you have other women, one more makes no difference, especially if she is a capable ally. But remember, I am the head wife, no matter how many others come. Of course, you are the principal wife. Should anyone else disobey, you are free to discipline them without regard for my feelings. Seeing Ding Dali's audacious demeanor, Chen Na felt an uncontrollable urge to hit him, but she realized she could not overpower him, neither by day nor by night. Resigned, she selected some lingerie and handed it to Ding Dali. Here, this should fit Yi Zhiqiu. Find her a nightgown to wear on top. Ding Dali paused momentarily, accepting the lingerie and inspecting it before flatteringly stating, "The head wife is truly remarkable. You can discern a sister's measurements at a glance. Stop your antics. Tell me, in your previous life, who was stronger, you or Yi Zhiqiu?" Ding Dali gathered a nightgown along with the lingerie, placing them into a bag. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "Actually, I knew Yi Zhiqiu in my past life, though we were not particularly close. However, it is my estimation that I was not her match at that time." "Oh, she is that formidable? Can she submit to you?" "Rest assured, with my current strength, I am undoubtedly superior to her." Upon hearing this, Chen Na's face turned beet red, and after a brief pause, she pinched Ding Dali again. Glancing sideways, she mockingly remarked, "Oh dear, husband, are you turning into a corpse? Why are you bleeding from your nose? What nonsense. It's just heat. Heat." Ding Dali, quick to respond, handed her the bag containing the clothes. "These are the only garments in the supermarket. Make do with them." Yi Zhiqiu accepted the bag without hesitation and began to change. She did not shy away, revealing a glimpse of her beauty that made Ding Dali swallow hard. Clearing his throat, he attempted to shift the focus. "Ahem, my name is Ding Dali, and this is my head wife, Chen Na. Could you enlighten us about your grievances with the people in the supermarket? Why do you seek to eliminate them?" Dressed neatly, Yi Zhiqiu, youthful and vibrant even in nightwear, hesitated to respond, feeling perplexed about how Ding Dali had the audacity to declare her as his woman in front of his wife. However, seeing Chen Na's lack of resistance alleviated her anxiety. The dismembered corpse lay neatly arranged in a corner, a stark reminder of her loss. When Ding Dali inquired about the supermarket, Yi Zhiqiu's gaze drifted sorrowfully to the corpse, tears welling in her eyes. "That is my father's body. We were delivering goods to this supermarket last night when an unfortunate incident trapped us here. Each time we came to deliver, my father and I drove separate trucks, one laden with rice, flour, oil, vegetables, and fruits, while the other carried various fast foods. When we arrived last night, the supermarket employees were present, and, as usual, we would unload in less than an hour. Yet, after unloading half the truck of fast food, the owner, Wang Defa, handed me a bottle of water and exchanged a few words, which prompted a quarrel with his mistress." Yi Zhiqiu pointed to the charred remains outside the supermarket. "That woman you killed was the one who wouldn't relent, arguing with Wang Defa while also accusing me of seducing him. She even attempted to grab my hair. If not for my father intervening, she would have attacked me." The commotion persisted for quite some time, with people either trying to mediate or merely watching, completely neglecting the unloading. Now that I reflect on it, we were fortunate it was late and there were no passers-by. Otherwise, the uproar could have attracted a horde of onlookers, and when they turned into zombies, the consequences would have been dire. The disturbance caused by Wang Defa's mistress delayed us until deep into the night, when an eerie fog suddenly descended. Initially, everyone was curious, but soon, as the fog thickened like liquid falling from the sky, it became apparent that something was amiss, prompting us to cease our quarrel and retreat into the supermarket, locking the doors. At this point, Yi Zhiqiu paused, and, taking advantage of the lull, Ding Dali asked, "Are those two light trucks outside yours?" "Yes." One is filled with rice, flour, oil, and boxes of fruits and vegetables. The other truck has only half a load of fast food left, the rest being moved into the supermarket. I heard Wang Defa say you could take supplies at will. Don't listen to his nonsense. He.S. just pretending to be polite. All consumables have long been stashed away in that corner of the supermarket, in what he claims is his office. What he left behind are merely everyday necessities. Choptud yirmuch, yezikus ordalba. There is definitely something fishy. I knew the supermarket's edibles couldn't have vanished like locusts. Wang Defa is indeed full of lies. I should have roasted him just now. Chen Na spat in dissatisfaction, flames flickering to life in her hands. Ye Zihu, taken aback by the flames in Chen Na's hands, nodded in agreement, her cold smile revealing her teeth as she gritted. Humph. Wang Defa is not merely a deceitful liar. He is a treacherous serpent, hiding his venomous intentions behind a facade of smiles. He inhaled deeply as if to expel the fury simmering within him, then continued to narrate. No one had ever witnessed such a phenomenon. Living beings transforming into grotesque monsters in an instant. Fear drove the crowd to scatter throughout the supermarket like headless flies, seeking refuge behind shelves to evade the assault of the undead. Ultimately, they huddled together in a corner of the storeroom. After a long night, the zombies that had lingered at the entrance gradually dispersed. However, the ordeal had left everyone famished, their stomachs pressing against their backs. While the storeroom offered nothing but grains and no water, surely one could not subsist on raw flour and rice alone. Moreover, news from their phones indicated that the outside world was equally grim, with no sign of rescue in sight. Thus, someone proposed sending 2 individuals to procure food and water. But with 3 zombies lurking outside, who would dare venture forth? At that moment, Wang Defa's mistress concocted a scheme. She pointed at my father and me, declaring, "These 2 do not belong to our supermarket. I believe they should be the ones to go out for provisions." Her words garnered a fair share of agreement. I, of course, vehemently opposed. Why should we be the ones to face the zombies? Wang Defa, with a grin plastered across his face, approached my father, repeatedly addressing him as Brother Yi, and insisted that we had no choice but to endure the hardship of fetching food. Peering through the peephole and noting the absence of zombies nearby, my father reasoned that a brief excursion for supplies would pose little danger, and thus he acquiesced to their proposal. Little did I know that she aimed to lure the zombies toward us. I interjected, stating that we had already ventured out once and would not do so again. Upon hearing my words, Wang Defa's mistress cursed and attempted to grab my hair, only to be restrained by Wang Defa himself. He maintained his genial demeanor, asserting that since my father and I had already gone out once, it was unfair to send us again, suggesting instead that everyone vote on who should attract the zombies. At this juncture, Yi Jichio's gaze turned cold as she continued her tale, stating that it was supposedly for fairness. Yet, it was evident that they were a colluding faction, having premeditated our selection. The outcome was predictable. Apart from my father and me, everyone else voted for us. Frustrated, I sought to argue, but my father, fearful of the overwhelming numbers against us, restrained me, claiming that it was merely to divert the zombies' attention, and if they struck from behind at the right moment, all would be well. Yet my father overestimated their humanity. Once we emerged, we encountered a zombie in the dairy promotion section. My father gestured for me to remain still while he distracted the creature. Everything seemed to proceed smoothly, as the zombie remained fixated on my father, who beckoned for the others to join in and ambush the undead. However, none of them moved, standing idly at the entrance, mere spectators. Anxious at their inaction, I seized a fire extinguisher from the wall and struck the zombie, knocking it down. Yet, it merely flipped over and rose again. My father joined the fray, but no matter how many times we toppled the zombie, it persisted in rising. In that moment, I recalled that zombies had a weakness: their heads. I raised the fire extinguisher and struck the zombie's skull repeatedly until it ceased its thrashing. This particular zombie was finally subdued. However, the commotion attracted the attention of 2 more zombies, and after exhausting myself in battle, I failed to notice another zombie approaching from behind. Just as it was about to sink its teeth into my neck, my father intervened, shielding me from the creature's bite. Yet his arm was caught, and, in the struggle, we both fell to the ground, only for another zombie to pounce upon us. Thus, before my very eyes, my father was torn apart, while I too suffered a bite during the chaos. Ultimately, I managed to defeat the zombie, yet the onlookers from the storeroom merely stood behind the shelves, watching without intervening, indifferent to my cries for help. It was then that I realized they had no intention of assisting us. Once the zombies lay defeated, Wang Defa ordered everyone to move all edible and drinkable supplies into the storeroom, just in case. In the process, my father's severed head transformed into a corpse, leading them to speculate that anyone bitten would become a zombie. Consequently, they bound me within the storeroom. It was Wang Defa who tied me up, and when I questioned him about his betrayal after my father had saved him, he shamelessly retorted that it was preferable to sacrifice one of our own than an outsider. He further commented that if I hadn't been bitten, I could have enjoyed myself longer. Was it Wang Defa who bound you? That old rascal is quite adept at this. What do you mean by adept? Oh, it's nothing. Yi Zhiqiu recounted every detail of the events that unfolded within the supermarket to Ding Dali and Chen Na, while Wang Defa and his group hiding in the storeroom. We're not idle. Boss, are we truly going to allow those two to kill and loot? Questioned a staff member clad in the supermarket uniform. Wang Defa, seated amidst the group, wore a grim expression, a stark contrast to his usual jovial demeanor. That woman causes me endless trouble. If she dies, so be it. But to kill in my presence, such audacity. However, I fear those two will be difficult to deal with. Yes, boss. I swear that woman can conjure fireballs out of thin air. It's quite eerie. Eerie? We possess such abilities as well. With that, a bottle of mineral water levitated, swirling before the astonished crowd and settling gently on the ground. The onlookers gazed in disbelief at Wang Defa, who surveyed them with piercing eyes before producing two transparent crystals from his pocket. Upon sighting them, everyone instinctively swallowed hard, filled with an insatiable desire to consume the objects. If Ding Dali had been present, he would have immediately recognized these as elementary energy crystals. I intended to find a knife to eliminate that girl, to prevent her from turning into a zombie and causing us trouble. While passing by the remains of the zombies that you two smashed, I discovered one of these crystals among the decaying flesh and found two more in the other corpses. After washing them, I could barely resist the urge to swallow them. So I went to the restroom and consumed one. Immediately afterward, I was overcome by excruciating pain and fainted. When I regained consciousness, I discovered my physical capabilities had significantly improved, and I had even acquired supernatural powers. I surmised that these crystals were present within the brains of zombies and could facilitate evolution. Therefore, I decided against killing Yi Zhiqiu. Waiting for her to transform into a zombie seemed more prudent. Then I could obtain another of these crystals. Yet, before I could act, those two barged in. Chapter 24. Supermarket Terror. Wang Defa, his eyes shadowed and scanning the crowd, continued, "That woman is ruthless and kills without hesitation. She can conjure flames at will, indicating she likely consumed one of these crystals. As for the man beside her, I sense his power is unfathomable, and as one capable person, I doubt I could contend with him. Thus, I have decided to select two of you to consume these crystals. As long as we have more awakened individuals on our side, we shall surely prevail against them." Upon hearing their boss's proclamation, the others in the supermarket were stirred with excitement, their hearts surging like turbulent waves. An opportunity to gain superpowers. Such a thing was the dream of every ordinary person. Furthermore, the two crystals before them sparkled like magical gems, inciting an uncontrollable urge to snatch them and swallow them whole. Yet, recalling the peculiar abilities displayed by their boss, no one dared to act impulsively. Pleased with their reactions, Wang Defa pointed at two employees known for their sycophantic behavior, as if selecting pawns in a game. Li Xiaoqiang, Zhang Shuai, if I grant you this opportunity, can you ensure the supermarket's safety? The two named individuals beamed with excitement, akin to monkeys who had just been rewarded with bananas, standing at attention and fervently promising their unwavering loyalty to the boss and the supermarket. Wang Defa was decisive, promptly distributing two energy cores to the individuals, ensuring each received one to consume, while also offering words of comfort to the others. Fear not. As long as we can drive those two away, With our abilities, we can slay more zombies and acquire additional energy cores, allowing everyone to gain power. The crowd, upon hearing this, was filled with elation, as if they could already envision their own awakening of superpowers. Li Xiaoqiang and Zhang Shuai soon completed their evolution, transforming into awakened beings. However, neither of them manifested any supernatural abilities. One gained extraordinary strength, while the other exhibited speed akin to a bolt of lightning. This reflected a common trajectory for most awakened individuals, where one or two attributes became particularly pronounced. Not all awakened beings could manifest supernatural powers. Of course, Wang Defa was unaware of this. He mistakenly believed that Li Xiaoqiang's immense strength and Zhang Shuai's remarkable speed were manifestations of unique abilities. This misconception filled him with confidence, as if he had already assumed dominion over the apocalyptic world. Li Xiaoqiang, exhilarated by the immense strength coursing through his muscles, easily lifted several bags of rice with one hand before setting them down. "Boss, I feel as though I have boundless energy. When shall we strike? I shall surely crush them with a single punch." Zhang Shuai, meanwhile, was rapidly lifting his legs in place. "Boss, there's no need for you to intervene. Between Xiao Chong and me, one of us can handle each adversary." Wang Defa, brimming with joy, began to formulate plans in his mind. Since the world had already descended into chaos, why not eliminate the man and keep the woman for himself? After all, the woman was far more attractive than Xiaoya. It would certainly be enjoyable. Just as Wang Defa was lost in these thoughts, a female cashier interrupted him. "Did anyone hear that rustling sound? It seems quite real." Wang Defa listened intently. The sound was familiar. There was a mouse hole in the warehouse where rodents often scurried about, producing such noise. Yet, he distinctly recalled sealing that hole with cement. Look, such a large rat," the female cashier screamed, pointing and retreating from the pile of supplies. The crowd gasped as they beheld the enormous rodent, its size surpassing that of an average house cat. Its hollow, gray-white eyes and bristled gray-black fur gave it an appearance reminiscent of an enraged dog. "Fear not, it's merely a large rat. Killing it will be effortless." Li Xiaoqiang stepped forward to reassure the crowd. However, no sooner had he spoken than a multitude of other rats began to pour forth behind the enormous one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Countless rodents emerged in rapid succession. As the first rat charged towards the crowd, it targeted Li Xiaoqiang directly. Despite the impending danger, Li Xiaoqiang remained composed, readying his fist for a powerful strike. Yet, the rat's speed exceeded his expectations. Before his fist could land, the rat lunged like a bolt of lightning, sinking its teeth into his neck. With a fierce tug, it tore a chunk of flesh, instantly creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth like a torrential flood. After Yi Zhiqiu and Ding Dali recounted their experiences in the supermarket, having regarded each other as allies, they promptly resolved to assist her in avenging her grievances. Just as they prepared to act, piercing screams and frantic cries for help erupted from the direction of the warehouse. Uncertain of what had transpired, the trio sprinted towards the warehouse door. As they neared, the door burst open with a loud bang, and 3 bruised and panicked individuals rushed out, pursued by a horde of rats the size of cats, which pounced upon them like hungry tigers. Upon seeing the rats, Ding Dali recognized them instantly and gasped. "Oh no! Zombie beasts! Prepare for battle. Scanning data now. Zombie rat level. 1 strength, 100 speed, 110 stamina, 100 mentality, 100 without delay." Ding Dali scanned numerous rats, confirming that they were all at the same level. This was merely the first day. The evolutionary path of animals mirrored that of humans. Some devolved into zombie beasts, while others advanced into mutated beasts. Being bitten by a mutated beast would not lead to transformation, but a bite from a zombie beast would spell disaster, ensuring one would become a zombie. Moreover, the sole distinction in the evolution of animals compared to humans was that both mutated and zombie beasts could evolve simply by consuming any flesh. Humans could grow stronger by devouring mutated beasts, but consuming a zombie beast would lead to zombification, while eating fellow humans would result in transformation into another variant. This swarm of nearly 100 level 1 zombie rats had undoubtedly consumed a vast amount of flesh and kin to evolve so rapidly. Ding Dali cursed Wang Defa's ancestors profusely in his mind. Jiqiu, quickly conceal yourself. Stay behind us and wait for the opportune moment to strike. Be exceedingly cautious to avoid bites. Xiaona, do not let your guard down. Give it your all. These are all level 1 zombie beasts. Ensure every strike is lethal. We must not allow them to encircle us. The oncoming zombie beasts had also taken notice of the 3 living beings, sensing the abundant energy they possessed, and surged towards them like starving rats. Despite all being level 1, the disparity in strength was immense. As long as they weren't cornered, they should be fine. Ding Dali fixed his gaze on the zombie beasts, and when they were nearly upon him, he channeled his energy, causing arcs of electricity to surge through his body, weaving an impenetrable web of electricity in the air. With a swift motion of his hand, the web enveloped the swarm of zombie beasts, followed by a cacophony of crackling sounds, as the air filled with a pungent, burnt odor. All the zombie beasts lay motionless on the ground, charred and emitting wisps of steam. Honey, didn't you say to be cautious? You didn't even give us a chance to strike. Chen Na exclaimed in surprise, retracting her fireball. Don't be complacent. They're not dead yet. With my current strength, I can eliminate one in a single blow. That last attack merely incapacitated them temporarily. Take advantage of their weakness and finish them off. Do not grant them a moment to recover. With that, Ding Dali was the first to strike, wielding a heating pipe in one hand and a large kitchen knife from the supermarket in the other, dispatching the zombie beasts with swift precision, akin to a game of whack-a-mole. However, after dispatching a few, he found the heating pipe completely unharmed, while the kitchen knife snapped in two. Damn it, what kind of quality is this? Ding Dali cursed Wang Defa's ancestors once more. Tossing aside the broken knife, he continued the relentless assault. Chapter 25. A bountiful harvest. Ding Dali and Chen Na's attributes significantly surpassed those of the level 1 zombie rats. Ding Dali was nearing the late stage of level 1, while Chen Na was at the mid-stage, in stark contrast to the early-stage zombie beasts. The disparity in their data was akin to a chasm, granting them absolute dominance. At that moment, the zombie beasts resembled statues frozen in place, unable to move, while the two swiftly harvested their lives with lightning speed. As for Yi Jiqiu, though she could not achieve one-hit kills like Ding Dali, a few solid blows were sufficient to send the zombie beasts to their demise. Before long, all the zombie beasts had been eliminated. The last few, struggling like trapped creatures, attempted to rise and resist, but before Ding Dali, they were merely futile efforts. In an instant, Ding Dali amassed a total of 107 level 1 energy cores. What an astonishing fortune! To comprehend the capabilities of a novice awakened individual with the most ordinary qualifications, it suffices to consume 10 first-tier crystal nuclei to undergo evolution. Those with slightly superior qualifications may require a dozen or so to achieve the same. In my previous life, I had never heard of anyone consuming more than 20. Presently, these first-tier crystal nuclei could enable several individuals to evolve to the second tier. This undoubtedly poses a terrifying prospect for those newly entering the apocalypse. It is worth noting that on the first day of my previous life, most people cowered in their homes, too afraid to step outside, with only a courageous few daring to confront the zombies. Furthermore, only the official heavy artillery could eliminate the more advanced creatures. It appears that there were far more unknowns in my previous life than I had imagined. On the very first day of the apocalypse, there were so many first-tier zombie beasts in my vicinity. It is no wonder that the formidable ghosty Jiqiu was so powerful. Likely, it was due to the chaos caused by these zombie beasts. She must have inadvertently consumed a crystal nucleus, and with her ability to become invisible, she stealthily eliminated the zombie beasts like a specter. However, I ponder how she managed to maintain her invisibility for such an extended duration, or whether her ability could also mask her scent. Having not experienced these events in my previous life, I can only speculate. Yet, I cannot afford to waste the corpses of the zombie beasts before me. If I devour them all, it could easily elevate me to the second tier, while others may regard these as refuse. To me, they're treasures. My eyes gleamed with excitement as I grasped a few, ready to devour them. At that moment, a shadow flickered in my peripheral vision. Instinctively, I dodged just in time. The shadow missed its target, landing on all fours and emitting a shrill squeak. I then discerned that it was a larger rat zombie beast. Rat zombie beast first tier strength, 170 speed, 160 stamina, 170 spirit, 150. Upon reviewing the data of the zombie beast before me, I was astounded. What the hell? How is there still one left? Is this the rat boss? Seeing me ambushed, Chen-Na seized a heating pipe, ready to attack. I raised a hand to stop her, saying in a low voice, "This zombie beast is different from the others. You are no match for it. Leave it to me." After landing, the rat mutant beast spun in place, emitting a shrill screech akin to metal scraping, which was painfully grating to the ears. It clawed at the ground with force, leaving deep scratches in the concrete with each swipe. On its final claw, it leaped into the air at an astonishing speed. Lunging towards me, I raised the heating pipe, waiting for the opportune moment, and struck down fiercely. The airborne rat zombie beast was sent flying like a baseball, crashing into a cluster of shelves. Although it sustained minimal injuries, it emerged from the wreckage, screeching and charging at me once more. The rat's strength and speed were comparable to mine, resulting in an evenly matched struggle. However, the rat's smaller and more agile form allowed it to exploit openings, leaving my clothes tattered and my body marred. Had I not also been a first tier, I might have already succumbed to the transformation. The condition of the zombie rat was even worse. Despite enduring countless heavy blows, it appeared unscathed on the surface, while internal injuries rendered it somewhat unsteady. Furthermore, I had infused the heating pipe with a layer of electricity during my strikes, causing continuous damage with each impact. The zombie beast was now spitting out foul blood. Shaking off its fur, even a zombie beast, driven by instinct, sensed the impending danger. It turned and fled toward the warehouse. "You think you can escape after treating me like a beggar? Not a chance," I bellowed, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the rat's rear. The rat zombie let out a howl and stumbled. Seizing the moment, I swiftly closed the distance and struck its head with great force, delivering an unrelenting barrage until its skull was reduced to a mushy pulp, lifeless and beyond revival. Uncertain if there were any remaining threats, I scoured the warehouse, finding only the shattered remains of flesh. No other zombie beasts were in sight. It was a pity about the food in the warehouse. Chen-Na and Yi Zhiqiu hurried in behind me, and upon seeing the carnage of flesh and human tissue, Chen-Na remained unfazed, accustomed to gruesome sights as a member of the criminal police. However, Yi Zhiqiu, confronted with the pool of blood and remnants, could not suppress her nausea and leaned against the wall to vomit. "Honey, the food is indeed here, but we can't eat this, can we?" Chen-Na grimaced at the pile of supplies, now tainted with rotting flesh and blood. "Let the others have it. It's of no use to us." However, within 3 days, many will be fighting over these scraps. Yi Zhiqiu wiped her mouth and forced down her queasiness, holding her nose to shield herself from the overpowering stench of blood. She replied with a nasal tone, "It's all right. There is still a truck and a half of supplies outside, and I have the keys." After saying this, she crouched down and vomited again. I retrieved a bottle of water from my space and handed it to Yi Zhiqiu, then spoke slowly. "Let's step outside first. You saw that 3 individuals ran out of here. One of them was Wang Defa. Though they have been bitten by the zombie beasts and will inevitably transform, one must keep their word. Since I promised to eliminate them, they must face death once more, even in their zombie forms. Now that the zombie beasts have been dealt with, it is their turn." As we exited the warehouse, we spotted 3 other individuals rummaging through the corpses of the zombie beasts. None other than Wang Defa, Zhang Shuai, and a female sales assistant who had escaped from the warehouse. Perhaps sensing our gaze, they looked up and met our eyes. Wang Defa's expression turned awkward, but he quickly replaced it with a smile, approaching us like an eager lapdog, while the other 2 exchanged glances and followed suit. "I've had enough of your feigned sincerity." I pointed at the other 2 and continued, "The remaining 2 are yours. They will inevitably become zombies, so show no mercy. Execute them immediately." I shook the blood from my hands and crouched down to wipe them on Wang Defa's corpse, my gaze burning with intensity as I surveyed his body, grinning broadly. I didn't expect such a delightful surprise. My swift action was prompted by the revelation that, upon scanning the trio, I discovered that 2 of them were awakened individuals. To my astonishment, Wang Defa had awakened a level 1 ability. Telekinesis? How could this be just? It would be utterly unjust not to claim it. Activating my devouring ability, I absorbed the telekinesis skill while draining Wang Defa's corpse. Ding! Acquired plate licking mastery. Would you like to learn it? I was left speechless. No wonder Wang Defa, with his rotund physique, could still pursue an affair. He possessed a unique skill. Chapter 26. All ascend, I could feel the ability of plate licking merging with a heating pipe in my hand, as if it had become an extension of my consciousness. Wherever my mind traveled, the pipe could follow. After conducting several experiments with goods from the surrounding shelves, I concluded that at my current level, I could manipulate objects weighing up to 100 pounds within a 10-meter radius. To control heavier items over greater distances, I would need to continue leveling up. What's the matter, beautiful? Do you resent me for not letting you personally deal with Wang Defa? Huh, trust me, my killing him will yield far greater benefits than if you had done it, I declared, producing a collection of low-tier crystal nuclei and 21st-tier nuclei, placing them before Yijiqiu. Take these as compensation. They're sufficient to elevate you to a second-tier, awakened individual. Yijiqiu understood the preciousness of these items and nodded gratefully at Ding Dali. Ding Dali once again produced 21st-tier crystal nuclei and handed them to Chen Na. Here you go, my dear wife. This is yours. Chen Na accepted the crystal nuclei and playfully punched Ding Dali lightly. While engaged in those activities, you should call me Officer Chun. When you want me to do something, call me Xiao Na. Now that we're dividing the spoils, you call me my dear wife. How many titles do you intend to give me? Oh, come on, what do you know? Calling you Officer Chun in bed adds a touch of romance. It's a pity you didn't wear your uniform on the mission. Ding Dali chuckled lewdly, and when he saw Chun Na raising her hand to hit him again, he continued earnestly, when I call you Xiao Na while doing things, it's simple and doesn't make it feel awkward. That is what I call being thoughtful. As for calling you my dear wife during the division of spoils, it's to remind everyone who the real boss is, even if they get a larger share. Hearing Ding Dali's rambling, Chen Na nodded in satisfaction. Standing beside them, Yijiqiu thought to herself, this man truly lacks shame. Just as the two women were about to sit on the ground to absorb the crystal nuclei, Ding Dali gently tugged on Chen Na's arm, signaling her to follow him. Once they reached behind a few shelves, Chen Na, puzzled, asked, aren't we supposed to absorb the crystal nuclei? Why did you bring me here? Nothing much. Ding Dali replied evasively. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I said it's nothing. Everything I said was deleted. You figure it out. Seeing Chen Na's bewildered expression, Ding Dali felt disappointed, muttering softly, do you have some serious issues? What are you saying? Ding Dali leaned close to Chen Na's ear and described in detail, causing her ears to flush red. By the end, she pinched him hard at his waist. With both women evolving from absorbing the crystal nuclei, Ding Dali also kept busy, devouring all first-tier zombie beasts until his energy reached its peak, quickly breaking through to the second tier. After consuming about 21st-tier crystal nuclei, the system's energy also reached saturation, but there was no upgrade. Without needing to ask, Ding Dali knew that based on the system's nature, he needed to indulge in more substantial rewards to level up. It seemed he needed to first win over Yijiqiu. As he contemplated this, his gaze couldn't help but roam over her figure. How delightful. Is the man I chose not quite right in the head? Why does he seem so suspicious? Thinking this internally, he maintained a neutral expression as he approached Ding Dali and handed him the remaining crystal nuclei. There were about 10 lower-level nuclei left and 4 first-tier nuclei remaining. Ding Dali coughed awkwardly twice, reached out to take the crystal nuclei, and didn't he forget to sneak a touch on Yijiqiu's hand to gain a little advantage. Ahem, I used up 16 first-tier nuclei. Quite good. Indeed, your potential is excellent. You can manage the nuclei yourself. However, for the next upgrade, you will need second-tier nuclei, as first-tier nuclei will provide very limited enhancement now. At this moment, Chen Na completed her evolution and stood up, teasing, hubby, I have 3 nuclei left, and I want to give them to you. I'll give you sweets tonight. System, check the data of the 3 of us. Name, Ding Dali second tier, awakened strength, 230 speed, 230 stamina, 240 mentality, 250 abilities, devour. Space, lightning, telekinesis name. Chen Na second tier, awakened strength, 205 speed, 210 stamina, 205 mentality, 210 abilities. Fire manipulation name. Yi Jiqiu rating, 91 second tier awakened. Female strength, 200 speed, 220 stamina, 200 mentality, 210 abilities. Invisibility, seeing the data of the three, Ding Dali felt an excitement he could not suppress. He had initially thought that reaching the second tier would require a long wait. But he never expected that this trip to the supermarket would not only yield a former expert, but also see everyone achieving an upgrade. More importantly, they had devoured a powerful ability. In his previous life, Ding Dali had been solely focused on rescuing Tang Bingbing, leaving him no time to gather supplies. By the time he reached this supermarket in search of resources, it was already stripped bare. Who could have anticipated that this small supermarket concealed such treasures? If Wang Defa had not encountered the zombie beasts or Yi Jiqiu, he might have survived. He could have thrived in the apocalypse, becoming a formidable figure. However, there are no what-ifs in this world. In his past life, Wang Defa might have had a slim chance of survival. Yet, in this life, Wang Defa faced an inevitable demise. With no options left, after the three gathered all usable supplies from the supermarket, Ding Dali also took all the lollipops from the cashier. What did you think this was? Yi Jiqiu produced 2 truck keys, as if performing a magic trick, waving them in front of Ding Dali to remind him not to forget about the 2 trucks of supplies. Ding Dali looked at Yi Jiqiu in astonishment, utterly confused about where she had hidden the keys, given that she was wearing a pocketless nightgown. One truck was filled with rice, flour, oil, and vegetables, while the other was neatly packed with boxes of fast food and snacks. Without hesitation, they stored all the supplies from the light truck into their space. Of course, they could not waste the 2 vehicles. Ding Dali personally drove one truck ahead, with Yi Jiqiu following closely in the other. They ignored the newly appeared zombies on the road, simply crashing into those that blocked their path. The zombies were knocked down, and Yi Jiqiu drove over them with the weight of the truck, an exhilarating experience. Ding Dali, having had a fruitful day, couldn't contain his happiness, humming a cheerful tune as they sped towards the community. Chapter 27. System upgrade. The security guard at the gate saw 2 trucks approaching and was about to lean out the window to call for help. But seeing that they had no intention of stopping, they crashed through the gate, inciting the guard's ire as he stomped his feet and cursed from the security room. After parking the vehicles at the building entrance, the 3 of them entered the house, covered in blood and grime from the battle, combined with impurities from their evolution. They all smelled as if they had just emerged from a garbage dump. They took turns washing up and changing into fresh clothes. Had it not been for Tang Bingbing's penchant for buying clothes, Ding Dali would have had no spare clothes for the 2 women. Ding Dali thought to himself that he needed to find time to collect some clothing. Otherwise, many outfits would be ruined during battles. Of course, in the future, they wouldn't need to worry about that, as new materials would be available for crafting clothes, making them more durable and resilient. For instance, the silk from mutated silkworm beasts, mutated cotton, and the hides of mutated beasts. In his previous life, Ding Dali had worn a leather jacket made from the hide of a horse mutated beast, which was incredibly tough and durable. After washing up, Ding Dali took out some vegetables, marinated meat, and a few skewers of grilled kidney, placing them all on the table. Who among you can cook? After a day filled with so many events and entering a strange environment, Yi Jiqiu felt a little awkward. Hearing Ding Dali's question, she raised her hand and softly said, "I can cook. I usually live with my dad, so I mostly do the cooking." Mentioning her father made Yi Jiqiu's eyes redden, and her expression turned melancholic. Upon seeing this, Ding Dali pulled out a box of beer from his space and placed it on the table. "From now on, we are family, and we must live well together in this damn apocalypse. I propose we have a drink tonight to welcome our new family member." Yi Jiqiu understood that this man was comforting her, and her heart warmed. She nodded with a smile and then gathered the ingredients to start cooking. Chun Na gently nudged Ding Dali with her elbow, wearing an expression that conveyed understanding. "Well, my dear, you certainly know how to charm a lady. But where did those roasted kidneys come from? I don't recall us collecting any roasted kidneys. And why does their aroma seem so familiar?" "Oh dear, what are you doing? There are others around." Chun Na scolded playfully, but Ding Dali remained oblivious, shutting the door with his foot as the 2 began pondering the events discussed earlier at the supermarket. Time passed, and in the kitchen, Yi Zhiqiu, busy preparing dinner, felt her face flush upon hearing noises from the bedroom. Her heart stirred, causing her to chop vegetables with a newfound urgency. When she finally emerged, the table was already laden with dishes, and she sat there, bored, seemingly having waited for quite a while. Ding Dali looked smug, while Chun Na followed behind, her cheeks flushed. Upon their arrival, Yi Zhiqiu set her phone aside and cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. Ahem, the food is getting cold. Please sit down and eat. Ding Dali, unfazed, boldly took a seat, grabbed a chopstick full of food, and praised, Zhiqiu, your culinary skills are impressive. Come on, big wife. Try this to replenish your strength. Yi Zhiqiu joined the conversation, suddenly recalling something. She put down her wine glass and said, I just saw many people discussing the official announcement about awaiting rescue on my phone. Some even captured images of rescue helicopters flying by. It seems the authorities have established a temporary shelter. Should we await rescue or head to the shelter ourselves? Forget about the rescue. It's not our turn. As for going to the shelter, my answer is also a resounding no. For now, we remain here as a temporary refuge. Regardless of whether at a base or a shelter, we want to go there. Not yet. Before long, those hard-earned shelters and survivor bases will vanish. Ding Dali was aware of the official shelter in Kyoto, not the only one, as several others existed throughout the city. The announcement came from the largest survivor base of the past, which had been re-established after the previous shelter was obliterated. Yi Zhiqiu was unaware that Ding Dali knew of future events, but Chun Na did. She interrupted, raising her glass. Cheers. We have food and drink. So why worry so much? To be fair, Chun Na's drinking capacity was formidable. In no time, she polished off an entire case of beer, and still wanting more, she urged Ding Dali to fetch some. Encouraged by Chun Na, Yi Zhiqiu also let loose and consumed a fair amount of beer. As the evening wore on and they indulged in food and drink, the three of them leaned back on the sofa, satisfied, patting their bellies. Chun Na glanced at the two beside her and, with a mischievous smile, remarked, This shabby place has only one bedroom. How are we three going to sleep tonight? Ding Dali shrugged nonchalantly. What is the big deal? We can all sleep together. After all, we're family. Besides, in this apocalypse, why bother with formalities? Ugh, you wish. I've had too much to drink and want some peace. I'll sleep on the sofa tonight, and you two can take the bedroom. With that, she shot Ding Dali a knowing glance. Ding Dali perked up, pleasantly surprised by his big wife's decisiveness. Yi Zhiqiu, however, felt a bit flustered. Not because she wanted to backtrack, but she wasn't mentally prepared yet. Sister Na, why don't you take the bedroom? What do you mean, why? It's settled. Sister Na is tired. Let her rest well. Ding Dali feigned annoyance, yet kept casting knowing glances at Chun Na. Chun Na rolled her eyes and playfully kicked Ding Dali, saying, I'm tired, don't disturb my sleep. Take your sister Zhiqiu and get lost. After eating so many kidneys, I can't handle any more excitement. Once inside the bedroom, Ding Dali helped Yi Zhiqiu sit on the edge of the bed. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to serious as he gazed intently at her. Zhiqiu, you should know what's about to happen. I don't want to pressure you. That would be pointless. I'm giving you a choice. If you're unwilling, I want to hold it against you. And, come morning, we'll go our separate ways. If you wish to stay with me, I can't guarantee anything. But I can promise to help you survive in this apocalypse. If you agree, just nod. If not, shake your head. Yi Zhiqiu stared at the suddenly earnest man before her, momentarily lost in thought. This seemingly ordinary man had not only saved her, but also helped her seek vengeance, awakening her potential to survive in this harsh world. As her emotions surged, she couldn't help but shed a single tear. This man might be rather plain and often frivolous, but he treated his own with kindness, and his strength made him a commendable choice in this world. Wiping her tear away, Yi Zhiqiu smiled softly and nodded gently. Ding Dali, initially taken aback by her tears, wondered if she was having second thoughts. However, upon seeing her nod, he was struck dumb, thinking, damn, I thought the duck was about to fly away. This woman was quite the enigma, alternating between tears and smiles. As night deepened and silence enveloped the room, Yi Zhiqiu fell into a deep sleep. Ding Dali leaned back against the headboard, resting his eyes while waiting for something. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the system has successfully leveled up to Tier 2. increasing the reward space to 3,000 cubic meters. Reward function, good and evil value query. Ding. The mission for species proliferation has been completed. New target, reward of 20 tons of resources. Ding. Detected completion of 3 tasks with target individual Chun-Na. Reward, 10 tons of resources. Chapter 28, Night Operations System. How do you calculate these resource rewards? Brother. The initial reward for a mission is the highest. Thereafter, it's random. The more times you complete it, the smaller the random amount becomes. Why is that? Haven't you heard the saying, there's no land that can't be cultivated, only oxen that die from exhaustion? Brother, I'm a multi-child blessing system. I don't care about the process. I only care about the outcome. What is the point of doing it multiple times if the quality isn't there? Do you look down on me? Brother, please calm down. Let us check the good and evil value. What exactly is this good and evil value? It better be useful. The good and evil value is a quantitative measure of how friendly others are towards you. A score of 100 is perfect. The higher the score, the more friendly they are, while a lower score indicates greater hostility. Don't you think that's quite useful? For reasons unknown, Ding Dali increasingly felt that the system was more snarky than himself. However, the good and evil value was indeed somewhat useful, for in this life, one's survival depended on acting. Some individuals wouldn't stab you in the back until it was too late. System. Check Chun-Na and Yi Jiqiu's good and evil values. Ding. Chun-Na's good and evil value, 99. Ding. Yi Jiqiu's good and evil value, 85. System. Will these scores betray me? Ding Dali, having experienced the pain of betrayal in his past life, now placed great importance on loyalty. Brother, strictly speaking, a higher score makes betrayal less likely. A score of 100 is absolute loyalty, while 90 and above generally indicates no possibility of betrayal. An 80 and above also has a relatively low chance, but if one acts against the other's wishes or endangers their life, the good and evil value may drop, leading to possible betrayal. Thus, the good and evil value proved to be quite useful. To survive in the apocalypse, having a reliable team was essential, and the good and evil value served as an excellent method for selecting trustworthy individuals. Ding Dali glanced at the sleeping Yijiqiu beside him, muttering to himself, "You silly girl. With such a low score, you're practically soaring high. I should have pushed harder until you were convinced." Deep in thought, Ding Dali could not resist seizing a handful of Yijiqiu, who frowned and turned away. He remained indifferent to the hostility of outsiders. Killing them was a trivial matter. What truly troubled him was the betrayal of those he considered his own. Unbeknownst to him, encountering someone with such a high moral value on the first day was indeed a rarity. After a brief rest, he glanced at the clock. It was 2 in the morning. Ding Dali rose, donned his clothes, and stealthily made his way to the living room. He intended to secretly visit the Sunflower Hotel to confront Chen Xiqing, believing that he could handle the matter of vengeance alone. Additionally, he planned to use his community as a temporary stronghold, leaving 2 second-tier awakened individuals to ensure the safety of his base. He retrieved sufficient supplies from his storage and gently placed them on the ground, leaving a note for Chun-Na on the table. Satisfied, he was about to step outside when a voice called out from behind him. "What is this? Are you leaving after taking everything?" It was Chun-Na. In the darkness, her expression was obscured, prompting Ding Dali to chuckle foolishly as he approached and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "Hey, my dear wife, I'm just stepping out for a bit. I plan to leave quietly so as not to disturb you." "Why so many supplies for just a short trip?" Chun-Na inquired. Ding Dali was touched by her concern, and his hand instinctively moved to her waist, playfully squeezing. "There is still time. Why don't we indulge a little before I head off to battle?" "Get lost." "All right." After discussing a few matters, Ding Dali stepped out of the corridor. Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Monitoring complete. Chun-Na's moral value has reached 100. Never to betray. Reward, 20 tons of supplies." Ding Dali smiled in satisfaction and strode purposefully towards the exit of the community. He had no intention of taking the light truck. It would create too much noise and draw too much attention. He preferred to move quietly, taking whatever he could along the way. Merely a day had passed, yet the grass in the green belt had already grown taller than a person. The trees lining the road had also shot up considerably, bathed in the bright moonlight. Their shadows danced like monstrous creatures. Upon reaching the intersection by the Lianhua supermarket, he encountered few zombies. However, shortly after crossing the intersection, scattered zombies began to appear on the road. After a day of adaptation, these zombies were now notably more formidable than they had been during the day. For most ordinary individuals, the first day was the optimal time to eliminate zombies. But after the first day, the basic zombies had fully acclimated to their bodies, their attributes now rivaling those of novice awakened beings. At this point, attempting to kill a zombie alone had become exceedingly challenging. However, for Ding Dali, this posed little difference. Slaying basic zombies was as effortless as crushing a mere ant. This exemplified the vast disparity in power at the early stages. Ding Dali's current level allowed him to extend his telekinetic control to a distance of 20 meters. With the ability to manipulate a heating pipe, he dispatched zombies within that range without mercy. Yet, the sight of wielding a heating pipe in combat was far from elegant, and the mental energy expended in controlling a blunt weapon was significantly greater than that required for a knife. If only he had access to steel nails or daggers. Blunt instruments were ultimately more suited for close combat. He recalled that on his way to the Sunflower Hotel, there was a hardware store nearby. Perhaps he should investigate there first. With ample supplies at his disposal, he had no need to scavenge for the unappetizing food. Yet, as he passed by a fried chicken shop, he casually gathered all the food within. The shop was run by a mother and daughter. Unlike the fortunate employees of Lianhua Supermarket, had succumbed to the zombie apocalypse. Having frequented this establishment before and being familiar with the pair, Ding Dali showed them no mercy as he sent them to their demise. The hardware store was adjacent to the fried chicken shop. Ding Dali employed his lock-picking skills to pry open the rolling shutter. As he opened the door, a glint of cold steel flashed, and he swiftly raised the heating pipe to block the impending attack. An axe struck the pipe with tremendous force, producing a resounding metallic clang and showering sparks in all directions. Ding Dali's current strength was formidable by any standard. The recoil from the blow caused the axe wielder to stagger back several steps before managing to regain his balance. "What the hell? Are you a human or a zombie?" he exclaimed. "Do I look like a zombie to you? You come in swinging an axe at me. If I were a zombie, I would have devoured you." Ding Dali retorted with irritation. The hardware store was dark, so he turned on his phone's flashlight to survey his surroundings, but the middle-aged man with the axe stopped him. "Are you trying to get us killed? Be careful, or you'll attract the zombies." Chapter 29. Surrounded at Sunflower after pulling the rolling shutter down again. The middle-aged man finally felt secure enough to turn on the lights and scrutinized Ding Dali. "Young man, you're quite reckless. What are you doing wandering around at this hour? Aren't you afraid of being eaten by zombies? And why are you prying open my door? You're going to attract zombies, and nobody will be safe." Despite the barrage of admonitions from the older man, Ding Dali remained unperturbed and began to explore the hardware store. The shop spanned over 100 square meters, featuring 2 levels constructed from steel. The large shelves were laden with an array of goods, from tiny screws to various power tools. After surveying the store, Ding Dali found 2 boxes of steel nails and turned to the shop owner. "How thick is your largest rebar?" Still somewhat annoyed, the owner was momentarily taken aback by the question. "You're out this late just to buy something?" Seeing Ding Dali nod, the owner's demeanor shifted to one of friendliness. "You should have said you were here to buy." "Yes, we have rebar." "You're in luck. A client ordered a batch of 50mm rebar a few days ago." As he spoke, he approached a green canvas and lifted it, revealing neatly arranged rebar of various sizes, with several pieces of 5cm diameter on top, each about 2 meters long. Ding Dali picked one up to gauge its weight and found it suitable. He continued, "Can this be cut to about 1.7 meters? "Of course. We have a large hydraulic cutter, but I can only sell you 2 pieces. I need to reserve the rest for the customer." Ding Dali nodded in acknowledgement, and the owner promptly retrieved and cut 2 pieces of rebar. Ding Dali effortlessly spun 1 piece in his hand, finding it just right, albeit a tad light. This startled the owner, who knew the rebar weighed around 60 pounds. How could this young man lift it with such ease, as if it were a mere stick? "I'll trade these 2 boxes of steel nails and 2 pieces of rebar for supplies. What do you think?" "Supplies? What supplies? You're not offering money?" Upon hearing this, the owner felt a wave of nausea. He hadn't eaten in a day while trapped in the store, with no idea when help would arrive. Having supplies was vital but hunger took precedence. He quickly changed his tune. "Supplies will do. What do you have?" "Water, bread, instant noodles," Ding Dolly replied succinctly. The owner contemplated for a moment, then feigned reluctance. "All right, I'll take a case of bottled water and a case of instant noodles. You can take those." Ding Dolly was taken aback by the owner's terms. In this post-apocalyptic world, such items were virtually worthless, while food and water were invaluable. He instinctively opted for a barter system rather than resorting to theft. He reached behind him to produce a bottle of water and 2 packs of noodles. Just these, 1 bottle of water and 2 packs of noodles. Upon seeing the food and water, the owner could not suppress a gulp. His stomach, churning after a day and night without sustenance, made him desperate, yet he scoffed at the offer. Raising his voice, he exclaimed, "You think this is enough? This wouldn't even satisfy 1 meal. Are you joking? Just leave." While pushing Ding Dolly towards the door, he tightly clutched the food and water in his hands. "If you don't want exchange, then return my things," Ding Dolly said coldly. "What things? There is nothing here that belongs to you." The shopkeeper retorted with a nonchalant demeanor, clearly intent on keeping the food for himself. To him, 2 packets of noodles and a bottle of water were insignificant. Ding Dolly narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness evident. "If you're dissatisfied with the price, then I will take everything in your store." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper laughed derisively, looking at Ding Dolly as if he were a fool, his expression exaggerated. "Ha, young man, don't be foolish. I have millions worth of goods here. What can you possibly trade for? Don't waste my time, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame my axe for being merciless." He waved the axe menacingly, glaring at Ding Dolly with malice. Observing the hardware store owner sprawled on the ground, blood spilling from his head, Ding Dolly spat on him and mimicked his earlier bravado. "Huh, you think a little sunlight makes you brilliant. A touch of seawater and you overflow. I didn't want to kill you, but you insisted on testing my patience. Look at you, starving like this and still putting on airs. The fried chicken shop next door is just a stone's throw away. Yet you don't dare venture out for food. It's your fate to die by my hand, since you lack the courage to face the zombies. Consider this a release. I graciously accept your meager offerings. Thank you for the generous donation of millions, dear unknown hardware store owner." Amidst the insults and chaos, Ding Dolly ensured not a single item was left behind, collecting everything in the store into his space. Satisfied, he prepared to lift the roll-up door. His earlier outburst had attracted a few zombies to the entrance. With a few swift strikes of the rebar, he dispatched them effortlessly. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! Close-range headshots are exhilarating. With the electric scooter key he had found on the shopkeeper and the store owner's belongings now in his possession, Ding Dolly felt elated as he rode away on the shopkeeper's little electric scooter, deftly eliminating the zombies blocking his path while humming a cheerful tune. Just as he was lost in his song, he suddenly came to a halt. Ahead, a large intersection was densely packed with zombies, enough to constitute a formidable horde. The Sunflower Hotel's iconic high-rise stood at the southwest corner of the intersection, with a swarm of zombies even in its courtyard. If zombies began to appear among the revelers, a scene of hell on earth would inevitably unfold. People bitten, trampled, and the dead rising to bite again, creating a massive zombie swarm. Ding Dolly stared at the approaching horde, troubled. Even he found it daunting to navigate through such a large group. Moreover, once dawn broke, the zombies confined indoors, starved of flesh, would inevitably seek an exit, joining the growing army of the undead. In his previous life, when Ding Dolly arrived here a few days later, the number of zombies had significantly dwindled, suggesting something had transpired in the interim. He needed to enter the hotel before dawn. Otherwise, the zombie count would only increase, making escape nearly impossible if surrounded. An elephant may not fear ants, but a sufficient number of ants could certainly bring an elephant down. Ding Dolly muttered to himself, contemplating his strategy. Chapter 30. Survivors in the hotel. The Sunflower Hotel, a landmark structure, stood quietly at the southwest corner of the intersection, while across the street to the southeast lay a Carrefour supermarket and a large shopping plaza. At this moment, Ding Dolly found himself positioned to the south of the intersection. He didn't need to cross it. Instead, he aimed to temporarily divert the zombies surrounding the hotel to the Carrefour supermarket. Even if he could just lure a portion of them away, it would suffice for his purpose. With a swift motion, Ding Dolly retrieved 3 bottles of high-proof liquor from his space, all cheap spirits he had collected from the farmer's market. He then took some paper towels, stuffed them into the bottles, and inverted them to allow the towels to absorb the liquor fully. Those familiar with making Molotov cocktails would recognize this as a makeshift incendiary device. Ding Dolly repeated the process to create 2 more. After a brief survey of his surroundings, he carefully placed the electric scooter into his space. After all, it was a generous gift from the hardware store owner and not something to be discarded lightly. Before the first Molotov could hit the ground, he swiftly threw the next 2 like shooting stars. Without hesitation, he turned and fled south, distancing himself from the horde. Ding Dolly's strength had become formidable, allowing him to throw the Molotovs far. However, his shooting skills learned from the cavalry did not translate to throwing. The first 2 bottles smashed harmlessly on the ground, but fortunately did not extinguish. The high-proof liquor ignited instantly, roaring like a dragon. Simultaneously, the 3rd bottle struck a car perfectly, triggering the alarm as flames erupted, creating a symphony of sound. As the fire spread, nearby vehicles ignited like barrels of gunpowder, crackling with noise. The night, previously filled only with the low moans of zombies, was pierced by the sudden cacophony of car alarms, exciting the previously stagnant zombies, which surged towards Carrefour like a tidal wave. The zombies outside the Sunflower Hotel began to pour out, and many of those trapped in rooms excitedly smashed through windows, some landing on zombies below, while others met their fate as mere splatters. Fortunately, the Sunflower Hotel had an underground parking structure, had it been above ground like Carrefour. A single zombie colliding with a car could have rendered all their efforts futile. As most of the zombies in the hotel courtyard rushed out, those that remained were stuck at the entrance, not for lack of desire to exit, but because the road was already jammed with zombies, blocking any movement. Ding Dolly slipped around to the side of the courtyard and gracefully vaulted over the fence. He dashed toward the hotel entrance, swinging the rebar to clear the zombies obstructing his path. The lower-level zombies fell one after another under his strikes, as he wielded the weapon with the proficiency of a master, resembling a warrior from ancient times charging through enemy lines. In an instant, he reached the hotel entrance. The porch was devoid of any zombies, all having been drawn away. Ding Dolly gazed at the imposing, lavish double doors, usually left open for guests to enter through the glass doors within. However, at this moment, the heavy doors were tightly shut, likely hastily closed by the hotel occupants following the outbreak. Though grand, the door posed no challenge for the locksmith Ding Dolly. He deftly unlocked it and quickly secured it again. Simultaneously, in the private residence on the top floor of the Sunflower Hotel, Chun Sikong and several others stood by the window, witnessing the scene below. They watched in astonishment as the figure surged forward, cutting through the zombies with ease. Due to the porch's cover, they could not see if he had entered the hotel. Hui Zi, impressed by the person's bravery and strength, took a deep breath, secretly astonished, and turned to the contemplative Chun Sikong. "Brother Chun, that guy below is incredible. He dares to charge into a horde of zombies all by himself. It seems he has come to the hotel with a purpose. Could he be sent by the old gentleman to rescue you? I wonder if he has entered the hotel. It is unlikely that he is one of the old gentleman's men, as our family members are mostly absent from Kyoto City. Even if they were to send someone to rescue me, it would not be so swift. This individual's arrival at the hotel likely harbors ulterior motives. Moreover, given his formidable prowess, he has probably consumed the crystal core from a zombie brain. I hope he does not come with malicious intent." Chen Xiqing's gaze darkened, lost in thought as he observed the scene outside the window, his metallic sphere morphing continuously in his hand. Damn it. Unfortunately, the Hotel S surveillance room has been locked by that little girl, Yu Xiaoyu. Otherwise, we could have checked the footage to see what that man was up to. Right now, it is impossible to discern anything. One of Chen Xiqing's subordinates, Zhang Jun, spoke up. "Brother Chun, why don't we break into the surveillance room and drag those women out? Then Yu Xiaoyu would be at your mercy. Tian Liang, how many times must I remind you? Do not act impulsively in the face of adversity. You know all too well what happened yesterday when we killed those 2 women turned zombies. My 2 security guards perished, and you want to smash the surveillance room door? That door is sturdier than the others. If we fail to break it down, we risk attracting the zombies trapped in the other rooms. With our current abilities, We cannot handle that many zombies. After imparting his wisdom to his subordinate Tian Liang, Chen Xiqing's mind raced with a new idea. Tian Liang, Shang Yun, you two go down to the next floor to find those customers who have sought refuge with us. Tell them whoever can pry open the surveillance room door will become a formal member of our group, ensuring a life free from hunger. Oh, and select a few decent women from that crowd. I've grown weary of just Zhang Ting. Huizi, Zhang Ting is now your responsibility. Ha ha ha. I'm done with her. Huizi nodded gratefully, his gaze drifting towards the tall woman in a bikini, Zhang Ting, who was the tallest among the three women at the pool. Now, however, she was curled up in a corner, trembling and covered in bruises, having evidently endured considerable hardship. Zhang Jun and Tian Liang took their leave to inform the survivors and seek out women, while Huizi dressed Zhang Ting in men's clothing and carried her out of the room. The vast, opulent living room was left with only Chen Xiqing standing by the window, gazing at the horde of corpses below. On the second floor of the Sunflower Hotel, this area served as the hotel's logistical office. Typically, only staff frequented this level, and the surveillance room was located here. To protect the hotel's privacy, the door to the surveillance room was reinforced, featuring both a security door and a heavy wooden door for added security. At this moment, a group of women stood by the window in the surveillance room, witnessing the events unfolding below. Suddenly, one woman stationed in front of the monitor exclaimed, "Come look, that man is incredible. He shows no fear of the zombies." Moreover, he managed to pry open the main door and entered the hotel's lobby. The leading woman among them, dressed in a fitted short skirt and white blouse, exuded an air of sophistication with her curvaceous figure and sharp features, reminiscent of a city belle. This was Yu Xiaoyu, who quickly approached the monitor upon hearing her companioness shout, staring intently at the man standing in the lobby below. "Is it him?" Chapter 31. The distress call. Yu Xiaoyu recognized Ding Dali from a police inquiry regarding Tang Bingbing, during which she had caught a glimpse of Ding Dali's photograph. "This man is so formidable. I wonder if he can help us escape this predicament." "Xiaoyu, em starving. I feel like my stomach is touching my back," spoke a plump girl, licking her lips and swallowing hard, as if it could temporarily abate her hunger. "Ruyan, just hold on a little longer. We are all famished, but we will find a way. You know how ruthless Chen Xiqing is. He has shot many people and hoarded all the food on the top floor. He also intends to capture us. I understand Chen Xiqing all too well. He has always acted recklessly, especially now when chaos reigns outside, and we are completely cut off. Being captured by him would lead to dire consequences. We must seek an alternative route to survive. Xiaoyu, we all trust you. Do you have any good ideas?" "Exactly. Xiaoyu, you are the clever one. Think of a solution. We cannot remain trapped here indefinitely. Not to mention Ruyan. I'm feeling dizzy from hunger." The women began to murmur amongst themselves, and the plump woman stood up beside Yu Xiaoyu, her voice booming. "Everyone listen to me. We owe our lives to Xiaoyu. Without her, we would either be dead or captured by Chen Xiqing. Since we all believe in Xiaoyu, I propose we elect her as our leader." "I second that. If it weren't for Xiaoyu, I would have been shot." "I agree. We all agree." The women raised their hands in unison. The plump woman signaled for silence and continued, "If we are to make Xiaoyu our leader, we must have faith that she will find a way to lead us out of this hotel. I, Lu Ruyan, wholeheartedly believe in her." After Lu Ruyan's proclamation, the women resumed their discussion. "Ruyan, we believe in Xiaoyu too. It's just I'm a bit frightened. The outside is filled with those grotesque zombies. Can we truly escape? Even if we manage to get out, where will we go? I think that young man who fought his way and possesses extraordinary strength. Why not we ally ourselves with him? But what if he is even more ruthless than Chen Xiqing?" Yu Xiaoyu listened to the discussion and cleared her throat, prompting the women to quiet down and focus on her. "Ahem, let us observe this man who has entered the hotel. If I'm not mistaken, he is here to confront Chen Xiqing. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps we can join forces with him." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, as if visions of fried chicken and hamburgers danced before her. She rubbed her hands together and asked Xiaoyu, "How do you know he is here to trouble that scoundrel Chen Xiqing? Do you know him? If we could collaborate with him, given his prowess, we might genuinely escape. That is a long story. Let us first observe him." I cannot say for certain. From what I know, even if this man is Chun Si-ching's enemy, he could very well be a devil himself. Yu Xiaoyu felt a chill run down her spine, recalling the suitcase she had carried upstairs, filled with corpse parts. Before she could finish, a loud banging echoed from the surveillance room door, suggesting a considerable number of people were outside. Alongside the banging, voices called out, "Women inside! Come out!" The sudden noise startled the women in the surveillance room. Yu Xiaoyu stepped forward and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you banging on our door? What does it matter who we are? Just break down the door and hand you over to Mr. Chun, and we can move into the top floor. Mr. Chun will provide food and drink. He even said we could choose from the leftovers of you women. Ha ha ha. Are you not afraid that the noise will attract zombies, leading to your own demise? Afraid? We are all going to die sooner or later. I'd rather take the gamble than starve. Brothers, ignore that woman's whining and keep banging." With that, the banging grew even more vigorous. No matter how sturdy the surveillance room door was, it could not withstand such relentless assault for long. Some women were already frightened to the point of tears, prompting Lu Rian to chide. "What are you crying for? When they come in, you all hide behind me. I'll crush a few of them." Yu Xiaoyu furrowed her brows, acutely aware of the dire situation at hand. Should the door be opened, the fate of the women within would be all too predictable. Without hesitation, she seized the landline in the surveillance room and dialed number. Meanwhile, across the street at the Carrefour supermarket, a group of men clad in security uniforms and logistical work attire observed the unfolding chaos from the windows. The supermarket, a modest 5-story establishment, housed shops on the lower 2 floors and the supermarket itself on the upper 3. By the 4th floor's food section, a plethora of makeshift bedding lay scattered. The men standing by the window gasped as they witnessed the horde of approaching zombies, their foreheads beaded with cold sweat. One slender youth turned to a robust security officer in his 30s and exclaimed, "What the hell, Long? That guy just lured the zombies over here. What's his game? We can't even see clearly." Thankfully, the parking lot is sparsely occupied. Otherwise, if a fire breaks out, we'd all be toast. The officer named Long gazed out the window for a moment before issuing a grave command. "This individual is no ordinary person. I can see that he is drawing the zombies here to alleviate the pressure on the others across the street. I observed him charging into the horde, slaying many with almost surgical precision. It appears he has successfully entered the Sunflower Hotel." Realizing something critical, he quickly instructed, "Hurry, take the brothers to the 1st floor and pile up all the furniture from the shops at the entrances. Though there are rolling shutters, the sheer number of zombies demands precaution." Once the men departed, Long stared at the tide of corpses outside, muttering to himself, "Why is that person, who has also consumed the crystal core, so formidable? And what is his purpose in the Sunflower Hotel?" Ding Dolly remained oblivious to the 3 groups observing him. Upon entering the hotel lobby, he pressed the elevator button repeatedly with no response, only to recall that the elevator required a specialized card for operation, typically managed by designated personnel. Climbing 30 floors like a character in a video game was not a feasible option for him. He rushed to the front desk, rummaging through drawers in search of an elevator card. Just as he was digging, the landline on the front desk rang unexpectedly, startling him. Who in the world is still booking hotels in this apocalypse? He muttered under his breath, yet curiosity compelled him to answer. On the other end, a cacophony of noise erupted, punctuated by the sound of knocking and various women's screams, accompanied by an urgent voice. "Mr. Ding, I know you are here for Chun Si-ching. If you rush upstairs, you will surely regret it. I have detailed information about him. Just come to the 2nd floor and help us, and I will share it with you." "Who are you?" Ding Dolly retorted. "Mr. Ding, there are 18 women in the surveillance room, and Chun Si-ching's men are trying to break down the door. If you are willing to save us, I will agree to any terms you propose." "Ah." After a flurry of screams and chaos, the line went dead. "So that is what the noise was in the lobby. I thought it was zombies banging at the door, but it's just fools trying to break in." He laughed, realizing the 18 women must include some who met the criteria, especially those desired by Chun Si-ching. "I must act. No, I must save them." With that, he calmly made his way to the staircase, understanding that haste could lead to mistakes. Chapter 32. The hero saves the damsel. The door to the surveillance room was besieged by a throng of desperate individuals, their hunger driving them to madness. The cacophony of women's screams heightened their adrenaline, and soon the security door crumbled as if made of paper, splintering under the assault of their axes. As the men surged into the room, their eyes glinted with an insatiable hunger. The women inside were unarmed, while the intruders wielded an array of weapons. Despite their numerical advantage, they were quickly subdued by the marauding wolves, leaving only Yu Xiaoyu and the stout woman, Lu Ruyan, to resist fiercely. What incredible strength this hefty woman possesses! How could such a slender front desk girl have such power? One man exclaimed. Forget it. Everyone, attack. We must capture Yu Xiaoyu. She's the one Chun specifically desires. Holding her will ensure our survival. Back to back, Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Ruyan brandished chairs, resembling two furious lionesses fighting for their lives. Yet, they were soon overwhelmed, and Lu Ruyan fell victim to an axe, collapsing with a cry. Ruyan, Yu Xiaoyu shouted, casting a glance at her fallen friend, lying motionless in a pool of blood, her fate uncertain. Lu Ruyan, a member of the hotel's catering department, had long faced disdain due to her size, leaving her friendless until a serendipitous encounter with Yu Xiaoyu forged a deep bond over shared tastes in film and food. In the wake of the apocalypse, Lu Ruyan had steadfastly supported Yu Xiaoyu, and seeing her friend in peril ignited a volcanic fury within Yu Xiaoyu. She swung her chair wildly, momentarily staving off the attackers. However, the odds were insurmountable. As one assailant found an opening, he struck her down, rendering her disoriented and vulnerable to capture. As several men restrained her, they leered at her figure with predatory grins. No wonder Chun wants this woman. If it weren't for our hunger, I would have taken her right now. They laughed, their faces twisted with madness born from a day and night without food. Yu Xiaoyu, witnessing their grotesque visages, realized her fate was grim. She had rejected Chun Xiqing multiple times. How could she expect mercy now? With thoughts of Ding Dali slipping away, despair washed over her, as she resigned herself to her fate, closing her eyes. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the chaos. What a bunch of fools! A survivor at the door of the surveillance room launched himself forward, crashing into the wall with a sickening thud, instantly becoming a lifeless heap on the ground. The remaining survivors were momentarily paralyzed by the spectacle, and Yu Xiaoyu looked up to see a man at the entrance, a large iron rod slung over his shoulder. Grinning widely, "Mr. Ding, save us!" she cried out. Ding Dali had arrived at the second-floor surveillance room door, overhearing the men's arrogant laughter, only to find a towering figure blocking his view. At 178 centimeters tall, he was unable to see inside, prompting him to kick the man aside. As he surveyed the room, his gaze fell upon Lu Ruyan, sprawled on the ground like a small hill. Hearing the pleas for help, he turned, and upon recognizing Yu Xiaoyu's face, he realized that the women in the room were part of a survivor group he had known in his previous life. In the apocalypse, people banded together for warmth, forming diverse groups and bases of survivors. In the northern mountainous region of the capital from his past life, there existed a renowned survivor base, famed not only for its strength, but also for being composed entirely of women. They only shelter women who can no longer survive in the apocalypse, nurturing them into fierce warriors. The two leaders of this group are Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Ruyan. Are you the one who made the call? Ding Dali ignored the gazes of others, his eyes fixed intently on Yu Xiaoyu. Feeling somewhat unnerved by the man's penetrating stare, Yu Xiaoyu quickly realized that he remained unfazed despite facing a multitude of armed survivors. She immediately decided to shout, "Mr. Ding, it was I who called. If you can save us, I will agree to any conditions you propose. I want you to be my woman. As for your companions, they can join me too. I will ensure your safety. You have 1 minute to consider this. Before that, I need to clear the area." As soon as Ding Dali finished speaking, a young man stepped forward from the group of survivors, brandishing a fire axe, and confidently exclaimed, "Who is this fool making such grandiose claims? I see you possess some strength, but do you know who we represent? We are sent by Chun Xiqing. He wields a gun. Opposing him will lead to your demise." Upon hearing the name Chun Xiqing, Ding Dali's previously jovial expression abruptly shifted, and with a decisive stride, he swung his rebar, causing the young man's arm to explode instantly. Before he could utter a sound, Ding Dali delivered a sideways strike, and the young man's head burst open as well. Silence. The control room fell into a terrifying quiet. When the survivors finally reacted, they surged towards the exit, desperate to escape this madman before they too were crushed to pieces. Such monstrous strength was beyond what mere mortals could contend with. Has a minute passed? Have you made your decision? Ding Dolly shook off the blood splattered on the rebar and asked Yu Xiaoyu softly. What delighted Ding Dolly even more was that Yu Xiaoyu turned out to be an awakened one. All the women present gazed at Ding Dolly with eyes glimmering like famished wolves. What a twist of fate, to be rescued by such a formidable man at this life-and-death moment. While his appearance was somewhat disheveled, at this moment, power was of utmost importance. In the face of impending doom, good looks were of little consequence. Only strength mattered. Even Yu Xiaoyu's gaze toward Ding Dolly transformed, reflecting newfound admiration. Her favorite movie was A Chinese Odyssey, where she often daydreamed of her destined hero being a great champion. Today, as circumstances felt eerily similar, yet this champion bore a striking resemblance to a monkey. Oh, how I wish to bear his children! A muffled voice beside Yu Xiaoyu exclaimed, and she turned to see the bloodied Lu Ruyin sitting up abruptly. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yu Xiaoyu couldn't help but embrace Lu Ruyin tightly, bursting into tears. Lu Ruyin, I'm so glad you're all right. Ouch, Xiaoyu, be gentle. Luckily, I've got enough fat. The axe hit my shoulder, but didn't injure anything vital? Seems being chubby has its perks. Lu Ruyin grinned through her discomfort. Yu Xiaoyu wiped her tears and smiled as she examined Lu Ruyin's wounds. I mean, you ladies shouldn't stare at me so intently. Have you paid me? Even visiting a zoo to see monkeys requires a ticket. Ding Dolly's playful remark elicited laughter from the women, easing the tension. Despite their injuries, they laughed while clutching their wounds, appearing quite comical. Yu Xiaoyu, too distracted by her concern for her friend, chuckled and felt a bit embarrassed at having overlooked her savior. All right, Yu Xiaoyu, stop hugging Lu Ruyin and tell me, do you want to be my woman? Do you wish to join me? Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Ruyin gasped in surprise and chorused. How do you know our names? I know many things. Now hurry and give me an answer. Don't waste my time. I still have to head to the top floor. The other women, overhearing Lu Ruyin, laughed knowingly and chimed in. Yes, yes, this handsome young man. Why not consider taking a few more? He is so slim. I wonder if he can handle more. What are you all thinking? He is interested in our leader, Xiaoyu. Whether he could take on more depends on her. Ding Dolly was left speechless. How long had these women been without men? They resembled starving mothers yearning for food. What a joke. Am I in a den of spider spirits? They underestimate me. Just because I'm slim doesn't mean I'm weak. I'm known as the little steel cannon of East City. And you, Lu Ruyin, are like a mountain. What a ridiculous notion. Yet, he refrained from saying such things aloud. Ding Dolly smirked and nonchalantly replied, Ladies, let us not jest. I can't possibly handle so many at once. Besides, whether or not to accept you really depends on your leader. He gazed intently at Yu Xiaoyu. Yu Xiaoyu, already somewhat swayed, felt her face flush under his unabashed stare. Since we've come this far, I agree, but you must not abandon my sisters. The outside world is filled with zombies. They cannot survive alone. Agreed. You will all survive. By the way, Xiaoyu, have you consumed the crystal core from a zombie's brain? Have you awakened any powers? Ding Dolly's words left everyone bewildered, including Yu Xiaoyu, who grimaced in disgust. There's something in a zombie's brain? Eat it. I've never touched that stuff. Of course. This life has unfolded differently, perhaps due to Tang Bingbing's absence from the hotel, resulting in a series of unforeseen consequences. Have you not noticed any differences or peculiar abilities since the fog descended? Ding Dolly pressed on. Well, on the day the fog arrived, May 20th, the hotel was quite busy and I had to work overtime. I remember going to the restroom at midnight during the shift change. Suddenly, I felt an intense pain all over my body, as if I had lost consciousness for a few minutes. When I awoke, I found myself brimming with energy and strength. As for peculiar abilities at this, Yu Xiaoyu's face turned red once more, resembling a ripe apple. She glanced around at her companions, then pulled Ding Dolly aside and whispered, I did feel a surge of energy and I noticed a strange scent on myself. I want to take a shower. And as soon as I had that thought, water started pouring from my body, and I was drenched in no time. It scared me. After several attempts in the restroom, I discovered my skin could produce water endlessly. Ding Dolly couldn't help but chuckle, realizing Yu Xiaoyu had awakened a water-based ability. Yet she seemed to utilize it in the most peculiar manner, Rather than using her powers to combat zombies, she treated herself like a faucet. Keep your voice down. They can all hear you. I find that peculiar ability utterly embarrassing. Yu Xiaoyu whispered, contemplating, considering the women's commendable moral values and their renowned past. Ding Dali resolved to train them diligently. He presented enough energy crystal cores for 2 individuals to evolve into first-tier awakened ones, distributing 1 to each of the other women to awaken their abilities. Ding Dali possessed numerous crystal cores, having amassed quite a collection along his journey. However, it was unnecessary to nurture every individual with great care. Merely providing them with the opportunity to awaken was sufficient. It was only essential to focus on cultivating the core combat strength. After informing the women of the necessary precautions, Ding Dali allowed them to concentrate on their evolution. He stood guard at the entrance like a loyal sentinel, as the pungent scent of blood would soon act as bait, drawing the upper-tier zombies down the staircase in droves. Thus, it was imperative that someone safeguarded these women. As anticipated, shortly after Ding Dali settled at the door, zombies began to emerge from the staircase. With idle time on his hands, he deftly manipulated steel nails to slay the approaching zombies, orchestrating intricate movements to enhance the precision of his mental control. During this process, he unexpectedly acquired the skill culinary mastery from a zombie resembling a chef, along with various material rewards. Most of the zombies yielded decent supplies, likely due to their indulgent feasting prior to the apocalypse. When the sky illuminated with brilliance, all the women successfully completed their evolution. The majority awakened enhanced strength or speed, while a select few manifested unique abilities. Amidst the jubilant celebration of their newfound powers, Lu Ruyan, however, huddled in a corner, weeping inconsolably, her excess flesh quivering like waves. Why is my ability so hideous? Why? Ding Dali was well aware of Lu Ruyan's power. She possessed earth-based abilities, encasing herself in iron-like rocks, significantly amplifying her defense and strength, even able to transform into a towering rock giant. In their previous life, as the deputy leader of their group, Lu Ruyan undeniably excelled in both strength and other aspects. Yet, such an ability seemed somewhat superficial when attributed to a woman. Following a patient counsel from Yu Xiaoyu, Lu Ruyan finally ceased her tears, allowing Ding Dali to examine their data. Name, Yu Xiaoyu tier, first stage human awakened gender, female score, 95 strength, 105 speed, 100 stamina, 100 mentality, 105 ability, water element control name, Lu Ruyan tier, first stage human awakened strength, 110 speed, 100 stamina, 100 mentality, 105 ability, raw transformation chapter 34. Banquet hall. Reflecting on the survivor base they established in the northern mountains of Kyoto in their previous life, it was highly probable that it no longer existed in this timeline. However, the original members of this female team remained, and as long as they were present, there was no concern about the team failing to form. These women possessed high moral values, and if utilized wisely, they could become a formidable force. With these thoughts, Ding Dali cleared his throat and addressed the group. Since you have chosen to follow me and have all become awakened, I hereby officially appoint Yu Xiaoyu as your captain and Lu Ruyan as the vice captain. They shall oversee all your affairs. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu stepped forward. You intend to go to the top floor? The elevator car for the top floor is separate from the others. However, I happen to have an elevator card to go up. Excellent. Quickly hand me the elevator card. I wish to deliver a surprise to President Shun. Yu Xiaoyu understood the implication of his words. The previous gift for President Shun had been the dismembered lover, Tang Bingbing, which she herself had delivered upstairs. The mere thought of it was repugnant. She promptly extracted a card from her possession and handed it to Ding Dali. We will accompany you. Currently, most survivors have gathered in the banquet hall on the 29th floor. When the apocalypse struck, that floor was uninhabited, thus devoid of zombies, making it quite safe. The 28th, 27th, and 26th floors are presidential suites. The number of rooms is significantly fewer than below, resulting in a relatively sparse population, which means fewer zombies. Although we have awakened, none of us have yet slain a zombie. Merely seeing the corpses below instills immense fear. This cannot continue. I plan to take the sisters to the 28th floor to practice killing zombies. Since zombies possess crystal cores that aid in evolution, it is imperative that we slay them. The sparse zombies on those floors are perfect for practice. This presents an excellent opportunity for growth. Furthermore, to survive in this world, we must engage in battle. We can also collect some crystal cores in the process, achieving 2 goals with 1 endeavor. Yu Xiaoyu's words prompted Ding Dali to silently commend her, admiring her greatly. No wonder she managed to establish a survivor base in their previous life and became a leader. Her courage and foresight surpassed many. With a sweeping gesture, Ding Dali scattered various tools and materials collected from the hardware store across the floor. Your mindset is commendable. The apocalypse demands a mindset befitting its circumstances. Becoming stronger is of utmost priority. Use these as temporary weapons. Choose what suits you best. The women stood in awe at this remarkable display, momentarily shocked, yet quickly reconsidered, acknowledging that this man's strength was unfathomable, and anything happening around him seemed unsurprising. After a brief moment of astonishment, they eagerly selected their preferred weapons. Yu Xiaoyu chose a steel pipe, while Lu Rian opted for a large iron hammer. Once everyone had chosen their weapons, Ding Dali led the group out of the room and toward the 28th floor. As they observed the corpses of zombies strewn across the corridor, the women were further astounded, and Ding Dali's strength in their eyes rose considerably, along with their moral values. 18 women and 1 Ding Dali totaled 19 individuals. The elevator could accommodate a maximum of 10 people. After 3 trips, everyone was transported to the 28th floor. Huh? You asked why it took 3 trips for 19 people? Lu Rian made 1 trip herself. After reaching the 28th floor, Ding Dali briefed the group on the precautions for killing zombies, then proceeded to the elevator, deciding to visit the 29th floor before heading to the 30th, curious if any unexpected surprises awaited among the survivors there. He certainly did not wish to miss out on any beautiful, valuable opportunities or promising individuals to recruit. Now, with moral values as a standard for evaluation, he was no longer concerned about encountering traitors like Chun Siqing from his previous life. The 29th floor featured a grand banquet hall, lavishly decorated, with a large stage at its center adorned with numerous plants and flowers. Beneath the stage were circular dining tables, resembling a dreamlike forest-themed wedding venue. Upon witnessing the wedding-like arrangement, Ding Dali couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? Is someone getting married?" His sudden outburst startled the people in the banquet hall, causing them to instinctively retreat, all eyes turning towards the source of the sound. Exiting the elevator, he faced a luxurious wooden door flanked by 2 smaller entrances leading into the banquet hall. The grand door stood wide open, revealing a red carpet that led straight to the stage. As Ding Dali swaggered down the red carpet, steel rebar in hand, he scrutinized the disheveled survivors scattered about. To his disappointment, the system did not indicate any women meeting the score criteria. Unlike Yu Xiaoyu and her companions, who were hotel staff, these individuals were primarily hotel guests. Many likely engaged in clandestine meetings when the fog descended, while others may have already been asleep. Consequently, most were dressed quite casually. Some wore only underwear. Others donned lace nightgowns, and a few even wrapped themselves in tablecloths, with one particularly conspicuous fellow clad in a leopard print onesie. However, a small group of individuals stood out among them, dressed in formal and extravagant attire, truly resembling wedding guests. "Hey, you. Yes, you. Come here." Ding Dali raised a steel bar and pointed it at a portly middle-aged man standing among the crowd. The man, dressed impeccably in a suit, appeared rather disheveled. The buttons of his shirt were stretched taut against his flesh, and his suit bore several rips. His face was mottled with bruises, the result of an unknown assailant, giving him a most pitiable appearance. Faced with the unexpected stranger wielding a heavy iron rod, the middle-aged man dared not resist and stepped forward 2 paces. What a joke! That iron rod looked excessively heavy, yet this young man wielded it with the ease of a chopstick. Best not to provoke such an individual. "Hey there, young brother. Did you come up from downstairs or down from upstairs?" The rotund man inquired with a feigned smile, testing the waters. "Listen, uncle, if you don't want to smile, then don't. Your flabby face looks worse than a zombie when you grin." Ding Dali retorted, "I came up from downstairs. Tell me, why do you all look so different from them? Dressed like you're attending a wedding?" With a sharp thud, Ding Dali jabbed the steel bar into the ground, startling the rotund man into a moment of speechlessness. Just then, a middle-aged woman clad in a cheapao emerged from the crowd in haste. She maintained an impressive physique, and though her face bore some wrinkles, it was evident she had been quite striking in her youth. The woman brusquely shoved the portly man aside. "Lao Sire, stay out of this. You always falter at critical moments. How could I have been blind enough to spend my life with you?" She chastised, her words devoid of mercy. Lao Xia, the portly man, offered no retort, silently retreating behind her. Chapter 35. Mother-in-law Li Chunlan. The woman approached Ding Dali, sizing him up, her gaze falling upon the thick iron rod that had just left an impressively large dent in the ground. A surge of fear coursed through her. This young man possessed remarkable strength. No wonder he could eliminate the group that descended below. Her heart lifted at the thought. "Little brother, my name is Li Xianglan. These people are here for my daughter's wedding. Our relatives and some friends from out of town were accommodated in this hotel. When the chaos erupted, we were still in our rooms, unaware. My daughter called, anxious about the wedding the next day, urging those involved in the ceremony to come to the banquet hall for a rehearsal, which is when we finally got dressed and left our rooms. Suddenly, many began to bleed from their noses and collapsed, only to rise again as flesh-eating zombies. We fled upstairs, and many who had rushed out of their rooms followed us. In the end, only a handful made it to the banquet hall, and thankfully, there are no zombies on this floor." Li Shunlan Siga Thepoli, wiping away tears as she pointed to a photo of a young woman on a trampled standee. "This is my daughter. Young brother, I heard you say you dealt with those ruffians who were preying on others downstairs. Surely, you have the capability to rescue my daughter." With that, she removed a gold necklace and a ring adorned with a large piece of jade from her person and pressed them into Ding Dali's hands. Ding Dali glanced at the ring and necklace, unable to suppress a chuckle, though his words implied reluctance. He had already resolved to rescue Li Chunlan's daughter for a simple reason. The woman in the wedding photo was breathtakingly beautiful. Her delicate features were accentuated by subtle makeup, her hair elegantly styled, adorned with a white veil, and her wedding gown accentuated her curves. It stirred something within Ding Dali. He glanced at the groom, standing nearby, but he deemed him irrelevant. At that moment, he fervently hoped the situation wasn't too dire. Noticing Li Chunlan's stunned silence, Ding Dali continued, "Mother-in-law, could you tell me how the bride became trapped?" Upon hearing this, Li Chunlan's eyes brimmed with hope as she clutched Ding Dali's arm. "The counting said, Mr. Chun, who lives upstairs and claims to be the hotel's owner, sent 2 men with guns down. They promised that anyone who could break into the surveillance room and bring back a woman would be rewarded with a place upstairs, complete with food, drink, and women. Some could not contain themselves. They smashed tables and chairs, seized any weapons they could find, and rushed downstairs like madmen. The 2 armed men then took 4 girls with them upstairs. My daughter was among them, along with 2 of her bridesmaids and another girl who was a hotel guest. Young brother, I implore you, please save my daughter. I will do anything you ask if you can bring her back." Old Xia, standing behind Li Chunlan, nodded fervently, his flesh jiggling with each motion. So, it was Chun Siqing, a thief encountering a bandit. What a twist of fate. It seemed rescuing this girl was no longer optional. With that thought in mind, Ding Dali swung the steel bar and smiled at Li Chunlan. "I happen to be seeking vengeance upstairs, so I shall assist you. By the way, where is your son-in-law? Has he turned into a zombie? Don't mention that useless man. He watched as my wife was taken and didn't dare make a peep. Just a coward. Who do you call a coward? I see your family is filled with them. I disapproved of their union from the start. Who could possibly cater to your pampered daughter? You dare call my son a coward? Have you no conscience? Besides, if your daughter hadn't insisted on rehearsing, we would have come here at night. And now, woe is me. My husband has turned into a zombie. He is dead, and you still expect my son to meet the same fate? You're not cowards. Why don't you step up? Your husband is no coward, yet he was still beaten to a pulp. He has always looked like a pig, and now he looks even more so." Before Li Chunlan could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by a woman in a red cheapao, who appeared older than Li Chunlan. Observing the floral decoration on her chest, Ding Dali recognized her as Li Chunlan's mother-in-law. The woman began to wail and berate, and the already agitated Li Chunlan found herself infuriated, refusing to back down as the 2 women exchanged heated words. Their argument escalated, leading to hair-pulling and a physical scuffle while old Sire and other relatives attempted to separate them. Meanwhile, the groom remained seated, motionless. Ding Dolly felt his head throb from the commotion. His frustration grew at their lack of awareness regarding their dire situation. Instead of strategizing for survival, they were squabbling like harpies. His irritation peaked, and he raised the steel bar, bringing it down with a resounding crash, shattering a nearby solid wood round table. The banquet hall fell eerily silent, all eyes on the shattered table and the iron rod in Ding Dolly's grip, fear evident on their faces. The groom's mother retreated several steps, hiding among the crowd. "Why have you ceased your bickering? Do you believe I won to smash your heads in with this rod?" Only Li Xianglan adjusted her disheveled hair and, slightly breathless and embarrassed, replied, "Young brother, please forgive us. When might we go to rescue my daughter? I, along with Lao Xia, will accompany you. More hands mean more strength. You needn't trouble yourselves. I am more than capable alone. You had best pray that the photo's authenticity holds true." With that, he turned and strode away, leaving Li Xianglan bewildered by his final remark. The groom's mother, observing Ding Dolly, a fierce and intimidating figure, entering the elevator, finally exhaled in relief and approached Li Xianglan, whispering derisively, "I suppose your family has lost their minds. Relying on a young man with an iron rod to rescue your daughter? Don't you consider your own worth? Just because he possesses some strength, he thinks himself remarkable. With a mere iron rod, one dares to confront those wielding firearms. Truly, it is a reckless endeavor." The unspoken words lingered in the air. The silent groom finally broke his silence. Chapter 36. The Unexpected Ones on the 30th floor, in the living room of Chun Siqing's private residence. Four women huddled on the floor, trembling in fear, while two men with guns stood nearby, grinning lewdly. These men were none other than Zhang Jun and Tian Liang. "Brother Chun, I didn't expect such high-quality ladies among this group of survivors, especially this bride in her wedding gown. Ha ha ha. It seems like they were about to hold a wedding in the banquet hall on the 29th floor. What a stunning beauty. Even the two bridesmaids are exquisite. Wow. Tian Liang, you're practically drooling. Let me tell you, you better not get any funny ideas. Brother Chun gets to have his fun first. Hee hee. Brother Chun, the bride's fiancé is downstairs. Do you want to personally intervene and help the bride put on a show of pre-wedding revelry?" Ha ha. As Chun Siqing gazed at the captives, a fierce desire ignited within him. Who would have thought that even in the apocalypse, he could encounter such treasures and right in his own hotel? Despite his usual indulgences and numerous romantic encounters, he had never encountered women of such caliber. "Zhang Jun, Tian Liang, you have done remarkably well. Rest assured, I will not treat you unfairly. I shall enjoy the bride and the bridesmaids first, and the remaining one is yours. Once I have had my fill, all will be yours." Zhang Jun and Tian Liang's eyes gleamed with excitement as they profusely expressed their gratitude, not forgetting to flatter Chun Siqing. Zhang Jun, with a sycophantic smile, addressed Chun Siqing, "Brother Chun, if it weren't for your secret stash of firearms and ammunition, we wouldn't have been able to seize most of the food or so easily abduct such beautiful women in front of so many people. You should have seen it. The groom was so terrified by the guns that he barely moved. As for the others, only the bride's parents resisted. And after giving her father a good beating, they quieted down." Tian Liang chimed in, fully aware of Chun Siqing's influential background. Even if his own family was wealthy, it paled in comparison to Chun Siqing's power. By firmly attaching himself to Chun Siqing, he could thrive even in the apocalypse. With this mindset, Tian Liang eagerly added, "As expected of Brother Chun, following you not only strengthens our abilities, but also ensures we have food, drink, and women. Oh, by the way, should we call Huizi to join us?" Upon hearing Tian Liang mention Huizi, a lascivious grin spread across Chun Siqing's face. He licked his lips and replied, "Why call him? Doesn't he already have Zhang Ting? Ha ha. What? You all have enjoyed his ex-girlfriend, and now you want him to join in on the fun with someone else's wife?" Tian Liang, chuckling lewdly, continued to flatter, "Brother Chun, don't say that. What's ours is yours. It's not just him who has surrendered his girlfriend. Zhang Jun and I have too. It's just unfortunate that those two women turned into zombies and ended up biting two of Brother Chen's bodyguards. Enough. Who knows why this world suddenly turned chaotic? By the way, have those people trying to pry open the surveillance room made any progress? Remember, once you capture Yu Xiaoyu, deliver her to me immediately. Don't let those guys take advantage. You need not go. I have yet to savor my new acquisitions. Let Huizi handle it. Soon, the room filled with various lewd laughter. Outside the elevator on the 30th floor of Chun Siqing's residence, Huizi lowered his head, wiping the filth off Zhang Ting's body with a towel. As he did so, he spoke in a low voice, Mr. Chun wants me to check if those people downstairs have captured Yu Xiaoyu. Once he has a new target, he won't torment you anymore. If you agree, I can take you downstairs for a while. I will bring you food and water daily. Zhang Ting's face and body were covered in bruises, as if ravaged by a merciless storm. Even the slightest movement sent waves of unbearable pain coursing through her. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her voice, saying, Huizi, in the past, we had no choice but to be at his mercy like puppets, but now the world is in chaos. Why must we remain under his control? Why not escape? Xiao Ting, do you think I don't want to? Have you not seen the overwhelming strength of the zombies? Even Chun Siqing's 2 bodyguards, formidable as they are, fell prey to them. Downstairs, there are countless zombies. How can we possibly escape with just the 2 of us? Since escape is impossible, we must continue obeying him, for we cannot contend with him. On the surface, Zhang Jun, Tian Liang, and I may appear as mere subordinates to Chun Siqing, with my status seemingly second only to his. But that is merely a fade. Otherwise, why would Chun Siqing withhold firearms from me? He has always been wary of me. Moreover, after killing 2 female zombies, Chun Siqing acquired 2 crystal cores from their brains. After consuming them, I witnessed him manifest bizarre, unpredictable abilities. Later, the 2 deceased bodyguards also turned into zombies. After Chun Siqing dispatched them, he obtained 2 more crystal cores, which he bestowed upon Zhang Jun and Tian Liang. Whether they gained unique abilities after consuming the cores, I cannot say, but their strength has certainly increased significantly. If not for that, do you think those 3 would have dared to venture downstairs for food with merely 3 guns and limited ammunition? If we wish to escape and break free from their control, we must seek out isolated zombies, eliminate them, and acquire their crystal cores to obtain such powers. Therefore, Xiao Ting, we must endure a little longer. Now follow me downstairs. First, tend to your injuries. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Ding Dali was taken aback to see a stranger assisting a battered woman at the entrance. Huizi, upon spotting Ding Dali carrying rebar, instinctively gasped in surprise. It's you. This exclamation left Ding Dali bewildered. Who was this person? He had never encountered them in his past life. Stepping out of the elevator and confirming he had not misplaced the floor, he recalled visiting this level before, yet he was certain he had never seen these 2 individuals. Ding Dali's gaze hardened as he fixed it on the pair, questioning each word. Who are you? How do you know me? What is your connection to Chun Siqing? You have 1 minute to convince me not to kill you. You are Ding Dali, Tang Bingbing's boyfriend. I have seen your photo with Chun Siqing. You are one of Chun Siqing's people. Ding Dali's eyes glinted with malice, an overwhelming murderous intent surging forth. He thought to himself, what other reason could they have for being here if not to serve Chun Siqing? Huizi felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a bloodthirsty beast. He hurriedly waved his hands to explain, Are you here to kill Chun Siqing? I am Huizi, and this is Zhang Ting. We can help you. Have you also consumed the crystal core from a zombie's brain? This question struck Ding Dali like a massive stone thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring turbulent waves of thought within him. Seeing the complex expression on Ding Dali's face, Huizi remained silent, anxious that they were under Chun Siqing's very nose and that decisive action was imperative. Otherwise, discovery would lead to dire consequences. I know you must have consumed that crystal core, because Chun Siqing and his 2 subordinates have as well. Moreover, Chun Siqing has acquired extraordinary abilities. Killing him will not be an easy task. Chapter 37. Huizi's helpless life. Ding Dali was well aware of Chun Siqing's extraordinary abilities. After all, in his previous life, it was Ding Dali who had helped him awaken them. However, he distinctly remembered that during his previous visit to the Sunflower Hotel, only Chun Siqing, Tang Bingbing, and 2 bodyguards were present, all of them shut inside the room, barely surviving on their limited supplies. In this life, with so many variables at play? Could it be due to Tang Bingbing's absence? It was only because Tang Bingbing did not appear at this hotel that Chun Siqing had others by his side, triggering such a chain of events. Realizing this, Ding Dali suddenly felt enlightened. It seemed that altering a single person's fate could set off a series of chain reactions. After contemplating the reasons, Ding Dali still yearned to understand Huizi's true situation and why he wished to eliminate Chun Siqing. Thus, he straightforwardly inquired, "Your presence here, coupled with your knowledge of so many secrets, clearly indicates that you are close to Chun Siqing. Pray tell, what is your motive for wanting to kill him?" Huizi cast a glance at Zhang Ting, who subtly nodded in response. Understanding the unspoken agreement, Huizi began to recount the intricate web of grievances and affections he shared with Chun Siqing. It emerged that both Huizi and Zhang Ting hailed from families of modest wealth. Their parents acquainted, and they had known each other since childhood, akin to childhood sweethearts, innocent and untainted. As they matured, it was only natural that they would gravitate towards one another. Their parents were exceedingly pleased, recognizing the mutual affection between the two and the potential for their families to forge a stronger alliance, thus enhancing their business endeavors. Hence, in the presence of their families, they became betrothed. Alas, their bliss was short-lived. At a chance gathering, they encountered Chun Siqing. The social elite, despite their wealth and status, were acutely aware of the hierarchy that existed within their circles. Huizi and Zhang Ting understood their own standing was vastly inferior when compared to Chun Siqing's family background, and they had never anticipated any intersection of their lives. However, to their astonishment, following the gathering, Chun Siqing approached Zhang Ting privately, bluntly expressing his interest in her. He proposed that should she agree to be his, her family's fortunes would multiply. Zhang Ting, indignant, slapped him across the face, and Chun Siqing, unfazed, allowed the matter to dissipate into obscurity. Although Zhang Ting initially feared retribution, she soon forgot the incident. That was until a devastating piece of news reached her ears. Huizi's parents had been arrested due to financial issues within their company, which was subsequently acquired by Chun family enterprise. Zhang Ting immediately deduced who was behind this treachery. Shortly thereafter, her own company faced relentless suppression, business plummeting, and her father fell gravely ill as a result. Knowing the source of their misfortunes, Zhang Ting confronted Chun Siqing, who bore an expression that implied, "Yes, it was I. And what can you do about it?" He chillingly informed her that this was merely the beginning. Desperate, she implored for a way to spare her family and Huizi. Chun Siqing, without reservation, stated that her compliance as his woman would ensure her family's safety. Otherwise, not only would they face bankruptcy, but Huizi's imprisoned parents and Huizi himself might also meet dire fates. Faced with such threats, while others might have dismissed them, Zhang Ting felt the gravity of Chun Siqing's words. A man who has nothing left to lose can be perilous, and, as long as she lived, she remained a potential threat to him. Thus, that very day, she reluctantly succumbed to Chun Siqing's advances. However, yielding to a villain only emboldens their wickedness. Chun Siqing repeatedly coerced Zhang Ting into submission. Consumed by guilt towards Huizi, she chose to end their relationship, believing Huizi would be better off without her. Yet, Huizi assumed she had grown weary of him and sought a more advantageous partner, so he let her go. Upon learning of Zhang Ting's breakup, Chun Siqing erupted in fury, demanding to know why she had chosen to part ways. In a bid to humiliate Huizi, he approached him, offering a deal if Huizi would serve him loyally. Not only would he return his family's company, but he would also facilitate the release of his parents. Unbeknownst to Huizi, who still viewed Chun Siqing as a benevolent figure, he readily agreed, dismissing his former girlfriend's descent into depravity as no longer his concern. Thus, Huizi became Chun Siqing's subordinate. Chun Siqing, indifferent to Huizi, would often stand nearby, pursuing Zhang Ting with increasing fervor. He threatened her that revealing the truth to Huizi would result in dire consequences for him. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn on the day of reckoning. Originally, Chun Siqing had planned a playful escapade with Tang Bingbing, only to receive news of her gruesome demise the day before. Present at the scene were Huizi, Zhang Ting, two bodyguards, Zhang Jun, Tian Liang, and their respective ex-girlfriends, who willingly offered themselves to Chun Siqing, unlike Huizi, who remained oblivious. Due to Tang Bingbing's incident, Chen Xiqing altered his plans, deciding to host a raucous gathering with the assembled individuals the next day. Thus, on the day of reckoning, they congregated once more at the Sunflower Hotel's top floor. What followed was a party beside the swimming pool, during which two girls suddenly began to bleed profusely, turning the pool water crimson. Chen Xiqing, repulsed, kicked the two girls away, ensuring his own safety from a potential zombie attack. Unfortunately, the two bodyguards were not as fortunate. As they dragged the girls from the water, they were overwhelmed and savagely bitten. Despite being knocked down repeatedly, the girls rose again, continuing their assault until their skulls were shattered. The subsequent events are well known. After hearing Huizi's account, Ding Dali looked at him in disbelief, exclaiming, "Good heavens! Are you a fool?" Huizi, chastised, refrained from retorting but inwardly mused. "How dare you call me foolish when your girlfriend was also taken by another? Enough! Although you have wasted some of my time, you have successfully persuaded me. I shall spare your life. Now follow me." Ding Dali hoisted the rebar onto his shoulder and began to exit the stairwell. In a hurried whisper, Huizi called out from behind, "Where are you taking me? We must strategize on how to deal with Chen Xiqing. Prepare for a grand performance. I want Chen Xiqing to taste the bitterness of betrayal." Chapter 38. The despairing Chen Xiqing had newly acquired 3 beautiful women, adorned in wedding gowns and bridesmaid dresses, and it was nearly impossible to suppress his excitement. He commanded Zhang Jun and Tian Liang to bind the 3 women to separate chairs, securing their hands and feet. Chen Xiqing leered at the trio with a predatory gaze, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing 3 unsuspecting lambs, meticulously contemplating how best to indulge himself. Xiao Qiugao never imagined that her wedding would coincide with the apocalypse. Fortuitously, she had not transformed into a zombie, yet she found herself captured at gunpoint, while her fiancé remained conspicuously silent. Now, she was bound to a chair in an utterly humiliating position, her heart filled with despair. Her 2 close friends beside her were equally distraught, their faces etched with terror. Nearby, another captured woman screamed in utter anguish. Unable to contain her emotions, Xiao Qiugao burst into tears, exclaiming, "Let me go! You beasts! Release me!" Observing her frantic struggles, Chen Xiqing's laughter grew increasingly derisive. He seized Xiao Qiugao's chin, grinning maliciously, "Beasts? Rest assured, I will soon show you what true beasts are. I hear your fiancé is just downstairs. I wonder how he would feel witnessing this scene. I advise you to conserve your energy. For anyone who enters my domain leaves with a mark. But fret not, I shall save the best for last. Shall I commence with your dear friends? Which one should I choose first? This is quite the dilemma." With that, Chen Xiqing leapt between the 2 bridesmaids and violently tore the dress of one. "Qiugao, save me. Ah, you bastard. Release Xiao Xue. Latanengo. Take me instead. Do not touch them." Xiao Qiugao's frantic cries only fueled Chen Xiqing's depravity, prompting him to rip the other bridesmaid's gown with glee, casting a provocative glance at Xiao Qiugao. "Fear not, dear bride. Your turn shall come soon. No need to rush." The bridesmaid, named An, was known for her fiery temperament. When her dress was torn away, she did not struggle. Instead, with eyes blazing with rage, she glared at Chen Xiqing, resembling a vengeful spirit. Summoning all her strength, she shouted, "You coward! Come at me. I'll just consider it as being licked by a dog. You're asking for death." Anan's furious tirade ignited Chen Xiqing's wrath, and he raised his hand to strike. However, just as his palm lifted, a thunderous crash reverberated through the room, as a massive security door slammed down in the middle of the living room. All eyes turned towards the entrance, including the hand that Chen Xiqing had forgotten to lower. The doorway now revealed only a frame, enveloped in swirling dust, as a round of applause echoed from behind the haze, accompanied by a flamboyant voice. "Ha ha ha! Who is this charming lady speaking so eloquently? What an astute assessment! Chen Xiqing is merely a spineless man who can only lick plates." Ding Dali clapped enthusiastically as he sauntered into the opulent mansion, followed closely by Zhang Ting and Huizi. Ding Dali surveyed the room, and upon catching sight of Chen Xiqing, his previously jovial expression turned icy, his gaze piercing as if he were staring at a corpse. Hatred surged within him, and he hardly noticed the system's prompt. You're the one who charged into the hotel with a metal rod at dawn, the useless boyfriend of Tang Bingbing, and you weren't killed? Chen Xiqing was taken aback upon recognizing the intruder. He had hired assassins to eliminate him, yet it was evident that the mission had failed. Are you referring to those two assassins? They were impressive, which is why I killed them. Chen Xiqing pondered 1,000 reasons for the failure of his assassination attempt, but never imagined that he could be backstabbed by Tang Bingbing's worthless boyfriend. In his mind, that person was merely an ordinary loser, working multiple jobs to please Tang Bingbing, incapable of taking down skilled assassins. Unable to fathom the scenario, he dismissed the thought. After all, the man had arrived at his doorstep, and further contemplation would be futile. He slightly turned his head, his gaze landing on Huizi and Zhang Ting standing behind him. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon Chen Xiqing, his eyes narrowing like cold blades as he exclaimed, "You dare betray me?" Huizi was uncertain whether Ding Dali could take down Chen Xiqing, but with the world in chaos and the likelihood of their parents still being alive nearly zero, he resolved to fight back rather than live in humiliation. Gripping Zhang Ting's hand tightly, he retorted, "I am not betraying you. I have never regarded you highly. You've played me for a fool in the past, but now, in this apocalypse, you still pretend to be superior. I don't know where you get the confidence to boast about your prowess in front of us. I spit on you. Sooner or later, I will have you castrated." Huizi's words only fueled Chen Xiqing's fury, igniting an inferno within him. He despised being mocked, especially in front of beautiful women. Though he had once been insecure in his youth, he had grown to discover that women dared not criticize him. Anyone who did typically met a grim fate. Yet today, before the 3 exquisite targets he had just obtained, he faced humiliation time and again, driving him to madness. Pointing at Ding Dali and the others, he erupted into a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha! A worthless loser, a stray dog dares to speak boldly before me. You pests deserve to perish together." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Xiqing raised a gun. 3 handguns fired simultaneously, the cacophony of gunfire resonating alongside his maniacal laughter. In one corner of the living room, Zhang Jun and Tian Liang, who had been wantonly tormenting women, had already prepared for this moment. Upon seeing Chen Xiqing draw his weapon, they too raised their guns and fired until their clips were empty. What unfolded next left everyone, except Ding Dali, in a state of stunned disbelief. All the bullets that had been fired seemed to come alive, swirling in midair just in front of Ding Dali, refusing to advance even an inch. "Have you awakened the ability to control metal?" Chen Xiqing stared in disbelief at the bullets suspended in midair. The response came in the form of several rapidly spinning bullets hurtling toward him. Chen Xiqing's pupils constricted as he hastily activated his powers to block the incoming projectiles. However, it was too late. 2 bullets struck his legs, penetrating through his calves and shattering bone, blood oozing from the wounds. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Pain did not rob him of his sanity. He understood that if he did not retaliate immediately, he would surely meet his demise. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he exerted his powers, transforming a nearby steel ball into a multitude of sharp steel needles. Chen Xiqing, who had awakened the ability of metal manipulation, could control the form of metals and their movement within a certain range. It was a formidable ability, and he believed that with it, he could become a powerful figure in this world filled with metal. Yet today, the steel needles he conjured remained stubbornly still, unyielding to his commands. Desperately channeling his powers, sweat poured from his brow, unsure if it was from pain or the immense drain on his abilities. As his last vestiges of mental strength faded, he could no longer wield his powers, and the needles remained motionless. "This cannot be," a weakened Chen Xiqing murmured in disbelief, his tone devoid of confidence. Chapter 39. Chen Xiqing in despair, "Are you searching for these?" Ding Dali taunted, observing the fallen Chen Xiqing as he manipulated the steel needles to hover before him, relishing the astonishment etched on Chen Xiqing's face. "You don't truly believe that possessing this ability grants you the power to stride through the apocalypse, do you? Or that such a skill could eliminate me? You must be curious as to why I can control the needles you created. The answer is simple. Our levels differ vastly. You can only manipulate metal, while I can control everything I see, should I choose to." With that, Numerous objects around them levitated into the air, leaving Chen Xiqing in shock, momentarily forgetting the pain in his legs. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a worthless loser like you possess such power? You are unworthy. Chen Xiqing's enraged shout was abruptly cut short as agony surged through him. Multiple steel spikes pierced his limbs, anchoring him to the floor. I will kill you. You two fools. Why are you just standing there? Take action. Pinned to the ground, unable to rise, Chen Xiqing shrieked orders at Zhang Jun and Tian Liang. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed bolts of lightning. The two, swinging their fists, had yet to reach Ding Dali when a flash of electricity struck them down, leaving them convulsing on the floor. Ding Dali, intentionally holding back, tempered the strength of his lightning powers, ensuring they were merely incapacitated and not in mortal danger. Casting a cold glance at the writhing figures on the ground, Ding Dali scoffed. Ha! Two newly awakened power users shouldn't embarrass themselves like this. Don't fret, it's not your time to shine yet. A barrage of questions shattered Chen Xiqing's mental defenses, his fury gradually morphing into despair. He gazed at Ding Dali with near pleading eyes and spoke softly. Brother Ding, aside from Tang Bingbing, we have no enmity between us, do we? Why must you force me so? If you're upset, once we get out of here, I can offer you 10 beautiful women. I assure you, each one is superior to that wretched Tang Bingbing. We can be brothers. What's yours is mine. There is no need to let a woman like her ruin our camaraderie. Spit. Don't believe this filthy rogue's words. Brother, please help me eliminate him. If you do, I will immediately bear you a child. The bound bridesmaid, and then suddenly interjected, uttering words that made Chen Xiqing's teeth grind in frustration, wishing he could deal with her immediately but refraining from showing it. Even Huizi, standing beside Ding Dali, insisted vehemently, do not trust him. He is treacherous and cunning. He must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. Little did Huizi realize that Ding Dali's strength was far beyond his expectations. Initially, he had contemplated joining forces with his formidable opponent to eradicate Chen Xiqing, but who could have anticipated that Ding Dali's prowess was overwhelmingly superior, subduing the once mighty Chen Xiqing with ease. Given the circumstances, Chen Xiqing could not be allowed to survive any longer. The pain was nearly overwhelming his rationality. He had never experienced such agony or humiliation before. Yet, when a villain finds themselves at the mercy of fate, their instinct to survive is no less potent than that of an ordinary person, for such is the inherent nature of humanity, transcending notions of good and evil. Don't listen to their nonsense, Brother Ding. I mean what I say. My father will come to rescue us, and then we can have anything we desire. Besides, in this apocalyptic world, with your immense strength, we can achieve whatever we wish together. What more could you want? Name your conditions, and I shall fulfill them. Truly fulfill them? Chen Xiqing nodded frantically. Ding Dali smiled, then approached the prostrate Zhang Jun and Tian Liang, delivering a kick to each. Enough with the pretense. I have not struck to kill. If you wish to avoid another shock, get up immediately. The two, who had been lying on the ground, sprang up at Ding Dali's command, their hair standing on end as they bowed their heads in submission, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Brother Ding, we bear no grudge against you. We are not acquainted with Tang Bingbing, and any vengeance you seek has nothing to do with us. Yes, yes, brother, please spare us. We have no ties to Tang Bingbing. As they pleaded, Ding Dali retrieved an axe from his belongings and tossed it before them, startling them further. Do you wish to live? If so, use this to sever one of Chen Xiqing's limbs. If you satisfy me, you shall live, otherwise. He gestured, and a lightning sphere the size of a soccer ball materialized above their heads. Upon hearing this, their bodies stiffened, torn between glancing at Chen Xiqing and Ding Dali. Their expressions filled with conflict. Chen Xiqing, drenched in sweat and writhing in pain, screamed in desperation, I dare you two to try. If you lay a finger on me, I swear I will make you wish you were never born. I will ensure that your entire families suffer. Zhang Jun grasped the axe, torn in his decision. Having spent so long in Chen Xiqing's circle, he was acutely aware of Chen's formidable power and vengeful nature. A deeply rooted fear had taken hold of him, yet now, faced with a true threat to his life, that fear began to waver. Offending Chun Sikong could lead to death, but offending Ding Dali would lead to immediate demise. However, if Chun Sikong were to perish, what then? As Chun Sikong threatened them even in his weakened state, years of pent-up resentment surged within Zhang Jun, igniting a fire of defiance. How dare you continue to act so arrogant in this state? I will end you. With a furious cry, he swung the axe, severing Chun Sitsong's calf. Blood splattered across Zhang Jun's face, transforming his expression into one of madness and rage as he raised the axe to strike again. Tian Liang stepped forward, seizing the axe from Zhang Jun, unwilling to let him bear the burden alone. Seizing the moment, as Zhang Jun swung for a second blow, Tian Liang stepped in and with unwavering resolve, brought the axe down, cleaving Chun Sitsong's other leg. The pain jolted Chun Sikong awake from his near unconsciousness, and he howled in agony, the screams mingling with curses that seemed to alleviate his suffering. Ah, Zhang Jun, Tian Liang, you wretched dogs, I will not forgive you. You spineless cowards who would sell your women. Tears and mucus streamed down Chun Sitsong's contorted face as despair consumed him, rendering him powerless to retaliate, only able to hurl invectives. Yet, the more he cursed, the more frenzied Zhang Jun and Tian Liang became, fighting over the axe until finally, Chun Sitsong's arms were severed as well. The once mighty man was dragged into the mire. Eventually, Chun Sikong succumbed to the pain, losing consciousness once more, his pants soiled. A pungent stench of blood, mingling with urine, permeating the air. The three women, rescued by Ding Dali, had never witnessed such brutality and instinctively hid behind him, covering their eyes. Only in suppressing her urge to vomit, muttered with satisfaction, serves him right. Chapter 40. You seem like a dog as the acrid smell wafted through the air. Ding Dali spat in disdain, turning to Wheezy and bellowing, Hey, you, didn't you just say you would take care of him? Stop standing idly by. Wheezy, having witnessed the horrific scene of Chun Sikong's limbs being hacked off, was overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. Suddenly confronted by Ding Dali's question, he found himself momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. A glance at Chun Sitsong's soiled pants revealed the truth. Without hesitation, he quickly retrieved a folding knife from his pocket. With a swift motion, he brought the knife down. A blood-curdling scream erupted once more. Chun Sikong, jolted awake, writhed on the ground like a maggot, screaming and cursing. Though he did not faint again, his cries weakened, fading to a mere whisper. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, his face turned as pale as a sheet. Ding Dali approached him, crouching down and speaking in a calm, yet chilling tone. Chun, how does it feel to be betrayed? Chun Sikong opened and closed his mouth, attempting to articulate something, but only a faint, insect-like buzzing escaped him. Chun Sikong, you truly resemble a dog now. By the way, I must tell you, I once promised Tang Bingbing that I would soon send her brother Sikong to meet her, but since she has been reduced to pieces, it seems inappropriate for you to meet her in such a complete state. You all must die. With that, Chun Sitsong's remaining body trembled twice before falling still, clearly lifeless. Ding Dali, indifferent to his final words, struck Chun Sitsong's head with brutal force, shattering it, and devoured his ability, mental control. Hey, you two, open the window and toss Chin's corpse out, feed it to the zombies. Ding Dali commanded Zhang Jun and Tian Liang, who had retreated to the side. The two dared not disobey. The killing machine before them was akin to a demon, merciless in his cruelty. They felt a chill run down their spines at the thought of their own fates. Without a moment's delay, they hurriedly opened the window and discarded Chun Sitsong's body from the building. In an ironic twist of fate, the masterminds behind Ding Dali's demise, Tang Bingbing and Chun Sikong, met their end in a manner most fitting. Standing by the window, Ding Dali watched as Chun Sitsong's remains splattered upon impact, devoured by the horde of zombies, leaving only a pool of blood. With a long sigh of relief, the hatred that had consumed him in his past life dissipated like a whisper in the winds of the apocalypse. Yet, as he pondered, though vengeance had been served, the apocalypse remained. In a sense, it was also a culprit in his demise. Given the opportunity of rebirth, he resolved to uncover the truth of it all. To unravel all of this, one must overturn this apocalyptic world, and that corpse king who specializes in. Beside him, Zhang Jun and Tian Liang interrupted Ding Dali's contemplation, trembling like leaves in the wind, whispering, "Boss Ding, can we be let go now? We've already severed Chun Siqing's limbs as you instructed. You said you'd spare us if you were satisfied. Are you satisfied?" Looking at the two traitors before him, Ding Dali felt a deep disdain for such characters. Without a moment's hesitation, two steel nails pierced through their skulls, and he coldly remarked, "I am not satisfied." This action sent Hui Zi into a tailspin of terror. After all, he and Xiao Ting had once been under Chun Siqing's command. Was this murderous specter now settling old scores? The more he thought about it, the more he felt a chill run down his spine, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. "Boss Ding, I was coerced into serving Chun Siqing. If you must kill, then take me. Please spare Xiao Ting." Ding Dali was momentarily taken aback by this sudden display of submission. He thought to himself, could this man truly be so simple-minded? I am not a madman nor a psychopath, inclined to kill at the slightest provocation. He was unaware that every one of his actions had been closely observed by all present, who now regarded him as a bona fide lunatic. Why on earth would I want to kill you? Have you been with Chun Siqing for too long that your knees have turned to jelly? It seems that your manhood has become equally flaccid. Are you truly not going to kill me? Hui Zi asked, still in disbelief. Enough with the nonsense. Were it not for your coerced situation, I would have smashed your skull with a single blow. Treat the women around you better. Surviving in this damned apocalypse is a feat in itself. Ding Dali sighed again, then suddenly recalled something and added, "Get up quickly. I have something to ask you." Hui Zi, perplexed, stood up and replied, "Boss Ding, please ask away." Ding Dali's expression shifted to one of mischief as he stealthily pulled Hui Zi aside, glancing over to ensure no one was paying attention. Seeing that the trio of bridesmaids was engaged in mutual consolation, he lowered his voice and inquired, "Hui Zi, since you've been here for a while, does this hotel offer those kind of services for guests?" Hui Zi looked utterly bewildered, as if struck by lightning. Unable to comprehend the question, observing his confusion, Ding Dali snapped, "Are you pretending to be dense? I mean those special services. With Chun Siqing's character, there must be a few beautiful ladies providing such services in this grand hotel." Though Hui Zi's voice was low, it resonated throughout the room. "Could you speak a bit softer?" Before he could finish, Xiaoqiuge, one of the brides, flushed with embarrassment and spat, "Pervert. Hey, I just rescued her from the abyss. And now she turns her back on me. Where's her self-awareness?" Ding Dali muttered to himself, ignoring Xiaoqiuge as he jovially approached the bridesmaid and then, casually draping his arm around her shoulders. "Little sister, I seem to recall someone saying if I help her eliminate Chun Siqing, she'd bear me a child. Is that true?" At his words, even the bold and felt her cheeks burn like a ripe apple, wishing to bury her face in her chest. She shyly cast a few glances at the man beside her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a monkey. Just as she was about to speak, Xiaoqiuge pulled her protectively behind her. "Sir, first and foremost, thank you for saving us. We will certainly repay you in the future, but please do not lay hands on my friend." Ding Dali nearly burst into laughter at her words, thinking to himself, "Repay me in the future? What good is that? The future is far away, and it means nothing." His mind filled with inappropriate images. The more he pondered, the more thrilling it became. A lewd smile involuntarily crept across his face as he blurted, "Forget the future. Just tell me when." Chapter 41. The Summer Sisters, "You filthy rogue." Xiaoqiuge scolded, forcefully shoving Ding Dali away and pulling her two friends toward the exit. Ding Dali was both amused and exasperated. "Are you three lacking in gratitude? I saved you, and you dismiss me with a mere word? Besides, without a special elevator card, you three can't go anywhere." As he joked, he secretly called upon the system to check the data of the three women. Name: Xiaoqiuge, human female. Potentially capturable rating: 95 strength, 3 speed, 4 stamina, 5 mental, 5 abilities, awaiting awakening good evil value. 50 name: Xiaoqiuge, human female. Potentially capturable rating: 90 strength, 4 speed, 4 stamina, 4 mental, 4 abilities, awaiting awakening good evil value. 65 name, and inhuman female. Potentially capturable rating: 92 strength, 4 speed, 5 stamina, 4 mental, 5 abilities, awaiting awakening good evil value. 91stly, Xiaoqiuge indeed resembled her wedding photo, which was not misleading. She was stunning, possessing ample curves and a slim waist. Secondly, all three women were on the brink of awakening their abilities, which meant they would all possess powers after awakening. What thrilled Ding Dali the most was an Anne's remarkably high good-evil value of 90. Were they indeed planning to bear him a child? This was a treasure trove of surprises. However, the only source of dissatisfaction was Xiaqiu Ge. Ding Dali couldn't help but curse in his heart, wondering how her good-evil value could only be 50. Even a stranger's initial meeting shouldn't yield such a low score. After saving you from peril, you only give me 50? Do you truly not regard me as human? Damn it. One day you shall call me father. Though these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ding Dali needed to strategize on how to win her over, so he could not appear overly aggressive. Directly capturing Xiaqiu Ge seemed implausible, but noticing an Anne's high good-evil value and her shy glances toward him ignited a plan within Ding Dali. If capturing Xiaqiu Ge was challenging, then securing Anne would be much simpler. Anne was Xiaqiu Ge's close friend. If a direct approach was futile, perhaps a roundabout strategy would work. As the saying goes, to win a good wife, one must first please her friends. Don't question why you've never heard this adage. I simply made it up. Once Anne was secured, he could use her assistance to win Xiaqiu Ge over, and perhaps even charm Xiaoxue along the way. Wait a moment. Ding Dali suddenly realized something. All three women shared the surname Xia, leading him to contemplate a possibility. He scrutinized the trio closely, and the more he observed, the more he felt they bore a striking resemblance. Goodness, aren't they just friends? Did Xiaqiu Ge's father lead such a flamboyant life? Even as he grew round, he still played the field. The thought of this possibility sent a thrill through Ding Dali, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his future father-in-law. The three women remained oblivious to Ding Dali's mind racing with various inappropriate scenarios as he alternately scrutinized them and broke into a silly grin, his laughter growing increasingly lewd. Each of the three women harbored different thoughts in response to this peculiar situation. Xiaqiu Ge, this filthy rogue, is a lunatic. No wonder he kills so sadistically. It turns out his mind is truly deranged. Xiaoxue, he's undeniably powerful, but something seems off about his mental state. And then, why does this guy look so silly? Is there a chance that breeding with him won't result in normal offspring? As Ding Dali was lost in thoughts about the romantic escapades of his future father-in-law, a crisp system notification abruptly interrupted him. Ding! Detection of a target. Xiaqiu Ge's morality index has dropped to 45, exhibiting hostility towards your elder brother. Please make plans early. What on earth does this mean? I haven't done anything. What does this little vixen want? Does she truly not regard me as a human? This woman demands both conscience and beauty, emotional intelligence and looks, and even temperament with beauty. System, come out here. Can I smash her head? Brother, I advise you to tread carefully. I have a premonition that you can make her call you daddy. Ding Dali's mind was racing with curses. Then he glared at Xiaqiu Ge and said indignantly, My lady, is Li Chunlon your mother? You called for my help, and now you act so high and mighty. I truly love you. Now, get out of my sight. Although Ding Dali wished for Xiaqiu Ge to call him daddy, he was genuinely put off by her spoiled demeanor. To facilitate future communication, Ding Dali decisively opened the door that sealed off the stairwell from the 30th to the 29th floor. As for the woman who had been toyed with by Zhang Jun, she had remained silent throughout. Ding Dali had checked her data, although she was quite attractive. Her score was subpar, so he did not pay her much attention. When she saw her savior heading to the 29th floor, the woman quickly rose, dressed herself, and followed behind them without uttering a word. Upon seeing her daughter return safely, Li Chunlon rushed forward to embrace her, bursting into tears. The survivors on the 29th floor wanted to draw closer to witness the spectacle, but upon spotting Ding Dali following closely behind the women, they instinctively took a few steps back. The eerie method of murder had only recently occurred, and everything was still fresh in their minds. Now this man was indeed descending from the upper floors with several women, and it was evident that the upstairs Mr. Chun had most likely been killed by him, given that he was armed. Smack! A resounding slap landed on Ding Dali's face, and he looked incredulously at the person who struck him. Xiaqiu Ge, seething with anger, scolded him. Yang Wei, why weren't you this agitated when I was taken? Now you come asking me if those bastards raped me? Are you even human? Let me tell you, we are broken up. Get lost. Right now. I never want to see you again. although Li Chunlan still retained some charm. The wrinkles on her face made Ding Dali inwardly scoff. What do you need me for? I want to pursue fresh produce. I only desire tender greens, not wilted vegetables. Ding Dali thought this but said aloud, Don't say it so nicely. First, let's ask your daughter what her attitude is. All right, I want to intrude on your reunion any longer. I'm heading upstairs now. Chapter 42. The neighbor, Old Xia, just as Ding Dali was about to turn away. Old Xia grabbed his arm, signaling him to step aside for a private conversation. They moved to the window by the elevator, where Old Xia casually pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for himself, and then offered one to Ding Dali. Without hesitation, Ding Dali took the cigarette, and with a flick of his wrist, a lighter appeared as if by magic. After igniting the cigarette, the lighter vanished just as swiftly. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Ding Dali gazed out at the endless tide of zombies below. He slowly began. Speak up, Old Xia. What clandestine matters do you wish to discuss? Little brother, I sincerely apologize. Chioga has been spoiled by her mother to the point of lawlessness. Her temper is as foul as a rock in a cesspool. I often find myself infuriated by her. You must be patient. I can see that she has probably provoked you, so do not stoop to her level. Observing Old Xia's rotund figure resembling a ball, and his features crammed together like a bun, Ding Dali couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity, prompting him to ask, Old Xia, have you ever doubted that Xia Chioga is not your daughter? I mean, her foul temper bears no resemblance to yours. And of course, her appearance is strikingly different from yours. Old Xia's face shifted colors like a chameleon, turning white, then black, then red, as he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He never expected this young man would pose such a question. However, he cautiously glanced around and lowered his voice, chuckling. You'd be surprised, I did have my suspicions when Chioga was young. But once I secretly had a test done, there was no doubt she is indeed of our bloodline. Well, I must say, Old Xia, you have done well. Xia Chioga is indeed beautiful. Suddenly recalling something, Ding Dali leaned in closer to Old Xia's pudgy face, raising an eyebrow and mischievously asking, Old Xia, there is something I wish to inquire about. Old Xia, puzzled by Ding Dali's mysterious demeanor, replied, What do you wish to ask? Old Xia, tell me truthfully, did you ever wrong Xia Chioga's mother in your youth? Upon hearing this, Old Xia's face flushed crimson, right down to the folds of his chubby cheeks. How do you know? Where did you hear that? Oh my, what a delightful surprise. Ding Dali had merely asked casually, but the response was astonishing. So there is indeed something to this. I suspected as much. Considering Xia Chioga's South two close friends all share the surname Xia, it's quite the coincidence. Old Xia, you certainly have some prowess. Instead of being the victim of the neighbor, Old Wang, you took the initiative. But should the child born to Old Wang's wife have his surname? You are correct. The child was indeed born with the surname Wang, named Wang Xiaoxue. However, her mother later remarried, and coincidentally, her new husband also bore the surname Xia. That man sold his house and moved into our neighborhood. Thus, Wang Xiaoxue became Xia Xiaoxue, and as she grew older, she increasingly resembled Chioga. But I'm not sure if Xia Xiaoxue's mother was fated to have a tragic life. When the children were in middle school, Xia Xiaoxue's stepfather met with an unfortunate accident. Since then, her mother has not remarried and has only had Xiaoxue, making them both orphans. Chioga's mother, in a moment of folly, suggested that the two children grow up together as good friends, since they both share the surname Xia, and she could adopt me as their godfather. Hence, Xiaoxue and Chioga appeared as close friends and sisters, though, in reality, they are biological sisters, something they are completely unaware of. Only Xiaoxue's mother and I know this. However, in these times, Xiaoxue's mother has become unreachable, most likely lost. Listening to Old Xia's scandalous past, Ding Dali was left agape. Judging by Xiaoxue's appearance, her mother should not have been lacking in beauty. Xia Chioga's mother must have also been a stunning woman in her youth. How did she end up with someone like Old Xia? Old Xia, were you quite thin and handsome in your youth? Not at all. I was only about 7 or 8 pounds lighter than I am now. Looking at Old Xia's round figure, which must weigh over 200 pounds, Ding Dali thought, 7 or 8 pounds lighter, and you'd still be a big guy. Wasn't it the norm back then for cabbages to be fondled by pigs? Old Xia, hearing this, hurriedly waved his hand and lowered his voice. Little brother, please don't speak carelessly. I, Xia Donghai, swear to heaven, I only made that one mistake. Xia Anin is definitely not my child. Anin is a friend Chioga met in high school, and they have remained friends ever since. The fact that she shares the surname Xia is merely coincidental. And while I agree they bear some resemblance, I swear I do not know Xia Anin's mother at all. Is it really unrelated to you? Old Xia raised his hand to swear again, but Ding Dali interrupted him. All right, no need to swear. I was merely asking. I was concerned that all three might be your daughters. Old Xia, I want to hide it from you. The reason I saved them was solely for their qualities. Upon hearing this, Old Xia, who had maintained a pleasant demeanor, suddenly turned furious, his previously squinted eyes wide open. Little brother, what do you mean by that? If you intend to harm my daughter, that is absolutely out of the question. At that moment, Mr. Chun and his associates seized my daughter. If it weren't for the lack of an accessible route, I would have undoubtedly fought to my utmost. Well, Old Xia, you certainly possess a commendable spirit. Rest assured, I'm not like them. Although we face an apocalypse, I do not favor coercion. You need not treat me as an enemy. The one you should truly be wary of is not me. What do you mean by that? What do you imply? Old Xia, I believe you can discern the underlying meaning. Just look at the horde of corpses downstairs. The swarm will not disperse in the short term. Until it does, everyone must remain within this hotel. Now, consider the few individuals left in your lobby, where men constitute the majority. Among the remaining women, the most beautiful are predominantly from your household. Given the current state of affairs, with the absence of food and water, over time, what actions do you think this group might undertake? I need not spell it out for you. Acts of violence and cannibalism are merely a matter of time. While people may hesitate to confront zombies, they show no mercy when it comes to their own kind. This was true before the apocalypse, and it remains so now. Old Xia listened intently, his brow furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, somewhat troubled, with your formidable strength, can you not protect us? I'm afraid I can only safeguard my own. You understand my meaning. The reason I share so much with you is merely based on the absence of hostility from your side. Chapter 43. The awakening of beastly powers. Xia Donghai was no fool. He comprehended everything immediately and pondered his subsequent strategies. Ding Dali observed his distressed expression and shook his head slightly, then conjured an axe out of thin air and tossed it before Xia Donghai. Your current thoughts are superfluous. Do you know what your priorities should be? 2 words, establish authority. I will not be leaving this place for the time being, but I will only protect my own. Therefore, if you wish to ensure your survival, you must become the leader of this group. Command their obedience, and you will temporarily safeguard the well-being of yourself and your family. This axe serves as my gift to assist you in establishing your authority. Oh, let us go. Show me. Chen Xichen's residence was indeed vast. The room for storing supplies was merely an idle bedroom, larger than Ding Dali's one-bedroom apartment. Capitalism breeds decadence. Ding Dali collected half a room's worth of supplies into his space. Huizi watched in astonishment as the supplies vanished into thin air, completely yielding to the man before him. What could he not accomplish? His fear of Ding Dali had now transformed into unwavering allegiance. Ding. Detection reveals that Dong Yuhui's moral alignment has reached 100. Never betray. Who the hell is Dong Yuhui? Ding Dali exclaimed in shock. Huizi, standing nearby, jumped in surprise. Unsure how the boss knew his full name, and timidly asked, Boss Ding, what is wrong with me? What the heck? Your name is Dong Yuhui? Where are you from? Is it from Chengsong City? System. Retrieve the data on the individual. Name. Dong Yuhui species. Human strength. 8 speed. 8 stamina. 8 mentality. 5 powers. Awaiting awakening moral alignment. 100 after reviewing the data. Ding Dali could hardly contain his excitement. It surpassed the joy of encountering a beautiful maiden. The reason was simple. Ding Dali had heard of Dong Yuhui in his past life, although he had never met him. His reputation preceded him. Dong Yuhui was renowned not for the strength of his individual powers, but for commanding a legion of mutated beasts. He was an awakener of beastly powers, naturally inclined to bond with mutated creatures, making it easier to tame them. Thus, almost every awakener of beastly powers had 1 or 2 mutated beast companions. In his previous life, Dong Yuhui formed a squad of awakeners, comprising over 20 individuals, each of whom was an awakener of beastly powers, with nearly all possessing 2 mutated beasts by their sides. 20-plus individuals alongside a horde of mutated beasts formed a formidable triangle of warriors, excelling in strength, speed, and defense. In his previous life, Ding Dali had merely heard of this individual. To his surprise, Hui Zi was the leader of that very legion of mutated beasts, a delightful twist of fate. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Ding Dali patted Hui Zi on the shoulder and smiled. Hui Zi, what are your plans from here on? Upon hearing this, Hui Zi nervously adjusted his clothing and solemnly bowed, saying with determination, Boss Ding, you have shown kindness to me and Xiao Ting. I wish to follow you, if you do not mind. Had he known it would lead to such an outcome, he would have joked about the unwavering moral alignment. Ding Dali suppressed his excitement and responded earnestly, Bring Zhang Ting here. I have matters to discuss with you both. Without hesitation, Hui Zi called for Zhang Ting, and Ding Dali commanded the system in his mind. Retrieve the data on the individual. Name, Zhang Ting species. Human, female, rating, 81, can be courted, strength, 6 speed, 6 stamina, 6 mentality, 3 powers, awaiting awakening moral alignment. 85 is expected. The attributes indicated that Zhang Ting was likely an awakener of beastly powers as well. With this thought, Ding Dali produced enough energy cores for both to evolve to the first tier. These energy cores will enable you to evolve into first-tier awakeners. From now on, you will be one of us. Hui Zi stared at Ding Dali in disbelief, his lips trembling. Boss Ding, all of this is for us. We can also become individuals with superpowers. Indeed, they're called awakeners. Hui Zi and Zhang Ting expressed their profound gratitude, bowing repeatedly, but were interrupted by Ding Dali, who instructed them on the precautions for their evolution before allowing them to remain in the room to absorb the cores. Ding Dali then began to explore the luxurious residence. Chun Sichin's house occupied an entire floor, with a plethora of various rooms, each more astonishingly large than the last. After perusing a few rooms, Ding Dali grew weary of the tour. However, in one room, he discovered an array of jewelry, precious jade, luxury watches, car keys, and even a massive safe. Utilizing his metal control ability acquired from devouring Chun Sikhen, Ding Dali transformed the safe's door into a heap of iron spheres. Inside lay a trove of gold bars, occupying nearly a third of the safe space. Ding Dali spat in disdain and remarked irritably, Bah, does Chun Sikhen have an obsession with gold? What use is hoarding such trinkets now? Aside from the gold, Ding Dali rummaged through several black briefcases. 3 were empty, but their foam inserts suggested they once contained handguns. Additionally, 3 boxes housed bullets, while the remaining boxes contained various chemical substances, some in powder form, some crystalline, and others vibrantly colored. Ding Dali recognized them immediately, realizing why Chun Sikhen appeared so exuberant daily. At the very bottom of one briefcase, there were dozens of external hard drives. Ding Dali surmised that such concealment likely indicated the presence of confidential documents. He planned to search for an esports room to investigate what commercial secrets lay within those drives. As he grasped the briefcase and prepared to seek out a computer, Hui Zi rushed in, grasping Zhang Ting's hand, evidently having completed their evolution. After Ding Dali reviewed their attributes, he nodded in satisfaction. Both had evolved into first-tier awakeners and awakened beastly powers. However, Ding Dali was astonished to find them both in disheveled attire, especially Hui Zi, who was shirtless and his pants were reduced to tatters. Zhang Ting was similarly clad in rags. Had they been unable to contain themselves during the evolution process? Only after Ding Dali instructed them to demonstrate their abilities did he understand why. It turned out Hui Zi had transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall, half-human, half-bear creature. Zhang Ting's powers were even more astonishing, as she had transformed into a half-human, half-eagle figure, significantly larger and sprouting wings, allowing her to soar. No wonder their attire was in tatters. This transformation resembled the Hulk's metamorphosis, making ordinary clothing utterly inadequate. Chapter 44. Metal control ability. Just as Ding Dali was about to inquire where a computer might be located, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask Hui Zi, Do you two have any weapons in mind? After a moment of contemplation, Wheezy spoke up first. Boss, since I was a child, I've always admired those broad, curved sabers from the War of Resistance. My father once crafted a wooden version for me, and I can't express how elated I was. With that wooden sword, I cleared away all the weeds within several kilometers. If I had a real weapon, dispatching zombies would be as effortless as chopping vegetables. Sadly, in this world, finding a good blade is quite the challenge. Who says it's a challenge? Just wait. With that, Ding Dolly retrieved various steel rods of differing hardness from his spatial storage and activated his metal manipulation ability. The materials softened like clay, which he then expertly compressed and fused, envisioning the form of the broad saber while making modifications. Wheezy watched in awe as Ding Dolly demonstrated this skill. Boss, you possess Chun Siqing's ability? As Ding Dolly diligently worked with the metal, Wheezy covered his mouth to stifle his excitement. The metal quickly took shape under Ding Dolly's control. Since it was his first time using this ability for such intricate work, he proceeded with great care, and in no time, the knife was complete. He elongated the blade slightly to rectify its limitation of being unable to stab. How about this? Ding Dolly offered the finished weapon to Wheezy. With stars in his eyes, Wheezy took the blade, weighed it in his hands, and swung it a few times. Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, Boss, this size feels just right for me now, but when I transform, it feels like a toy. Could you make it larger and heavier? Realizing the oversight, Ding Dolly understood that the awakened beast transformation would grant Wheezy immense strength, especially since he had the bear transformation ability. He then took the knife back and used his powers to increase its size until it reached nearly 1.8 meters, which satisfied Wheezy. With a long blade slung across his back, it nearly matched his height, appearing somewhat awkward. However, once transformed, Wheezy wielded the massive saber with remarkable grace. As he swung the colossal weapon with his furry hands, one could almost fear for the ceiling of the top floor room. Returning to his human form, Wheezy exclaimed, This size is perfect. If only it were a bit heavier. A bit heavier? Ding Dolly pondered, considering how to add weight without altering the size drastically. He realized that denser metals would be ideal. Just then, his gaze fell upon a pile of gold bars in Chun Siqing's safe. This is just what I need. The high density of gold would serve perfectly for adding weight. He once again activated his powers to coat the blade's back and handle in a layer of gold, stopping only when Wheezy deemed the weight satisfactory. One magnificent golden-backed broad saber, Wheezy exclaimed, christening his weapon. As long as you like it, make do with it. If it breaks, just let me know. I'll repair it infinitely. When we find better materials, we can upgrade. Thank you, boss. Wheezy bowed deeply once more. Ding Dolly patted his shoulder, signaling him to be at ease, before turning to Zhang Ting to inquire about her weapon preferences. Zhang Ting appeared somewhat timid around her new boss, hesitating to speak. However, Wheezy boldly conveyed her wishes. Zhang Ting desired 2 slender sabers. After some thought, Ding Dolly crafted 2 blades inspired by the Miao Dao, this time with greater proficiency, also integrating gold for added weight. Upon completion, he admired the gleaming twin swords, which, though somewhat gaudy, possessed an undeniable beauty. Zhang Ting expressed her delight with a smile, thanking Ding Dolly. Suddenly, a notification chimed, detected Zhang Ting's loyalty level at 100. She will never betray. Completing the quest will yield double rewards. What a joke. Ding Dolly dismissed the system's reminder. While he appreciated women, he adhered to his principles. Apart from his beloved Chun Na, Wheezy was the first subordinate he trusted implicitly. He would never betray the trust of his companions or their loved ones. He then fashioned a standard-sized golden-backed broad saber for Wheezy. Not every environment allows for transformation. In confined spaces, this blade will suffice for combat. You two should familiarize yourselves with your weapons. Remember to guard the door. Notify me if anyone approaches. After Wheezy and Zhang Ting expressed their gratitude once more, they took their weapons to the elevator lobby to practice. Ding Dolly had become quite adept at wielding his metal manipulation ability. Although his steel rods were functional, they paled in comparison to Wheezy's impressive weapons. It was time for him to acquire a new weapon as well. After some contemplation, he activated his powers to refine and thicken his steel rod, shaping it into a bat-like form with thicker ends. Initially, he intended to cover it with gold for added weight, but he realized that gold was too malleable for combat. Thus, He manipulated the ends to create intricate patterns and embedded gold within, increasing the weight without compromising the integrity of the weapon. After testing the feel of the bat, he found it slightly too light but decided to make do for now. He also crafted numerous steel spikes of various sizes to store in his spatial pocket, feeling satisfied with his progress. It seemed that Chen's bestowed ability was indeed quite useful. At least he wouldn't have to worry about weapons in the future. Chapter 45. An interlude in the community, leaning back on the sofa. Ding Dolly poured himself a glass of Chun Siqing's red wine and plugged a mobile hard drive from Chun Siqing's gaming room into a laptop. Upon opening it, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. The drive was filled not with business secrets, but with an abundance of alluring photographs and seductive videos of various women. What on earth? Is Chun Siqing a fool? What use are these in a safe? Ding Dolly exclaimed, stashing both the laptop and hard drive into his spatial pocket. After nearly a day away, he began to worry about the two women at home. He pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chun Na. Shortly after, his phone rang. He answered it with a single touch. How's everything on your end, dear? Is the situation resolved? Rest assured, everything is under control. How are things at home? Any incidents? The security guard at the entrance rallied some people from the community to break in, demanding we surrender our supplies. At this, Ding Dolly's tone turned cold, and he asked, "Oh, how did you handle it?" "Oomph, I took care of them, but without you. Disposing of the bodies was a bit of a hassle. I ended up burning them on the road outside the community. I believe no one will dare to cause trouble for a while. Good job. Were you hurt? You weren't held up by some woman, were you? Just so you know, I'm here keeping watch over your home with Jishio. Don't go messing around outside, or we might just lock you out." Upon hearing that zombies had surrounded the hotel, Chun Na's voice grew anxious. "Dear, are you all right? Do you need us to come and assist you? We could drive downstairs to draw the zombies away, and then you could escape. Don't worry, I'm fine. There's no need for you to come. Are there many of you? Do you need us to clear some space in the community in advance? Please clear out the houses that are uninhabited. Otherwise, with so many people, there will be no place to live." After a brief conversation, the two ended the call. Subsequently, Ding Dolly opened the community group to see what had transpired. As he scrolled through the numerous chat records, he finally came across a message from the security office. "Bei Wei Fang Pingyan, ding ding. I noticed you coming in and out several times. I waved at you, but you ignored me. Bola de Peter, impressive. It's this great deity again, with zombies outside. You still dare to venture out. I worship my idol, Chengxin Jiankai. I saw it too. Last night, he parked 2 trucks at our unit's entrance, and I even saw 2 beautiful women follow him inside. The commotion kept me awake half the night. Xiao Piao Yuxian, look at him, and look at me. I can't even go out. My hands have calluses now. Bola de Peter, ha ha ha, Xiao Piao Yuxian. Property Xiao Zhang. Does anyone have medicine? I advise everyone not to drink tap water. I'm almost incapacitated. But on the bright side, I'm just stuck in a restroom. Yi Xiao Hen Tu Cheng. Dumb. Property Xiao Zhang. If only you had said that a second earlier. I just swallowed it down. Can I still induce vomiting? Next door, Wang Ge. Who the hell cleared out the farmer's market beside the community? I came to find something to eat with a few brothers. And now it's all gone. AI Miao de Gongju. Has anyone seen my kitty in the community? Bola de Peter. Dumb. Ma'am, how old are you? How could you leave your kitty in the community? Xiao Piao Yuxian. Haha, Beulah de Peter, you have successfully disgusted me. She was talking about the stray cats in the area. Bei Wei Fang Pingyan. Next door, Wang Ge. Do you remember me? I know who cleared out the farmer's market. Next door, Wang Ge. Who? Bei Wei Fang Pingyan. Private message. Next door, Wang Ge. Chengxin Jiankai. Bei Wei Fang Pingyan. Next door, Wang Ge. Are you both still alive? Beulah de Peter. Is there any gossip? If I remember correctly, these two are messaging about who cleared out the farmer's market. Did they go looking for trouble? Wei Wei Yishao Hen Tu Cheng. Damn, I've got diarrhea too. What should I do? I took medicine, but it hasn't helped at all. Property Xiao Zhang. Don't worry. Wei Wei Yishao Hen Tu Cheng. It won't stop until you're dehydrated. I'm feeling better now. My advice is to not leave the restroom. Xiao Piao Yuxian. Chengxin Jiankai. Is there any gossip? Ningya Dao Wuli Geo. Chengxin Jiankai. Is there any gossip? Wandering without bound. Chengxin Jiankai. Is there any gossip? Heavy gold seeking release. Chengxin Jiankai. Is there any gossip? Chengxin Jiankai. I saw the security at the entrance with that social king leading a group carrying weapons into our building. and then I heard them smashing my downstairs door. Shortly after, I heard various screams, so I was just wondering how they were doing. Bola de Peter, them. Everyone look at the middle of the road at the community entrance. Xiao, Piao Yuxian. I can't see anything from my side because of the building. What happened? I seek the truth. Beulah de Peter. Video, Beulah de Peter, damn. Is this for real? Did you all see that? There are a total of 8 corpses burned at the community entrance. I saw one of the bodies was wearing a security uniform. It must be Bei Wei Fang Pingen. The more crucial part is that I just missed filming it. I saw one of the women conjure flames from her hands and ignite the corpse. Wandering without bound. Could the videos online be true? Many people are posting videos related to superpowers. Xiao, Piao Yuxian. The woman in the video is so beautiful. Why? The subsequent chat revolved around China and various news about superpowers. Ding Dolly pondered for a moment before sending a message in the community group. Ding ding. Very powerful. My team will clear out 2 buildings for my people to reside in. If we find anyone in those buildings, I hope everyone will cooperate, as they will assist you in relocating to other vacant houses. Those who do not comply will suffer the same fate as the zombies. Do not say, I did not warn you in advance. AI Miao de Gongju. Why should we? I pay for my house. Why should we vacate it? Wandering without bound. Exactly. Why should we move out of our own homes? Property Xiao Zhang. Have you considered clearing the property building? Bola de Peter, Din Din. Very powerful. Our idol finally spoke. Worship. Did anyone else notice that the big guy mentioned having a team? Big brother, come clear my building. I want to join the team. With Ding Dolly's statement, the group was once again filled with excitement. Ding Dolly chose to ignore them. Notifying them was already a generous act. Chapter 46. Core Members Advancement Ding. A sudden system notification startled Ding Dolly. Detected that a stranger's good-evil value has reached 100. They will never betray. What is happening? This sudden system alert shocked Ding Dolly. System, who has a good-evil value of 100. Boss. I cannot detect individuals whom I have not encountered. Ding Dolly speculated it might be someone from the community, but he could not be certain. Regardless, he decided not to dwell on it. He would find out naturally when the time came. Approximately half an hour later, Hui Zi arrived with news. Boss, a group of women came up from the stairwell, claiming to be with you. Huh? Oh, our people. Let them in. Soon, Hui Zi and Zhang Ting led Yu Xiaoyu and a group of women before Ding Dolly. Scanning the crowd, he noticed a distinct change in the eyes of each woman. It seemed they had all faced zombies. In truth, the distinction between killing zombies and killing humans is minimal. Serial killers exhibit completely different expressions before and after their deeds. Those accustomed to taking lives certainly understand this. In this apocalyptic world, whether killing zombies or humans, it marks the first step on one's journey into the apocalypse. Each woman carried several bags filled with items, which they placed on the ground. Ding Dolly glanced briefly, and his gaze landed on 2 unfamiliar women at the back of the group. Originally, there had been 18 women. Now, there were 20, including 2 he had never seen before. Ding Dolly looked quizzically at Yu Xiaoyu. Understanding his gaze, Yu Xiaoyu pulled the 2 women forward. Come and meet our true leader. The 2 women slightly bowed, and Ding Dolly was astonished to find that both had already become awakened beings. After they greeted Ding Dolly, Yu Xiaoyu explained, Boss, these 2 women were found in a room on the 27th floor. They have now joined our team, and through the zombie cores, they have become awakened beings. 2 women in one room? Ding Dolly paused, hesitating to continue, but from the expressions of the 2 women, he could roughly guess that they were wealthy individuals seeking thrill but ended up trapped. After this brief interlude, Yu Xiaoyu pointed to the various bags on the floor and stated, the presidential suites downstairs are stocked with plenty of bottled water and snacks. We followed your instructions and packed all the consumables and usable daily necessities, and we also collected about 50 crystal cores. Please distribute them among your teammates, which should be based on effort. You can discuss specifics with Lu Ruyan. This floor is quite large, and there are enough rooms, so everyone can have some free time. We will have a collective dinner tonight. Hui Zi, Zhang Ting, Xiao Yu, Lu Ruyan, you 4 stay behind. I have something to discuss. Upon hearing this, the women dispersed eagerly. Most were employees of the hotel and had heard about the top floor being the owner's private residence. It was only natural that they were curious. Now, having the chance to roam freely, it would be disingenuous to say they were not excited. Once everyone had dispersed, Ding Dolly continued, "Get to know each other. We are all on the same side now." After a brief introduction among the four, Yu Xiaoyu inquired, "Boss, what are our plans moving forward?" Ding Dolly felt uncomfortable with Yu Xiaoyu referring to him as boss, thinking to himself about how he might treat her later that evening. However, he refrained from addressing it in front of everyone. With a serious demeanor, he proclaimed, "You may call me boss just like Huizi does. Chen Xiqing has already been vanquished by me. For the time being, we may need to make our stand here, as there are far too many zombies downstairs. I can manage to come and go alone, but with so many of us, I do not wish to sacrifice any of our lives. We must seek alternative methods or wait for the tide of corpses to recede." Ding Dolly's words warmed the hearts of the four present. Huizi, without a doubt, was the first to achieve a perfect moral score. Under Huizi's influence, Zhang Ting, having received the weapon crafted by Ding Dolly, also attained a steadfast moral standing. The moral scores of Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Ruoyan soared as well, reaching 95. Their unwavering loyalty was merely a matter of time. Seizing the moment, Ding Dolly continued, "All four of you are currently first tier awakened. To ascend to second tier, the initial energy cores have little use. You must utilize first tier energy cores. Yet such beings are exceedingly rare at present. Thus, your advancement to second tier is somewhat challenging. However, I happen to possess first tier cores." With a grand gesture, Ding Dolly revealed 40 neatly arranged energy cores upon the table. "You are my core members. Your strength must be sufficient. Each of you shall receive 10. Should you require more, do not hesitate to ask." Ding! A notification chimed, indicating that Yu Xiaoyu's moral score had reached 100, ensuring her unwavering loyalty, and thus granting double rewards. Ding! Another notification confirmed Lu Ruoyan's moral score had also reached 100. Unaware of the current state of the outside world, Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Ruoyan had already led their team to eliminate dozens of zombies without encountering a single first-tier zombie. It seemed Ding Dolly's statement held truth. First-tier beings were indeed scarce at present. Such precious first-tier energy cores were generously provided, with no limits on quantity. Yu Xiaoyu, who had long regarded Ding Dolly as a heroic figure, found herself completely captivated. He no longer resembled a mere monkey in her eyes, but rather became increasingly appealing. Lu Run gazed enviously at the weapons adorned by Huizi and Zhang Ting, tossing her hefty hammer to the ground, placing her hands on her hips, and feigning anger as she exclaimed, "Boss, you're biased. They say such beautiful weapons are crafted by you, so why do we not have any?" At her reminder, Ding Dolly realized his oversight, and, with a hearty laugh, responded, "Later, we shall uniformly replace everyone's weapons. Boyan, please inform everyone shortly and give them time to consider what kind of weapons they desire. By the way, boss, when we passed by the 29th floor on our way up, we heard some commotion, as if something was amiss," Yu Xiaoyu suddenly recalled, feeling apprehensive about any potential mishaps, and promptly reported to Ding Dolly. Ding Dolly waved his hand with a meaningful smile, saying, "Let them be. They will take care of themselves. We shall hold a banquet tonight, and there will likely be others joining us." He then inquired, "By the way, have you blocked the staircase on the 26th floor as instructed?" "It has been blocked, as you requested." Chapter 47. Ding Dolly's decision. While the others consumed the energy cores to evolve, Ding Dolly replaced everyone's weapons and laid out various food, drinks, and alcohol, instructing the women skilled in cooking to prepare the evening's feast. He marveled once again at the immense size of Chen Xiqing's residence, with over 20 people moving about. It felt neither crowded nor overly spacious within this grand mansion. The dining table was exceptionally large, capable of accommodating dozens of individuals. Ding Dolly pondered the purpose of such an expansive table, reminiscent of a corporate conference setting. With a larger gathering, efficiency would naturally increase, especially since many of Yu Xiaoyu's companions were from the hotel catering industry. Soon, dish after dish filled the table. As night descended, the once bustling streets were now overrun with zombies. The streetlights flickered to life, illuminating the road like spotlights, revealing the grim figures of the undead, which emitted low, guttural growls. Ding Dolly was aware that the city's power supply could only endure for another 2 days, and by the 7th day of the apocalypse, all mobile communication would cease. The vivid scene of the city aglow would soon vanish. While Ding Dolly gazed out at the early apocalyptic landscape, Yu Xiaoyu and the others completed their evolution and reported back to him. Observing them, Huizi and Zhang Ting appeared more robust, their muscles distinctly pronounced, exuding a primal strength, a characteristic of their beastly transformation. As for Lu Ruoyan, whether due to her abilities or her natural physique, her post-evolution form had become rounder, which left her somewhat disheartened. Yet, the sight of the abundant food on the table quickly dispelled her gloom, filling her with excitement akin to that of a 300-pound individual. Yu Xiaoyu seemed to have undergone a transformation as well, her skin now appearing almost ethereal, as if one could draw moisture from it. System. Review their data. Name. Yu Xiaoyu Tier. Second Tier Human Awakens Score. 95. Available for recruitment. Strength. 205 Speed. 200 Stamina. 200 Spirit. 210 Ability. Water Element Control Moral Score. 100 Unwavering Loyalty. Name. Lu Ruoyan Tier. Second Tier Human Awakened Strength. 210 Speed. 200 Stamina. 100 Spirit. 205 Ability. Rock Transformation Moral Score. 100 Unwavering Loyalty. Name. Dong Yuhui Tier. Second Tier Human Awakened Strength. 210 Speed. 210 Stamina. 210 Spirit. 200 Ability. Bear Form. Transformation Moral Score. 100 Unwavering Loyalty. Name. Zhang Ting Tier. Second Tier Human Awakened Strength. 210 Speed. 210 Stamina. 205 Spirit. 200 Ability. Eagle Form Transformation Moral Score. 100 Unwavering Loyalty. Examining their data, Ding Dali nodded in satisfaction. Their core combat power had significantly improved. The next step was to enhance their practical combat abilities. He harbored a plan in his mind and spoke to them. To be frank, it would be easy for us to escape from here. But if we take others with us, there are bound to be casualties. Before Ding Dali could finish, Yu Xiaoyu interjected, "Boss, we cannot abandon our other team members. You said you would not leave any of us behind. They are all our own people, and each one is an awakened." Anxious about Ding Dali potentially leaving her sisters behind, she hastily reminded him. Ding Dali, unperturbed by the interruption, understood the significance of these women to Yu Xiaoyu from his past life. He smiled and continued, "Xiaoyu, do not fret. I never stated I would abandon our own. However, their combat experience is still lacking. You four are also in the same boat. You possess great fighting power but cannot wield it proficiently. My intention is for you four to lead them in clearing zombies layer by layer to gain combat experience. Moreover, I do not plan to escape with you." "Boss, what do you mean by that? Are we to remain here indefinitely? Will we treat this as our stronghold?" Huizi was the first to inquire. As all four possessed unwavering loyalty and had never considered that Ding Dali would abandon them to flee. Ding Dali gazed down at the horde of corpses, casually remarking, "A stronghold? It is not yet time to establish one. We will discuss creating our own stronghold in a month. What I mean to say is, we shall not escape. I intend to lead you in accomplishing something that will be recorded in history. We will conquer this horde of zombies." "What?" the four exclaimed in unison, exchanging incredulous glances at Ding Dali and then at the mass of corpses below, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Rian raised her chubby hand and patted Ding Dali's head, placing on her own to compare, then furrowed her brows, her round face trembling slightly as she muttered, "The boss isn't running a fever. Could it be that his brain is malfunctioning?" "Ruyan!" Yu Xiaoyu tugged at Lu Ruyan, signaling her to refrain from speaking foolishly. Then seriously stated, "Boss, the horde of corpses at the entrance is estimated to be at least tens of thousands, and more zombies are continuously gathering from the distance. With only 20 of us, how can we possibly confront such a massive swarm?" "Indeed, boss. My teammates shouting, Ruyan, and I possess high defenses. We can hold off the zombies downstairs while you all escape through the south wall. There's no need to confront so many zombies head-on," Huizi added in agreement. "I am not jesting," Ding Dali retorted. "Do not underestimate your combat capabilities. We are currently ahead of most, but that lead will gradually diminish. High-level crystal cores are exceedingly rare. To maintain our advantage in levels, aside from developing our abilities, the most crucial factors are combat experience and instinct. The zombies downstairs are only at the first level, making them ideal targets for honing our combat instincts. If we clear the zombies in the hotel beforehand, we can gain enough combat experience for everyone to advance to the first level. Then we can tackle the horde below. The others discerned the boss's intentions and nodded in agreement. They were all aware that rapid advancement without sufficient combat experience was perilous. Survival in the apocalypse necessitated continuous battles. However, Ding Dali's desire to eliminate the Horde wasn't solely for enhancing their collective fighting power. He harbored other motives he chose not to disclose. Gazing intently at the Carrefour across the way, silently thinking, "We shall meet again soon. I eagerly anticipate your arrival." Chapter 48. The Night Banquet Soon. The grand dining table was laden with an array of food. Just as Ding Dali was about to invite everyone to take their seats, two women stationed at the door announced, "Leader, a few individuals from the 29th floor have arrived for the appointment." Ding Dali smirked slightly, realizing that the old fat man, Xia Donghai, had finally made a decision. Let them in. Upon their entrance, Ding Dali noticed a change in Xia Donghai's demeanor. His once amiable countenance now bore a hint of ferocity, and his slightly tattered suit was stained with blood. The axe Ding Dali had given him was now strapped to his waist. Following him was the smiling Li Chunlan, accompanied by Xia's three daughters. Xia Chioga appeared reluctant, rolling her eyes at Ding Dali, while Xia Enan blushed and playfully winked at him. Xia Xiaoxua, on the other hand, seemed inherently shy, her expression inscrutable. "Ha ha, little brother. I've come for the appointment. Don't hold it against me for coming empty-handed. You know we're trapped here on the 29th floor, and aside from a few flowers, we have nothing. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to bring you a bouquet. Ha 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 ha. Old Xia, you actually came. I see you're covered in blood. It seems you've had quite the workout." Ding Dali chuckled. "Thanks to your reminder and this axe, I had to put in some effort. But after dealing with a few people, things settled down," replied Xia Donghai, adjusting his axe. "Who is watching over those people downstairs? A few of our relatives are keeping an eye on them. It shouldn't be a problem. In that case, everyone, please take a seat." Ding Dali warmly invited as Xia Donghai and his group settled beside him. The newcomers could hardly contain themselves at the sight of the sumptuous feast before them. Their hunger was palpable, yet they restrained their appetites, adhering to the decorum of the apocalypse. Ding Dali, noticing their eager expressions, especially Xia Donghai's incessant gulping, smiled and raised his glass. "This toast is to welcome you Xiaoyu and her sisters, as well as Huizi and Shouting, to my team. From now on, we are all comrades. While I cannot guarantee much, I can assure you that I will lead us to survive in this apocalypse and ensure we never go hungry. Cheers! Let's eat to our heart's content. Long live the boss." The women cheered in unison before diving into the feast. Although Ding Dali did not mention Xia Donghai's family throughout, they too were not shy, and upon seeing others eat, they joined in. However, Xia Donghai and Li Chunlan discreetly observed everyone present. As the revelry continued, Lu Ruyan, patting her full belly, let out a loud belch, prompting laughter from the crowd. Li Chunlan raised her glass and approached Ding Dali, linking her arm through his. "Little brother, I must thank you with a toast for saving my three daughters. Chioga can be thoughtless. If she has offended you in any way, I hope you won't hold it against her." She then downed her drink in one go. Ding Dali, feeling the closeness of Li Chunlan pressed against him, mentally scoffed. What is this woman implying? It's one thing to toast me, but why is she so close? I prefer mature women, not old hags. Despite his inner thoughts, he said nothing and raised his glass, drinking alongside her. Seeing Ding Dali drink, Li Chunlan's eyes sparkled mischievously as she continued. "Little brother, may I ask what your plans are next?" "Nothing much. For now, we will settle here, clear the zombies in the hotel, and wait for the horde to dissipate before departing." Upon hearing Ding Dali's nonchalant response, Li Chunlan tightened her grip on his arm, her ample form pressing against him uncomfortably. "Little brother, I have a small request. I've heard that your subordinates have cleared the lower 3 floors. We have no place to sleep on our floor, and many are on the ground. We can't continue to cohabitate. Would it be possible for you to give us the 1st floor?" Ding Dali scrutinized Li Chunlan before discreetly withdrawing his arm and turning to Xia Donghai. "Old Xia, didn't you inform her of what I desire?" A flicker of embarrassment crossed Xia Donghai's face as he opened his mouth to speak, only to be preempted by his daughter, Xia Chioga. "Mom, why should we negotiate with him? This hotel isn't his. Be quiet." Xia Donghai's expression darkened as he admonished her sternly. Xia Chioga, unfazed, raised her voice. "He's nothing but a lewd pervert. Why should we negotiate with him? The entire group surrounding Ding Dali frowned at her words, with Huizi and Zhang Ting even going so far as to place their hands on their weapons. Even Xia Enin furrowed her brow at her friend. Slap! A resounding slap echoed as Xia Qiuge's face was struck. She looked incredulously at her assailant, tears streaming down her cheeks as she shouted, "Mom, you've never hit me before. Am I wrong?" Slap! Another blow, this time from Xia Donghai. Noticing his daughter's shocked expression and hurt demeanor, he solemnly warned, "Qiuge, you'd best be silent before your father loses his temper completely." Xia Donghai then offered an apologetic bow to Ding Dali and raised his glass. Li Chunlan, understanding the situation, quickly pulled Xia in closer and cast a glance at Yu Xiaoyu, who was as beautiful as her own daughters, before beaming at Ding Dali. The children, Qiuge and Xiao Shui, are not so fortunate for the time being, but I have inquired about Nin. She is willing to follow Brother Ding in the future. And if you do not mind, you may take her in. Although this girl may not compare to the lady beside Brother Ding, she possesses both beauty and figure, albeit with a bit of a temper. However, she is quite clever. Ding Dali, observing Li Chunlan introducing Xia Ainin like a seasoned matchmaker, glanced at Xia Donghai and then remarked meaningfully, "You are truly not losing anything by exchanging your daughter for mine." Xia Donghai and Li Chunlan felt their faces flush from Ding Dali's words, particularly Xia Donghai, whose face turned as red as summer sea. Noticing Xia Donghai as hesitant, Ding Dali waved his hand dismissively and added, "All right, old Xia, I want to make it difficult for you. For the sake of Xia Ainin, the 28th floor is yours. As for the unclean floors, they will also belong to you if you can manage to clear them." Xia Qiuge could hardly believe her parents would exchange her friends so casually. Just as she was about to intervene, she was held back by Xia Xiao Shui, who was shaking her head vigorously. With a deep sigh, Xia Qiuge suppressed her displeasure, her disdain for Ding Dali growing even stronger. Ding! The system's crisp notification indicated that Xia Qiuge's moral value had dropped to 40, resulting in hostility. It advised her to plan accordingly. This sudden reminder sent Ding Dali, who had been exchanging glances with Xia Ainin, into a rage, as his eyes turned fierce and directed towards Xia Qiuge, startling her. Li Chunlan also noticed Ding Dali's gaze, her heart sinking as she felt a wave of dread. Xia Donghai, oblivious to Ding Dali's glare, lifted his glass and said, "Little brother, how about we discuss the food situation next?" However, before he could finish, Ding Dali slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Old Xia, don't push your luck. One Xia Ainin is already generous enough for you. If you want food, go kill zombies and scavenge for yourselves. Don't think I'm too easy to deal with. Since you're all well-fed, Xia Ainin stays, and the rest of you can leave." The abrupt dismissal startled everyone. With the order to leave given, Xia Donghai had no choice but to bid farewell and take his group away. Xia Ainin looked back at her friend and then at Ding Dali, whispering, "Boss Ding, can I go down and say goodbye? I'll be right back." Ding Dali gestured for her to go. Once Xia Donghai and his family left, Huizi spat towards the door. "What a world, trying to pull a fast one. Boss, that Xia Qiuge is truly detestable. I want to tear her apart." Zhang Ting pinched Huizi and whispered, "Huige, keep your voice down. You've seen how the boss dealt with Chen Xiqing and his crew. You know what kind of person he is. His tolerance for this girl is likely because he's taken a liking to her." Although Zhang Ting spoke softly, everyone present heard her clearly. Lu Ruyan downed a bottle of cola and replied, "She is nothing like our Xiaoyu, with her spoiled rich girl attitude. What good is being pretty in this world? Boss, don't make the mistake of losing the watermelon while picking up the sesame seeds. All right, everyone, stop speculating. Let us clean up after eating, and then we'll distribute the rooms for resting. There are enough rooms for everyone." Huizi and shouting, "You don't need to stand guard. I'll fix the door. Now, Xiaoyu, come with me." As Ding Dali finished speaking, Yu Xiaoyu's teammates erupted in cheers, causing her face to flush with embarrassment as she hurriedly followed Ding Dali into the largest bedroom. This bedroom, in stark contrast to the luxurious living room, was quite simple, containing only a large bed and a bathroom, with bare walls devoid of any decoration. Yu Xiaoyu felt extremely nervous, fully aware of the implications of what was about to unfold. Her mind raced with various scenarios. Before Ding Dali could speak, she blurted out, "I'll go take a shower first," and dashed into the bathroom, Huh. I was going to discuss the arrangements for tomorrow's group activities. Why are you showering? We can wash together. Ding Dolly realized his misunderstanding and quickly undressed, diving into the bathroom. Ah, what are you doing in here? We're showering together. I'm already done. You're joking. You can't finish that quickly. Yu Xiaoyu, arms crossed and cheeks flushed, looked down, unable to meet Ding Dolly's gaze. I'm not joking. I can control water. Any dirt on me washes off instantly. As she spoke, she demonstrated her ability, water droplets emerging from her skin, forming a flowing layer of water that enveloped her. Ding Dolly stared in awe at the sight, captivated by the natural spectacle as the water acted like a washing machine, effortlessly cleansing her. In that moment, Yu Xiaoyu resembled a graceful fish in water. No wonder she could wash herself so quickly. Who would have thought her water element ability could be so practical? Can your ability wash me too? Of course. Yu Xiaoyu, suppressing her desire to glance at Ding Dolly, directed the water towards him. Ah! Ding Dolly pulled Yu Xiaoyu, their bodies pressed closely together, and lowered his head to kiss her. Initially startled, Yu Xiaoyu soon relaxed, as the water swirled around them like a gentle tornado, encasing them in a shimmering veil. Later, lying in bed, Yu Xiaoyu's cheeks were flushed, her fingers drawing circles on Ding Dolly's chest. He marveled at the wonders of her water element ability. After a long day, having only napped briefly in the afternoon, he felt quite exhausted from their earlier activities. He leaned down to kiss Yu Xiaoyu's forehead. He wished for her to use her control over water to create streams, fountains, and water guns, but he dismissed the thought as too childish. Ding! The system notified him of an increase in moral points from 100 for the first successful target interaction, granting an additional 3,000 cubic meters of space and 40 tons of resources. However, due to an ineffective mating, 5 tons of resources were deducted. Are you getting restless again? Do you want me to swallow you? Big brother, I'm merely reminding you that high-scoring reproductive partners should not be wasted. We must complete the task promptly. Ding Dolly ignored the system's chatter, finding it difficult to be displeased. It was the first time he had received double rewards after targeting someone, along with an increase in the capacity of his ability. With the space expanded by another 3,000 cubic meters, Ding Dolly eagerly checked the level of his spatial ability, only to find it unchanged. Confused, he interrupted the system's incessant prattling. System, why has my space doubled while the ability level remains the same? Big brother, the spatial ability merges with the system space. The increase in capacity is merely a basic feature of the system space, while storage is a fundamental ability of the spatial power. Although the capacity has increased, the capabilities of the spatial ability have not changed. Hence, the level remains at the same classification. Now Ding Dolly understood how the levels of spatial abilities were determined. He turned to look at Yu Xiaoyu, who was now peacefully asleep, observing her tender skin and curvaceous figure. He felt that becoming a second-tier awakened one had made everything even more perfect. Ding Dolly struggled to control himself as he felt a surge of emotion. Xiao Qiugao abruptly released her mother's hand, pouting and stamping her feet in anger, exclaiming, "Mom, I told you, he is nothing but a filthy scoundrel, and yet you still hit me. Look at what you've exchanged for this house. The sheets and blankets are all gone. That bastard has cleaned everything out." Li Chunlun gently grasped Xiao Qiugao's hand again, tenderly caressing her face, her expression filled with concern. "My foolish daughter, do you not realize that you have just walked through the gates of hell? It is only because Ding Dolly has feelings for you that he has tolerated you. Otherwise, you might not have been able to escape just now. In front of so many people, I do not believe he would dare to act against you. Mom, why did you have to use an inn as a bargaining chip?" Xiao Qiugao continued to express her discontent obstinately, while Xia and remained silent at the side. Xia Donghai glanced at Xia and before quickly turning back to Xiao Qiugao, his eyes filled with regret and reluctance. He spoke in a low, measured tone. "Qiugao, it is not that your parents are scolding you. We have indeed spoiled you. Do you truly believe Ding Dolly is just a lecherous miser? Have you not noticed that when you spoke so disrespectfully, those around him were ready to draw their weapons? And have you observed the nature of their weapons? Though they may appear ostentatious, they are far from ordinary. We are in a hotel. Where did all these finely crafted weapons come from? They must have originated from Ding Dolly. He is far more complex than we perceive. Yes, yes, your father is right. If I recall correctly, the one sitting beside him, Yu Xiaoyu, is likely the hotel receptionist, and those women must be the ones who were previously trapped in the surveillance room. Just look at their demeanor, especially Yu Xiaoyu. She exudes an undeniable aura of power. The weapons they wield look heavy, something that ordinary men would struggle to handle. Yet those women carry them with ease. And look at us, equally trapped, yet we appear disheveled and despondent. What a stark contrast in just one day. It must be due to Ding Dali. Xia Xiaoxua listened intently to her adoptive parents, gently tugging at Xia Qiugao's sleeve, and quietly reminded her, "Qiugao, have you forgotten the strange abilities he displayed when he killed Chen Xicheng? You should not have insulted him in front of so many people tonight." Xia Donghai, observing his usually reticent daughter speak up for her sister, nodded appreciatively and continued, "Ding Dali undoubtedly possesses some method to enhance one's strength. Otherwise, a group of defenseless women could not transform into such fierce warriors in a single day. If we do not find a way to escape, we will eventually need his protection. In this world, I cannot guarantee that I will always be able to intimidate these survivors. They fear me now, but who knows what tomorrow holds. At that time, both Xiu Gao and Xiao Xue, you may find yourselves unable to escape the fate of becoming his women. Enough. I've said all I can. You sisters should bid farewell properly, and then go up early to avoid raising Ding Dalia's suspicions." With that, Xia Donghai took Li Chunlan and left. Only the three sisters remained, and Xia Qiugao gazed at Xia, and then, tears welling in her eyes. And then, Xiaonan raised her hand to interrupt gently, her tone calm. "Qiugao, you truly should not have spoken that way at the banquet tonight. Did you forget that the original owner of this hotel, the one who abducted us, was Chen Xicheng? Who killed him? This very floor was cleared by them as well. My situation is of no concern to you. Instead, reflect on your own actions. In this world, being headstrong will only hasten your demise." Xia Qiugao remained rooted in place, staring vacantly at the stairwell, until Xia in an S figure was no longer visible. Only then did she embrace Xia Xiaoxua and weep openly. She was well aware of her own stubbornness, yet her damned pride prevented her from admitting her faults. "It's all this accursed apocalypse's fault. If only I had the chance to grow stronger. They would think I was in the wrong." Xiana was unaware of her best friend's thoughts. Upon reaching the 30th floor, she found the door ajar, seemingly left open for her. Everyone had found their respective rooms to rest, and the living room was now empty. Feeling somewhat lost, Xiana decided to sit on the sofa and wait. However, after a brief moment, muffled sounds from a nearby room began to filter through. Chapter 51. Official news. Ding Dali, pulling up his pants, stepped out of bed, intending to find a private room to critique Chen Xicheng's photography. Just as he exited, he was startled by the sight of Xia, who was blushing and sitting on the sofa. Xiaonan felt somewhat flustered upon seeing Ding Dali as well. They both stood there, staring at each other in silence for a while, until Ding Dali broke the stillness. "What are you doing here at this hour? You nearly scare me to death. I found the door open when I arrived, and the living room was empty, so I didn't know what else to do but sit and wait," she replied. Ding Dali cursed inwardly. Her presence thwarted his plans to critique Chen Xicheng's work. He felt conflicted about whether to include her in the discussion, ultimately deciding against it. After all, even a bull needs its rest. Although he had dismissed some errant thoughts, Xianan's intense gaze remained fixed on him. "Am I to bear your child tonight? I always keep my promises." Ding Dali nearly choked in disbelief, thinking how fiery her temperament was, and her words were equally perplexing. Despite her goodness rating reaching 95, which meant she would not resist if he would take advantage of her, Ding Dali felt powerless. He needed rest before dawn broke. Thus, he took Xian by the hand and led her into an empty bedroom. "We can discuss having children another day. Let us rest well tonight." Before Xian could react, Ding Dali had already placed her on the bed and tucked her in with a blanket before lying down beside her to sleep. The night passed without incident. When morning came, Xiaonan looked at Ding Dali with a gaze filled with longing. However, her goodness rating had now reached 100, ensuring her unwavering loyalty. Ding Dali, appreciating this newfound trust, helped elevate her strength to a first-tier status. Data assessment initiated. Name: Xiaonan Tier. First-tier human awakened rating: 93. Eligible for pursuit strength, 110 speed, 110 stamina, 105 spirit, 100 ability, feline transformation goodness rating, 100. Unwavering loyalty. Xia in an S bridesmaid dress had long been torn, and she now wore an oversized shirt she found from somewhere, revealing half of her delicate shoulder. With her perky chest subtly visible, complemented by two fluffy ears that twitched. Ding Dolly gulped, thinking what a cat girl. Seeing Xia in an S cute and charming face, Ding Dolly could no longer contain himself. Meow. Ding. Reward for capturing a target with a goodness rating of 100, 40 tons of supplies. After a refreshing morning workout, Ding Dolly emerged from the room to find the sun high in the sky. Everyone had prepared breakfast and was waiting for him. Upon seeing Ding Dolly exit with Xia and in, everyone turned their gaze towards Yu Xiaoyu, bewildered. What is going on? Last night, the boss entered the room with Yu Xiaoyu, and now he comes out with another woman. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu remained unfazed, her demeanor calm and composed. Everyone gather around. We all received an official message on our phones today. Feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Yu Xiaoyu's nonchalant demeanor, Ding Dolly couldn't help but acknowledge the distinct advantages of having a good moral standing. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoyu mention the official announcement, he promptly retrieved his phone, discovering that he too had received the message. The content of the announcement essentially unveiled the existence of awakeners, delineating the differences between innate and acquired awakenings, while also discussing the existence of energy cores and how to obtain them. Ultimately, it encouraged everyone to venture out and slay zombies to acquire the cores and become awakeners, inviting survivors to the official shelters established in various locations. Not a word was mentioned about rescue efforts. Surprised that the official message was released at this time, albeit slightly earlier than expected, Ding Dolly mused that it would not significantly impact his current plans. He then addressed the group, suggesting they eat first. While this announcement might affect other survivors, it held little consequence for them. After their meal, everyone was divided into 4 teams, each led by Yu Xiaoyu, Lu Rian, Huizi, and Zhang Ting, with Xia Anan temporarily joining Zhang Ting's team due to her beastly powers. They would proceed with their original plan to systematically clear the zombies from the lower floors, following Yu Xiaoyu's directives. Yu Xiaoyu nodded, stating, on the night of the dense fog, the hotel was nearly at full capacity. The lower floors contain significantly more rooms than the few we have cleared, and, consequently, many more zombies. To err on the side of caution, I propose that we split into 4 teams, with each pair of teams clearing a floor, one team taking the left side of the corridor and the other the right, allowing for mutual support. After her suggestion, she tugged at Ding Dolly's sleeve and pinched his arm sharply. What the heck? ISNT a moral standing of 100 supposed to guarantee loyalty? System. I demand an explanation. Ding Dolly gasped in pain, his mind racing as he called out to the system. Brother, loyalty does not equate to forgetfulness. This dog-like system is utterly useless. While Ding Dolly's group discussed strategies for continuing their zombie eradication, the official message stirred activity in every corner. Some individuals, fueled by impulsiveness, rushed out to confront zombies, unaware that these were no ordinary foes capable of being faced single-handedly, often meeting dire fates. Others engaged in team tactics, suffering casualties but ultimately acquiring energy cores that led to their awakening. Various scenarios unfolded simultaneously in different areas. Meanwhile, on the 28th floor of the hotel, Xia Donghai, along with his family and a few trusted followers, convened in a room. I never imagined it would be like this. No wonder Ding Dolly is so formidable and possesses such peculiar abilities. We cannot sit idly by. We must ascend and confront the zombies. Xia Donghai mused, stroking his plump chin deep in thought. Old Xia, having uncovered the secret of Ding Dolly's strength, we must strategize. Once we all become stronger, we might escape on our own without sacrificing our daughter. His wife interjected. Xia Donghai tightened his grip on the axe at his waist and surveyed the dozen or so individuals around him. Do you all have any suggestions? How can we persuade the remaining survivors to join us in slaying zombies? Brother Xia, I have an idea. Since we need to gather food anyway, why should we share it with those people? If they want to eat, they can simply join us in hunting zombies for supplies. In the end, we will distribute rewards based on labor. Those who do not contribute will go hungry. Let us see how long they can endure. As long as our awakened numbers are sufficient, we need not fear any tricks from those survivors. Perhaps we might even surpass the one upstairs. Chapter 52. Clearing the Hotel Xia Donghai concluded that this was the only course of action available. The group scavenged various makeshift weapons, utilizing table legs, clotheslines, and curtain rods, effectively arming themselves with household items. Encouraged by Xia Donghai, some other survivors joined their ranks, while a few still clung to the hope of rescue. Xia Donghai's family approached Ding Dali, expressing their desire to descend and gather supplies. Ding Dali did not object, considering that energy cores were no longer a secret. When hunger reaches a certain threshold, many would be willing to take risks, especially when a glimmer of hope for strength emerged in the apocalypse. Now, their group was both hungry and eager to grow stronger, making an action unthinkable. Notably, Xiaoqiuga's gaze was sharp, as if conveying to Ding Dali that she would soon become an awakener and escape this place. Old Xia, you gather your supplies. As long as you do not hinder my people, you are free to do as you wish. But let me be clear, if anyone dares to obstruct my people, I will show no mercy. Xiaoqiuga intended to approach her close friend, but was pulled back by Li Xianglan, who shook her head in warning. After leaving Ding Dali, Xiaoqiuga was puzzled as to why her mother forbade her from speaking to Xia Anan. Mom, why didn't you let me talk to Anan? Foolish girl, you are quite intelligent, so why do you lose your wits around Ding Dali? Anan is now one of Ding Dali's people. If I'm not mistaken, she is already one of the awakeners mentioned in the official announcement. Did you not notice the two gleaming blades she carries at her waist? Those weapons are standard among Ding Dali's followers. I am merely cautioning you to speak carefully and avoid saying anything inappropriate. It's always about Ding Dali. I will become an awakener soon enough, Dad. We must hurry to clear the hotel of zombies. We cannot remain dependent on others. Xiaoqiuga fumed at the thought of Ding Dali's gaze upon her. I will lead the group. You, Xiaoqiuga, and your mother should stay on the 29th floor. Rest assured, we will all become awakeners in due time. However, matters did not unfold as Xia Donghai had anticipated. In the ensuing hours, Ding Dali's team methodically descended floor by floor, eliminating zombies and collecting usable items. It must be said that the abundance of daily necessities in a large hotel was remarkable. They amassed a significant haul, including towels, bedding, toothpaste, shampoo, and even thousands of small umbrellas. By the 5th day of the apocalypse, Ding Dali's team had reached the 6th floor, having encountered only 5 survivors along the way. 3 were fortunate enough to remain silent and hidden in a bathroom during the chaos, while the other 2, a middle-aged man resembling a Mediterranean and a beautiful, enchanting woman, seemed to have a story of their own. Of course, Ding Dali did not recruit these individuals. They followed Xia Donghai instead. The zombies in the other rooms proved to be an intriguing sight, many unclothed, with some even in Risku outfits. Initially, Ding Dali's female subordinates were taken aback, but they soon grew accustomed to the sight, dispatching the undead with swift efficiency. During this time, every member leveled up to the 1st tier, with 3 even achieving the 2nd tier. Had there been more 1st-tier zombies, they might have all reached the next level by now. In contrast, Xia Donghai's group, having managed to assemble 30 members, suffered 10 casualties due to their lack of experience in zombie hunting, barely clearing a single floor over several days. Fortunately, the remaining 20 had all become awakeners, including Xia Donghai's family and a few trusted confidants. Thankfully, the floor they cleared contained no 1st-tier zombies, or their losses could have been catastrophic. Initially, I believed that upon uncovering the secrets of awakening, our numbers would enable us to surpass Ding Dali. However, as I observed him relentlessly pushing downward, layer by layer, it became apparent that our group had only managed to clear a single level, and the resources we gathered were insufficient to satiate our hunger. In stark contrast, the delectable aromas wafting from Ding Dali's floor every evening were a constant reminder of our plight. It became painfully evident to Xia Donghai that, despite being privy to the secrets of awakening, the disparity between his group and Ding Dali's was not insurmountable. Of course, his realization did not imply that his companions shared the same understanding, particularly his daughter Xiaoqiuga. As she awakened, she not only gained her powers, but also developed an extraordinary ability. Unlike her father and the rest of her family, who were primarily endowed with strength and speed, She possessed a peculiar skill akin to Ding Dali's, which significantly bolstered her confidence. Naturally, Xia Donghai was not the only one overflowing with confidence. His enthusiasm was shared by others as well. "Boss, what is this? If it's a candlelit dinner, why invite us? Just enjoy with your two sisters," Huizi remarked, wearing a knowing expression while casting a sly smile at Ding Dali. Ding Dali, irritated, kicked him lightly and pointed out the window towards the streetlights. "It won't be long before the power goes out. The city's electricity will collapse entirely. These candles are merely for illumination." "Boss, but the streetlights outside are still functioning fine. How can—" Huizi's words were abruptly cut off as the lights outside extinguished in an instant, plunging the area into darkness. From their high vantage point, they could no longer discern the situation below. "Oh no, boss, you don't possess the ability to predict the future, do you?" The power genuinely went out. The others expressed their astonishment, while Ding Dali waved his hand dismissively, urging them to stop their banter. "Enough. Let us light the candles quickly and remember to draw the curtains tight." The group distributed the candles, closed the curtains, and lit them, instantly illuminating the room. "Darling, we have 3 new second-tier awakened sisters. By tomorrow, we should be able to clear the remaining floors. If luck is on our side, we might even gain another second-tier awakened individual." Yu Xiaoyu, initially uncomfortable calling him darling in front of others, had grown accustomed to it after 2 days of Ding Dali's influence. "Excellent. Let us finish this swiftly tomorrow, wrap up early, and rest well tonight. The day after, we commence our operations." Chapter 53. The morning scream in the stillness of the night. The corpses of the intersection below continued their low growls. On the 26th floor of the Sunflower Hotel, a man and a woman stealthily approached a presidential suite, gently pushing open the door. Ding Dali and his group would block the stairway they had cleared each day, reopening it only when they resumed their efforts. This method, albeit cumbersome, effectively prevented the zombies below from ascending. Given the numerous floors and the emptiness of those already cleared, it was unnecessary for Ding Dali to assign guards to these vacant levels. Consequently, the survivors on the 28th floor occasionally wandered down to the lower empty levels. Xia Qiuge was one such survivor. Although she lived in a presidential suite with her parents, her courage had blossomed since her awakening. She often sneaked to the 26th floor at night to use the bathroom and lingered in the suite. This night was no different, with the power outage. Everyone had gone to bed early. Xia Qiuge quietly ventured out to the suite, where she indulged in a luxurious bath in the pre-prepared tub. Clad in her own towel, she emerged from the bathroom, still in the process of changing, when she heard the door to the suite open, accompanied by the hushed voices of a man and a woman. Startled, she glanced around and, without a second thought, concealed herself in the wardrobe. The couple entered the room. Though it was pitch dark, their voices were unmistakable. Curiosity piqued, she leaned closer to the wardrobe door, trying to discern the situation outside while silently chastising them for their indecency. In the inky darkness, she could vaguely make out 2 figures entangled, and one of them seemed eerily familiar. When they finally spoke, Xia Qiuge recognized them instantly, nearly crying out in shock, quickly covering her mouth to stifle her breath. "Darling, are we truly leaving here the day after tomorrow?" "Of course. Do you wish to remain here?" "No, I meant, want you take Qiuge with you? With so many zombies below, they would likely meet a grim fate without your guidance. Why bother? It's the apocalypse. It's enough to preserve my own life. Who has the luxury to concern themselves with others? Besides, Qiuge and I don't get along. Why should I care for her? Am I supposed to be her keeper?" After this, they descended from the bed and stood beside the wardrobe. The wardrobe door rattled, and Xia Qiuge's heart raced, terrified. Yet, she dared not make sound, for the 2 outside were none other than her best friend Xia Anan and Ding Dali. "Darling, why must we light candles in this pitch-black place? Wouldn't it be better to do so in our own room?" "Huh, you don't understand. The thrill of not being able to see anything is exhilarating. I see you only wish to torment me, just as you do with Xia Qiuge, don't you?" "Hey, what of it?" Xia Anan pressed her body against the wardrobe door, and Xia Qiuge, having just bathed, was now drenched in sweat from shock. Internally, she was cursing the pair. "Pervert, how could they behave this way? And Anan, how could you? We're supposed to be best friends. Isn't this beneath you?" as she remained hidden in the wardrobe. Her initial fear morphed into a heated discomfort, and as time dragged on, Xiaoqiuge felt utterly despondent. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, her anxiety subsided. Were they not going to leave? To her dismay, instead of departing, they simply lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Panic surged within Xiaoqiuge as she realized that if they didn't leave, she wouldn't be able to either. For some, time flows swiftly, while for others, it drags on interminably. Xiaoqiuge found herself in the latter situation, lying in the wardrobe, unable to move or make a sound, every second stretching into an eternity as she cursed under her breath. That night was truly torturous. As the sun rose, casting a rosy hue across the horizon, one could scarcely believe that such tranquility existed amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream shattered the morning calm, echoing throughout the hotel. Survivors in the upper floors were startled awake, rushing towards the sound to uncover the cause of the commotion. Even the zombies below stirred restlessly in response to the scream. Ding Dali and Xia Ainen, roused from their deep slumber, were jolted awake by the scream. Ding Dali sat up, stretching and feeling the remnants of sleep-induced grumpiness. Damn, it's barely dawn, and we're not even expected to work. Which fool is screaming like a banshee? He rubbed his eyes irritably. Xia Ainen swatted away Ding Dali's wandering hand, quickly dressing. Ding Dali, no longer dilly-dallying, begrudgingly got dressed and exited with Xia Ainen. Xiaoqiuge, trapped in the wardrobe and utterly exhausted, also heard the scream, instantly shaking off her drowsiness. But with Ding Dali and Xia Ainen still in bed, she dared not venture out. Finally, when their footsteps faded away, she cautiously emerged from the wardrobe. Suddenly, Xiaoqiuge's eyes widened in realization. Ainen mentioned her nose was more sensitive than before. She could smell blood. Does that mean they already knew I was hiding in the closet? Thinking back to the meaningful glance Ding Dali cast at the closet before he left, there was no mistaking that look. They must be aware of my presence. Chapter 54. The woman who met a gruesome fate. The more I pondered, the more alarmed and embarrassed I became. Fortunately, there were no other people around. Otherwise, Xiaoqiuge would have surely wished to sink through the floor. Driven by curiosity over the screams, Xiaoqiuge rose and stepped outside to discover what had transpired. The noise emanated from a suite on the 26th floor. By the time Ding Dali and Xia Ainen arrived at the scene, the room was already crowded with people. Huizi, Zhang Ting, Yu Xiaoyu, and Lu Ruyin were present, along with several women from their team standing behind them. There were also 7 or 8 individuals from Xia Donghai's side. And Li Chunlan was crouched in the restroom, retching. Old Xia, what is going on? Are you and your wife planning for a second child? Throwing up this early in the morning makes it sound like you're expecting. As Ding Dali approached, the crowd parted, revealing a woman's lifeless body sprawled on the floor. More accurately, a dismembered corpse. The body bore numerous bite marks, its limbs mangled, and its entrails completely extracted, leaving behind only a hollow shell. Strangely, the woman's face remained intact, devoid of any injuries, her eyes wide open, fixed on the ceiling. Ding Dali felt an unsettling familiarity with the deceased, but it was Xia Ainen who recognized her immediately. This is the woman who was taken away with us by Chun Siqing. Oh, Miss Xia, where were you last night? Those dark circles under your eyes make it seem like you didn't sleep a wink. Xiaoqiuge felt cornered and embarrassed, unable to muster a response. She could only shoot Ding Dali an annoyed look. What I did is none of your concern. Mind your own woman. After casting a glance at Xia Ainen, she noticed a knowing smile in her eyes, which made her feel guilty, her face flushing with heat. To alleviate the awkwardness, she quickly changed the subject. What? Hiding in a closet? How bizarre. Ding Dali purposely raised his voice, causing Xiaoqiuge to flush with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to hide in. He crouched down to examine the body closely. The gruesome state of the corpse sparked a thought within him. He grasped the hair of the corpse, lifted the head, and noticed sticky strands of blood between the skull and the carpet. A large, dark red hole the size of a fist was evident at the back of the head, completely hollowed out. Ding Dali's heart raced. Indeed, it was that thing. He then inquired of the crowd, who discovered the body first. From among Xia Donghai's group, emerged a rotund man dressed in an old-fashioned bureaucratic style, accompanied by a young and alluring woman who seemed somewhat frightened, burying her face in his shoulder. They were the survivors who had found the body in the hotel. The man, with a few strands of hair swept to the side in a futile attempt to mask his shiny scalp, extended his hand to shake Ding Dali's, greeting him with a friendly demeanor. "Hello, Ding. Thank you for rescuing me. I should have introduced myself sooner. I am Huang Ji, the director of the District Tax Bureau. This is our finance department head, Su Yuhong." Ding Dali, a mere underling, detested the airs that bureaucrats put on, and upon noticing Huang Ji's low moral standing of only 40, he felt even more repulsed. Despite the man's cheerful facade, Ding Dali could sense a cunning nature lurking beneath. Even Xia Chioga's enmity towards him was more respectable, with her moral standing at 45. Disgusted, he withdrew his hand and wiped it on his clothes, retorting without hesitation. "Did I ask who you were? I asked who discovered the body first. Are you so eager to speak because you were the one who did it? Brother Ding, you jest. Xiao Su and I found the body. How could I have possibly killed her? If you didn't kill her, then must be this lovely lady beside you." Ding Dali teased, knowing well it wasn't her, but relishing in Huang Ji's discomfort. The woman, suddenly called out, appeared flustered and quickly shook her head in denial. "We didn't kill anyone. Why were you two here so early? Who can prove you didn't come last night? Commit a heinous act and then cry foul?" Suddenly, Xia Donghai interjected, "Director Huang, I believe I saw you go downstairs last night. Whether you returned, I cannot say." Upon hearing this, the alluring woman panicked. She waved her hands and pleaded with Huang Ji. "Director Huang, you need to explain. We really didn't kill anyone. Last night, when the director mentioned wanting whatever, I followed him to this floor, just to the adjacent room. It was over quickly, and then I fell asleep. When I heard commotion in the hallway at dawn, I was curious and came out, only to find the body here. I was so frightened that I couldn't help but scream." Ding Dali examined the seemingly unflappable Huang Ji and the still trying to explain Su Yuhong, letting out a scoff, his disdain evident. "I often hear that those who sleep with directors gain fame, those who sleep with principals stay at school, those who sleep with leaders get promotions, and those who sleep with bosses receive raises. It seems our beautiful Su, at such a young age, has already climbed to a department head position. Clearly, Director Huang has put in quite the effort." Ding Dali emphasized the last two words, and Huang Ji's face twitched, forcing a smile as he retorted, "Brother Ding enjoys joking. It's merely a matter of mutual benefit." Xia Chioga felt a surge of defiance rise within her. Unable to contain herself, she muttered, hypocritical. The whisper was soft, yet loud enough for all in the room to hear. Before Xia Donghai could speak, a young man standing behind him suddenly stepped forward, sternly stating, "Chioga, watch your tone when speaking to Director Huang. Li Xiaobin, what does this have to do with you? Don't forget who made you an awakened. How dare you say such things?" Xia Chioga quickly retorted, "I didn't say anything wrong. I saw you go down the stairs with my own eyes. Unless you clarify your reasons for going down, you cannot clear your name." Xia Chioga stammered, at a loss for words. Xia Donghai believed in his daughter, but seeing her flustered demeanor piqued his curiosity. "Chioga, why did you go downstairs last night? If something happened, just tell me, and I'll support you." The question only deepened Xia Chioga's embarrassment, her head hanging low, silent, occasionally glancing at Ding Dali and Xiaonan. "Enough. Don't press her. Last night, she was with us in a room on the 27th floor the entire night," Ding Dali declared, shocking everyone present. Hui Zi and Zhang Ting exchanged looks with Yu Xiaoyu as they processed this revelation. Xia Chioga's face turned crimson, her reaction lending credence to Ding Dali's words. Even Xia Donghai and Li Chunlan regarded their daughter with skepticism. Li Xiaobin shouted, "You're lying. That's impossible." Ding Dali frowned, fixing his gaze on Li Xiaobin, his voice low yet firm. "Who are you to question me? How could it be impossible? Who gave you the right to dictate my actions? Is it permissible for your director Huang and his subordinates to engage in infidelity while we, mere common folk, are not allowed to enjoy ourselves?" Ding Dali, stop your nonsense. Who are you to speak so brazenly? Xia Qiugao hurriedly attempted to clarify the situation, only to realize that her explanations made things increasingly chaotic. The more she spoke, the more the others seemed to believe in their own interpretations. Li Xiaobin fixed his gaze on Ding Dali, speaking in a tone that was almost a warning, enunciating each word. And you, Ding Dali, you would do well to show some respect to Director Huang. Do not presume that because you have become an awakened, you can act with impunity. Upon hearing this, the individuals behind Ding Dali drew their weapons. Li Xiaobin, undeterred, stepped forward, preparing to take action. Xia Donghai quickly interposed himself between them, urging, everyone, let us remain calm. We are all survivors. Let's not harm our camaraderie. Our primary objective must be to identify the murderer. The killer lurks within this hotel, and none of us can feel secure until they are found. Ding Dali, however, remained unfazed, turning to his companions and signaling for them to leave. The murderer is not among us. As for your side, you may investigate as you see fit. He spun on his heel and departed. Li Xiaobin reached out to stop him, insisting, you cannot leave. The matter has not been fully investigated. How can you assert that there is no murderer among your ranks? Ding Dali scoffed. What? Do you wish to restrict our freedom? Huang Ji stepped forward, interjecting, Brother Ding, I believe it would be prudent for you to remain. Let us identify the murderer first to avoid wrongfully accusing the innocent. Ding Dali halted, turning back with a smirk. Oh, is Director Huang attempting to thwart my departure? I did not expect that after merely 2 days of rescue, you have already become a novice awakened. You must be quite valued by old Xia. At this, those accompanying Xia Donghai were taken aback, unable to comprehend how Ding Dali discerned Huang's status. Most people still regarded the concept of awakened individuals as abstract, lacking the ability to distinguish between varying levels of power. They might consider you significant, but to me, you are nothing. You expect me to heed your commands? You are not worthy. If you wish for my compliance, then let me borrow the stunning beauty by your side. Otherwise, take your authority elsewhere, Director Huang. Ding Dali mercilessly retorted. Li Xiaobin, seizing the moment, dashed to stand before Huang Ji. Ding Dali, mind your attitude towards Director Huang. I have long held a disdain for you. Previously, you relied on your status as an awakened to intimidate others, but now we are all awakened. Moreover, I have ascended to the first tier of awakening. Among those here, I am the strongest. Do you truly believe I would fear you? With a playful expression, Li Xiaobin regarded Ding Dali, exuding the confidence of a victor. Ding Dali remained silent, yet his followers looked at Li Xiaobin as if he were a fool. Huizi stepped forward, asking, Boss, may I take him down? Ding Dali waved him off, signaling for Huizi to step back. Li Xiaobin, is it? Might you enlighten me as to why you are so protective of Director Huang? I am a driver for the tax bureau, and Director Huang is my superior. Naturally, I will speak in his favor. Oh, ha ha ha, so he is your superior. Has he ever imparted a particular piece of wisdom to you? Li Xiaobin, perplexed, inquired, what wisdom? Do not act pretentiously. Pretending invites disaster. Before Li Xiaobin could grasp the meaning, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, erupted from Ding Dali, striking him directly. Li Xiaobin had no time to react, instantly becoming a charred figure. With a swift motion, Ding Dali conjured a radiant iron rod and shattered Li Xiaobin's head. Having completed this, Ding Dali spat disdainfully at Li Xiaobin's lifeless body, exclaiming, You insufferable sycophant! You bark the loudest! He then raised his gaze to the remaining individuals in the room. Now, do you not believe we are innocent? For we would not resort to such convoluted methods to kill. With that, he departed the suite with his entourage, leaving the others in stunned silence as they stared at Li Xiaobin's corpse. They had nearly forgotten that he had previously been a man capable of killing at the slightest provocation. Xia Donghai took a long moment to collect himself, feeling a surge of emotions. Indeed, as I suspected, Li Xiaobin was the strongest among us, and Ding Dali had extinguished him with a mere gesture. This man is truly unfathomable, far beyond what we can contend with. Yet, perhaps it is for the best that Li Xiaobin is gone. Returning to the 30th floor, Yu Xiaoyu served breakfast to Ding Dali, leaning close to whisper, So, how was your night with those three? Was it exhilarating? Ding Dali, enjoying his porridge like a child, could see the situation clearly. Yu Xiaoyu had come to confront him once more. Every time he spent time with Xia Anin, Yu Xiaoyu insisted on receiving compensation, claiming it was only fair. Xia Anin was no exception. The two women competed fiercely for his attention. Ding Dali had openly admitted to both that he had other women. Yet, Both assured him that upon meeting the first wife, they would defer to her wishes. While present, the two had the final say. This had left Ding Dali exhausted. He toiled in the fields by day and continued to labor at night, with occasional interruptions. Yet he had to persist. Even the mightiest of beings would find such labor unbearable. Thus, Ding Dali eagerly inquired of the system, "Is there no benefit akin to those in other novels that could enhance my prowess in that regard? You are the multi-child blessing system. Surely you must provide some enhancement." However, the system curtly informed him that no such benefits existed, mocking him for his own shortcomings and suggesting he should not blame the system for his ineptitude. Ding Dali nearly succumbed to frustration. Ultimately, the system advised him that as long as he continued to absorb other beings, his physical capabilities would enhance, and naturally, so would his prowess in that area. Achieving the holy body of steel would not remain a mere dream. Finishing his bowl of porridge, Ding Dali remarked, "Next time, please add more goji berries to the porridge." His words reached Hui Zi and the others, who stifled their laughter. "Boss, do you know who killed those women?" Ding Dali shook his head, popping a chicken egg into his mouth. "I do not know who the killer is, but I do know what manner of creature committed the act." Curiosity piqued. The group gathered closer. Yu Xiaoyu, massaging Ding Dali's shoulders, whispered, "Darling, what creature are you referring to? Is it a monster akin to the zombies? A zombie beast or a mutated creature?" Ding Dali shook his head once more. "Neither. In fact, this creature could be considered human, yet it is not human. Such beings should be exceedingly rare now, which is why there is no information about them officially. Do you know what was most terrifying during ancient famine years? It was not the slaughter or the sight of starving corpses, but rather the horrific scenes of cannibalism. Today's world is even more terrifying than those ancient famines, surpassing them in horror. In the early days of the apocalypse, there was still some food in people's homes. Yet, even then, some succumbed to unbearable hunger, resorting to cannibalism or consuming the remains of their kin. However, those who partake in cannibalism do not spread plagues or prion diseases like in ancient times. Instead, they embark on a bizarre path of evolution. They become obsessed with fresh flesh, much like zombies, yet retain their original memories and thoughts. Such monsters are referred to as mutants. At this point, a fierce glint shone in Ding Dali's eyes, his voice icy. "From this day forth, should any of you encounter a mutant, remember, they must be exterminated without exception. They can no longer be considered human, and above all, never, under any circumstances, consume human flesh." Though the group knew little of the terror posed by mutants, they could sense a chilling undertone in Ding Dali's words. Huizi tentatively asked, "Boss, are you suggesting that there are mutants hiding in this hotel?" As soon as Xia Donghai entered, he sincerely shook Ding Dali's hand and expressed his deep regret, saying, "Brother Ding, I truly apologize. It's my subordinate's lack of understanding that provoked you, and he met his fate as he deserved. It's a pity, though, for his level of ability." Ding Dali shot him a glance and replied, "Enough, old Xia. You can put on an act with others, but spare me the pretense. I did you a favor by eliminating Li Xiaobin. Shouldn't you be pleased?" Xia Donghai rubbed his plump hands, his face creasing into a joyful smile. Indeed, nothing escapes Brother Ding's keen insight. That Li Xiaobin, relying on his brute strength and some rudimentary skills, was quite a force during the hotel cleanup. Even among his peers, he was exceptional. Had it not been for my sheer numbers, he might have been an insurmountable challenge. Until that fateful day when Huang Ji appeared. Li Xiaobin, once Huang Ji's driver, was ecstatic to see his old boss alive. Shortly thereafter, Huang Ji revealed a shocking piece of information that rekindled Li Xiaobin's loyalty. It was about the establishment of the third resettlement camp in our city. Huang Ji confidently claimed to know all the secrets of this camp and boasted that its leader was his closest friend. If he could escape there, a bright future awaited him. Is that why many of your people have wavered? Xia Donghai nodded, letting out a resigned sigh. It's unavoidable. Unlike you, Brother Ding, I lack abundant resources and absolute strength, making it difficult to lead them for long. Thankfully, with Li Xiaobin eliminated, their top combat power is gone. They should calm down for a while. By the way, do you think those bodies downstairs are the work of Huang Ji? Ding Dali shook his head in denial and shared information about the aberrants with him. Upon hearing this, Xia Donghai nearly jumped in fright, stammering, "You mean to say we have a creature here that retains human thoughts, but behaves like a zombie? This revelation unsettled Xia Donghai, as his family was still downstairs. The very thought sent him into a panic, prompting him to ask Ding Dali urgently, "Brother Ding, since you know about the aberrants, you must also know how to identify them among the crowd, right?" Initially, aberrants and ordinary people appear quite similar. However, their eyes are bloodshot, their skin pale, and they tend to lose their hair, not to mention the foul stench they exude. But Brother Ding, I have many individuals who fit your description. What did you say? Ding Dali exclaimed, slamming his hand down. If many aberrants gather together, wouldn't they go insane? Brother Ding, please stay calm. The situation is such that, unlike your management here, I cannot distribute food freely. I can only allocate resources to those who assist in gathering supplies and eliminating zombies. Those too fearful to fight have been left starving. Of course, there are women who trade their bodies for food. The 3 downstairs were among them. Those without food have grown gaunt and sleep-deprived, their eyes bloodshot, fitting your description perfectly. However, I didn't notice hair loss since most men have shaved their heads for convenience. If anyone is balding, it's Huang Ji. His baldness is quite pronounced. I can assure you Huang Ji is not an aberrant. Old Xia, can you gather your people? I can identify them at a glance. Xia Donghai appeared troubled, scratching his head, and apologetically replied, "It would be best if Brother Ding could assist, but it's difficult for me to assemble all my people." Come on, Old Xia. I'm not criticizing you, but you seem too ineffective as a leader. Brother Ding, you may not be aware, but aside from a few who switched allegiance to Huang Ji and might not heed my call, those who do not participate in resource gathering are also hard to gather. Recently, some of them have mysteriously vanished, and no one knows where they went. There are suspicions that they might have succumbed to hunger and fear and jumped to their deaths. They were already marginal figures, and no one pays much attention to their absence. Boss, why don't we check the surveillance room on the 2nd floor? That way, we can find out who is responsible. Huizi suggested, but was promptly dismissed by Yu Xiaoyu. That's useless. The day Chun Siqing incited that group to capture us. They nearly destroyed the surveillance equipment on the 2nd floor. The only functioning cameras are on the 30th floor, as they seem to be independent. Furthermore, with the power outage, even if they weren't damaged, they'd be of no use. I see, Ding Dali mused, stroking the stubble on his chin. Old Xia, I'll accompany you to the 28th floor shortly to inspect each room. Huizi and Zhang Ting, you two guard the stairwell on the 20th floor. The rest should continue clearing the lower floors as planned. However, be cautious. The aberrants may be hiding in the lower levels, as zombies do not attack them. On the 28th floor of the hotel, Ding Dali first visited the room where Xia Donghai's family was staying, finding a dozen of his people inside. After a thorough examination, he found nothing amiss. However, he noticed that Xia Chiogo was avoiding his gaze, which piqued his curiosity. Upon checking her morality value, he was astonished to see it had surged to 70. Goodness, what is going on with this woman? Didn't she have a deep-seated grudge against me? How did her morality value increase so dramatically? Could it be that she was captivated by my impressive demeanor last night? Ding Dali speculated. Meanwhile, in Huang Ji's room, aside from him and Su Hongyu, 5 others were present. One of them lit a cigarette for Huang Ji, who was standing by the window. Director Huang, our most formidable ally, Li Xiaobin, has been killed by that Ding Dali. Xia Donghai's side has a numerical advantage. What should we do next? Huang Ji pointed to his head, took a drag from his cigarette, and exhaled a smoke ring. Our main objective is not to fight them, but to find a way to safely escape to the 3rd resettlement camp. We need to strategize on how to collaborate with them, allowing them to lead the way and aid our escape. Once we reach the 3rd resettlement camp, we can find an opportunity to deal with these short-sighted fools. Upon hearing about the 3rd resettlement camp, the others' eyes lit up. It was established by the authorities and offered protection, far safer than remaining in this hotel. Moreover, Director Huang had connections with high-ranking officials there, promising a prosperous future for those who followed him. The group took turns flattering Huang Ji, who reveled in their praise, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before waving his hand. You can leave for now. I wish to rest. Report any disturbances immediately. Once everyone had exited, Su Hongyu knelt before Huang Ji, massaging his legs, and seductively inquired, Director Huang, are we really planning to take these people to the 3rd resettlement camp? Huang Ji's expression shifted from enjoyment to cold indifference as he gazed out the window, a glint of frost in his eyes. In the old world, advancement often required stepping on others and employing cunning schemes. In the current world, survival demanded the shrewd utilization of others. With such capable individuals to act as our shield against the zombies, why not exploit them? Taking them to the third resettlement camp. Let us see if they can survive the journey. Not just them, but Ding Dali and Xia Donghai will also serve as our stepping stones. At this, Su Hongyu felt a chill run down her spine, a shiver penetrating to her core. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed through the room. Huang Ji, seated by the window, turned his attention to the door. Startled by a sudden knock on the door, he nearly faltered in his resolve. Before he could comprehend the situation, the door was forcefully thrown open. Ding Dali and Xia Donghai began to inspect each room, discovering that nearly all were ajar. Even those locked were met with Ding Dali's unceremonious force as he breached them. Approaching one particular door, Xia Donghai cautioned him that it belonged to Huang Ji. Ding Dali, undeterred, knocked robustly several times, but silence echoed from within. During daylight, a closed door certainly harbored ill intent. With a determined kick, he shattered the door open. Following closely behind, Xia Chioga caught sight of Huang Ji, who was covering his face, and shouted rogue. Her mind was a tumult of frustration. Perplexed as to why she was encountering such distasteful scenes today. Why was her fortune so abysmal? Chapter 58. The first victim, ha. Director Huang, what a refined taste you have, sunbathing mushrooms in front of such grand windows. Truly a unique experience. Ding Dali couldn't resist teasing the flustered Huang Ji, who had lost all semblance of authority. Rarely did Huang Ji display any emotions, but Ding Dali's words stirred a rare flicker of anger within him. As he attempted to shield his embarrassment by pulling Su Hongyu closer, Su Hongyu, caught in a compromising situation, felt a wave of humiliation as Huang Ji presented her to the onlookers. Observing her discomfort, Ding Dali playfully remarked, "Who would have thought that Section Chief Su possesses such exquisite taste?" However, he glanced at Huang Ji and continued, "Those who often forage for mushrooms know that the smaller ones are of little use. If Section Chief Su wishes to gather, I am at your service anytime, haha. Oh dear, it seems I've garnered your misplaced affection. I am but a mere woman, and in these times I must rely on you, Ding Dali, for support." She turned her head slightly, stealing a glance at Huang Ji, who was preoccupied with adjusting his clothing and had not noticed her. Su Hongyu then flashed Ding Dali a captivating smile and swayed her upper body enticingly. Her figure was voluptuous, captivating the attention of all in the vicinity. Everyone had their own allure. Lu Rian's graceful movements made one crave more. One was a feast for the eyes, the other for the appetite. Ding Dali, who previously held no particular fascination for younger women, now found himself seasoned by the harsh realities of the world. In these tumultuous times, the fate of the most beautiful women often turned grim, frequently subjected to the whims of others. Thus, Ding Dali held little concern for taking what was not his, be it driving another's car or engaging with another's partner. Casting a flirtatious glance at Su Hongyu, Ding Dali rummaged through the room. "Not here. Let us proceed to the next room. Are you all being a bit excessive? Breaking down my door is one thing, but rummaging through without reason, and now just leaving?" Xia Donghai stepped between them, aware of a predatory entity lurking in the hotel. It was imperative to identify the murderer swiftly, for he feared that in a moment of rashness, Ding Dali might inadvertently harm Huang Ji, triggering chaos that could allow the real culprit to escape. The perpetrator was known for striking without warning. "Director Huang, please listen. We are left with no choice. There is an aberrant creature concealed within the hotel, one that preys upon humans. The bodies downstairs are its grim handiwork. Brother Ding can recognize the aberrant. Hence our thorough inspection of each room. We truly did not intend to disrupt your leisure." "What aberrant? What is that? Why has the official report not mentioned it?" Huang Ji expressed skepticism, suspecting this was merely a fabrication to embarrass him. Xia Donghai hastily conveyed all he had learned about the aberrant from Ding Dali, leaving Huang Ji visibly doubtful. "Are you serious? Such monsters exist? Believe it or not, the aberrants possess strength comparable to awakeners, and the more they consume, the stronger they become. If we do not locate it soon, more will meet a dire fate. With that, Ding Dali turned to leave. I will accompany you. Huang Ji hastened to follow, with Su Hongyu trotting close behind. Having inspected all the occupied rooms without finding the aberrant, they stood at the corridor's end, where 4 doors remained unopened. The entrance was littered with refuse, emanating a peculiar odor. These 4 rooms have been unoccupied, so we have carelessly discarded our trash here. Xia Donghai explained. Let's investigate. They entered the first 3 vacant rooms, uncovering nothing of note, the furniture cloaked in dust. Upon reaching the final room, as Ding Dali turned the handle and pushed the door open, a faint stench of decay wafted through. Everyone, exercise caution. There is likely something here, he warned. Following the odor's source, arriving at the bathroom door, Xia Donghai leaned in and took a deep breath, coughing violently. The scent is too strong. It's coming from within. He opened the bathroom door, and an overwhelming stench assaulted their senses. Holding their noses, they entered. The suite's bathroom was spacious, with separate areas for bathing and toilet use. Lying at the entrance of the bathing area was a corpse, already blackened. The condition of his body mirrored those discovered downstairs. Su Hongyu and Xia Chioga, unable to contain themselves, rushed aside to vomit. Ignoring them, Ding Dali fixed his gaze on the body and said solemnly, if I am not mistaken, this should be the first victim of the aberrant. How can you tell? They inquired, puzzled by his certainty. Ding Dali shook his head, observed the forehead. The other bodies bore no marks on their faces. The aberrants prefer to let their prey witness their own demise. This is their peculiar obsession. However, the injury on this corpse's forehead indicates it was stunned by a blunt object before being devoured, before consuming a human and transforming into an aberrant. It remains an ordinary person, thus needing to strike in such a manner. Once it has fed and evolved, it gains the power to easily overpower ordinary individuals, forcing them to watch helplessly as they are consumed. This revelation sent chills down the spines of all present. What manner of monster was this that consumed humans while forcing them to witness their own fate? Just the thought was enough to send shivers down their spines. I recognize this person, exclaimed Xia Chioga, having regained her composure and wiping her mouth in disbelief. How do you know him? Xia Donghai questioned, bewildered. Oh, Dad, you've forgotten? When we fled to the 29th floor, there was a survivor among us dressed in a leopard print bodysuit. Though many were scantily clad, his attire was exceptionally eye-catching. I even discussed it with Xiaoxue and Anen, later hearing rumors about his peculiarities, though I never confirmed their truth. Ding Dali's memory stirred at this, recalling the flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man he had seen alone on the 29th floor. Chapter 59, Ding Dali's stealthy actions. I wondered why I hadn't seen that uncle in such a long time. I thought he might have taken the same path as those missing souls and jumped to his demise. I never imagined he would meet his end here. Xiao Chioga sighed softly, then turned to Ding Dali. Hey, you lecher. The aberrant isn't on this floor. What shall we do next? Were it not for the increase in moral worth, Ding Dali would have promptly given her a reprimanding blow. Or worse. What is the matter, Miss Xia? Afraid? Worried the aberrant will crawl into your wardrobe at night? One had to admit, Ding Dali had a thick skin and a sharp tongue. His casual remark left Xia Chioga blushing fiercely. As the onlooker, Xia Donghai, felt a palpable tension in his heart. He couldn't help but suspect that his daughter must have some clandestine secret with Ding Dali. Surely, his precious cabbage had not been devoured by this monkey-like figure before him. Thus, he interrupted Ding Dali, who wore a mischievous grin. Ding, my brother, what do you think we should do next? Is it possible that this aberrant individual is hiding on another floor? This being could very well be one of the missing persons. We ought to search the lower floors again. If we find nothing, it is likely he is lurking outside. The scent of the aberrant can mask the presence of zombies, allowing him to move freely. If that is the case, the people in this hotel are akin to livestock within a pen, while the hotel itself and the surrounding horde of corpses serve as their enclosure. Ding Dali's words only heightened the anxiety of those already on edge. Do not be afraid. Everyone, let us begin our search from the top down. Remember, we must act in groups. At the first sign of trouble, raise your voice immediately. I will also send some of my people to assist in the search. Thus the day passed. Everyone was mobilized. Even those reluctant to help joined in the search. They were not foolish. The aberrant's most likely targets were indeed ordinary people like themselves. The sooner they eliminated this threat, the sooner they could find peace. On the 30th floor that night, flickering candlelight illuminated the faces of Xiaoyu and Ding Dali as they reported their findings, while others sat gathered around. Darling, most of our people have gone to search the hotel today. There are still 2 floors below that have not been cleared. Should we proceed as planned tomorrow? Ding Dali inhaled deeply, gazing at the flickering flames, and spoke thoughtfully. It seems we must postpone our action for a day. This aberrant remains a malignant tumor, and I fear that if we act rashly, he may disrupt our plans. We must devise a strategy to eliminate this tumor. Why fear him? What does it matter if he is aberrant or not? Should he dare to cause trouble, we will strike him down, Huizi exclaimed, patting the large cleaver resting beside him. His voice tinged with defiance. Ever since awakening his beastly abilities, he had become increasingly volatile, shedding his previously restrained demeanor. Huizi, do not underestimate this aberrant. Judging by the number of corpses he has consumed, his strength likely rivals that of a second-tier early awakener, and he remains hidden in the shadows. Here, aside from myself, can anyone guarantee they can defeat him without fail? Ding Dali asked. Then what should we do, boss? When can we take action? We can't just wait here, can we? I haven't even had a chance to use this big knife. It's frustrating to be confined to this building with only a small blade. Huizi lamented. Huh. I knew you were itching to use that big knife to slay zombies. Always fondling it like a weirdo. If Xiao Dian isn't caressing it, you are. What a peculiar mind you have. Zhang Ting teased, her newfound boldness evident since awakening her beastly powers. Indeed, boss, if it comes to it, I'll join you. Let him sleep with his big knife. Lu Ruyan chimed in, her enthusiasm unabashed. This banter left Ding Dali, usually thick-skinned, feeling somewhat bashful as he waved his hands dismissively, causing laughter to erupt among the group. All right, everyone, enough of the jesting. Tonight, let us pair up and take turns keeping watch. Do not let your guard down, Ding Dali declared with authority. Darling, do you think the aberrant will act tonight? Xiaonan leaned against Ding Dali's shoulder, occasionally munching on sunflower seeds. He will undoubtedly make a move tonight, Ding Dali replied with a cryptic smile, then instructed everyone to take their posts or rest as needed. As the clock struck 3 in the morning, Ding Dali suddenly opened his eyes. He gently withdrew his hand from beneath Xiaoyu's head and carefully laid Xiaonan's head down from his shoulder before quietly exiting the room. At that moment, Huizi and Zhang Ting were on watch, seated outside the door. As soon as Huizi spotted his leader emerging, he opened his mouth to speak. But Ding Dali gestured for silence and pointed at Zhang Ting, signaling him to be quiet. He then gestured for Huizi to accompany him downstairs. Huizi nodded, fully trusting Ding Dali's strength and sensing that his leader had a purpose for venturing out, a curiosity he chose not to pursue. Ding Dali stealthily made his way to the 28th floor, where a slender figure stood in the stairwell. The figure jumped, nearly crying out in surprise at the sound of his approach. Shoo, it's me, Ding Dali whispered. Once the figure confirmed his identity, they quietly descended to the 27th floor, recalling the recent tragic events that had occurred there. They continued down to the 26th floor. Having already searched during the day, all the doors were wide open. Ding Dali grasped the other person's hand and entered one of the rooms. He tossed the other's clothing into the hallway and wore a peculiar smile. With a swift motion, he partially closed the bedroom door before heading to the floor-to-ceiling windows, collapsing into a large, comfortable beanbag chair. Chapter 60. A major undertaking. Why is there no one on night watch for your floor? Ding Dali squinted his eyes. Reclining on the beanbag while speaking in hushed tones, one hand gently stroking the hair of the slender figure beside him. In the darkness, visibility was poor, but the other hand seemed to have found something soft. The woman looked up and smiled alluringly, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. She lowered her voice to a whisper. Neither Xia Donghai nor Huangji dares to send anyone to stand guard, fearing they might lose an advantage in their secret competition. Awakened individuals will not take shifts, and ordinary people certainly will not. Everyone knows there is an aberrant lurking in the shadows. Oh, are you not afraid of the aberrant? Ding Dali exhaled, his curiosity piqued. The woman took a deep breath, unable to discern his face in the dim light, and replied, anyone with a modicum of sense would realize that remaining by your side is the safest option, for you are the strongest person in this building. What if I came out tonight to confront the aberrant? Wouldn't that make your position beside me even more perilous? Ding Dolly remarked, feeling a chill run down his spine as the cool night air swept through the window. The woman hesitated momentarily before continuing, but I am not afraid. I believe that if I take good care of you, Ding Dolly, you will not abandon me. Ha ha ha. Director Huang certainly did not anticipate that I would intercept him while he was beneath the floor-to-ceiling windows during the day. I must commend you, Section Chief Su. Not only are you beautiful, but your eloquence is remarkable as well. No wonder you achieved the position of Section Chief at such a young age. Indeed, the person who had stealthily accompanied Ding Dolly to the 26th floor was Section Chief Su Hongyu. They had exchanged contact information during their search of the hotel earlier that day. Before sleeping, Ding Dolly sent her a message, arranging to meet at the stairwell at 3 o'clock. She had indeed kept her promise. Su Hongyu raised her head again, breathing softly. Ding Dolly, may I take a brief rest? Even the most diligent section chief cannot withstand continuous work. I'm quite tired and need to rest before continuing. Ding Dolly nodded, and Su Hongyu immediately leaned against him. Ding Dolly, I was just joking. Director Huang cannot match your capabilities and masculinity, she said with a playful tone. Ding Dolly chuckled, gesturing lightly. So, tell me, how significant is this undertaking? A project of such magnitude must surely be too much for Director Huang to handle alone. Hearing Ding Dolly's words, Su Hongyu laughed softly and then playfully drew a large circle on his chest with her finger, exclaiming, my goodness, whether in this life or the next, Ding Dolly has never taken on a project of such vast proportions. It must be said that this project is indeed constructed with substantial materials and is truly commendable. However, I must first assess the quality of the project. Ding Dolly involuntarily scrutinized the project in his hands repeatedly. Su Hongyu, feigning anger, gently said, do you not find me beautiful? While I may not compare to the enchanting Yu Xiaoyu by your side, I believe I am not lacking much, am I? You are indeed beautiful, Section Chief Su, possessing the allure of a mature woman. Ding Dolly responded, since you think I am beautiful, why do you not pay attention to me and instead focus on the two projects? How annoying. Su Hongyu seemed to possess an innate charm in her speech that stirred one's heart. Ding Dolly was no exception. While examining the two projects, he inquired, Section Chief Su, as a departmental officer, your education level must be considerable, correct? Su Hongyu, perplexed, shook her head in confusion. I do not understand what this has to do with education. Ding Dolly nodded earnestly. Of course it is related. Did you not learn Li Bai's poetry in your childhood? He once taught us that one must savor life to the fullest. Why do you think I am concerned about the two projects? Moreover, the former richest man once said that life should have goals. It is better to set a small target first. He said so. Furthermore, I am faced with two targets. Su Hongyu initially did not grasp his meaning, pausing for 2 seconds before covering her mouth and giggling. Is the textbook from Ding University authentic? What does it matter if it's authentic or not? Section Chief Su, do not take a break. Continue with your work. I shall persist in my project research. With a resigned sigh, Su Hongyu returned to her diligent work. Just as they were quietly engrossed in their respective tasks, the sudden sound of footsteps entered the room, accompanied by a familiar voice exclaiming, whose clothing is discarded here? Both Ding Dolly and Su Hongyu were taken aback. As Su Hongyu lifted her head to speak, Ding Dolly swiftly covered her mouth. The two, with Su Hongyu's mouth covered, stealthily approached the bedroom door, peering through the crack to discern the situation outside. The living room of this suite was quite spacious, where 2 individuals stood at its center, one of whom disdainfully tossed aside a piece of lingerie. Through the faint light, they could discern 2 figures, one of whom was unmistakably Xia Qiuge. Su Hongyu recognized her as well, instinctively stepping back. Initially, Su Hongyu and Ding Dolly had been peering out from the door crack, but upon her retreat, Ding Dolly's hand, covering her mouth, prevented any noise that might attract the attention of the 2 outside. Ding Dolly was perplexed about why Xia Qiuge had emerged at this hour. However, his gaze swept across the other person, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He silently thought, finally, they have appeared. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The moral value of Yang Wei has been detected at 5, categorizing him as an enemy. Prompt action is advised. Scanning the opposing data, he discovered, name, Yang Wei stage. Second level mutant strength. 210 speed. 210 stamina. 200 mentality. 200 ability. Gecko Beast transformation moral value. 5. How remarkable. A mutant with powers. Specifically the ability to transform into a gecko. No wonder he can appear and vanish within the hotel. It must be due to the gecko's climbing prowess. Although he pondered this, he remained motionless, as the figure seemed familiar, yet he could not recall from where. Thus, he decided to remain still and observe what the other would say. While he remained stationary, Su Hongyu, growing increasingly restless, began to fidget. Ding Dali permitted her movements, his gaze fixed intently on the living room. At long last, Xia Chioga broke the silence. Yang Wei, did I not tell you that we have broken up? Why are you calling me out at this hour? The realization struck Ding Dali like a bolt. He finally recalled who Yang Wei was, Xia Chioga's fiancé. This young man was remarkably forgettable. During the dormitory search, his absence went unnoticed. Chapter 61. The unfortunate Xia Chioga. At this moment, Xia Chioga felt immensely vexed. The previous night, she had spent the entire time lying in the wardrobe without sleep, enduring a protracted live broadcast. The following day was no better. She had not slept at all, accompanying the search in the hotel while witnessing numerous grotesque corpses. Most distressing was the sight of Huang Ji's revolting little mushroom, leading Xia Chioga to lament her immense misfortune throughout the day. Chioga, it's me. Upon hearing the voice, Xia Chioga relinquished her resistance, and the other party loosened their grip. She turned to face the newcomer, casting a disdainful glance. What are you doing here? And how did you get in? Wasn't the door closed? The newcomer wore a baseball cap, their voice low and slightly hoarse. The door was not closed. I simply walked in. Chioga, is it convenient for you to go downstairs? I would like to discuss something privately with you. Xia Chioga regarded him with suspicion. What is wrong with your voice? We've broken up. What is there to discuss? Besides, there are mutants in this building. I won't go downstairs with you. Look, dawn is approaching. Even if there are mutants, they are unlikely to appear at this hour. For the sake of our long-standing relationship, please speak with me. I have much to say. His final words softened Xia Chioga's heart. After all, they had been together for 2 years. To claim she felt no affection would be a lie. After much internal conflict, she finally relented and accompanied him to the 26th floor. Yang Wei led Xia Chioga to the 26th floor, initially seeking any available room. However, an imperceptible fragrance tantalized his senses, compelling him to follow its trail. Thus, by a twist of fate, he led Xia Chioga into the very room where Ding Dali and Su Hongyu were situated. In truth, Ding Dali had not invited Su Hongyu merely for clandestine intentions or to take advantage of the situation. His primary aim was to use Su Hongyu as bait to lure out the mutant. Mutants possess peculiar appetites. Each has a distinct preference. Some favor children, others the elderly, and some are drawn to women. The taste of different foods holds a deadly allure for them. Aside from the first encounter with the spotted uncle, all the other mutants in the hotel seemed to prefer voluptuous women. Thus, Ding Dali speculated that this particular mutant had a penchant for such tastes, which prompted him to invite Su Hongyu to a secluded floor as bait. What Ding Dali had not anticipated was that while he successfully attracted the mutant, Xia Chioga, this troublesome girl also followed. Internally cursing, Ding Dali lamented, "Why is this girl everywhere?" He was currently engaged in a serious discussion with Section Chief Su regarding work progress and depth. Had it been just a mutant, he could have swiftly dealt with the situation. However, should Xia Chioga witness this, it would be impossible to shed the label of a lecher. Although Ding Dali was involved in an affair, he still held a sense of dignity. Despite this, he had no intention of halting his interaction with Su Hongyu. Yang Wei's cap obscured his features, yet his hoarse voice resonated eerily in the quiet room. Chioga, when you declared our breakup, did you ever consider whether I consented? Xia Chioga was bewildered by the question. You called me out here just to ask this? Yang Wei's laughter was peculiar, resembling a strangled cry, intermittent and unsettling, as if he teetered on the brink of madness. You declared the breakup without my consent. Just a moment of hesitation on my part. They had guns. Is it not normal for me to hesitate? Yet you all labeled me as cowardly and incompetent while you stood by watching my mother fall victim to Ding Dali. Yang Wei's laughter grew increasingly bizarre, his speech accelerating and intensifying. Xiaoga, alarmed, turned to leave. She unleashed her newly awakened abilities, summoning swirling blades of wind around her. Indeed, the awakened ability of Xiaoga is control of airflow, which essentially allows her to manipulate the wind. However, although the wind blades created by her leave visible scars on her opponent's body, these wounds heal at an astonishing rate. Zhang Wei's hat is blown away by a wind blade, revealing his pale visage. Upon seeing his face, Xiaoga's heart sinks. Zhang Wei's shiny head is devoid of hair, his eye sockets deeply sunken, and he appears significantly emaciated. His pupils have turned blood red, and he wears a sinister smile, his face contorted in a terrifying manner, seemingly intent on obliterating all that is beautiful. How could Xiaoga not realize that her former fiancé is the very aberrant individual everyone is wary of? What misfortune has befallen her? Even a breakup has resulted in the emergence of a man-eating monster. Xiaoga feels an overwhelming desire to end her life. Yang Wei forcefully pushes Xiaoga to the ground, his entire body pressing down upon hers. Xiaoga, do you know? Every woman I've devoured bears the same expression as yours, watching helplessly as I extract their entrails. The scent of a woman is truly intoxicating, especially the flesh of filthy harlots like you. Yang Wei's voice suddenly rises in intensity as he leans closer to Xiaoga's neck, inhaling deeply, reveling in the aroma of fresh human flesh. After 2 years of courting you without a single touch, if Chun Siqing can touch you, then damn it, so can Ding Dali. Why should I be denied? Xiaoga, before I consume you, I want to toy with you first. You shall experience the taste of despair. Don't you all look down upon me? Xiaoga's mouth is tightly covered, muffling her desperate whimpers. At this moment, she is utterly hopeless. Unlike last time, when Chun Siqing at least had the decency not to be a monster, there's no chance of Ding Dali miraculously appearing to save her this time. Faced with such a fatal predicament and the impending humiliation, tears of frustration stream down her face, only serving to further incite Yang Wei. He tilts his head back, emitting a chilling laugh. Chapter 62. The aberrant Yang Wei in the bedroom. Su Hongyu and Ding Dali are discussing work when they witness the unfolding scene outside. Their focus on work vanishing. Particularly, Su Hongyu nearly loses control. As she watches Yang Wei prepare to attack Xiaoga, a nauseating smile spreads across his face. Ding Dali shoves Su Hongyu aside and, clad only in his underwear, bursts through the bedroom door. The sudden voice causes both Yang Wei and Xiaoga to pause. Upon seeing Ding Dali, their reactions are starkly contrasting. Xiaoga's eyes widen in surprise, her voice a desperate wail, while Yang Wei's expression is one of sheer rage, as if he wishes to devour Ding Dali whole. Ding Dali adjusts his underwear, casting a mocking glance at Yang Wei. Yang Wei, as if struck at his core, suddenly contorts his face with fury, veins bulging on his once pale skin. Slowly releasing his grip on Xiaoga, he rises to his feet. Xiaoga regains her freedom, quickly retreating, gasping for breath. Ding Dali, he is the aberrant. Kill him. Don't worry, Miss Xia, I see it. Ding Dali retorts, visibly annoyed. I must say, Miss Xia, do you have some peculiar obsession? Always interfering with my affairs. Their exchange appears to Yang Wei as a trivial couple-esque quarrel. His hatred for Ding Dali boils over, igniting old grievances as he lets out a strange roar, his body swelling, skin turning pale gray, and pupils morphing into slits. In an instant, he transforms into a towering lizard-like creature. With a hiss and a flick of his tongue, he opens his gaping maw. Ding Dali, you killed my mother and stole my woman. Today, you shall be my breakfast. With that, he lunges forward, his massive fist propelled by the wind, aiming to strike Ding Dali. His speed is astonishing, reaching Ding Dali in the blink of an eye. Ding Dali channels all his strength, meeting Yang Wei's fist with his own. The force of their collision reverberates through the air. The inherent strength of his beastly transformation grants Ding Dali an advantage. And despite the pain, he manages to hold his ground against Yang Wei's assault. Yang Wei realizes Ding Dali is not to be trifled with. Yet having consumed numerous victims and ascended to a second-tier aberrant, he is filled with confidence. Even if he cannot kill Ding Dali, he believes he can severely wound him. To his shock, his full-force attack is intercepted. Without a second thought, he unleashes a flurry of punches, all of which are thwarted by Ding Dali. Ding Dali, having absorbed several of Yang Wei's strikes, seizes the moment, evading the next punch, tightening his fist as electricity crackles around it, and delivering a powerful blow directly to Yang Wei's abdomen. The force sends Yang Wei hurtling back, crashing into the wall of the suite, which crumbles under the impact. After delivering the punch, Ding Dali shouts to Xia Qiuge, "Quick, get inside the bedroom." Obediently, Xia Qiuge scrambles towards the bedroom, pausing momentarily by Ding Dali. "I can help. Get lost. You pervert." Xia Qiuge stomps her foot in frustration before dashing into the bedroom. Ding Dali positions himself at the entrance, addressing Yang Wei, who is sprawled against the debris of the wall. "I just secured 2 major projects. I was about to invest billions more. You disgusting bug have interrupted my enjoyment. I'm extremely displeased." Yang Wei rises, brushing off the dust, his wounds visibly healing at an alarming rate. "Ha ha! Ding Dali, what does your strength matter? My powers as an aberrant, coupled with the regeneration of a gecko, allow me to recover swiftly. Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" With a wave of his hand, a golden rod materializes in Ding Dali's grasp. Without a word, he swings it, simultaneously controlling 2 flying knives with his ability. Yang Wei is taken aback, realizing that while he can evade the knives, he cannot escape the iron rod, and vice versa. Though his wounds heal quickly, the pain is very much real. The cacophony of their battle rouses the inhabitants upstairs. As they descend, they witness a lizard creature bursting from a room, followed closely by Ding Dali, who has Yang Wei pinned down, rendering him incapacitated. "Boss, I'm here to assist." Only when Ding Dali shouts, "Stop. If you keep this up, the whole floor will collapse," does Hui Zi relinquish the object in his hand, sending it crashing into the hallway and creating a series of dents in the wall. Hui Zi, having transformed into a bear, possesses strength surpassing Yang Wei's. And after a relentless series of blows, Yang Wei finds himself in a dire state, with wounds all over his body, one arm utterly shattered. Yang Wei, staggering to his feet, is filled with dread. From an earlier skirmish, it is clear he is no match for Ding Dali. And now another powerful foe has joined the fray. Realizing that victory is unattainable, he grits his teeth and tears off his shattered arm, enduring the agony as he discards the severed limb, the bleeding gradually ceasing. "Ha ha! Ding Dali, do you believe this will kill me? You are sorely mistaken. Soon, you will all be obliterated, and I will recover in no time." With that, he vanishes into the adjacent room. Oh no, he is escaping. Chapter 63. The emergence of the aberrant Ding Dali pursues with all his might, but when he reaches the room Yang Wei entered, it is empty, save for an open window. He stands at the edge of the window, peering down. Yang Wei resembled a colossal gecko, swiftly descending the outer wall towards the ground. At such a considerable distance, manipulating objects with mere thought was futile for an attack. In no time, Yang Wei reached the base of the building, casting a scornful smile upwards at Ding Dali before darting into the hotel as portico. "Everyone, prepare for battle. That fellow intends to lure the zombies in." With that, he retrieved a handgun and several magazines from his space, tossing them to Zhang Ting. "Xiao Ting, you can fly. Use the gun to engage that rascal from the air and stall for time." Zhang Ting gripped the handgun tightly, her body shimmering as wings sprouted from her back, allowing her to leap directly out of the window. "Everyone follow me. Execute the plan as intended. Rush to the first floor. Xiao Ting can only delay for so long. He will surely breach the main door." Upon hearing the sounds of combat on the 30th floor, Yu Xiaoyu had already gathered everyone and descended. The pursuers of the aberrant beings rushed into the room upon receiving the command to follow Ding Dali. Su Hongyu, fully dressed and emerging from her room, coincidentally encountered Ding Dali sprinting down the corridor. Without pausing, Ding Dali produced a long spear crafted from rebar and tossed it into her arms as he ran past. "If you wish to survive, stay close." Su Hongyu clutched the spear, momentarily stunned as she glanced at the group trailing behind Ding Dali. After a brief moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and followed. At the stairway, Xia Donghai and his companions were bewildered. Seeing Ding Dolly charging towards them, they waved frantically. Old Xia, don't block the way. The zombies are about to break in. If you don't want to die, let us charge out together. With that, he shoved through the crowd and raced downstairs. Xia Donghai was momentarily taken aback, anxiously wringing his hands as he called out to Ding Dolly, who had already bolted down the stairs. Ding, what about the survivors upstairs? Those who refuse to fight in this apocalypse do not deserve to live. A chilling voice echoed up from below, and everyone present heard it, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Having hidden within the hotel since the onset of the apocalypse, they had grown accustomed to this life. The sudden announcement of an impending zombie attack left them stunned. The first to react was Huang Ji, who, without a second thought, followed Ding Dolly downstairs, his gaze fixed ahead with an icy determination. After a brief glance around to ensure his comrades were present, Xiaoga urged his father, Dad, we should heed Ding Dolly. Let us run together. There might still be a glimmer of hope. By the way, the aberrant is that scoundrel Yang Wei. Everyone, stay alert. Dad, old Xia, hurry down. I will catch up shortly. Only old Xia's voice remained in the stairwell. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated, with Li Chunlan and Xia Chioga directing everyone to charge down. Suddenly, as Ding Dolly and his group reached the third floor, a woman's heart-wrenching scream echoed from below. Everyone froze in shock, and Huizi felt a chill run down his spine. Shouting, he shouted, accelerating towards the stairs, prompting Ding Dolly and the others to quicken their pace. Upon reaching the ground floor lobby, they found the main door ajar. Most zombies were clustered around the outer pillars, gnawing on something, with only a few having entered the lobby. Amidst the horde stood Yang Wei, who had regrown a tiny arm where he had lost one. He waved mockingly at the group that had just rushed down and turned to meld back into the mass of zombies. Without hesitation, Huizi transformed into a bear-like creature, wielding a massive golden-backed cleaver as he charged into the throng of zombies, cleaving through them with each swing, causing black blood to spray everywhere. The relentless flailing of the cleaver created a deafening wind, and Huizi, resembling a war god, continued to reap the undead while shouting for Xiaoting. The others were equally diligent, forming groups to quickly dispatch the zombies beneath the portico, then positioning themselves in a fan shape to block any further incursions. At this point, Ding Dolly and Huizi had reached the base of the pillars. Ding Dolly manipulated steel needles, piercing the brains of the encroaching zombies. The pillar now bore only the remnants of a skeletal frame that had been gnawed upon. Upon seeing the remains, Huizi was overwhelmed with grief, unleashing a furious roar, his eyes turning crimson as the veins in his arms bulged. He was on the verge of a berserker rage. Observing this, Ding Dolly sternly admonished, Huizi, calm down. This is not Xiaoting. With her strength, the aberrant could not have subdued her so quickly. Huizi regained a measure of composure, albeit with red-rimmed eyes. Boss, if that isn't Xiaoting, then where is she? Why can't I see her? Before he could finish, a familiar voice called out, Huigo boss. Simultaneously, a figure landed beside them, flapping her wings. Xiaoting, Huizi's eyes lit up with joy as he rushed forward to embrace Zhang Ting, nearly knocking the breath out of her. Ding Dolly kicked Huizi, who transformed his sorrow into relief, brushing himself off and brandishing his cleaver once more as he rejoined the fray. Boss, I flew down to intercept the aberrant, but my aim is not great. I only managed to hit him with 2 bullets, and his wounds healed almost instantly. I saw him dodging towards the pillar, only to discover a woman bound to it. I don't know how he managed to keep her from being bitten by the zombies, but I suspect he intends to use her to draw the horde in. Sure enough, I saw him tear away the gag from her mouth and then slice open her abdomen with his sharp claws. I couldn't linger. I flew back to the hotel entrance to close the iron sliding door before the horde could react. But there are several first-tier zombies among them, and I fear that door won't hold for long. Upon hearing Zhang Ting's account, Ding Dolly commended, You did excellently. You secured us ample time. Surveying the hotel courtyard, there were at least hundreds of zombies present, mostly of the initial tier, with only about 20 being first tier. Observing the loud banging of the iron door, Ding Dolly shouted, Form groups. Maintain formation. Let us resolve this swiftly before the door is breached. Xiaoting, provide aerial support. If any of our own are in danger, whisk them away immediately. Chapter 64. The initial battle against the zombie horde heeding Ding Dali's orders. The group unleashed their fury upon the zombies. Lu Ruoyan transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall stone giant, her oversized shirt bursting at the seams. One could only wonder what brand of undergarments she wore, as they too remained intact. In her transformed state, Lu Ruoyan appeared even more formidable than Hui Zi in his bear form, charging into the horde wielding a massive iron hammer, shattering zombies as though they were mere moles beneath her blows. Witnessing the carnage inflicted upon the zombies, Ding Dali felt a pang of regret. Damn it, how am I supposed to devour anything if you smash them to bits? At least leave me a body. Influenced by Lu Ruoyan and Hui Zi, Ding Dali also plunged into the fray, brandishing a metal rod. Despite his smaller stature compared to them, he possessed considerable strength and had mastered weaponry, making his strikes more graceful and precise, each swing targeting the zombies' vital points, resulting in several exploding heads. Among the others, first-tier awakens took charge of dispatching the initial-tier zombies, while the second-tier awakeners swiftly eliminated the first-tier ones. For these 20 or so second-tier awakeners, hundreds of zombies were as easy to fell as cutting through vegetables. As the battle raged on, additional survivors began to descend the stairs. Huang Ji paid no heed to Su Hongyu, his icy gaze fixed on the ongoing battle. A younger associate who had come down with him whispered, "Director Huang, ISN, T-Su Section Chief, your woman? Why is she mingling with Ding Dali-S group? Don't concern yourself with that wretched woman. We must figure out how to benefit from this chaos. Huangju, what ideas do you have? We are all ears." The other four nearby echoed in agreement. Huang Ji's eyes flickered as he surveyed the sea of fallen zombies. While they're distracted, gather the crystal cores from the zombies' brains. With so many zombies, they won't notice a few cores missing. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged knowing smiles and quietly bent down to rummage through the corpses. However, after searching through dozens of bodies without finding a single core, they quickly reported back to Huang Jai. Meanwhile, Li Chunlan, Xia Chioga, Xia Xiaoxue, and their team had descended the stairs and stood on the porch. Witnessing the multitude of zombie corpses and the fierce battle being waged by Ding Dali and his group, each of them silently marveled at the underestimated strength of their allies. "We need to help," Xia Chioga exclaimed, her palms swirling with tiny blades of wind, eager to assist. Yet, Li Chunlan firmly restrained her. "Chioga, don't rush. Wait for your father to come down. There are still zombies in the hotel, that Haven Tea being cleared out. Once your father is safely down, we'll follow his lead." Though Xia Chioga wished to protest, the look in her mother's eyes quelled her powers. Before long, Xia Donghai, panting heavily, rushed down the stairs, followed by 5 survivors. "Damn it, why is the building so high? This is quite the workout." Old Xia. Li Chunlan felt a wave of relief, seeing her husband descend unharmed. Xia Donghai greeted his family and took in the scene before him. Noticing Huang Jai and his 6 companions on the porch. "Hey, Brother Huang, I can't just stand by and watch. Don't say I didn't warn you. The best chance for survival is right here in front of you, so don't stray from the path." With that, Xia Donghai swung his axe and shouted, "Ding, I'm here to assist." Seeing their leader spring into action, Xia Donghai's team followed suit. However, they quickly realized that the zombies were not as easily dispatched as Ding Dali and his group had managed. Among them were first-tier zombies, and most of Xia Donghai's team had only just awakened their abilities, with only a few being even at the novice stage, and some were still ordinary civilians. In the initial clash, one awakened individual was quickly overwhelmed by the zombies, and before he could struggle, he was surrounded and silenced. Ding Dali observed all of this, swiftly dispatching several zombies with a powerful swing of his weapon, then darted over to Xia Donghai's side. "Old Xia, are you all armed with table legs to fight zombies or to serve them?" Ding Dali then opened a spatial portal, revealing previously prepared spears and blades. Seeing proper weapons, the team wasted no time in arming themselves. After all, just moments ago, one of their companions had been devoured while wielding a wooden plank. It would be foolish not to take advantage of the situation. "Old Xia, I appreciate your goodwill. Your team will provide support from behind, and any stray zombies will be your responsibility. Do not scatter. There are still those in need of your assistance behind us. Once we clear out the zombies in the courtyard, I'll reward you handsomely." In truth, given Xia Donghai's team's strength and combat experience. They could handle solitary zombies, but facing a horde was like throwing eggs against a stone. However, for Ding Dali and his team, the hundreds of zombies represented a one-sided slaughter. Their annihilation was merely a matter of time. Before long, the courtyard was littered with zombie corpses, and Xia Donghai, surveying the scene, chuckled heartily. Who would have thought I, old Xia, will be fighting so many zombies? Enough boasting, old Xia. This is only the beginning. The real battle lies ahead. Ding Dali patted Xia Donghai on the shoulder, then crouched down to activate his devouring ability, causing the multitude of corpses to rapidly wither away before their eyes. Xia Donghai watched in astonishment, his eyes widening and his mouth agape, utterly shocked. Yet he curiously inquired, Ding, what did you mean? Haven't all the zombies been killed? After consuming the zombie corpses, Ding Dali felt his strength surge slightly. Counting Xia Donghai's team, excluding the one who had just fallen, there remained 20 individuals. The crystal cores obtained from the slain zombies could easily elevate them all to the first tier. With a flourish, a pile of crystals materialized before Xia Donghai. Old Xia, I'll explain later. Time is of the essence. Gather your people. These cores are sufficient for everyone to evolve to the first tier. With that, Ding Dali turned to approach Yu Xiaoyu, leaving Xia Donghai gazing in awe at the heap of crystal cores. After days of clearing zombies from the hotel, he and Li Xiaobin had only managed to become first-tier awakened ones, while his family remained at the novice stage. Just by contributing a bit, they could all ascend to the first tier. It was hard not to feel exhilarated, further solidifying his conviction that his suspicions about Ding Dali were correct. His choice had not been in vain. Naturally, everyone observed this exchange, including Li Chunlan, Xia Qiuge, Xia Xiaoxue, and even Huang Jai. Chapter 65. The great battle begins. Ding Dali handed over more than 30 newly acquired first-tier crystal cores to Yu Xiaoyu. Distribute these among the sisters, prioritizing those with abilities to elevate them to the second tier. After patting Yu Xiaoyu's hand affectionately, he softly added, Stay safe during the upcoming battle. Yu Xiaoyu gazed deeply at Ding Dali, nodding in understanding, and promptly began distributing the cores. Among the group, Su Hongyu, clutching a spear, watched Ding Dali's every move, her spirits plummeting. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, After all my efforts, I haven't killed a single zombie. It's only natural he wouldn't value my contribution. It seems my path has reached its end. Once the zombies break in, a mere ordinary person like me will be doomed. She glanced at the lean man, who had recently shared tender moments with her, and sighed deeply. It was merely a fleeting romance. Suddenly, Su Hongyu was startled by the appearance of a smirking man before her. Recognizing him, she felt a wave of panic and stammered, No, nothing at all. Here, take this. Quickly awaken to the first tier. Familiarize yourself with your powers. A woman must rely on her own strength to survive in this world. With that, she shoved a handful of crystal cores into Su Hongyu's arms. Su Hongyu stood there, stunned, watching the man turn away to attend to other matters, her heart swelling with emotion. Especially as earlier words had given her a newfound perspective on this formidable man. Yet, as she eagerly looked down at the cores in her arms, she suddenly wondered if she had overthought things. Did he really just stuff all these cores in my bra? What does that even mean? Ding Dali's reason for distributing the cores was not merely a gesture of reciprocity. He recognized that these individuals had a goodwill value exceeding 70, and after his distribution, most had risen above 80. A fierce battle loomed ahead, and the more allies they had, the greater their chances of victory. Why did you give them cores, but not us? We helped too. One of Huang Jai's companions approached Ding Dali, demanding an explanation. Ding Dali frowned at the individual. Do you think I'm a fool, or are you? Did I not see that you didn't lift a finger throughout this ordeal? What? Just because you didn't find any cores among the corpses. You think you can ask for them outright? Who gave you the audacity? Director Huang? Ding, you can't put that way. You know there's still zombies left in the hotel. We're guarding the porch to prevent any from escaping. We've even helping too. Ding Dali nearly laughed at the absurdity of the excuse, staring at them as if they were fools. Seeing Ding Dali remain silent, another chimed in. Since we've all helped, and they were given cores despite barely killing any zombies, it's only fair we receive some too. Yes. Big Brother Ding wouldn't show favoritism in front of so many people. Would he? We don't need much. Just 10 crystal cores, each will suffice. Ha ha, this time. Ding Dolly was genuinely amused by anger, and even those who were not consuming crystal cores were entertained by the shamelessness of these two. Help? Just a few dozen crystal cores, a trivial matter. Even if it were 100 crystal cores, I can afford it. But perhaps I would need a small favor from you too, just a minor assistance. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two brightened. 100 crystal cores, after all. However, the latter did not let excitement cloud his judgment and asked cautiously, what exactly is the small favor that Big Brother Ding mentioned? My brother, and I may not be able to assist. The two exchanged glances, seeing the fervor in each other's eyes, and nodded in agreement. If you wish to help, then go to your deaths. Ding Dolly's gaze turned icy, regarding the two as one might regard a dead dog. What do you mean by that? The two were startled by Ding Dolly's words and his predatory gaze, retreating several steps in fear, ready to flee. Yet, Ding Dolly did not afford them the opportunity. 2 bolts of lightning struck, and they fell unconscious simultaneously. Shouting, throw them across the street to attract some zombies. Buy us a little more time for everyone to evolve. Oh, and remember to let them bleed when you toss them into the horde. Just a few cuts will suffice to wake them up with pain. Zhang Ting paused for a moment, realizing that today she had learned yet another lesson from the boss. This could be done. With a nudge from Wheezy behind her, she snapped back to reality, grabbed one of the men, and flapped her wings, soaring over the wall. Before long, piercing screams echoed from nearby, growing from faint to deafening, then fading away, while the sound of the iron gate crashing diminished considerably. Ding Dolly nonchalantly pointed at the other man on the ground and said, throw this one a bit farther. Zhang Ting seized the other man, this time flying for a longer duration. The screams once again drew away a portion of the zombies, relieving the precarious situation at the iron gate. After completing these tasks, Ding Dolly waved his hand, smirking, thanks to these 2 brothers for their assistance, and of course, thanks to the previous owner of the hotel for reinforcing the door so sturdily. Xia Donghai was utterly baffled, feeling relieved that he had not opposed Ding Dolly. This fellow, often jovial, was unexpectedly ruthless and decisive when it came to killing. Huang Ji was even more stunned. His 2 subordinates had turned in a live bait in an instant. He began to avert his gaze from Ding Dolly. Yet, the more one fears, the closer it approaches. Ding Dolly turned to look at him, a cheerful expression on his face. Director Huang, thank your subordinates for their help. If it weren't for them, I would worry that everyone wouldn't have time to evolve completely. He even gestured towards those nearby who were not consuming crystal cores. What are you all standing around for? Thank Director Huang quickly. Chapter 66. The battle unfolds. Thank you, Director Huang. The crowd involuntarily chorused their gratitude. Huang Ji's face turned as awkward as if he had just eaten something unpleasant, and he tentatively replied, Brother Ding is joking. That was their own decision, and it has nothing to do with me. However, Brother Ding mentioned that he would give 100 crystal cores if they helped. And since they have, what about the crystal cores? What crystal cores? Their actions have nothing to do with you, so those cores are irrelevant too. Those 2 have been devoured by zombies, so the cores would be of no use to them. I will keep them instead. Initially, he had merely intended to probe, but being met with such sarcasm made even the seasoned Huang Ji feel embarrassed. He chose to remain silent, resentment simmering in his eyes. Ding Dolly could easily see through this. His moral compass was flashing red with a sense of urgency. To deal with this cunning old fox, one had to employ clever tactics. Ding Dolly smirked inwardly, maintaining his composure. One by one, everyone completed their evolution and gathered around Ding Dolly. Soon, all had finished evolving, and the massive iron door began to strain under pressure. Ding Dolly understood his implication, sighing with a wry smile, Old Xia, fixing the door is futile. The zombies are already agitated, and there's no escaping this. Look at how many of us there are. Leaving one by one, even if shouting can manage to carry someone for a while, we can only send a few out before the door collapses. What will happen to the rest then? Xia Donghai nodded thoughtfully, and Ding Dolly continued, if we focus solely on escaping, some will inevitably be left behind, and those who do will meet certain death. Instead, we should fight with all our might. If we strategize properly, defeating this horde of zombies will not be an issue. Different objectives will yield different outcomes. Surviving this battle will facilitate significant growth for all of us. Rather than lingering in fear, Why not fight for a future in this damned apocalypse? Ding Dali's words ignited Xiao Donghai's fighting spirit. He swung his axe and laughed boisterously. Brother Ding speaks wisely. Rather than waiting for death, let's fight. If I survive today, I'll make you my sworn brother. Ha 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 ha. That's a vow. If you survive, I shall marry your daughter. All right. Huh? What did you just say? Their banter lightened the atmosphere considerably, while simultaneously fueling the spirits of the others. Ding Dali's followers were already eager for this day to arrive. Those on Xia Donghai's side had been cooped up in the hotel, living in constant fear. Now that everyone had gained strength, they preferred to take a risk rather than remain in dread. Death would be a release, and survival would be a gain. Huizi exclaimed, "Boss, I'll take the lead. No one can compete with me. Count me in. I won't be at the forefront too." Huizi retorted, "What the hell are you doing? You're fighting zombies, not me. Honey, if we survive this time, you can choose any of my sisters. Darling, after this, let me and Sister Yushi show you what stacking looks like. If we survive, I, Ding the Lecher, will also have son with you." Ha ha. This is great. I'll make the decision for my husband, old Xia. You youngsters must survive. By the way, big brother Ding, do you plan to fight the zombies in just your underwear? Xian and shot Su Hong you a glare. Isn't it because of your seductive ways? After this, you can only be my husband's warm bed. Regardless, I'm throwing caution to the wind today. As long as big brother Ding agrees, I would be happy to be his mistress for life. The crowd exchanged their pre-battle sentiments, and aside from Ding Dali's calm confidence, no one knew what the outcome of this battle would be, nor did anyone believe they would survive. They were also unaware that they were about to partake in a battle that would be etched into the annals of the apocalypse. Those who survived this confrontation, years later, would reminisce about their first encounter with the zombie tide, their hearts swelling with emotion. Whenever discussing it with others, they would feel grateful and proud to have participated in such a momentous battle. Just as everyone was making their final remarks, the iron gate creaked ominously, threatening to collapse, and everyone tensed up instantly. "It's coming," Xia Donghai said solemnly, glancing at his family. Once we burst through the door, everyone formed a circle. With a second tier awakened, one interspersed every 3 people. "I will create openings for you. Everyone must give their all. Aim for vital points with every strike. If anyone is injured by first-tier zombie, do not abandon the fight. We are all first-tier. It will take time to turn. After the battle, first-tier crystal cores will be enough for everyone to recover. If any second-tier zombies appear, the second-tier awakened must work together to eliminate them without giving them a moment to breathe." As the words fell, the enormous iron gate crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, followed by an onslaught of grotesque zombies pouring in. The foremost of them were trampled by those behind. Their assault thwarted before it even began as they were crushed underfoot. Ding Dali charged ahead, summoning his lightning abilities to unleash a massive electric net that fanned out towards the door, incapacitating every zombie within a few meters in an instant. He intended to fortify the heavy iron gate, but his current level rendered him incapable of controlling such a weighty barrier. Upon his first strike, the others swiftly surged forward, encircling the area as Ding Dali instructed, efficiently dispatching the fallen zombies. The interval before the next wave of zombies surged forth was alarmingly brief. Leaving little time for fear or contemplation, they fought with relentless fervor. Huizi and Lu Ruyan, having transformed into their monstrous forms, wielded their colossal weapons with devastating effect. Their high defenses, particularly Lu Ruyan's, rendered her nearly impervious to the feeble attacks of low-tier zombies, allowing them to take the front lines, creating openings for their companions while alleviating Ding Dali's burden. The group quickly burst through the gate, emerging onto the street. Huang Ji, seizing the moment while zombies were yet to encircle them, hastily brought 3 others to join the fray. However, Ding Dali had anticipated this, wary of allowing such a hostile individual to accompany them. Just as Huang Ji was about to catch up, Ding Dali dispatched a steel needle with a flick of his mental energy. Faced with the encroaching horde, Huang Ji's spirit waned, and he erupted in a furious tirade against Ding Dali, losing any semblance of authority. The fury of Huang Ji only served to attract more zombies, who closed in on him. The injured man at the rear was the first to be bitten, his anguished cries and the scent of fresh blood luring the undead into a ravenous frenzy, swallowing him in a tide of flesh. Ding Dolly remained unfazed by the situation, focusing instead on unleashing his lightning powers and mental control, creating openings for his allies while dispatching zombies with precision. Both abilities drained considerable mental energy, making it impossible for other second-tier awakeners to maintain such extensive offensive maneuvers for long. Yet Ding Dolly was different. His devouring ability allowed him to rapidly absorb energy from the cores of the fallen, replenishing his own reserves. In a sense, the Horde served as his infinite source of sustenance. In a previous life, he had relied on his devouring powers to sustain himself amidst battle, a strategy effective against weaker foes. However, he remained cautious against creatures of higher levels. With everyone pouring their strength into the fight, they advanced step by step. Soon, they reached the middle of the road, where the relentless tide of zombies surged forth. An inexperienced awakener stumbled, failing to notice a low-tier zombie partially concealed in the bodies around. The zombie, though battered and near death, lunged, seizing the awakener's ankle and pulling him down. As others rushed to assist, a new wave of zombies descended upon them. "Boss, the Horde is advancing too quickly. We have no time to react. If this continues, I fear some may collapse from exhaustion," Wheezy shouted, swinging his blade to fell another batch of zombies. Ding Dolly had spent days observing from above. Battling in the confined space of the building felt like being caged, fraught with peril. In open terrain, they could maneuver freely, yet lacking barriers, their stamina would deplete rapidly. If they could reach the blood donation vehicle, they would gain the high ground, using the surrounding stainless steel barriers as shields. Upon hearing Ding Dolly's words, Huizi and Lu Ru Yin darted ahead like arrows, with Ding Dolly serving as an unyielding support, guarding their flanks. Their teamwork grew increasingly harmonious, their accuracy in dispatching zombies sharpening with each life-or-death confrontation, catalyzing a swift enhancement of their combat prowess. Before long, they pushed against the wall of Carrefour. But during the shift in formation, 2 more awakeners were dragged into the Horde, and many bore injuries, large and small. Yet, they pressed on, adhering to their course. During this time, 3 early-stage second-tier zombies appeared, swiftly dispatched by Ding Dolly, Lu Ru Yin, and Huizi in a coordinated strike. Even when faced with second-tier zombies, Ding Dolly had no time to engage in prolonged combat. It was a battle of numbers, not one-on-one. As they circled within the Horde, countless zombie bodies fell beneath their feet, yet they did not cease their advance. Yu Xiaoyu had begun to manipulate water into droplets, launching them like bullets into the heads of the zombies. Xia Yinan, with her feline transformation, though not as large as others, exhibited incredible agility, swiftly delivering precise strikes with her twin daggers. Ding Dolly was particularly impressed by Xia Xiaoxua. Her ability to control ice, a subset of water manipulation, allowed her to wield ice projectiles with deadly precision, akin to Ding Dolly's steel needles. As snowflakes danced around her, she unleashed icy spikes that pierced through the zombie ranks, her expression hardening into a mask of cold determination. As the blood donation vehicle came into view, the group's pace quickened, leaving a trail of fallen zombies in their wake. They soon reached the vehicle, scaling the barriers while Ding Dolly cleared the surrounding zombies, ensuring a safe ascent for his companions. Once everyone was on top, he leaped up, feeling a wave of relief wash over them as the encirclement of zombies dissipated. They took deep breaths, catching their breath as Ding Dolly summoned a pile of crystal cores. Quickly consume the cores to replenish your strength. The barriers are only temporary. The zombies will soon return. Stand firm and do not fall. We will fight from the vehicle's roof. In no time, everyone had regained most of their stamina through the cores. The zombies, unable to breach the barriers, were crushed under the weight of their own kind, creating a mountain of corpses that filled the space between the railings. The Horde continued to press forward, climbing atop the dead, until they encircled the blood donation vehicle. The vehicle swayed precariously as the zombies pushed against it, threatening to topple it. The group quickly formed a circle atop the vehicle, systematically dispatching the incoming zombies, ensuring that as long as they maintained their position, the vehicle would remain steady. Chapter 68. The battle rages on now. Unleash your fury. The zombies steadily piled up, reaching the height of the blood donation vehicle, obscuring it from view. The ground beneath them was now a mass of corpses, forming a small mountain that provided a buffer. Bodies rolled down the slope, toppling more zombies beneath them. Standing atop this mound of flesh, their defensive position shrank, allowing them to cycle through the middle of the group to absorb crystal cores for energy replenishment. The number of zombies dwindled, yet the limits of their physical endurance were continually tested. From dawn until dusk, they felt detached from their own bodies, moving mechanically as they swung their arms in relentless combat. As far as the eye could see, the entire Carrefour Square was teeming with zombies, their corpses towering to a height of 8 meters beneath their feet. In the midst of this chaos, 2 individuals from the Xia Donghai side stumbled and tumbled down the mountain of corpses, silenced before they could utter a sound, torn to shreds. "Boss, I'm utterly exhausted. Consuming crystal cores does nothing. My body can't take it any longer." Queasy had switched from a large knife to a smaller one, gripping a nearby zombie, extracting the blade from its skull, and then kicking the creature away. "Darling, I can hardly hold on much longer. When we finish off these zombies, night is almost upon us." Yu Xiaoyu had ceased using her abilities, opting instead to engage in close combat with the zombies. Ding Dali was nearing his limit as well. It was the weariness of the mind, not something that could be replenished by crystal cores. He glanced around, noticing that everyone was battered and bruised, with some already showing signs of zombification. Not far away, the large intersection was nearly devoid of zombies. "Look, the zombies at the intersection have been eradicated down to just these before us. Furthermore, there are no advanced zombies left, only ordinary ones. Let us muster our spirits. We have vanquished so many zombies. These before us are hardly a challenge." After Ding Dali spoke, he cast a glance at the 3rd floor of Carrefour. Xia Donghai, covered in blood, was indistinguishable from the zombies, coughing and gasping for breath. "Haha, I can't believe I old Xia have survived this long. I'm done for. But killing so many zombies has been quite the gain. Even if I go to the other side, I can boast to the king of hell. Ha! I just wonder if I'll end up in hell after these zombies are gone. Ding, my brother, I entrust my wife and child to you. You must ensure their survival. Old Xia, don't speak nonsense. You must live on with us. Ding, think of something quickly. I feel like old Xia is nearing his end." Li Chunlong cried, her face streaked with tears, yet she mechanically thrust her spear forward, her hands covered in blood blisters that had already burst. The backs of her hands were cracked and peeling from the dried blood of the zombies. Everyone was in the same state, their bodies cloaked in filthy blood, some even unrecognizable. A few had begun to bleed from their noses, with teammates showing signs of zombification. Wobbling unsteadily, Ding Dali gazed at the remaining 1,000 or so zombies with a resigned sigh. Was this truly their limit? No, absolutely not. This was the final wave of zombies. They could surely overcome it. It was not yet over. Gripping his iron rod tightly, Ding Dali bellowed, "If you wish to survive, summon your spirit and fight." No sooner had he finished speaking than the rolling shutter door of Carrefour clattered open. A smile crept onto Ding Dali's lips, finally. They had emerged. Goodness, look at that plump woman. How did she grow so large? And the one wielding the large cleaver, is that a bear? No, look, they haven't been devoured by zombies. Their formation is disciplined. They are battling the zombies. If I am not mistaken, the one wielding the iron rod is the same person who stormed into the hotel alone that day. Although it was dark then, I remember that figure. Brother Long, if that is indeed him, why they come out to fight zombies? There must be tens of thousands of zombies. I don't know. Perhaps something happened at the hotel that forced them out? But why are they heading toward us instead of south, where there are fewer zombies? Wouldn't it be easier to escape that way? There are several among them whose strength rivals mine, especially the one with the iron rod. I cannot see through him. It's a pity for so many zombies they're doomed. Enough of this. Everyone, return to your tasks. The zombies are becoming increasingly agitated. Alert the brothers to be wary on the 1st floor. Goodness gracious. Look, that group is still alive. They've made it to our doorstep. Do they intend to come in? Upon hearing this, Brother Long abruptly opened his eyes. He dashed to another window, witnessing the group below still fiercely battling the zombies. Seemingly down a few members, Brother Long was astounded. Only a few had fallen amidst the horde. Quick, go to the 1st floor and crack the door open to let them in. But as soon as he spoke, Brother Long waved his hand. halting the younger brother who was about to open the door. Wait, they aren't coming to Carrefour. What the hell? Are these people insane? Why are they charging toward the thickest part of the zombie horde? They seem not to be fleeing, but rather intent on engaging in battle with the zombies. Have they lost their minds? Chapter 69. The battle concludes. Brother Long was equally bewildered by the group's intentions. So he scanned their direction, and his gaze fell upon the blood donation vehicle not far away. Could it be that they planned to head to the blood donation vehicle? There are stainless steel railings that could indeed block the zombies, yet with such a massive number, it would be impossible to stop them. Are these people genuinely intent on exterminating zombies? It makes no sense, but the longer he observed, the more alarmed he became. The group below seemed invigorated, working together with remarkable synergy. Wave after wave of zombies fell at their feet. From the third floor, his perspective shifted from looking down on them to gazing up, as the pile of corpses accumulated to a height surpassing their level. Several times he thought this group might perish here, yet they persevered. And perhaps it was just an illusion, but he felt that the individual wielding the club was occasionally glancing toward him. But surely this glass was not one way. Throughout, he had believed this group would not survive. Even if his own people went to rescue them, it would only lead to their demise, as there were simply too many zombies. From dawn until dusk, the intersection that was once choked with zombies dwindled to less than 1,000. Everyone stood in stunned silence. What terrifying power was this? No, this was not merely strength. It required unyielding will. They had also cleverly utilized the terrain to maximize their effectiveness. This reminded him of an old friend. Brother Long. They seem to be nearing their limit. They have already slain countless waves of zombies. Observing the weary group, Brother Long felt a surge of adrenaline ignite within him. Brothers, we are men. Grab your weapons. Follow me to rescue these heroes. Brother Long's crew were all spirited young men, unable to contain their excitement after witnessing such a valiant battle. They eagerly grabbed their weapons and charged down the stairs after Brother Long. The rolling shutter door clanged open. Brother Long transformed into a steel warrior, rushing out unarmed. His voice booming. Long Outyin is here. Zombies, prepare tout dit. His voice thundered like a bell. A horde of zombies was instantly drawn towards him. Ding Dolly and his companions, already on the brink of exhaustion, caught sight of the shutter door opening nearby, followed by a silver glimmering giant charging towards them, shouting an outrageously dramatic slogan, trailed by a group of spirited companions resembling hyperactive monkeys. Everyone was taken aback, nearly toppling into the sea of corpses. Only Ding Dolly smiled faintly, murmuring, "You've finally arrived." Then Ding Dolly joined in a roar, "Ha! Help has arrived. This is the last wave of zombies. Everyone, hold strong. After we finish, drinks are on me." Witnessing the silver-clad giant barreling through the zombies like a tank, and with the audacity to call himself Long Outyin, was simply too impressive. He had thought transforming into a bear and wielding a large cleaver was already grand. Now, with this new arrival igniting his competitive spirit, his inner wildness surged once more as he transformed back into a colossal bear, retrieving the discarded cleaver from the corpses, brandishing it as he charged down the mountain of bodies. "Ha ha ha! Dong and Hui are here. Zombies, come meet your end. Xia Dong Hai." Having long since rendered his axe useless, now wielded a rebar spear, stabbing zombies while laughing heartily. "Ha! Youth is full of vitality. It seems that even I, an old fellow, have been infected. It appears today I shall not meet my demise." The emotions of all the women have been stirred, and they continue to wield their weapons in battle, albeit puzzled by the behavior of the men. What has befallen them? Have they been possessed by some foul entity? Only Lu Ruyin gazes eagerly below, exerting herself to leap from the mountain of corpses, her plump form swaying mid-air, transforming once more into a colossal rock giant. "Ha ha ha! Lu Ruyin is here. Behold the might of my hammer." A resounding thud echoed as her massive form struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Long Outyin, witnessing Lu Ruyin's transformation, was taken aback, filled with awe and admiration. The perspective from above and the immediate experience were utterly different. Even he, who prided himself on his imposing stature, appeared diminutive and endearing. With the arrival of the Carrefour group, the battle concluded before darkness fully enveloped the sky. To prevent his teammates from succumbing to the afflictions of the undead, Ding Dali wasted no time, swiftly following Long Outyin into the Carrefour supermarket. Simultaneously, a military drone circled the vicinity before swiftly disappearing into the night sky. As the doors of Carrefour closed, Ding Dali distributed sufficient evolution crystals to all injured first-tier awakeners, urging them to evolve quickly to avoid transformation into the undead. He instructed all second-tier awakeners to encircle their injured comrades, resting while standing guard. Having completed these tasks, Ding Dali approached Long Outyin, ignoring the outstretched hand, and directly stated, "Let introductions wait. Quickly assess how many of your brothers are injured in their respective tiers." Long Outyin, momentarily stunned, nodded and hurriedly instructed his comrades to check on their injuries, realizing the impressive decisiveness of this man. Soon, a subordinate reported, "Brother Long, 10 of our brothers have sustained injuries. 9 are first tier, 1 is second tier. It's not a grave issue." Before Long Outyin could respond, Ding Dali waved his hand, conjuring a multitude of evolution crystals before them. This should suffice for 10 first tier to ascend to second tier, and for 2 second tier to elevate to third tier. Consider it a token of gratitude for your assistance, Brother Long. My name is Ding Dali. A pleasure to meet you. Long Outyin was once again taken aback. They had encountered only first-tier zombies outside moments prior. Those merely inflicted superficial wounds, hardly enough to instigate transformation. The first-tier awakeners were certainly safe. Yet here was Ding Dali, presenting such a significant quantity of crystals, each portion exceeding expectations. Especially the second-tier crystals. He was aware that among his group, he was the sole second-tier, with 2 first-tier. Now he could suddenly bolster his ranks with 10 first-tier and 2 second-tier. How could he not be astounded? No need. They are currently evolving to second-tier and do not require first-tier crystals, Ding Dali remarked casually, which sent waves of astonishment through Long Outyin. If he recalled correctly, Ding Dali had instructed all second-tier to remain vigilant. Did this imply that soon they would all ascend to second-tier? What ist? They currently boasted over 30 individuals, all becoming second-tier. It was no wonder they dared confront the zombies head-on. Indeed, they were all extraordinary. Chapter 70. The fruits of battle. Ding Dali paid little heed to Long Outyin's astonishment. Discussions could wait. The immediate concern was for his comrades who had fought alongside him. Long Outyin, perceptive, refrained from further interruptions. He settled near his evolving companions and joined other second-tier allies, awaiting the completion of their comrades' transformations. Meanwhile, Ding Dali assessed the spoils of battle. This skirmish yielded a plethora of resources: delicacies, beverages, fine wines, medicinal supplies, clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics. They even acquired 2 handguns, likely abandoned by 2 miscreants who had turned into zombies before their nefarious deeds could unfold. As for skills, Ding Dali was inundated with options. In this modern society, many had cultivated peculiar and trivial skills, akin to plate-licking proficiency. He dismissed the frivolous skills and opted to learn mastery of driving, Plants vs. Zombies expertise, estimation of measurements proficiency, and novel writing proficiency, all of which proved particularly useful in this apocalyptic setting, subsequently erasing the others. Upon examining the Hall of Evolution crystals, aside from those just distributed, he discovered a staggering 38,000 first-tier crystals, 1,370 second-tier crystals, and 12 third-tier crystals. This revelation astonished even Ding Dali, who had anticipated at most 20,000 zombies. Little did he know they had encountered nearly 40,000. It seemed his estimations had been woefully inaccurate. Perhaps he should have sought mathematics proficiency. However, the outcome was favorable, with losses far fewer than anticipated. Of course, the resources, skills, and crystals were not the most significant gains. The true treasure lay in the mountain of zombie corpses outside. If they could consume them, Ding Dali was confident he would ascend to third tier in no time. That was a staggering 40,000 zombies. Just as Ding Dali contemplated when to venture out and devour the corpses, Yu Xiaoyu leaned close and whispered, "Darling, we lost 7 people, 5 from Old Xiao's group. Ordinary survivors who followed him from the hotel without combat experience. We lost 2 sisters from our side." Yu Xiaoyu's expression was tinged with melancholy, prompting Ding Dali to comfort her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, pulling her close. She sighed deeply against him. One was my sister Wang Ruixue, who had followed me since the surveillance room, and the other was one of the pair of survivors we rescued, named Ding Xiang. She shares your surname. Because of this, she often boasted, but alas. Ding Dali tenderly stroked her hair, softly saying, remember their names. When we establish our own place and home, I will erect a tall wall and inscribe the names of those who sacrificed on it, ensuring all survivors know. Yu Xiaoyu nodded, though her expression remained somber. Xiaonan, noticing her distress, shifted closer to comfort her. The oblivious Lu Ruyan, finally realizing her dear friend was unwell, approached and placed her hand on Ding Dali's shoulder. Hey, boss, move aside. With that, she shoved Ding Dali aside and plopped down next to Yu Xiaoyu. Ding Dali instinctively shifted away, wary of the hefty girl crushing his slender frame. However, he failed to notice that Long Out Yin, from a distance, had been intently observing this exchange. One by one, comrades completed their evolutions, though some bore serious injuries. Their wounds were healing, a mere matter of time for the second-tier awakeners to recover. This encounter had indeed been perilous, yet the rewards were substantial. Now, even old Xia had ascended to second tier. It was regrettable, however, for the ordinary individuals he had summoned from upstairs. Old Xia, Xia Donghai remarked, shaking off the remnants of zombie filth that clung to him. Enough shaking. If you keep that up, you might lose weight. Gulme, let me introduce you to those who saved us. With that, Ding Dali led everyone to express their gratitude to Long Out Yin, introducing themselves in turn. Long Out Yin appeared in high spirits, thumping his chest as he declared, let us head to the third floor. Tonight, I shall treat you. Eat and drink as you please. Ding Dali hastily waved his hand, conjuring an array of prepared dishes before them. Brother Long, your assistance today has been invaluable, and we have borrowed your space. Tonight's feast is on me, already made. Long Out Yin, astonished by Ding Dali's abilities, couldn't contain his curiosity. Goodness, Ding brother, what is your power that allows you to conjure prepared meals? This question nearly caused Ding Dali to faint on the spot. In the realm of extraordinary culinary creations, Long Gu, allow me to showcase my unique ability to store items within a space. Whatever I place inside is precisely what I retrieve. These are not mere pre-prepared dishes. Feel for yourself. They're all fresh, hot meals. Long Out Yin, intrigued, could not help but marvel at the wonder of it. He then instructed his subordinates to transport the food to the third floor. Ding Dali, somewhat awkwardly, patted Long Out Yin on the shoulder and inquired, is it possible for me to first store the dishes in my space and retrieve them later on the third floor? Long Out Yin smacked his forehead, exclaiming how clever Ding Dali was. Brother Long, is there a restroom nearby? We are absolutely reeking of blood and filth. Xia Donghai felt a bit embarrassed, standing there with his group, looking as disheveled as beggars. Long Out Yin pointed towards the southeast corner, where each floor had a restroom, although the water supply had been cut off. Not to worry, we have our ways of cleaning up. Brother Long will freshen up and change clothes first. See you on the third floor, Ding Dali said hurriedly, leading everyone to the restroom. The urgency of Ding Dali stemmed from the fact that he was clad only in his underwear, feeling the stares of many around him as if he were a pervert. One must commend Yu Xiaoyu's extraordinary ability. Even when donned in clothing, she could cleanse all manner of dirt. Before long, everyone emerged clean and refreshed. However, Lu Rian was somewhat displeased as none of the garments Ding Dali had collected fit her properly. Fortunately, the first floor of Carrefour boasted a variety of clothing stores, where she eventually found something suitable. Having narrowly escaped death and ascended to the second tier, Xia Donghai felt invigorated and leaned in to whisper to Ding Dali, do you think we can trust Long Out Yin? Should we be cautious? Glancing at Xia Donghai, Ding Dali draped his arm over his shoulder. Well done, old man. You've learned to be wary of others. But today, having survived such peril, we're all weary. Let us take a moment to relax. No need for caution. Chapter 71. A gathering feast. The freshly clean group followed Long Out Yin subordinates to the third level of Carrefour. This floor was designated for food, where numerous makeshift beds were laid out in front of the checkout area, likely serving as their resting quarters for the past days, with an estimated 20 occupants. The aisles of this vast supermarket were typically spacious, often showcasing promotional items. However, the promotional stands had been removed, leaving ample space covered with blankets and various snacks and beverages. Upon their arrival, Long Ao Yin, who was busy organizing the food, warmly welcomed them to sit down. Please, do not mind the lack of furniture. Though this large supermarket is well stocked, we can only sit on the floor. I've laid out blankets, and feel free to wander about and grab any snacks you desire. Lu Ruyin sprang up with excitement, her body quivering. Really, Brother Long? We can eat as we please? Absolutely, don't hold back. Take as much as you like. This supermarket is now ours. Without hesitation, Lu Ruyin seized several of her friends and dashed into the snack aisle, stuffing her arms with chips, spicy strips, small buns, cookies, and chocolates. Ding Dolly spread an assortment of treats across the floor as Long Ao Yin watched Lu Ruyin and her friends with a smile, then turned to the delightful spread of food, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. This left Ding Dolly bemused. With such abundant food, including fresh meats and vegetables, how could they still look as though they hadn't eaten in ages? Brother Long, with so much food in the supermarket, why do you all appear as if you haven't eaten in a long time? Long Ao Yin gulped. Don't even mention it. Look at us, just a bunch of rough men. When I asked who among them could cook, only Xiao Li stood up, and his cooking skills amounted to boiling instant noodles. I mean, come on. We don't possess the space like Brother Ding S, and with so many fresh vegetables, if we don't eat them soon, they spoil. So, we've been making hot pot every meal for days on end, and now the mere scent of hot pot makes me nauseous. Then let's collectively switch up the menu today. Once seated, the hosts and guests engaged in lively conversations, introducing themselves once more. Long Ao Yin raised a bottle of beer, laughing heartily. Today has truly opened my eyes. You all are heroes, daring to confront so many zombies head-on. I salute you. With that, he downed an entire bottle, even showcasing the empty bottle to the group. It's been so long since I felt this joyful. Since the apocalypse began, I've been holed up in this supermarket, only daring to venture out through the back window to take on solitary zombies. It's been quite stifling. Watching you all charge forth is genuinely admirable. I must confess, there were times I thought you were doomed. I even worried that sending my brothers to rescue you would lead to their demise. Yet, here you are, having persevered. I feel somewhat ashamed for not being able to assist you more. Xia Donghai also downed a bottle of beer, letting out a belch and patting his belly. Brother Long, you speak too humbly. Were it not for you, I might have met my end there. As the saying goes, it's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to provide timely assistance. Brother Long, your timely help has saved our lives. Ding Dolly, observing the joyous Long Ao Yin, found himself reminiscing. Indeed, Long Ao Yin had been Ding Dolly's most loyal and capable ally in his past life. When Ding Dolly had ventured to the hotel to rescue Tang Bingbing, the zombie tide had not been as overwhelming. Yet they were still encircled by a small horde. It was Long Ao Yin and his crew who charged out from Carrefour to save them and invited them inside. They had shared drinks and laughter just as they were now, with Long Ao Yin being thoroughly impressed by Ding Dolly's strength, leading to the formation of their team. Together, they had fought through hordes of zombies and battled mutated beasts, forging a profound friendship. Reflecting on it now, it was likely that Long Ao Yin and his companions had met their end due to their naivety. Moreover, Long Ao Yin's ability to transform his body into metal was perfectly countered by Chun Xiqing's power of metal control. In this life, while Ding Dolly was confident in overcoming the horde, there was an element of risk involved. He was betting that his past ally would come to his aid once more. Indeed, at the critical moment, Long Ao Yin had intervened. As Ding Dolly gazed at his former comrade, his eyes glistened with emotion. His past self was truly deserving of blame. He silently vowed to gather his old comrades in this life, ensuring they would all survive together in the apocalypse. Yu Xiaoyu sensed his unease, linking her arm with Ding Dolly's and whispering, "What's wrong, darling?" "Nothing, just reminiscing," Ding Dolly replied, shaking his head and taking a sip of his beer. Long Ao Yin handed Ding Dolly another bottle of beer, rubbing his hands together with interest. "Brother Ding, I have a question for you. Where did you acquire those flashy weapons? Could you possibly arrange one for me as well?" Ding Dolly's weapons were exclusive to his group, and Long Ao Yin envied them greatly. Xia Donghai interjected with a hint of envy. "Brother Ding, I've said it before. If I survive, I shall become your sworn brother. Henceforth we are family, and you must procure for me a shiny new axe." "Old Xia, If we become sworn brothers, will Chioga call me uncle or what? She mentioned she'd bear me children if she survived. That is a matter for the youth. I'm not concerned. From now on, let's discuss our own affairs. LOL. Li Chunlan pinched Xia Donghai sharply. You're such a lewd old man. Wait, aren't you all on the same team? As you all displayed such remarkable synergy while dispatching the zombies, I was led to believe that you formed a cohesive team. Long Aoyan's incredulity only deepened. Ding Dali did not shy away from recounting the events that transpired in the hotel, leaving Long Aoyan momentarily stunned. I remarked that the hotel had been expelling people left and right in recent days, only to realize it was all orchestrated by Brother Ding. Furthermore, this mention of aberrance was indeed a novel concept to me. Speaking of aberrance, Xiaoga suddenly recalled that it was Ding Dali who rescued her from Yang Wei's clutches that very morning. She raised her glass and approached Ding Dali. Brother Ding, thank you for saving me once again. Were it not for you, I might have fallen victim to that scoundrel Yang Wei. In any case, thank you. I toast to you. Ding Dali, unreserved, took a hearty gulp and burped with a smile, saying, hee, we are all family now. There's no need for pleasantries. He emphasized the phrase family, causing Xiaoga's cheeks to flush crimson. Chapter 72. The story of Long Aoyan observing Xiaoga's goodwill value rise to 90. Ding Dali felt a sense of satisfaction. This little lass has finally been won over by my efforts, and she can undertake missions again. How delightful. As his thoughts spiraled into joy, Ding Dali feigned mystery and said, let me share a secret with you. You need not worry about what Yang Wei might do to you. He has become quite synonymous with his name. As everyone looked at him in confusion, Ding Dali slapped his thigh. Are you all pretending to be innocent out of fear of being exposed? I'm saying he has become impotent. Since the moment he consumed human flesh and transformed into an aberrant, his reproductive system has been in decline. By the time he became a second-tier aberrant, it was merely a decorative remnant. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in laughter. Ding Dali surveyed the room and continued, so old Xia, how about joining my team in the future? Xia Donghai, who had been gnawing on a chicken leg, momentarily froze. It was only when Li Chunlan nudged him that he responded. He quickly wiped the grease from his hands and chuckled. Hee, Brother Ding. We've been waiting for you to say that since we were at the hotel. However, I am self-aware, back then, we were nothing and Wu and Ti have caught your eye. But now, my group has managed to endure such challenging battles without losing face. Even if you hadn't said it, I would shamelessly join. Excellent. From now on, we are a united team, and I welcome your addition, Ding Dali proclaimed, raising his cup to toast with everyone. Then, before the assembled crowd, Ding Dali manifested a golden-backed axe with his powers and handed it to Xia Donghai. Give it a try. Let me know if it meets your satisfaction. Others, let me know what you desire, and I shall procure it for you. Wow, Brother Ding, did you truly create this? Is this also a manifestation of your powers? I thought your abilities were spatial. Ding Dali's display had genuinely astonished Long Aoyan and his companions. Ha, Brother Long. I possess a myriad of skills. I wonder what your plans are for the future, and if you might consider joining us. Long Aoyan, already inclined towards this notion, found Ding Dali's suggestion fortuitously aligned with his own thoughts. He promptly responded, my brothers and I have been feeling stifled in this supermarket. We have longed to venture out. Since Brother Ding has extended an invitation, we respect your strength and are willing to join you on your escapades. Ha, splendid. Today, we have survived great peril and have become family. Good fortune seems to befall us in succession. I propose that Brother Ding share a few words with us. Li Chunlan led the applause, and soon everyone joined in. Ding Dali, unpretentious, stood up and raised his glass, addressing the assembly. Here, we are all brothers in life and death. We are family. I harbor no grand ambitions. My only hope is to lead everyone through this apocalypse and ensure our survival. Let's drink to that. Together, let's establish a home in this world of chaos. Cheers! Everyone cheered and raised their glasses. That night, 4 teams destined for glory in this post-apocalyptic realm gathered around Ding Dali in the supermarket. As the revelry continued, Huizi queried Long Aoyan with a hint of confusion. Brother Long, the apocalypse erupted at midnight, and this supermarket was closed. How could there possibly be over 20 brothers here? Don't tell me you need this many for a night shift. I see that Brother Long possesses skills befitting a soldier. Indeed, I served for 12 years. Long Outyin replied. Hui Zi was taken aback. 12 years of service, yet you ended up as a security guard in this supermarket? Long Outyin sighed deeply, as if recalling some painful memories. He then recounted how he had been a robust child, often embroiled in fights with the other village boys. Fearing he would cause trouble, his parents sent him to enlist at the age of 17. He remained in the military for 12 years, during which he participated in a joint operation with the narcotics unit to apprehend a group of drug traffickers at the border. To his dismay, they fell into a trap set by the traffickers, who unleashed overwhelming firepower. After a fierce struggle, they managed to eliminate the traffickers, but not without the loss of several narcotics officers, including a dear comrade right before his eyes. The malevolence of drug traffickers, who ruin so many lives and ultimately take those fighting against them, filled him with rage. As he reached this point in his tale, Long Outyin was visibly distressed, his hatred for drug traffickers only matched by his disdain for drug users. After taking a moment to compose himself, he resumed his narrative. Upon visiting his fallen comrade's family, he discovered that the sister was living in dire conditions. The home was filthy and chaotic, with the sister lying on the bed, barely clinging to life. Without a second thought, he carried her out of the village and found a vehicle to take her to a nearby hospital. While her life was saved, her leg could not be salvaged. The doctors explained that the injury had gone untreated for too long, leading to necrosis, necessitating amputation. From his sister's account, he learned that their neighbor was a relative and that the neighbor's son was a local thug. One day, inebriated and disoriented, he drove his father's car directly into the sister as she exited her home. In his drunken stupor, he either confused the brake for the accelerator or simply did not care, running over her legs. Thus, she lay incapacitated until Long Outyin arrived, while the neighbor's son never showed up, leaving her to await her fate. Unable to contain his anger, Long Outyin sought out the neighbor to confront him. Expecting ignorance of his son's actions, he was instead met with the neighbor's feigned ignorance. Consumed by fury, Long Outyin lost control and retaliated, breaking the legs of the entire family, including that of the delinquent. Chapter 73. The third tier awakened after leaving the military. Long Outyin moved to Kyoto City to care for his fallen comrade's sister, fearing that the family might seek revenge. Alongside other comrades from the military, he pooled resources to secure a place for her in a local rehabilitation center. Once she was settled, Long Outyin took up a temporary security job at Carrefour. He worked during the day and tended to her at the rehabilitation center during his breaks. Ding Dali was aware of these events from his previous life. His encounter with the old man at Baiwan Mountain and his knowledge of the deep pit were rooted in his quest to find Long Outyin's comrade's sister. However, in his past life, he had been unsuccessful. He could only wonder what fate awaited them in this new life. After finishing his tale, Long Outyin took a sip of his drink and let out a deep sigh. Ding Dali, feigning ignorance, inquired, Brother Long, is the western mountain you mentioned near Baiwan Mountain? Indeed, it is a town near Baiwan Mountain. Brother Ding. No, I should say Boss Ding. You are familiar with the area? Ding Dali nodded. Once I resolve a few matters, I may head over to investigate further. We could search together. That would be splendid. Although the chances of a disabled person surviving in this world are slim, I still wish to see. After sharing another round of drinks, Ding Dali remarked, today has indeed been exhausting. Let us leave it at that for now. Everyone should rest. We can discuss matters tomorrow. The members of Ding Dali's team were indeed exhausted and merely echoed each other's sentiments. Long Outyin did not insist on keeping everyone drinking, and thus said, my brothers, let us continue to drink for a while. You may find a place to rest on the first or second floor. Feel free to take blankets and pillows. Upon hearing this, everyone followed Ding Dali downstairs. You need not follow me. The space is ample. Choose wherever you wish, he added. Ding, I suggest we all stay on the first floor. After all, there's more than enough room and shops for all of us to rest. It seemed everyone felt safer being together, so they accompanied him. Ding Dali entered a shop called Yuku, collecting some clothes inside. Nevertheless, the others followed him into the Yuku shop, each finding a corner to lie down. Observing the remaining 30-odd individuals, Ding Dali smiled helplessly and allowed them to be. He found a spot at the shop's entrance to lie down, while Yu Xiaoyu and Xia Anen, clutching blankets, settled beside him. Initially, Soft voices filled the air as laughter mingled with chatter, but gradually the sounds diminished, eventually giving way to soft snores. Indeed, after a day of fighting, everyone was worn out. Ding Dolly soon succumbed to slumber, sinking into deep sleep. However, in the latter half of the night, he abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up. He covered the two beside him with a blanket and stealthily ascended to the second floor. The windows on the second floor were not sealed, and after a quick glance outside, confirming there were no unusual circumstances, he leaped from the window, landing squarely atop a pile of corpses. "Huh, I'm here, my treasures," he whispered excitedly, akin to a child who had unearthed a trove, bouncing on the spot before climbing the mountainous heap of zombies. Devour. Placing his hands upon the corpses, he activated his powers, and soon, the mountain of bodies visibly shrank in height. Having cut through them earlier, all the corpses were closely packed, allowing him to consume them all from a single spot. The energy gained from devouring a single zombie might seem trivial, yet the sheer volume amounted to a staggering 40,000 zombies, including over 1,000 first-tier and several second-tier zombies. A torrent of immense energy surged into Ding Dolly's body like a tidal wave. Once all the corpses had been drained, he felt his internal energy reach a critical saturation point, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. Given the system's usual behavior, it was likely it had also reached its capacity. A familiar sensation washed over him, and Ding Dolly struggled to control the overwhelming energy coursing through him. However, the energy was so vast that he felt somewhat powerless. Pain began to manifest, initially like a gentle breeze, then escalating to a violent storm. Ultimately feeling as though his body might be torn apart, the agony akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Finally, it seemed a mysterious portal within his body had opened, allowing the nearly explosive energy to surge through the gate like a flood breaching a dam. Simultaneously, Ding Dolly distinctly sensed a newfound lightness in his body, brimming with power. This sensation was all too familiar. It was a clear sign that he had broken through to the third tier. Taking a deep breath, Ding Dolly reveled in the formidable strength bestowed by this new tier. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, energy is saturated. The task for species reproduction is complete. The system can now upgrade." Wait a moment. Since the last upgrade, there was Yu Xiaoyu and Xiaonan. Does that not count? Brother, I am the more children, more blessings system. I do not discriminate against excess females. However, an upgrade necessitates completing tasks with new eligible females post-saturation. Stop mentioning your more children, more blessings. That won't pass scrutiny. I ask you, if I were to consume you, would it still be possible to switch to another system? Brother, I do not quite comprehend. What do you mean by not passing scrutiny? I cannot say why I utter such things. Nevertheless, did you not mention there are other systems? Is there one that the handsome fellows admire? One that wouldn't land me in the little black room? Brother, why not make do with this one for now? When we encounter another system, we can still augment our capabilities. Or have you considered that it might not be my fault, but rather that your tongue is too loose? Ding Dolly, disinterested in debating data, sighed and shook his head. There was no choice but to accept the situation, as he was reluctant to part with the conveniences the system provided. Yet, this predicament left him troubled. Approaching Xia Chioga and Xia Xiaoxue felt too abrupt, fearing their hard-earned moral values would plummet, which would be awkward. Seeking out Yu Xiaoyu's female teammates was even less appropriate, as Yu Xiaoyu was right there guarding them. Zhang Ting was out of the question, being his brother's woman. Ding, what are you doing awake? Come with me, Director Su. We need to discuss work matters. Chapter 74, Third Tier System. Su Hongyu was still not fully awake and did not grasp Ding Dolly's intentions, allowing him to take her hand and lead her out of the shop. After a few steps, she finally reacted, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Her voice sweet as she spoke. After fighting zombies all day, aren't you tired? Oh, Director Su, you do not understand. Work is paramount. Try to speak less. Make fewer sounds. Su Hongyu was bewildered by his insistence on silence. Could he really be seeking to discuss work at a time like this in the apocalypse? Yet, seeing Ding Dolly's anxious demeanor, she felt a pang of curiosity. Why must we not speak or make noise? Ding Dolly, with utmost seriousness, replied, because it does not pass scrutiny. I cannot explain why I keep saying this today. In any case, If you feel happy, refrain from making suggestive remarks. If you are exceedingly joyful, just sing Let Us Row Our Oars, and do not tell me you cannot sing that song. Even elementary students know it. Su-hong Yu, perplexed, nodded, wondering if this man had some peculiar fixation on hearing others sing children's songs. Yet she let him lead her forward. Upon arriving at the men's restroom on the first floor, just as they were about to enter, they overheard voices inside. Who would be chatting in the men's restroom at this late hour? Driven by curiosity, Ding Dali pressed his ear against the door and discovered it was the couple, Xia Donghai and his wife. Having had a bit to drink, they had come here to whisper sweet nothings. With no other option, they had to use the women's restroom. Leaning against the door, Ding Dali reclined, and the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Mission reward, 20 tons of supplies. Ding. System upgraded to 3rd tier. Reward. Increase space by 3,000 cubic meters, and 1 upgrade card for abilities below any tier. An upgrade card. Abilities below any tier could be elevated by 1 tier. The mere thought filled him with excitement. Just as Ding Dali was reveling in this unexpected bounty, another system notification startled him, leaving him flustered and at a loss. Ding! Congratulations, brother, for completing the More Children, More Blessings system species reproduction task for the first time. The embryo has begun to gestate. Rewards tripled. Reward, 60 tons of supplies. Increase space by 900 cubic meters. Reward, 3 upgrade cards for abilities below any tier. What the hell? System, come out and explain this. Are you playing tricks on me? Is it because I said you were useless that you hold a grudge? I just said you're more children, more blessings is of no value. And now you send me offspring? Are you a system or a deity of fertility? Brother, please, do not be agitated. This is not my doing. It seems you have some peculiar inclination, and thus this time, you exerted extra effort. Shut up. Is this something that can be said? Is this suitable for broadcast? Recently, I have had the distinct feeling that a group of handsome fellows has been watching me. What if you revealing this makes them envious? Everyone is like brothers, and I find it quite challenging. Well, as long as you're happy, big brother, haha. System, please check my personal attributes. Name, Ding Dali, 3rd tier human awakened. Strength, 330. Speed, 330. Stamina, 330. Spirit, 340. Abilities, Devour, Space, Lightning, Telekinesis, Metal Control. The system utilized 2 ability upgrade cards, Enhancing Space and Metal Control. Ding, the space ability upgraded, adding the skill of Space Jump, allowing movement by folding space within a 10-meter range. Ding, the Metal Control ability upgraded, advancing to Gold Element Control. Ding Dali was exhilarated. The simultaneous upgrade of 2 abilities temporarily distracted him from the burdens of life. He was particularly intrigued by Space Jump, which seemingly transformed his space ability into a spatial skill. It appeared that the potential of spatial abilities was indeed vast. Upon waking, Xia Xiaoxua rubbed her eyes and questioned whether she was still dreaming, as she had observed something darting by. Perhaps a monkey? Ding Dali was overjoyed. Wasn't T-Space Jump akin to a budget version of instant teleportation? Who wouldn't T-wish for such a power while watching Dragon Ball? This ability was immensely practical. Suddenly appearing behind an opponent in battle could catch them off guard. Naturally, Ding Dali, being an upright individual, would refrain from such underhanded tactics. A fleeting advantage was not worth the moral compromise. System, what changes occur after the upgrade of Metal Control? After the upgrade to Gold Element Control, his perception of gold elements intensified, increasing the weight of metals he could manipulate, contingent upon his own spiritual strength. Is the remaining ability upgrade card exclusive to me, or can it be used on others? I am here to assist you, big brother. Your team, and even your race, must grow stronger to survive. So it can indeed be used on others. After experimenting with the changes in his abilities, Ding Dali's excitement gradually subsided, and he recalled the matter of Su-hong Yu's pregnancy. Surely she wouldn't be harboring any ill intentions? Lost in thought, Ding Dali leaned against the door and fell asleep. Utterly fatigued, when he awoke again, the sun was high in the sky. He found himself on a blanket, with a box of milk and a piece of bread beside him. Clearly, Yu Xiaoyu had prepared breakfast, a gesture reminiscent of their time at the hotel. Despite her knowledge of the abundant food in Ding Dali's space, it felt like a small romantic gesture shared between them. At that moment, the hushed whispers of several female teammates piqued Ding Dali S curiosity. What are you ladies discussing in secret? Allow me to listen. Startled by his sudden interjection, one short-haired girl exhaled sharply. Oh, boss, you scare me. Why do you walk so silently? Don't you know that this Carrefour is rumored to be haunted at night? Haunted? What ghost? Everyone is talking about it. There is said to be a female ghost singing in the women's restroom on the first floor. The voice is particularly mournful, and she sings a children's song, Let Us Row Our Boat. They say the ghost sings for her child. Boss, if we're not leaving today, we should avoid the first floor and move to the second. Upon hearing this, Ding Dolly couldn't help but feel a wave of annoyance. Who is spreading these ghost tales? Was it Li Chunlan? How did you know, boss? Indeed, while you indulge in your whims, you also concoct these absurd stories. One day, your daughter will call me father. Chapter 75. First Resettlement Camp Online Watch in the heart of Kyoto, a grand royal palace, steeped in over 6 centuries of history, stands majestically, showcasing the enduring power and nobility of the monarchy through the years. At the onset of the apocalypse, this palace, alongside the adjacent royal gardens and government buildings, lay almost deserted. The authorities swiftly mobilized nearby forces to assemble here, leveraging the structural advantages of the palace to establish barriers in vulnerable areas, temporarily halting the advance of zombies. In just a few days, they demonstrated their prowess in infrastructure, erecting high walls around the vicinity. This became the first official resettlement camp, where surviving officials hastily formed a leadership team, gathering at a makeshift conference table in the Taiha Hall of the royal city. An Elda Liman, with hair and beard as white as snow, sat at the head of the table. Having not slept a wink the previous night, his sharp gaze remained, though fatigue was evident on his face. The sleepless night stemmed from an incident that transpired the day before. The first base, being the first officially established base, rapidly attracted a multitude of survivors and swiftly gained control over various nearby military units. As these units headed toward the first resettlement camp, official reconnaissance drones scouted the distribution and movements of large zombie hordes, ensuring that incoming troops could avoid danger. The chief stood before the screens, monitoring all developments. Suddenly, a guard shouted, "Sir, look, there's a massive zombie tide, and someone has rushed into it." Turning his attention to the screen, the chief shook his head and sighed after a brief glance. With so many zombies, those people were doomed. It was a pity as they appeared to be awakened. He ordered the eastern units to bypass that intersection and instructed all contacted units unable to reach the first resettlement camp to seek alternatives at other official camps, including the newly established 2nd, 3rd, and 4th camps. The immediate priority was to preserve the living force and establish the camp to accommodate more survivors. This calamity was not merely a disaster for China. It was a crisis for all humanity. We must unite and endure together. Sir, they VE crossed the road through the horde, and they coordinated exceptionally well. Only 2 casualties. The guard interrupted the chief, his expression brimming with excitement as he watched the screen. The chief, unfazed by the interruption, gazed back at the screen. The group had successfully surged through the dense mass of zombies, and his astonishment grew with each passing moment. The guard pointed out several individuals on the screen, filled with admiration. "Sir, these do not seem to be ordinary awakened ones, especially these few." "What did you say? Over 40 individuals are first tier, and 11 second tier? How is that possible?" The chief, incredulous, continued to scrutinize the screen, unable to tear his gaze away, meticulously observing every frame and motion. Finally, he widened his eyes, focusing on the guard. "Indeed, they're all first tier, and there are truly 11 second tier. This is astonishing. Our entire first resettlement camp has only 20 second tier awakened, and that was achieved through the use of extensive firearms to harvest zombies. How did they manage with only their weapons? Could it be due to those gleaming weapons?" The guard shared a similarly disbelieving expression, yet the evidence lay before them. Just then, another member of the group, now near the Carrefour, was dragged away by zombies. The chief and the guard's gazes were once again drawn to the screen, with other staff members gathering around, unable to contain their curiosity. Was this truly their limit? It was a grave loss for these awakened, especially the second-tier ones. The chief sighed deeply, filled with regret. Suddenly, the screen went black, and the feed was interrupted. "Sir, it seems the drone has run out of power." Immediately dispatch other nearby drones for reconnaissance. Do not stop. I want to know what will happen to this group. The staff immediately contacted the nearby troops to dispatch new small reconnaissance drones for surveillance. However, the situation was now chaotic, disrupted by the sudden onset of the apocalypse. And mobilizing all resources required time. After more than an hour, the screen finally flickered back to life. This time, it displayed Ding Dolly and his companions climbing onto a blood donation vehicle, fiercely battling the zombies, leveraging their advantageous position. Remarkably, despite the passage of time, they were still engaged in combat with the zombies, and most importantly, there were no new casualties. Quickly, everyone mobilize, record the actions of these individuals diligently. With such a small number of them, they have managed to hold their ground against so many zombies for such an extended period. These individuals are remarkable. A glimmer of admiration flashed in the leader's eyes, quickly replaced by a sense of regret. The dense horde of zombies seemed insurmountable. Even an entire company armed with firearms would struggle to overcome them. Among them were countless first-tier zombies and even some second-tier ones. How much longer could these people endure? Sooner or later, they would be engulfed by the tide of the undead. Commander, the leader of their group, is extraordinary. His command and coordination skills are exceptional. Moreover, his strength is unfathomable. He has been creating openings for his companions and appears to possess lightning abilities, capable of taking down large groups of enemies at once. I hadn't anticipated his close combat skills would be so impressive as well. Judging by his attacks, he must be a martial arts master. Are you referring to the one wearing only a pair of shorts and wielding an iron rod? Indeed, he is quite remarkable. But why is he only wearing shorts? Was he like this when we first saw him? Or did the zombies tear his clothes off? Commander, I recall he was already bare when I first saw the video. Record this as well. It must be related to his abilities. No one would run around naked among the undead without reason, unless they were foolish. A group of staff members hastily took notes nearby. The commander scrutinized the screen for a while and seemed to notice something flying in the air. Due to the excessive speed, the camera had difficulty capturing it clearly. Quick, transfer the video to another screen and slow down the footage. Chapter 76. The stunned commander, it's an ability. Everyone exclaimed in unison, eyes fixed on the screen. But who was wielding this power? It seemed to be a control-type ability, a formidable skill, yet it was impossible to discern its owner. The commander was also intrigued that such a powerful ability's master remained hidden within this squad. Commander, is it possible? Could one person possess two abilities? How could that be possible? The commander halted mid-sentence, as if a thought struck him, then sighed helplessly. I suppose my thinking is too antiquated. In this chaotic world, anything is possible, including a person having two abilities. Just because we are unaware does not mean it doesn't exist. If it truly is someone with dual abilities, it would be a tremendous loss if they perished here. Look at how close this location is to others. Find a way to rescue them. The commander sighed deeply, filled with regret. Document this battle carefully. I cannot bear to see such capable individuals torn apart by the undead. Just inform me of the outcome in the end. With that, he picked up his thermos, took a sip of water, and exited the room. His guards attempted to follow, but he waved them off, indicating they need not accompany him. There were many matters in the base that required his direct attention, such as the arrangement of survivors, distribution of food and water, and efforts to contact official agencies in other provinces. Thus, he visited every department daily to ensure tasks were being accomplished. As he entered, weary, he found all the staff gathered in one place, neglecting their posts. This infuriated him. In a world that had transformed so drastically, he was exhausted from personally managing every task, and in just half an hour, these individuals had grown complacent. Was humanity truly beyond saving? After gently clearing his throat several times, the staff remained unresponsive, as if frozen in place, not uttering a sound. This ignited the commander's fury, and he slammed his hand on the table. The somewhat irritated commander, taken aback by the silence, furrowed his brow, then suddenly had an epiphany. He hurried to the screen, his pupils widening in disbelief. How is this possible? They have been fighting all along? He stared incredulously at the screen, where the figures, covered in filth and blood, were barely recognizable as human. Have they truly not paused for even a moment? The commander asked his guard, his hands trembling with excitement. Yes, they seem to be rotating their rest periods, possibly using crystal cores to replenish their strength during brief intervals. I wonder where they acquired so many cores. 40,000 zombies. And now only a little over 1,000 remain. But what else? The commander's excitement surged, barely contained. The guard pointed at the figures on the screen, saying, "They seem to be at their wits' end. Even if their physical strength is being replenished, their morale is reaching its limit. Would this extraordinary group, having achieved such a miracle against 40,000 zombies, ultimately fall before just over 1,000? Are there any helicopters available? Send someone immediately." The guard shook his head, his expression despondent. All helicopters currently available were on missions, and the nearest one wouldn't arrive in time. Is this the end? The commander's initially forlorn expression suddenly brightened with a hint of joy. Ha ha ha. There is always a glimmer of hope. All the staff erupted in cheers. The drone circled the intersection twice, revealing a scene littered with the corpses of zombies. The area where the group had fought was piled high with bodies, creating a mountain of cadavers several meters tall. What a spectacular sight. 43 individuals had sacrificed 7 to annihilate nearly 40,000 zombies. After the cheers subsided, the staff gazed at the mountain of corpses, enveloped in a profound silence. Their emotions were tumultuous, as if they had just narrowly escaped death themselves. Yet no one uttered a word, staring blankly at the screen. Finally, a familiar cough broke the silence. The guard quickly brought a chair for the commander. With trembling hands, carefully sat down and coughed lightly. Immediately organize all departments to cooperate and investigate the identities of these individuals. The more detailed, the better. Gather all department heads for a meeting at the Taiha Hall. The night passed, and the department heads gathered around the meeting table in the Taiha Hall. Everyone was puzzled as to why the commander had summoned them, as it had been a night filled only with identity investigations. Finally, the guard arrived, carrying a stack of documents, and placed them before the commander. "Commander, here are the detailed profiles of those individuals. According to the information, they did not know each other before the apocalypse. What? They only met after the apocalypse and managed to develop such remarkable teamwork in such a short time?" The commander was once again astonished. He opened the folder, flipping through the profiles one by one until his gaze settled on a profile named Ding Dolly. After meticulously reviewing his information, the commander found himself at a loss for words to express his astonishment. Turning to the guard, he asked in disbelief, "Is this information accurate?" "Commander, this data is based on facial recognition and should be reliable. I too find it strange. This person is exceedingly ordinary." Ordinary. Chapter 77. The Four Directions Trample. The commander examined the profile in his hand and spoke slowly. "This individual is not merely ordinary. He is without parents, possesses an unremarkable appearance, a mediocre education, lacks social connections, and even suffers from a terminal illness. How can one be more ordinary than this? It defies comprehension. How could someone so unremarkable and with a terminal illness possibly be a martial arts master?" "Commander, the only extraordinary aspect about him is that he was linked to 2 murder cases just a day before the apocalypse unfolded. Specific details remain elusive, as a thorough investigation could not be conducted prior to the onset of the cataclysm. So, he was merely a suspect? How could a dying man possibly commit murder? Or perhaps he knows something. Otherwise, everything seems illogical." Others observed the commander and the guard engaging in a spirited discussion, aware only that they were deliberating over a survivor team, without grasping the intricate details. The commander closed the dossier, his gaze fixating on the man who spoke, offering a faint smile before solemnly inquiring, "Let us set aside those matters for now. Xiao Chu, allow me to pose a question. If I were to provide you with 50 individuals to eliminate 40,000 zombies, could you accomplish that?" The military-clad man slammed his palm onto the table, bursting into hearty laughter. "Huh. Old commander, slaying zombies is my forte. Just give me 50 people. Is it merely 40,000 zombies? How many zombies are we discussing?" The commander, observing the puzzled expression on his face, smiled and raised 4 fingers, clearly articulating 40,000. "Are you jesting with me, Chewie? 50 people to combat 40,000 zombies? Are you providing me with tanks or missiles?" The commander shook his head. "Neither missiles nor tanks, not even any firearms." Chu He, the military-clad man, shook his head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead, showing no signs of his 50-plus years. What if I were to give you a battalion? Are there firearms? The commander again shook his head and pressed on. Then tell me, without firearms, how many individuals would you require to subdue 40,000 zombies? After a moment of contemplation, Chuhi scratched the back of his head and, with a decisive clap of his hands, proclaimed, Commander, if all 40,000 zombies are ordinary, grant me 1,000 first-tier awakened ones, and I am confident we can prevail. And what are the casualties? Well, casualties would likely exceed 50%. Ha ha ha. Chuhi, let me tell you, there are those who managed to eliminate 40,000 zombies with merely 43 individuals, including over 1,000 first-tier zombies and some second-tier ones. They employed only cold weapons, and the casualties amounted to just 7. Do you believe that? How could that be possible? Commander, are you pulling my leg? Chuhi gazed at the commander with disbelief, while others around him murmured in hushed tones. The commander instructed the guard to play the battle footage of Ding Dali and his team. Though presented in fast-forward, the onlookers transitioned from confusion to astonishment, captivated as if frozen in place. The final frame lingered in silence until the commander broke it. Having watched, what are your thoughts? Chuhi plopped down into his chair, his angular features marked by shock. Suddenly, he straightened up, his eyes gleaming with intensity, breathing hurriedly. Who are these soldiers? Can such a formidable group be assigned to me? The commander chuckled heartily, pushing the dossier toward Chuhi. Here, take a look at this. These individuals are all ordinary people. Particularly the leader, Ding Dali, is truly beyond comprehension. As he perused the documents, Chuhi discovered an array of backgrounds: a bankrupt scion, hotel receptionists, kitchen staff, various hotel employees, small business owners, and even a tax bureau head. Astonishingly, the leader was a terminally ill individual. Commander, this is utterly unbelievable. All of them are first and second-tier awakened. After this battle, they will likely all reach second-tier status. There are plenty of first-tier crystal cores among the zombie remains. They may even ascend to third tier. Third tier? Our officials have yet to see a third tier. That's because we have deliberately avoided large hordes of zombies, thus rarely encountering second-tier ones. We must recruit these individuals, dispatch the battle footage to several official resettlement camps, and urge them to recruit. Even if they cannot, we must not allow them to become our adversaries. I am convinced that the future world will be dictated by individual strength. The guard diligently recorded the commander's orders and inquired, Commander, should we still send a message to the third resettlement camp? Yes. Why not? Let those who wish to establish themselves as rulers while being timid see what the world should truly resemble. Our enemies should always be zombies and mutated beasts, not our own kind. Instead of squabbling over power, they would do better to slay more zombies. Not only should we send them the message, but we must also set an example by editing the battle footage into a short video for nationwide distribution. Let all survivors witness it. Ignite their zeal for survival. The commander's fervent oratory grew increasingly impassioned, and he scanned the room. Discuss amongst yourselves. Even if we cannot recruit them, we must ensure they recognize our goodwill. We must not allow them to stand against us. The group engaged in animated discussion, ultimately concluding that Ding Dali should be awarded the title of battle hero, a military rank of captain, and sufficient weaponry to equip a battalion. The commander nodded in satisfaction and commanded the guard to personally oversee the matter. As the video and notification spread, every survivor who witnessed it began to converse about it. The title of battle hero reverberated through countless corners, causing a stir in the other 3 official resettlement camps in Jingdu City. Particularly in the 3rd resettlement camp, a steady man with slicked back, graying hair watched the video from the 1st resettlement camp, his expression one of disbelief. Beside him, a secretary-like woman poured him a cup of tea, her red lips parting slightly. Chief, the hotel they fought their way out of is the Sunflower Hotel, which Director Huang last mentioned to us. The unclothed man in the video must be the second-tier awakened Ding Dali, and this stout fellow is likely Xia Donghai. Notably, Director Huang did not appear in the video. He's probably in dire straits. Infuriating. This group must have been responsible for his demise. Chief, should we send someone to capture them? A cunning smile flickered across the man's somber face. No, sending someone to confront them now would surely incur losses. which would not benefit us. It is the perfect time to leverage their strength against the first resettlement camp. Once they are no longer useful, we can deal with them at the most cost-effective moment. Besides, with so many zombie remains, we won't have time to extract the crystal cores. Dispatch personnel to that location immediately. Buzz. Just as he finished speaking, a chorus of vibrating phones erupted, all from unfamiliar numbers. He answered one with curiosity, and his previously stern expression was instantly replaced with delight. Yeah, you are still alive. Chapter 78. Recruitment. At this moment, Ding Dali and his companions were oblivious to the unfolding events, engrossed in crafting weapons for everyone. Long Out Yin and a few subordinates each clutched a pile of gold jewelry and various golden artifacts. Boss Ding, this is everything from the 2 gold jewelry stores on this floor and all the gold from the adjacent bank. Do you think it's sufficient? What do you intend to do with all this gold for weaponry? To appear prestigious? With the power of awakened ones. The weight of ordinary weapons cannot fully harness their capabilities. Thus, for the time being, gold is used to increase heft. However, as they continue to upgrade, these weapons may not withstand their strength. At that point, they will surely need to seek out new metals for replacement. In a previous life, a unique black metal emerged alongside the apocalypse. This metal is entirely black, adorned with flecks of gold, resembling stars shimmering in the jet black night. It is referred to as black gold. Black gold boasts significantly superior strength and density compared to existing metals. Furthermore, it is an entirely undiscovered elemental metal, yet it is rarely found in the wild, and those who possess these metal resources have not disclosed their mining locations. Few individuals can afford weapons forged from black gold, undoubtedly making them the elite among the strong. Uncertain whether he could uncover any information regarding the black gold mine in this lifetime, thus equipping all his comrades, Ding Dali cast aside his momentarily impractical thoughts and addressed the crowd. Everyone, line up. Decide on the weapons you desire. As Ding Dali's rank and his ability to manipulate metal advanced, he found himself increasingly adept at controlling it. In no time, he had completed the crafting of the weapons. Now, with over 60 individuals at his side, each brandishing gleaming weapons, they appeared quite formidable. Observing his comrades as they admired their new armaments, Ding Dali casually glanced at each person's statistics. When he reached Su Hongyu's data, his heart raced, each beat echoing the astonishment within him. Name: Su Hongyu Tier, 3rd Awakener Strength, 305 Speed, 305 Stamina, 310 Spirit, 310 Good Evil Value, 95 Ability, Charm Brother. This is a benefit of the many children, many blessings system. Have I not mentioned it to you before? What nonsense! Do you think my surprise indicates you've told me? Brother, the many children, many blessings system is not solely for you. Any woman accompanying you on missions who conceives will elevate her rank to match yours at the time of conception. If her rank exceeds yours, you too will ascend. Regarding ability levels, each time a woman bears a child, her ability level increases, and you will receive corresponding rewards, including ability upgrade cards. The specifics of these rewards depend on your own exploration. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Brother, I've stated many times that I am about many children, many blessings. My mission is to ensure the continuation of humanity through procreation. Engaging in missions with women only yields basic rewards. What truly matters is the outcome. The rewards begin only after a result is achieved. It is your understanding that is flawed. As Ding Dali pondered the system's words, someone suddenly shouted, "Boss Ding, come quickly." A group of individuals outside appears to be soldiers. Soldiers? Are they here to collect supplies? Ding Dali thought as he rose to greet the newcomers and clear the entrance. He harbored a positive impression of soldiers, both from his past life and this one. His good friend, Long Out Yin, was a prime example. In times of peace, soldiers protect the nation, ensuring a stable life for civilians, and during the apocalypse, they were often the first line of defense. In his previous life, Ding Dali fought alongside many former soldiers. However, as they were moving obstacles away from the door, a sudden explosion erupted. Accompanied by a gaping hole in the roll-up door, several nearby companions were caught in the blast, sustaining injuries. 2 first-tier awakeners, too close to the door, were killed instantly. Such a close-range explosion left even Ding Dali, a 3rd-tier awakener, uncertain of his safety, let alone the first-tier awakeners. Who is Ding Dali? Step forward and speak. No one had ever witnessed their leader so enraged. Normally, they joked and bantered with him, but at that moment, silence enveloped the room. Damn it! Was T a bomb sufficient as a greeting? Not a single person dares to utter a sound. A man, impeccably dressed in a suit and hat, with a cigar in his mouth, sauntered into the building, glancing disdainfully at the injured before proceeding. Following him was a throng of over 50 armed soldiers clad in military uniforms. The suited man surveyed the crowd, his gaze settling on Ding Dali, whom he scrutinized with palpable contempt, remarking, "So the illustrious Ding Dali is merely a scrawny monkey. My apologies for the ruckus. It was a bit excessive for a first meeting." In an instant, Ding Dali materialized before the suited man like a specter, unnoticed by all. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap, sending the man crashing to the ground, blood and teeth scattering from his mouth. The soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at Ding Dali, while his comrades instinctively reached for their own weapons, the atmosphere fraught with tension. The suited man, regaining his footing, spat a bloodied saliva and laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha! Ding Dali, you dare lay a hand on me? I am here on official business to negotiate your surrender. Do not mistake my restraint for fear. The only reason I Haven T ordered your execution is that my leader believes you possess some value." Negotiate? Which official are you representing? We are from the 3rd Resettlement Camp, here to persuade you to join us. The injuries caused earlier were an accident, and since you struck me, or even now, you may gather your supplies and accompany us. Oh, and the crystal cores from those zombies outside must be surrendered as well. The suited man's expression remained one of arrogance, treating Ding Dali and his group as mere jesters, while his soldiers smirked in agreement. "You are unworthy of wearing those uniforms." Long Out Yen, carrying the bodies of 2 fallen comrades, glared fiercely at the intruders. His body began to shimmer with silver light as he grasped the large knife Ding Dali had just forged for him, the grip creaking ominously, poised to strike. "Long Out Yen," Ding Dali shouted, halting his friend mid-action. "Take your brothers to the side. Do not speak. Just watch." But this is an order. Many among them were bewildered, questioning why their audacious new leader, who confronted zombies head-on, suddenly hesitated. Was it fear of the official's power? Doubts began to creep in. Ding Dali could sense the moral values of those with high good-evil scores beginning to plummet, some hot-headed individuals dropping below 70. In contrast, those he had brought from the hotel wore expressions of anticipation, well aware that when Ding Dali ceased his jovial demeanor, it signified an impending bloodbath. The suited man, seeing Ding Dali's command over his subordinates, felt even more triumphant, convinced Ding Dali was yielding to the official's authority. "Brothers, did you see? The heroic Ding Dali indeed knows when to bow to the wise. Since he has acquiesced, let us hand over the crystal cores and supplies." His followers joined in with mocking laughter. Ignoring the intruders, Ding Dali spoke lightly. "Huizi, Lu Ruyen, guard the entrance. The rest of you who came with me from the hotel, let us show our new comrades what happens when someone dares to touch our people." Upon hearing Ding Dali's command, those who had emerged from the hotel swiftly drew their weapons. The suited man finally sensed something amiss and immediately ordered his soldiers to fire. However, no matter how hard they tried, the triggers would not budge, as if welded in place. "Leave not a single one of them alive." With that command, over 30 figures sprang into action, like reapers harvesting lives. Many did not even have time to resist before meeting their demise, and even the more formidable awakeners were unable to withstand the combined assault of several second-tier awakeners. This group, forged in the crucible of carnage, executed lethal techniques that struck with precision. In mere moments, the battle concluded. The suited man, now terrified, instinctively drew his handgun, only to have it wrenched from his grasp, floating alongside the soldiers' weapons before vanishing entirely. In a panic, he attempted to retreat, but Huizi and Lu Ruyen had already sealed the exit. He could not escape. "Ding Dali, are you insane? Do you dare oppose the officials? Do you truly believe that your individual strength can stand against the authorities? I fail to comprehend why Huang Wenhong would dispatch an ordinary person like you as a negotiator." The man in the suit gaped, his eyes bulging as if they might leap from their sockets. "How do you know our leader's name?" Ding Dali disregarded him, turning his attention to Long Out Yen. "Brother Long, I leave him in your capable hands. You have military experience. So, getting someone to articulate what needs to be said should be a trivial task, correct? Ding Dolly drained the lifeless body on the floor and discarded it, then used his abilities to restore the door. Meanwhile, anguish screams intermittently echoed from upstairs. Boss Ding, this person is called. Do not bother telling me his name. I have no interest in it. Remembering names is tedious. Just convey useful information. This group comprises soldiers summoned temporarily from the 3rd Resettlement Camp, all survivors. The leader was previously an executive in a foreign enterprise and is now a commander within the 3rd Resettlement Camp. By the way, you all should check your phones. Boss, it seems you have become quite the celebrity. Their reason for seeking your allegiance is precisely this. Ding Dolly felt a twinge of confusion, not grasping what it meant to become a celebrity. He pulled out his phone, and others, whose phones still had battery, also curiously retrieved theirs. After a busy morning, none had noticed the glaring exclamation mark on their screens. This was the emblem of an official announcement. Upon tapping the exclamation mark, the first thing that caught their eyes was a 1-minute video, accompanied by a line of neatly arranged red text. National announcement. Comrade Ding Dolly has led his unit of 43 to annihilate 40,000 zombies. This is hereby announced. And Comrade Ding Dolly is awarded the title of Combat Hero and the rank of Commander as a mark of commendation. Ding Dolly felt utterly speechless, while the others erupted in joy. "You see how you exclaimed, haha, fortunately, only my husband's close-up is visible. My face is not clear." Xiao Donghai laughed uproariously, nearly doubling over. "Ha. This video is brilliantly edited. Both the actors and the zombies are portrayed by real people, without a hint of acting. This surely classifies as a documentary. I hereby apply for the Best Supporting Actor award. Ha. Xiaonan chimed in, "Husband, I think the final shot looks very heroic, haha. The blood on your face makes you look less like a monkey." The group exchanged lively remarks, while Ding Dolly remained distinctly displeased. No one wished to become an internet sensation in the post-apocalyptic world, to be thrust into the spotlight. More critically, after today, the internet would be severed. Ironically, just before this, he had gained notoriety. The only solace was that, in the close-up, his face was smeared with blood. Unfamiliar individuals should struggle to recognize him. As Ding Dolly's thoughts meandered, a call came through. Upon seeing it was Chen Na, he answered immediately. "Hey, impressive husband. You've returned after a few days as a combat hero. Please, no more mockery. The fear of stepping outside is palpable. They have me on the hot seat. I saw it. There were over 20 beautiful women surrounding you. It must have been quite delightful. They're all teammates, all teammates." After ending the call, Ding Dolly muttered to himself, "You think you have surprises for me? I have surprise of my own that I hardly know how to articulate." Chapter 80. Huang Ji's Adventure. Boss Ding, please spare me. I am an official. Do you intend to oppose the authorities? Who are you to even mention the authorities? Not only are you unworthy, but so too is your leader Huang Wenhong and the entirety of the 3rd Resettlement Camp. Ding Dolly spat disdainfully at the man in the suit and turned to Long Outyen. "This individual is now your responsibility. Remember our fallen brothers. In this apocalypse, we adhere to a singular principle. Those who wish to kill us must be prepared to face our wrath." Hearing Ding Dolly's words, Long Outyen cast a cold glare at the man in the suit, then commanded several subordinates to drag him into a corner. The man in the suit screamed and cursed incessantly. With a swift motion, silence fell, blood splattering onto Long Outyen's face, yet he displayed no emotion. Ding Dolly approached and patted Long Outyen's shoulder in acknowledgement. Although Long Outyen was still mourning the loss of 2 brothers, he nodded appreciatively at Ding Dolly. "Thank you for avenging them. By the way, that man just mentioned they were in 2 teams. The other team went to the hotel to retrieve 2 individuals who left early." "A hotel? Are there more survivors there?" Ding Dolly pondered, slightly perplexed. The hotel indeed had 2 floors that remained unscathed, but what significant figures could possibly be there? Did he mention their names? One seems to be named Huang Ji, and the other Yang Wei. Yes, it's definitely Yang Wei. Upon hearing this, Ding Dolly's pupils constricted sharply before returning to normal. He inwardly mused, it's actually them, surrounded by zombies, and yet still alive. Does Huang Ji have a supporting role in this script? Surely, he is the protagonist. Moreover, he has teamed up with Yang Wei. Are they planning to tread the same treacherous path as the 3rd Resettlement Camp? Noticing Ding Dali's furrowed brow and a visage akin to one who had tasted something foul, Long Ao Yin quietly inquired, "My goodness, don't tell me these two are the Huang director and that mutant you mentioned?" Ding Dali nodded, his expression one of resignation. Long Ao Yin, upon realizing this, furrowed his brows tighter, his face betraying concern. "Fear not. We shall confront any challenges that arise. The third resettlement camp will inevitably provoke us sooner or later. It is better to act now. I possess a first-tier crystal core that can allow your remaining first-tier brothers to evolve to the second tier. Strength is the foundation for surviving in this world." Regarding Huang Ji and Yang Wei, Ding Dali had no prior acquaintance, likely having perished in the hotel during his previous life. He was well-versed in the affairs of the third resettlement camp and harbored countless motives for seeking their demise. Unbeknownst to Ding Dali, Huang Ji had met Yang Wei in the hotel, where the latter claimed to be Ding Dali's adversary and handed him a vial of liquid, instructing him that applying it would render him invisible to zombies, to be used in case of escape. Huang Ji, of course, did not believe him but refrained from discarding the vial, as his instincts indicated it was something extraordinary. Later, upon learning about the mutants, he became convinced the person was indeed a mutant and started to trust his words. When Ding Dali had deceived him and zombies surrounded him, he first pushed the other two individuals toward the zombies. With the overwhelming number of zombies, he believed he was doomed. Suddenly, he remembered the vial. In a desperate act, he opened it and poured it over himself. The moment he opened the bottle, a pungent, repulsive odor surged, and the scent upon his skin was indescribable, nearly inducing him to vomit on the spot. Despite the overwhelming stench, the liquid indeed worked. The zombies were preoccupied with devouring the other two, entirely disregarding him, as if he were one of their own. Ecstatic, he grasped Yang Wei's arm, careful to remain quiet to avoid attracting the zombies' attention. "What was that liquid you gave me? It's truly miraculous. The zombies really don't bite me, although the smell is quite unbearable. The mutant's urine can shield one from zombies." Huang Ji's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing as if it had skipped several beats. The mysterious liquid he had been cherishing as a treasure for days was, in fact, urine? No wonder it looked so familiar and smelled so foul. The more he pondered, the more nauseated he became, until he could no longer contain himself and vomited. Once he finished, Yang Wei unceremoniously hoisted him and dashed upstairs. They quickly reached the top floor where Ding Dali and the others had previously resided. "I heard you know the higher-ups of the third resettlement camp. That is why I saved you. I need your cooperation." Initially, Huang Ji thought Yang Wei might suddenly turn aggressive, causing his heart to race. "Why should I collaborate with you?" At first, Huang Ji dismissed the idea, believing that with so many zombies, Ding Dali and his group would surely perish, making his assistance unnecessary. However, standing on the 30th floor, he witnessed the entire battle unfold, leaving him in shock. The multitude of zombies had been eradicated. Such formidable power instilled a peculiar thought in Huang Ji's mind. Of course, he had little choice. Escaping to the third resettlement camp was a daunting task. He turned to Yang Wei and said, "I agree to cooperate, provided we can eliminate Ding Dali. Do you have a phone?" Mine fell into the horde of corpses. A smirk of triumph spread across Yang Wei's pale cheeks as he replied with a sharp laugh, "Of course I have a phone, but before that, we must accomplish something. To solidify our partnership and build mutual trust, we must become one of a kind." "What do you mean?" Huang Ji furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition creeping in. Pointing at the unconscious woman on the ground, Yang Wei revealed his jagged teeth. "It means you must become a mutant like me. Only then will I feel secure. Such prime material cannot go to waste. That is out of the question. I could never consume human flesh." Huang Ji immediately shook his head in refusal. "What is so wrong with being a mutant? As long as you consume human flesh, you can evolve. You'll evolve faster than others, gain immense strength, and most importantly, zombies will ignore you. Just a single bite of human flesh brings so many advantages. Why not indulge?" Huang Ji found himself swayed, primarily by the prospect of being overlooked by zombies, a tremendous advantage in such dire times, with the only cost being the consumption of human flesh. Observing his wavering resolve, Yang Wei wasted no time. He swiftly cut a small piece of flesh from the woman and presented it to Huang Ji. Consume it. The door to a new world is open to you. With a resolute heart, Huangji clenched his teeth, grasped the piece of flesh, and without hesitation, swallowed it whole. Suppressing his disgust, Yang Wei, satisfied by the act, turned his attention back to the woman, kneeling down to feast on her bloody flesh. Though the woman's mouth was covered, she still emitted muffled cries of anguish, her eyes filled with despair and terror. Initially, Huangji merely observed, but soon, a gnawing hunger churned in his stomach, intensifying as if he hadn't eaten for ages. Unable to resist the overwhelming urge, he found himself squatting down to join the feast. Midway through, as he savored the meat, he scrutinized the woman they were consuming. Leave her a breath. Don't let her die. I've been infuriated by that rascal Ding Dolly lately. And that treacherous Su Hongyu has betrayed me. Yang Wei understood his implication. Swallowing the morsel in his mouth and casting an awkward glance at Huangji. I didn't mention earlier that once you become a mutant, she'll be of no use. No matter how much you call her, she won't awaken. Damn it. Why didn't you say so sooner? Who would have known you still have so many tricks up your sleeve at your age? This conflict instigated by Ding Dolly had been deliberately propagated by the authorities, subtly altering the trajectories of many lives and hastening numerous events. After scrutinizing the video, a man stroked his chin, a smile creeping upon his lips. Ha ha, it's him. Everyone, gather your belongings. We are heading to the eastern part of the city, adjacent to the city of Kyoto, in Hebei province. There existed a survivor base encircled by a vast villa area. Within the largest villa, an elderly man stared intently at the screen, flanked by several young individuals equally engrossed. The older man turned off the screen, revealing a face etched with wrinkles devoid of any discernible expression. A young man stepped forward, inquiring, "Father, shall we take action?" The man waved his hand, gently massaging his temples while murmuring, "Sunflower Hotel, Ding Dolly." In the lobby of Carrefour, Ding Dolly convened everyone for a meeting. "Darling, are you going to seek out that nurse Feng Lin one you mentioned? At the very least, let Huizi accompany you for support. This world is not what it used to be." "You're right, Sister Xiaoyu. Big brother, let me accompany you. I've rested all night, and my blade is itching for action. I want to venture out and slay zombies. This isn't a quest to find someone. It's not an opportunity for you to unleash your primal instincts. You beastly mutants just can't sit still." Li Chunlan, standing at the rear of the crowd, elbowed her daughter and leaned close to whisper, "My silly girl, quickly step forward with Xiao Xue and request to join him. Otherwise, when you meet the first wife, you'll have no chance. You two sisters, along with Xia Inen, have shared life and death together. You must unite to stand firm. Otherwise, he has two wives at home, and now he seeks to rescue a woman he had feelings for before the apocalypse. While that seductress Su Hongyu is also keeping a watchful eye. In this apocalypse, the more powerful a man is, the more women will flock to him. Don't blame me for not warning you." Though embarrassed by her mother's words, her thoughts turned to the logic behind them. After that battle, her perception of Ding Dolly had undergone a complete transformation. Though she still considered him a lecher, she pondered, what of it? Every man is a lecher, without exception. And hadn't she once mentioned wanting to bear his children? With this thought, she turned to her close friend, Xiao Xue. Xiao Xue, having overheard Li Chunlan's words, nodded towards Xia Chioga. "I agree. He is a strong man. It will be beneficial to follow him." With Xiao Xue's agreement, Xia Chioga felt more assured. Resolutely, she grasped Xiao Xue's hand, weaving through the crowd to stand before Yu Xiaoyu. "Sister Xiaoyu, let us accompany the boss in search of the others. Huizi's transformation creates too much noise. Although he is immensely powerful, our primary goal is to find people, not to engage in combat. Our elemental abilities are quieter, and the three of us can support each other perfectly." "Indeed, that is a wise plan." Xia Anan decided to step in and lend her support. "Sister Xiaoyu, I believe Chioga is correct. Let them join the boss in the search." Leaning close to Yu Xiaoyu's ear, she whispered, "These two girls are quite eager. Haha." Yu Xiaoyu smiled knowingly and then turned her gaze toward Ding Dolly, seeking his opinion. Ding Dolly, now beaming with joy, noted that both Xia Chioga and Xia Xiaoxue had achieved a goodness value exceeding 90. Capturing them would be a breeze. He had always remembered these two brides and bridesmaids fondly. Though his heart brimmed with excitement, he maintained a facade of seriousness. It's acceptable to join, but Miss Xia must ensure she doesn't act spoiled. At this, Xia Qiuge's face flushed crimson, and Xia Enan intervened to ease the tension. All right, husband. If you wish to laugh, just let it out. Don't hold back. You're turning red. At last, Ding Dali couldn't contain his amusement, and the others joined in a hearty laugh. Then it's settled. You Xiao Yu Long Out Yin Xia Dong Hai. Huizi, you four will lead the way to the Xingfuli community. Xia Qiuge, Xia Xiaoxue, join me as we head to Lua Hospital. Once we gather the supplies from Carrefour, we shall depart. With their respective directions established, Su Hongyu, sensing the serious discussions had concluded, quickly raised her hand to speak. Damn it, can this woman refrain from speaking so loudly? Ding Dali's heart was already filled with curses. Even Huizi's gaze towards Ding Dali sparkled with envy. No, I must also communicate with the boss. Ding Dali observed the avarice gleaming in everyone's eyes, causing an unsettling apprehension to surge within him. I regarded you all as brothers, yet you seem to lust after my very being. I mistakenly regarded you as human, yet it seems you do not perceive yourselves as such. I shall take my leave now. Let us meet tomorrow at the Happiness Community. Farewell. Feeling a sense of unease under the gaze of onlookers, Ding Dali uttered a quick remark before swiftly ushering Xia Qiuge and Xia Xiaoxiu out of the Carrefour supermarket. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Xiaoyu's thoughts were a mystery. Once outside, he casually retrieved an electric scooter, a reward from the hardware store owner. Xia Qiuge, incredulous, pointed at the scooter, exclaiming, "Do not tell me we are to ride this. Why must one choose this particular vehicle amidst the multitude of cars on the streets?" Ding Dali possesses the skill of a master locksmith, making it effortless for him to acquire a vehicle. Yet, what purpose does that serve? Please take a seat. Is it really necessary to be so fierce? How can 3 people possibly fit in such a small vehicle? Xia Qiu, feeling aggrieved, inquired, "Why not sit one in the front and the other in the back?" Upon hearing this, Xia Qiuge pulled Xia Xiaoxue to sit in the back, while she herself took the front seat. Just as Xiaoxue was about to sit down, she was halted by Ding Dali. "You are younger. You shall sit in the front." "Huh? I remarked on your youth, suggesting you take the front seat. Autumn Gu should indeed occupy the rear." Once more, Xia Qiuge expressed her bewilderment, questioning the correlation between age and seating arrangements. "Sit, sit, sit." Thus, Xiaoxue sat at the front of the electric scooter, with Qiuge perched on the back seat, while Ding Dali occupied the middle. With a sudden acceleration, they sped away. Ding Dali joyfully rode the scooter, singing merrily, though the reason for his exuberance remained a delightful mystery. The joy of Brother Dali is beyond your imagination. "Boss, why are you braking suddenly?" "Nonsense. Didn't you see the zombies ahead?" But the zombies were eliminated from a considerable distance. The distance from Carrefour to the hospital is merely a few kilometers. After the zombies at the intersection were cleared, the absence of the cacophony from a massive horde drew the remaining undead away, causing them to disperse along the road. The greenery flanking the road has become wildly overgrown in recent days, with the branches of trees obscuring much of the sky above. Looking up, it feels akin to traversing through an ancient forest. Tall weeds have sprouted from the cracks in the pavement, and many plants have even invaded the buildings. Each time Ding Dali's small electric scooter rolls over a crack, the vehicle jolts as if traversing a speed bump. Once he discovered this amusement, he instinctively sought out the cracks, deriving endless enjoyment from it. The zombies on the road were largely dealt with by Xiaoxiu, while the occasional appearance of smaller mutated beasts was effortlessly handled by her ice spikes. Zyakij, trailing behind, couldn't help but lament the drastic changes in the world. Suddenly, the sound of vibrating phone broke the moment. Ding Dali pulled out his phone to see the caller ID, followed by an abrupt break. Zyakij, lost in her thoughts, collided firmly into Ding Dali's back. "Hello, Xiaowan, I'm on my way." "Dali, hurry and save me." The other party uttered but a single phrase, and then a resounding crash echoed from the phone, followed by an unsettling silence. It seemed as though the device had been shattered. From the tone of the other party, one could discern a sense of urgency and fear. It was evident that Feng Linwan had undoubtedly encountered grave trouble. At this moment, Ding Dali was already positioned outside the residential complex where Feng Linwan resided, and there was no time to lose. "Building 2, Unit 2, Apartment 202. I shall proceed first." You all follow closely." Having spoken, Ding Dolly vanished in a thin air with a swift flourish, only to reappear 10 meters away, and then disappear once more, soon fading from sight altogether. Xia Qiuge and Xia Xiaoxue were unaware that Ding Dolly had mastered spatial jumping. They merely attributed this phenomenon to his third-tier prowess, igniting within them a fervent longing for such power. Nevertheless, they hastened to follow him without delay. At that moment, Feng Linwan was in a dire predicament. Resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter, firmly restrained by several burly individuals, pinned helplessly to the bed, unable to move an inch. Her garments were in tatters, and her face bore the unmistakable imprint of 2 vivid crimson handprints. Feng Linwan's capture can only be attributed to her own carelessness. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, she had kept her doors tightly shut and drawn her curtains closed, other than sending messages to Ding Dolly every night to assure him of her safety. She spent her days in utter boredom. Fortunately, she had prepared an abundance of her favorite snacks in advance. Each day, she would nestle on the sofa, indulging in comics while munching on treats, eagerly awaiting Ding Dolly's messages. Whenever the confinement became too suffocating, she would cautiously open a small gap in the window to let in fresh air. Thus, she managed to pass her days in relative peace until the entire city plunged into darkness due to a power outage. She rummaged through her belongings for the scented candles she had purchased earlier. This very candle became the catalyst for her misfortune. She had lit it without remembering to close the curtains after opening the window for ventilation. In the pervasive darkness of the neighborhood, the faint flicker of the candle resembled a glaring beacon, unwittingly illuminating the way for those with nefarious intentions. Chapter 87 Do I resemble Dimdali? On the 4th floor of the building opposite Feng Linwan, 5 burly men, bare-chested, are illuminated by the dim glow of their phones as they indulge in beer. In a nearby corner lies a nurse, still clad in her work attire, utterly tormented and in a pitiable state. She remains motionless, her body covered in grime, leaving her fate uncertain. If it weren't for Brother Tian, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to enjoy such exquisite treasures. However, I must admit that I've grown somewhat weary of them in recent days. The man, affectionately referred to as Brother Tian, basked in the flattery of others, a smug smile gracing his face. Another man then remarked, "If you ask me, it is indeed fortunate that the apocalypse has arrived. We can act freely as we please. Unfortunately, 2 of our companions have turned into zombies." Tiangu took a sip of his drink and laughed heartily, saying, "Ha ha, if they hadn't become zombies, how would we have become awakened ones? Without awakening, how can we cleanse this building? It is precisely for this reason that we have all become first-tier awakened beings. We have merely evolved in terms of strength and speed, unlike Brother Tian, who possesses extraordinary abilities. Has Brother Tian ever committed misdeeds using his extraordinary abilities?" One of his underlings chuckled lewdly, glancing furtively towards the corner. Of course, that is only natural. The applications are boundless. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into uproarious laughter, their mirth unrestrained. After a moment of amusement, a scar-faced subordinate inquired, "Brother Tian, what plans do we have moving forward?" Tiangu stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment, then grinned lecherously and said, "Hee, starting tomorrow, we shall commence the clearing of the other buildings in this community. Many nurses from the neighboring hospital reside here. Thus, we shall indulge in a change of flavor. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, everyone joined in with a chorus of exuberant cheers. The scar-faced subordinate, unable to contain himself, stood up and, with a swift tug of his belt, exclaimed, "This is intolerable. I must stretch my limbs." Having spoken, I intended to walk toward the corner of the room, but at that moment, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a flickering light from the opposite building. "Tiangu, quickly look. There is a household across the way illuminated by a light. There must be living souls within." Several individuals leaned over the window, peering across the way, and all beheld a glimmer of light seeping through a crack in the Feng Lin family's window. "Eldest brother, shall we pay a visit tomorrow? Ha ha ha. Perhaps there will be a fair maiden. Do not hurry. There's still quite a few downstairs. By the way, wake that woman for me and inquire if she knows who resides in the house across the street." Upon hearing this, the individuals exchanged furtive glances, each discerning the unrestrained desire reflected in one another's eyes. After approximately an hour had passed, the woman had utterly lost her breath. In a bid to prevent her from transforming into a corpse, Tiangu even resorted to shattering her skull. Scarface flicked his belt, still stained with remnants of blood. His narrow eyes squinted into mere slits, the sickly ferocity lingering on his visage not yet fully dissipated. Licking his lips, he grinned and remarked, Tiangu, that woman mentioned that the household across the way is also inhabited by a nurse named Feng Linwan, who is a stunning beauty. A new objective has emerged. Tiangu grinned mischievously alongside. The following day, the group eagerly descended the stairs to venture across the street, only to find themselves thwarted by an overwhelming horde of zombies below. After a day of futile efforts, they resolved to postpone their actions until the next day. When dawn broke, the area had been sufficiently cleared, and the group made their way to the entrance of Feng Linwan's residence with relative ease. The loud knocking on the door startled Feng Linwan, who was snacking on the couch. Before she could react, the door was forcefully flung open from the outside. In a panicked rush, Feng Linwan grabbed her phone to call Ding Dali, but just as the call connected, a scarred-faced man seized the device and smashed it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. With a trembling voice, she attempted to maintain her composure, demanding, "Who are you? What do you want? What do we want? Beautiful lady, you must know the answer to that." Tian Yi exclaimed. This woman has quite an impressive stockpile of supplies, including food and water. It seems she was well prepared. Laughter erupted among the group. Huh, this is quite the find for me. Wang Batian, a beauty and resources. Brothers, prepare to seize this woman. Feng Linwan, an ordinary person, stood no chance against 5 robust men, especially when they were awakened ones. Within moments, she found herself pinned to the bed, unable to move. Wang Batian scrutinized her, his eyes gleaming with approval. Wow, you are far more appealing than our previous toy. If I am not mistaken, you were just on the phone with your boyfriend, right? How naive. We are in the apocalypse now, surrounded by mutated creatures. Do you really think he will come to your rescue? Feng Linwan turned her face away defiantly, asserting, he will come for me. My boyfriend is the combat hero Ding Dali, who was officially announced this morning. You had better let me go. Her declaration momentarily stunned the group, but they soon erupted into laughter. Wang Batian doubled over in mirth. Did you hear that? She claims Ding Dali is her boyfriend. Huh, that video could be fabricated. There's no way 40-some people could defeat 40,000 zombies. You think we are fools to believe such nonsense? You should craft a more believable lie. I'm not lying. You scoundrels, let me go. My boyfriend Ding Dali will not spare you. Wang Dali, you say? Then I am Wang Batian. Brothers, stop dawdling. Give a lady a massage. At his command, the other 4 men began to tear at Feng Linwan's clothing, while Wang Batian stood by the bed, relishing the scene. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his line of sight. The 4 men were so preoccupied with the woman before them that they failed to notice the man behind them. Watch out! Wang Batian shouted, but it was too late. Ding Dali kicked one of the men squarely in the backside, sending him flying and colliding with the others. Seizing her chance, Feng Linwan turned and, upon recognizing the familiar face, tears streamed down her cheeks as she leaped into his embrace. Ding Dali gently patted her back, whispering, Xiaowan, step back for a moment. We can talk later. I don't want you to get splattered with blood. Feng Linwan nodded and quickly hid behind Ding Dali. His gaze burned with intensity as he addressed the assailants. I hear some of you doubt my identity as Ding Dali. Do I look like Ding Dali to you? At that moment, Ding Dali was exhilarated, for he had spotted something of great interest. The men who had been knocked down struggled to regain their footing, while the one Ding Dali had kicked remained on the ground, his spine contorted in an unnatural position. Though alive, he was completely immobilized, groaning helplessly. Witnessing this, Wang Batian's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. You're quite bold. That sudden appearance was due to your powers, wasn't it? No wonder your girlfriend claims you are Ding Dali. You bear a slight resemblance, like a skinny monkey. Ha ha ha. After his laughter subsided, Wang Batian's demeanor shifted to one of ferocity. A resemblance is all it is. The video showed a bloodied face. Who knows what you truly look like? Anyone can claim to be a combat hero. You injured one of my brothers. Not only will I torment your girlfriend, but I will also make her watch as we feed you to the zombies. Do not think your powers make you invincible. With that, Wang Beishan's arms suddenly swelled, bulging with muscle, his fists growing exponentially larger. Every muscle on his massive arms appeared primed for explosive power and aggression. Simultaneously, Ding Dali's mind raced with information about Wang Batian. Name: Wang Batian. Tier: First level human, awakened strength, 180 speed, 160 stamina, 170 spirit, 150 ability, localized enhancement morality value, 5. Indestructible. Upon seeing this ability in Wang Beishan's arms, which were as thick as a thigh, Ding Dali's eyes sparkled with excitement. This power was precisely what he desired. With such an ability, could he enhance his own strength and become the ultimate powerhouse? Tiangu, just in case, let us all attack together. This guy's ability is peculiar. I didn't notice how he appeared so suddenly. Damn it, my back still hurts. The scarred-faced man cautioned their leader to be wary of Ding Dali's powers. Wang Batian, however, dismissed the warning, shoving his subordinate aside. With a powerful push off the ground, he charged at Ding Dali at breakneck speed, his arms swelling once more. His fist, larger than a human head, swung towards Ding Dali's face with immense force. Feng Linwan, terrified, covered her eyes, fearing for both their lives. Yet, the anticipated impact never came. Ah, I will kill you. Wang Batian swung his other arm. His massive fist aimed directly at Ding Dali's face, moving with incredible speed and ferocity, the air whooshing around it. Ding Dali tightened his own fist, bending his knees to prepare for a counterattack. As Wang Beishan's fist approached, Ding Dali struck out, his fist colliding with Wang Beishan's. The sound of shattering bones echoed through the room. The three henchmen standing behind Wang Batian were left in shock, their expressions frozen. If their leader could not defeat this man, how could they dare to intervene? None of them moved, and the scarred-faced man stammered. Why, you are really the combat hero, Ding Dali. Ignoring the question, Ding Dali advanced, his eyes gleaming with desire as he approached Wang Batian step by step. Wang Batian was taken aback by the piercing gaze of his opponent, which seemed to devour life itself, causing him to retreat on one hand, filled with a sense of foreboding. Could this man be deranged? I captured his girlfriend, and now he seeks to harm me? Is it possible that he harbors some peculiar inclinations? Ding Dali looked down at Wang Batian, slowly speaking. You, a mere first tier, dare to compare strength with a third tier. Is becoming larger such an impressive feat? I must admit, I admire your tenacity, Ding Dali. Do as you wish. I will not resist. I beg you, spare my life. Before Ding Dali could finish his sentence, Wang Batian, suppressing the intense pain and paling in color, interrupted him, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. In the face of his own survival, what does innocence matter? Oh, since you claim I can do as I please, then I shall not hold back. Hand it over. With that, a flash of electricity coursed through Ding Dali's hand, rendering the bashful Wang Batian charred on the outside and tender within. Lowering himself, he activated his devouring ability, directly transforming Wang Batian into a desiccated husk. Ding acquired the ability Partial Enhancement. Ding Dali nodded in satisfaction, gazing at Wang Beishan's scorched remains with a sneer, filled with disdain. Ha! I was merely interested in your abilities. How dare you be shy? What a perverse individual. The scarred-faced men, witnessing Ding Dali's recent actions and the thoroughly cooked body of Tiangu, could not help but tremble, their hearts racing with panic. The scent of roasted meat in the air rendered their faces as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. All three were speed awakeners, their minds racing as they pondered whether they could escape with their swiftness. This man was not only a living embodiment of death, but also a chef. What on earth was his ability? No one wished to become roasted meat, especially not in an electric grill. As they turned to flee, they encountered the recently arrived Xia Chioga and Xia Xiaoxue. Crimson and white fluids flowed forth, and after a few blinks, three bodies crashed to the ground. Chapter 85. Feng Linwan's Dilemma. Seeing the villain dispatched, Feng Linwan leaped back into Ding Dali's embrace, impulsively planting a kiss on his lips. This scene was witnessed by Xia Chioga and Xia Xiaoxue as they entered. Xia Chioga recalled her mother's words and, upon observing Feng Linwan's beauty, felt a tinge of unease. Suddenly, two stunning women appeared, both breathtakingly beautiful, and they were companions of Ding Dali. In the official video, Feng Linwan had seen a group of women surrounding Ding Dali, but their features were unclear. Now, face to face, an inexplicable pang of jealousy surged within her. No wonder you never came to find me. It turns out you have beautiful companions. Though she thought this, her face still radiated warmth as she introduced herself to the two women. Once everyone was acquainted, Ding Dali cleared away the bodies, and they gathered around the coffee table. As soon as they sat, Feng Linwan eagerly grabbed Ding Dali's arm, pressing her body close to him, as if to convey something significant. You finally came. I thought I was destined for doom. Are you truly the combat hero from the official announcement? Covered in blood, I can hardly believe it's you. Ding Dali playfully patted her shoulder, raising an eyebrow in jest. If you're referring to the person in the video, then yes, that's me. Your boyfriend, Ding Dali. He emphasized the latter part of his statement with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Feng Linwan's face flushed bright red, akin to a ripe apple. Wishing she could vanish into the ground, she playfully punched Ding Dali's arm, her voice barely above a whisper. How dare you tease me? You told me to wait at home, and now look how long I've waited. Observing her blushing face, Ding Dali found it amusing. Ha ha ha. How'd I never notice how easily you blush? You must have been harboring feelings for me all along. Ha! You would know, as you were only ever concerned with Tang Bing Bing. You never paid attention to anyone else. By the way, have you fully recovered from your illness? Ding Dali nodded, then stood up, clenching his fist and spinning in front of Feng Linwan, bouncing a few times. Thanks to this apocalypse, after becoming an awakener, not only did my illness vanish, but I also awakened my ability. Feng Linwan sighed deeply, genuinely happy for Ding Dali, yet the current world filled her with despair. Grasping Feng Linwan's hand, Ding Dali's tone shifted to seriousness. Xiao Wan, the world has changed, but it's also the beginning of a new era. Everything is new, with new developments and new understandings. Each day presents fresh challenges. We must strive to live well, better than anyone else, to witness how this world will transform. He continued. Besides, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Wasn't the old world just the same? Now it's a matter of survival of the fittest. Just like before, only with less bloodshed. Xia Qiuge and Xia Xiaoxue nodded instinctively, wholeheartedly agreeing with Ding Dali's words. Even Feng Linwan, who had felt a bit lost, paused to absorb his message, releasing a long sigh. I understand everything you're saying. I just miss my old life. Actually, I've gotten used to it over these past few days. Initially, when I saw someone downstairs being torn apart and consumed, I felt nauseous for quite a while. But after witnessing such events repeatedly, one becomes desensitized. Occasionally, someone dashes out only to be shredded by zombies, and I even saw someone jump from a nearby building. As she spoke, Feng Linwan suddenly lifted her head, seemingly forgetting the presence of others. Her eyes were filled with unrestrained affection, and her slightly furrowed brow betrayed her deep emotions. Dali, can I survive in this apocalypse with you? I don't want to be alone. Living in this damned apocalypse is far too lonely. Gently pulling Feng Linwan into his embrace, he patted her back. Rest assured, with me around, we'll be a family from now on. We will face this apocalypse together. Feng Linwan nodded vigorously in his arms, then suddenly remembered the two women nearby, hastily pushing Ding Dali away. By the way, I saw in the video that you had a whole group of people. Why are there only 3 of you now? Oh, the others have split up. I came to fetch you first, then we will regroup. Shall we set off now? Ding Dali pretended to contemplate, calling upon the system to scan Feng Linwan's data. Name, Feng Linwan species, human female rating, 92, eligible for pursuit, strength, 4 speed, 4 stamina, 5 spirit, 8 ability, awaiting awakening morality value, 98 so. Feng Linwan also possessed abilities, and her initial spirit value was alarmingly close to that of an awakener. Had she not perished before awakening in her previous life? Reflecting on her past, it was likely she had endured unspeakable torment at the hands of Wang Batian and his cohorts. Thankfully, he arrived in time to prevent such a fate this time around. Feng Linwan was puzzled by Ding Dali's sudden silence as he fell into contemplation. Why was he still holding her hand and rubbing it? She pulled her hand away and waved it in front of Ding Dali. In truth, Ding Dali had only decided to collect supplies earlier as a ruse. His true destination was the obstetrics and gynecology department, as well as some mother and baby stores nearby. Who knew what challenges Su Hanyu might face during childbirth? Moreover, who could say if the children born to awakeners would require formula or diapers? Upon hearing Ding Dali's words, the women nodded in agreement, recognizing the significance of medical supplies in this apocalypse, especially Feng Linwan, who eagerly seized Ding Dali's hand once more, exclaiming, "Take me with you. I haven't been outside in days. I'm quite familiar with the hospital. I can lead the way." After casting a scrutinizing glance at Feng Linwan, Ding Dali grinned widely and remarked, "That's no problem, but before we proceed, I must attend to a matter first." Chapter 86. Two abilities. Feng Linwan was bewildered by Ding Dali's mischievous grin, instinctively presuming he was concocting some peculiar thoughts. Glancing at the two beautiful women beside her, she felt a flutter of embarrassment, her heart racing. With others present, was it truly appropriate for them to engage in such intimacy? Oh well, a mere kiss wouldn't hurt, especially since she had just kissed him a moment ago. Ding Dali waved his hand, producing several crystal cores which he placed on a coffee table. However, upon looking up, he noticed Feng Linwan's face flushed with embarrassment. Lost in her own thoughts, Ding Dali even began to doubt whether something was amiss with her. He had never seen her blush so profusely before. Regardless, Ding Dali was brimming with excitement, almost impatient. The abilities awakened in those with latent powers were diverse and extraordinary, particularly those whose abilities he had never encountered in his previous life. It felt akin to unboxing a mystery gift. The sensation he felt when awakening Yi Zhiqiu's abilities was reminiscent of this moment. "I can do it. I can. What can you do? What are you talking about? You must have seen the official announcement, right? First, absorb these crystal cores. Once you awaken, we can head to the hospital." Awaken? Oh, is that what you meant? Is there any other option? Hurry. When she emerged again, she had cleaned up and changed into a fresh outfit. Ding Dali stared at Feng Linwan, who had tied her hair into a ponytail, momentarily entranced. Her delicate face, rosy lips, and elegant nose framed bright, clear eyes that sparkled like the stars. Her flawless skin was imbued with a healthy glow, and her petite lips, devoid of makeup, radiated a natural beauty reminiscent of Yi Zhiqiu's youthful vitality, yet exuded the gentle charm of Yu Xiaoyu. Seeing Ding Dali's dazed expression, Xia Qiuge whispered, "Looks like our big wolf is smitten again. What's wrong? Are you jealous, Miss Xia? When I first saw you, you were in a wedding dress, and I was far more infatuated. Yet you still call me a rogue. You wounded my heart. Ugh, why do I feel like you're so greasy? You could fry vegetables with that." Xia Qiuge's comments elicited laughter from the girls. Even the usually serious Xiao Shui couldn't help but chuckle. Ding Dali had long since deciphered Xia Qiuge's personality, no matter how much she admired someone. Her words were sharp and unyielding, a true master of sarcasm. Thus, he chose not to engage with her banter. Let us check Feng Linwan's data. Name: Feng Linwan. Level: Tier 2 Human Awakener. Rating: 94. Eligible for Pursuit. Strength: 220 Speed, 220 Stamina, 230 Spirit, 260 Abilities. Rapid Healing, Bone Manipulation, Good Evil Value: 99. Wow. 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 Ding Dali leapt from the sofa, astonished to discover she possessed two abilities. In his past life, he had merely heard legends of individuals awakening dual powers, but he had never witnessed it firsthand. To think he had one right beside him. Was she a female Wolverine? "Dali, what has got you so worked up?" Feng Linwan asked, perplexed. Not just her, but Xia Qiuge and her sister were equally baffled by Ding Dali's commotion. "Xiaowan, did you know you awakened two abilities?" Feng Linwan nodded, "Of course. Isn't it the same for everyone? Don't you have more than one ability as well?" At this, Xia Qiuge and Xiao Xue could no longer contain their disbelief. Qiuge exclaimed, "Don't compare yourself to that freak Ding. I still can't fathom how many abilities he has. But among everyone we've encountered, you are the first to awaken two. That's incredible. Don't be envious. While awakening two abilities is rare, everyone has a chance to awaken new powers later on." Ding Dali reassured them. This was not mere conjecture. It was information provided by the system. However, the specifics remained elusive as the system indicated his data was incomplete. Before his death in his previous life, he had been on the brink of reaching Tier 6, and, at that time, The strongest beings were only at the late stages of Tier 6. He had never heard of anyone awakening a second ability at that level. Setting aside unrealistic fantasies, Ding Dali continued, Shaoan, please demonstrate your abilities. Rapid healing and bone manipulation. Is that really what my abilities are called? How did you know? And how did you know I had two? Ding Dali raised an eyebrow, gesturing to his eyes, and with a smirk, replied, just consider it one of my abilities. My eyes can perceive many things. The three women immediately shielded themselves, and upon seeing Ding Dali burst into laughter, they realized they had been teased. It felt as if he could see right through them. Feng Linwan raised her hand, attempting to sense her powers, and then slowly spoke. I can feel my bones are under my control like this. With that, she extended her fingertip and several conical bone spikes erupted from her flesh. The spikes shot forth at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spikes embedded themselves deep within the wall, leaving behind small, circular holes. Meanwhile, the punctured fingertip rapidly healed, as if the fast-forward button had been pressed, returning to its original state in mere moments. Chioga gasped, this is like a human gun. Does your ability have other applications? Can you do something like Wolverine in the movies? Feng Linwan nodded and proceeded to demonstrate other applications of her bone manipulation. She could sprout bone spikes all over her body or form bone blades and knives. Most importantly, regardless of how she utilized her bone manipulation, even if she turned herself into a porcupine, her wounds would heal instantaneously. This left Xioga and Xiaoxue in awe, exclaiming that her abilities were utterly monstrous. A true-born warrior. She could engage in close combat without fearing injury while also being capable of long-range attacks, a combination that was enviable and disheartening. Ironically, such an extraordinary ability resided within a charming nurse, who embodied both sweetness and strength, an unexpected contrast. Ding Dali, stroking his chin, inquired curiously, Shaoan, do your two abilities have any limitations? Feng Linwan pondered for a moment before responding. It seems that as long as I'm alive, I can heal rapidly. However, my vital signs influence the speed of healing. As for bone manipulation, it appears I can use it as long as my mental strength is sufficient. However, for long-range attacks, like the bone spike gun, it accelerates bone depletion, necessitating timely calcium replenishment. That's manageable. Ha ha ha. Stock up on calcium tablets and milk. It's like having infinite ammunition and resilience. Chapter 87. The Secrets of the Medical System on the Road Outside the Hospital. The trio of women and one man walked brazenly along. Zombies, upon spotting them, charged with shrieks, yet were swiftly dispatched before they could approach. As they exited the neighborhood, Feng Linwan utilized her bone spikes to eliminate zombies, honing her accuracy. With her calcium depleting rapidly, Ding Dali continuously handed her milk. After a burp, Feng Linwan wiped her mouth, her expression one of discontent as she remarked, I think I'll stick to close combat with bone knives. Can I not practice precision with the bone spikes? In this short time, I've only killed a few zombies, yet I've consumed over 10 bags of milk. I can't drink this much in a month. Observing Feng Linwan rub her belly, Chioga and Xiaoxue stifled their laughter, with Chioga teasingly stating, I suddenly find I'm not so envious of your dual abilities anymore. Ha ha ha. Ding Dali shook his head in resignation. It seemed fairness prevailed. While fate had opened two windows for her, one was less adept, as several bone spikes often resulted in only one striking a vital point. Such precision would require further practice. We've arrived. Feng Linwan pointed to an unassuming shop ahead, its sign reading Tomato Medical Equipment. Ding Dali was somewhat perplexed. Just moments ago, they had passed by several stores but had chosen to enter this particular one. With a sense of curiosity, he inquired, why not simply collect supplies from each store along this street filled with medical establishments? Why are we being so selective? There are many intricacies involved, Feng Linwan replied. Despite the multitude of shops lining this street, many of them offer subpar products. Take, for instance, the most basic sanitary pads. Many fail to meet hygiene standards, and one can't be certain of the quality of the cotton used. Using such items for wound care is utterly inadequate. As for medical equipment, there's a plethora of inferior goods masquerading as quality products. They may appear indistinguishable at first glance, but in reality, they fall short in hygiene and materials. And how do you discern which stores are reputable? Ding Dolly asked while opening the roll-up door, leading the group into the shop. The storefront was modest, yet the interior was surprisingly spacious, filled with rows of glass cabinets, showcasing a variety of merchandise, organized into sections for medical instruments, pharmaceuticals, and reproductive health supplies. Let us not rush into collecting just yet. Follow me. Feng Linwan beckoned, guiding them through the aisles of glass cabinets. At the back corner of the shop, there was a sliding door, though it was locked from the inside. With keen insight, Ding Dolly managed to unlock it and pulled the door open, revealing a vast storage room brimming with neatly stacked cardboard boxes on metal shelves. As they marveled at the sight, two zombies emerged from behind the shelves. Quick on her feet, Xiaoxu dispatched them with two ice picks. Observing the fallen zombies, Feng Linwan sighed. Ah, I recognize these two. They were staff members of this store. Many shops we passed have been burglarized, but this one likely remained untouched due to its inconspicuous appearance. However, for those of us at the hospital, it's well known that this store is a primary supplier for us. The presence of a warehouse is hardly a secret. They profit handsomely from supplying the hospital annually, so they don't place much emphasis on retail sales, hence the simple storefront. Oh, does it mean the supplier's goods are guaranteed to be of high quality? Xiaogu casually asked, opening a box to reveal it filled with surgical tweezers. Hearing Feng Linwan's explanation, Ding Dolly expressed disbelief. Xiaowan, aren't you a nurse? How do you know so much? You never mentioned this before. Please, in the hospital, such knowledge is hardly a secret, she retorted. I used to be a hospital staff member. Could I have spoken freely? You've all been patients. Isn't it true that every time you visit the hospital, even for a common cold, you undergo a barrage of tests? Even minor ailments require extensive procedures, including MRIs. Just think about the underlying motives behind this. It's only limited by your imagination. And Dolly, if it weren't for my good relationship with our head nurse when you were ill, you might have been financially drained. Seriously? Are you implying the hospital profits from this? How sinister! Ding Dolly exclaimed in shock. Feng Linwan nodded, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. The more you delve into a field you once cherished, the more disillusioned you become. Yet, one must choose between conscience and survival. Among the 1,000+ staff at the hospital, silence is the norm. Everyone is part of this, and to retain their jobs, they must remain quiet. Frankly, I feel helpless. I wonder if you know how I got this nursing job? The others shook their heads, and Ding Dolly's heart sank, apprehensive about what she might reveal. With a bitter smile, Feng Linwan continued, I adore the nursing profession, but after graduating during the interview, I was told I had to pay 20 to secure the position. Reflecting on it now, perhaps everyone passed, but only we few paid. Isn't that ironic? Ding Dolly and the others were largely oblivious to these intricacies. Yet he vaguely recalled that in the early years of the apocalypse, efforts to combat medical corruption were particularly stringent. He never expected that some would still engage in such corrupt practices. Patting Feng Linwan on the shoulder, Ding Dolly offered reassurance. Enough of the past. Human desires are insatiable. Those who once amassed fortunes now find their wealth reduced to mere scraps of paper. Times have changed. With that, Ding Dolly opened a spatial portal, collecting everything of value. Under Feng Linwan's guidance, they swiftly cleared several nearby stores. Ding Dolly insisted on visiting a few mother and baby shops, leaving the others puzzled. He simply stated just in case, stirring a sense of unease among them. Chapter 88. The empty inpatient building. The hospital comprised 3 buildings. The tallest, directly facing the main entrance, housed the outpatient department, including various clinics, emergency services, examination rooms, and treatment areas. To the left stood the inpatient building, where many essential facilities, operating rooms, intensive care units, pharmacies, nursing stations, and patient wards were located. However, the apocalypse had struck during the night, leading to the highest number of people being present in this very building. To the right was the administrative building, encompassing management offices, logistical services, cafeteria, and the hospital storage. This building also contained a portion of medical supplies that could be salvaged. Standing outside the hospital, Feng Linwan detailed the layout to Ding Dolly, who surveyed the premises. Pondering deeply, sensing something awry. This hospital has undoubtedly been cleared of zombies, he concluded. Look at the courtyard. It's spotless. There isn't a single zombie in sight. Even if the security barriers at the entrance can deter outside zombies, it's implausible that the hospital is entirely devoid of them. So, where have all the zombie bodies gone? Xiaoqiu surveyed the surroundings, also noticing the absence of any corpses. Boss, could it be that those who eliminate zombies possess some peculiar abilities to dispose of the bodies? Ding Dali shook his head, contemplating briefly before addressing the group. Let us not use the main entrance. We'll circumvent the hospital's outer wall and scale the building from the back to assess the situation before making any decisions. With that, the four of them veered to the side, walking along the base of the wall until they reached the exterior of the building. The wall was not particularly high, and with their current capabilities, they easily scaled it. Peering through a window of the inpatient building, they found it eerily empty. This is odd. The inpatient building should have the highest population and consequently more zombies. Why does it appear so deserted? Feng Linwan's expression grew more serious. Let us head inside for a closer look, Ding Dali proposed, creating a small opening to slip through, followed closely by the three women. The first floor was eerily silent, devoid of any sounds. Since the power had been cut, even daylight struggled to illuminate the dimly lit space. The long corridor felt like an abyss, shadowy and foreboding. There was a pharmacy at the entrance, with medications still neatly organized on the shelves. This only deepened their confusion. If someone had cleared the building of zombies, why leave behind the medical supplies? Was there a different motive behind the zombie removal? Dali, look over there. The iron door connecting to the outpatient building is locked tight. Feng Linwan pointed to the right corridor, alerting the others. Ding Dali recognized the door. It was typically open, allowing easy passage. Each floor had a corridor connecting to the outpatient building, but only the first floor had a small door open, while the others were secured. Approaching the iron door, Ding Dali opted not to use his lock-picking skills this time. Instead, he silently created a small hole using metal manipulation, peering through to the outpatient building's lobby. Inside the dimly lit lobby, zombies stood densely packed, filling the space. Perhaps due to the overwhelming darkness and the absence of enticing flesh, all the zombies stood still, swaying in place. The scene appeared chillingly eerie. After just a fleeting glance, Ding Dali swiftly secured the iron gate, sealing the small opening. Damn it! What bad luck! I wonder why there were no zombies. Those wretched things must be confined in the adjacent clinic building. Surely, some survivors have found a way to trap them there. What shall we do now? Should we proceed? Of course we must continue, Xiaowan. You nurses work in this building. You're familiar with the surroundings and know where useful items can be found. Lead the way, and we shall scour for anything of value. The useful items are concentrated in the lower 3 floors. The pharmacy on the first floor, the nurse's station on the second, and the operating room on the third. Beyond that, the upper floors are mostly patient wards of various departments, which we have no reason to visit. According to Feng Linwan's guidance, they gathered all the essential equipment and medicines from these crucial levels, yet encountered not a single survivor during this time. Standing before the large iron door connecting to the clinic building on the 3rd floor, Ding Dali once again wielded his abilities, creating an opening in the door. Peering inside, he found it eerily quiet, devoid of any zombie presence. This revelation allowed him to fully open the iron gate with a sense of relief. It seemed they had successfully sealed the zombies within the 1st floor. Let us proceed and check it out from the corridor on the other side. We will gather supplies from the warehouse and then retreat. Boss, do we really have to go? It's completely silent here, and survivors are likely in that building across. What if they do not welcome us? Xiaoqiu Gu harbored an inexplicable fear of the hospital environment, always feeling it was sinister. Who cares if they welcome us? I'm here to collect supplies, not to seek their approval. Just as he finished speaking, Ding Dali glanced up and noticed a sign hanging in the corridor reading obstetrics and gynecology. What a coincidence. You 3 wait here. I must take the examination equipment from this floor. With that, he executed a spatial leap and vanished. The 3 women exchanged glances, pondering why he was collecting obstetric examination tools, especially after gathering so many baby supplies. Before long, they would realize how astute Ding Dali's decision truly was. In the administrative building, signs of human activity were evident, with scattered debris strewn across the floor. Feng Linwan raised her hand, indicating that the warehouse was located upstairs. As they advanced down the corridor, a profoundly suppressed groan echoed from the depths. Ding Dali, well acquainted with such sounds, stealthily led the three women towards the source. Eventually, they halted before a room at the end of the corridor, faintly hearing a man and woman conversing, their voices tinged with tremors and gasps. Are you not afraid of Director Wong finding out? What is there to fear? I'm not his woman. I'm merely a bargaining chip for GU representatives' dealings with him. I offer my body, and in return, Director Wong is satisfied, allowing GU representative to continue supplying resources while I receive my remuneration. It's all about interests. Oof. I suspect that old man is unable to satisfy you anymore. Ugh, annoying. That old fool has been failing lately. He can't even be roused, not even with medication. However, if it weren't for that old man and GU representative luring the zombies to the clinic, we would have starved long ago. Why do you keep referring to him as that old man? Isn't he your father? Yes, he is my father, but what of it? His leverage is still in my hands, and I play with it at will. I know all you playboys are no good. Compared to my father, don't you prefer playing with me? Huh, darling. Do you feel particularly hungry? Yes, I suppose I do. Now that I think about it. The meat we had for lunch looked so delicious, but I didn't appreciate it at the time. Huh, darling, what has happened to you? Standing outside, Ding Dolly and Xiao Gu exchanged knowing glances, both reading the three words in each other's eyes. Mutated beings. Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Dolly unlocked the door and charged inside. The two exposed figures were startled by the sudden intrusion, about to scream when the man was swiftly seized by Ding Dolly, who clamped a hand around his throat, forcing out only muffled sounds. The woman, on the other hand, was swiftly subdued by Xiao Qiugu, who rushed forward, while Xiao Xue hastily grabbed a piece of clothing from the floor to silence her. If you wish to avoid death, remain quiet. With that, a steel needle appeared out of thin air, hovering threateningly before the man's eyes. His pupils widened in fear, prompting him to nod vigorously. Ding Dolly then released him. The man collapsed onto the ground, coughing and gasping for air, before hastily pulling on a pair of pants and striding toward Feng Linwan. Feng Linwan, is that you? Upon hearing her name, Feng Linwan paused, turning around to recognize the man, gasping in surprise. It's you? What the hell? You two know each other? Before Feng Linwan could explain, the man spoke up first. Dude, you came knocking. What are you pretending not to recognize for? Our grievances are from a long time ago. It's the end of the world, and you're still holding a grudge against me? Ding Dolly scrutinized the familiar face for a moment, feeling a sense of recognition, yet unable to place it, though it looked rather punchable. Wang Chukai, at the nurse's station, you two even had a fight, and later you cornered him in an alley for a beating. Feng Linwan whispered in Ding Dolly's ear. Ding Dolly thought hard and finally recalled that there indeed was such a person. Back when he had just received his diagnosis, he was not well acquainted with Feng Linwan, but he remembered her as a beautiful and caring nurse who had treated him well. One day, while passing by the nurse's station in the inpatient department, he had seen Wang Chukai harassing a female nurse. That guy had an incredibly thick skin and a vulgar tongue, making even Ding Dolly now feel inferior. Originally, Ding Dolly had no intention of meddling, but upon noticing that the harassed nurse was the one who had taken good care of him, he impulsively rushed in. Wang Chukai, of course, was uncooperative, questioning who he was to interfere. Feng Linwan, seemingly having lost her mind, blurted out that he was her boyfriend and requested that he stop harassing her. The result was that Wang Chukai, unable to save face, got into a scuffle with Ding Dolly. It was unclear whether Wang Chukai's frequent indulgences had depleted his strength, but he found himself outmatched by a sickly individual. After taking a beating, he left with a parting threat. Later, Ding Dolly was cornered and beaten by several others, leaving Feng Linwan feeling guilty for a long time. However, after that day, Wang Chukai never harassed her again. You're the director's son? No way. You just found that out, right? I'm saying, brother, we both hit each other. It's all even now. Besides, if I had known you were terminally ill back then, I wouldn't have messed with you. Who knows what kind of reckless person you might be, and I didn't want to let the old man find out and cut off my allowance. It's just not worth it. Smack. While Wang Chukai rambled on, Ding Dolly slapped him, leaving him dazed. I'm not here to reminisce with you. I'm here to ask questions, and you better answer, or else this needle will pierce your brain. Ding Dolly could no longer contain his frustration and struck. Startled by the threat, Wang Chukai deflated like a punctured balloon, sitting on the ground, motionless and staring at Ding Dolly. Xiaoxue removed that piece of clothing from the woman's mouth. I have a few questions for both of them. Xiaoxue nodded, pulled out the cloth, shook it, and tossed it in front of the woman's chest. The woman, eyeing the floating steel needle, remained silent, awaiting Ding Dali's inquiries. Ding Dali silently praised Xiaoxue for her understanding. The barrier she created was virtually indistinguishable from the absence of one, the only difference being that her hands were lowered. He gestured for the three women to stand behind him and asked, in an authoritative tone, how many living souls remained in the hospital and who was leading them. Ding Dali had some suspicions he wished to clarify, so he continued, probing into the events that had transpired in the hospital since the onset of the apocalypse. Demanding a detailed account. Observing the woman, he noted her demeanor resembling that of a drug addict in withdrawal. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and she clutched her abdomen as gurgling sounds emanated from within. In contrast, Wang Chukai seemed to exhibit a less intense reaction. The woman, suppressing her increasingly apparent hunger, spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. I accompanied my employer to the hospital that night. Gu Qingsheng is my employer. She is a pharmaceutical representative and also a supplier to this hospital. I was merely a bargaining chip in her dealings with Director Wang Chukai, used to solidify her position as a supplier. When the apocalypse struck, there were few people in the administrative building. A group of nurses, along with some patients, fled to this building, inadvertently attracting zombies. They found themselves trapped on the floor where the director's office was situated. They barricaded the stairs, successfully isolating the zombies. However, with no food or water on that floor, many succumbed to hunger after just 2 days. As the woman concluded her account, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, and the color drained from her face, leaving her with a pallid complexion that quivered incessantly. I have divulged all I know. You must feed me. I'm starving. Saliva dripped from her mouth uncontrollably, her eyes gradually turning bloodshot, her expression contorted as if possessed by a ravenous spirit. She stumbled to her feet, her clothing slipping away. As she mumbled, "Feed me. I want meat. The aroma is exquisite. You must have hidden some." With a sudden pop, a watermelon burst open, its flesh scattering across the ground. She lurched forward and collapsed. In truth, Ding Dali had already examined the data of the two upon entering. They had both undergone mutations, though they remained unaware. Despite the woman's high evaluation from the system, Ding Dali had no intention of partaking in others' foul waters. Most importantly, regardless of past or present, mutated beings must be eradicated. Wang Chukai stood frozen, witnessing the scene before him. The woman who had just been entangled with him was now merely a lifeless shell lying nearby. A warm stream trickled from his recently donned trousers, leaving a large wet patch. The murderous intent in Ding Dali's eyes remained unabated as he cast a piercing gaze at Wang Chukai. Do you still consider her to be human? Wang Chukai pointed at the headless corpse on the ground, his voice trembling. What she said is largely true. Many of my suspicions stem from the fact that the old man and Gu Qingsheng always secluded themselves in their rooms. I suspect they used human bait to divert the zombies. That night, when the nurses brought a group of patients, we numbered over 40. Since the old man led the zombies away, nurses and patients have been disappearing one by one. I suspect the old man and Gu Qingsheng conspired to feed them to the zombies. However, I lack evidence. Oh, right. I recall that the night before they led the zombies away, a nurse named who visited the director's office. After that, I never saw her again. I estimate she was also fed to the zombies. Nurse who? Are you referring to head nurse Hu Yiji? Feng Linwan interjected eagerly. Wang Chukai nodded and continued, yes. That's her. When she entered the director's office, I overheard raised voices, but I couldn't discern the specifics. Afterward, there was silence. Upon hearing this, Feng Linwan's shoulders trembled slightly, tears streaming from her eyes as she looked up at Ding Dali with a tear-streaked face, choking back her words. Sister Hu is the nurse who helped facilitate your connections, but I remember she wasn't on night duty that day. The old man summoned her. I overheard a conversation between him and Representative Gu, seemingly discussing coaxing the dying patients in the wards to sign organ donation agreements. I don't know the exact reasons. After expressing this, he glanced at Feng Linwan, then at Ding Dali, tentatively suggesting, "You won't hold me accountable for the nurse's death, will you? I had no part in it. If you seek trouble, go after the old man. It has nothing to do with me. You truly are a paragon of filial piety." Not only do you compete with your father for women, but you also wish to send him away? Ding Dali's mocking tone elicited a nonchalant response from Wang Chukai, who sat down and fell silent. Ding Dali pressed on, "What have you all been eating recently? During those days of confinement, none of us had anything to eat. It was unbearable. Only after the old man confined the zombies could we scavenge for food in the cafeteria. However, over the past few days, we've mostly been eating steak." At the mention of steak, Wang Chutsai's demeanor shifted. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The old man found the steak. At first, it was prepared medium rare, and though it tasted mediocre after the first bite, I found it surprisingly delightful. Especially the rarest cut. It's exquisite. Do you know what rare means? It's simply left under the sun to dry out a bit and eaten raw. Not only is it delicious, but it also significantly boosts your strength. Steak, you say? Have all of you consumed that kind of steak? Ding Dali inquired sharply. Indeed, it's just that some received more than others. As his son, I naturally got a bit more. Upon hearing this, a new wave of murderous intent surged in Ding Dali's eyes, and his voice turned icy. What a devoted father-son duo. With that, he struck downwards, a pungent odor of blood wafting through the air as he covered his mouth and nose, muttering, "The blood of mutated beings remains as repugnant as ever." Big Dali, noticing Feng Linwan's hesitance, Ding Dali solemnly addressed the three. "We have clarified matters. Let us depart. There are no survivors left in this building. Only mutants remain. Spare no mercy. Eliminate them all. Mutants do not deserve to live. Everyone, stay safe." Absorbing the energy from the corpses, Ding Dali turned and led the way down the corridor. Feng Linwan and the others exchanged glances, hastening to follow. The four moved cautiously up the stairs, meticulously searching the corridor with every step taken with utmost care. Most rooms were empty. Feng Linwan pointed ahead, indicating that the storage room lay just ahead. They quickened their pace when, suddenly, a figure clad in a white coat emerged from a nearby room, accompanied by two other doctors. Without waiting for a word, Ding Dali sprang into action, teleporting in front of the three mutated doctors and delivering a swift kick. All three mutants fell to the ground simultaneously. Observing this, Ding Dali swung his iron rod with ferocity, smashing it against the head of the foremost mutant, causing brain matter to splatter as it fell lifelessly. The two remaining mutants were caught off guard as Chioga and Xiaoxue struck simultaneously, piercing their skulls. Ding Dali swung again, shattering the heads of both as well. "Ensure the heads of the mutants are completely crushed," Ding Dali reminded them. He had encountered numerous mutants with special abilities in his past life, who remained unscathed even when pierced. Thus, complete destruction of the skull was imperative. Acquired expertise in gynecology, expertise in psychiatry, mastery in urology. Would you like to learn? Learn. In an instant, a wealth of medical knowledge flooded Ding Dali's mind. Yet he felt its utility was somewhat limited. No one around me has a urinary system disease. If I had to say someone did, it would be that old man Xia Donghai, but even he might not be of much use. In a post-apocalyptic world, madness runs rampant. Who among us would seek a psychiatrist? In the warehouse, they encountered several mutated beings, but the force swiftly dispatched them. Ding Dali heard a notification. "You have acquired mastery of anatomy. Would you like to learn it?" "Yes, absolutely. Finally, something useful," he exclaimed with glee. As he absorbed the new skill, he surveyed the warehouse. 2/3 of the space was filled with supplies. Feng Linwan pointed and whispered, "The hospital consumes a lot daily. I thought the warehouse would be sparse, but it seems the suppliers are constantly replenishing stock." "Then let us not be polite," Ding Dali grinned. "Hey, Linwan, do you know which floor the dean's office is on?" From what Wang Chukai mentioned, most of the mutated beings should be congregating there. The dean's office is on the 8th floor. That level houses many administrative offices and a large conference room. We've already killed 7. There should be 18 left. I wonder if they are scattered or all on the 8th floor. It doesn't matter. We'll clear them out floor by floor. After all, Wang Chukai said there are 25 of them. Once we've killed enough, it's over. By the way, do you know what Wang Chutsai's father looks like? Ding Dali asked. For some reason, I find the name Wang Waren familiar. Of course, he's a renowned surgical master, starting as a frontline surgeon and rising to dean by his 50s. It's not surprising you know his name. He's often featured in interviews and magazines. Ding Dali shook his head. feeling a vague familiarity with the name that was not solely due to his reputation. Never mind, it doesn't matter. We have to kill them all. Deli, I don't understand why you harbor such a deep hatred for the mutated beings and want to eradicate them entirely, Feng Linwan inquired, as she had never encountered them firsthand and could not grasp their true malevolence. Recalling the survivor bases ravaged by mutated beings in his previous life, Ding Dali's teeth ground together in anger. Xiao Gu and Xiao Shui have witnessed the actions of these beings. To put it plainly, no matter how close you are to someone, the moment they become a mutated being, you are merely food in their eyes. Regardless of your past relationship, when they are hungry, they will pounce on you. Unlike zombies, they retain human consciousness while devouring flesh. They know exactly who they are consuming. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gu and Xiao Shui nodded in agreement. It's a bit disheartening. I've seen those who just died in the hospital. It's not that I lack the will to act. Let us just push forward. Feng Linwan's expression grew serious at Ding Dali's words, silently resolving to fight with all her might against any colleague they might encounter. After collecting supplies from the warehouse, they continued their ascent, encountering 2 or 3 mutated beings on each floor. These beings were all of the first rank, and for the 4 awakened individuals with an evident advantage in strength, dispatching them was almost effortless, especially Feng Linwan, who, after using a bone knife to decapitate 1 mutated being, seemed to have unlocked a new realm of prowess. She single-handedly eliminated all 3 mutated beings on the 7th floor. Ding Dali couldn't help but admire her adaptability. Curiosity got the better of him, and he quietly asked Feng Linwan, "Linwan, you seem to adapt quickly to killing both zombies and mutated beings." Feng Linwan paused briefly before responding nonchalantly, "Oh, I was initially unaccustomed, but I took an anatomy course previously, which helped me adjust faster." "You took an anatomy course? Yet you claimed the first time seeing a zombie eat a person was nauseating," Ding Dali remarked, scrutinizing her. "Are you all right? Anatomy is one thing. Cannibalism is another. Which anatomy instructor slices off a piece of flesh and eats it?" Ding Dali chuckled. "Who knows what your anatomy instructor might have done? Perhaps they cooked the meat afterward." With the mutated beings on that floor dealt with, only 12 remained, likely congregated upstairs. Silently eliminating them would be improbable, and not all mutated beings would be of the first rank. Higher-tier mutated beings likely existed. Everyone be cautious. They all tightened their grips on their weapons. Feng Linwan unsheathed 2 bone blades, and they exchanged knowing glances before Ding Dali charged ahead to the 8th floor. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, a man in a suit and 8-pointed hat, in his 50s, sat composedly in his chair, sipping red wine. From a small room nearby came the sounds of flesh being torn and the grinding of teeth, followed by loud chewing and swallowing, as if whatever was inside had been starving for a long time. "Representative Gu, how many times must I tell you to eat elegantly? The noise you make is truly disgraceful. Come on, Dean Wong, don't mock me. We're in a world where cannibalism is rampant. Who are we trying to impress with elegance? Elegance is ingrained in one's bones, not something one displays for others. But this wretched world, after years of diligent work, I had yet to enjoy life before everything turned upside down." Dean Wong Weiren put down his wine glass, feeling a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Gu Qingsheng waved her hand dismissively, adopting a languid demeanor. "Dean Wong, your diligence surely isn't about skimming profits, is it? You should be grateful for the apocalypse. After all, you know the strict investigations into medical corruption over the past 2 years, and you've been under scrutiny. If caught, your wealth amassed over the years would surely exceed 20 billion, right? I know of a hospital director in a neighboring city who embezzled over 20 billion and received the death penalty." After saying this, she chuckled softly. Dean Wong's eyes narrowed, a hint of coldness flashing within. "Gu Qingcheng, do not forget that we are in this together. Before the apocalypse and after, we remain linked. While you make jokes about me, consider your own actions. Bribery, trading, organ trafficking. Each of these would be enough to condemn you before the apocalypse." "Ah, why is Dean Wong angry?" she teased. "I was merely joking. One should maintain elegance and not take offense." Just as Dean Wong was about to respond, they heard a commotion in the corridor outside. They exchanged glances, nodded in understanding, and stood to investigate. Chapter 92. The The Poison King, as Ding Dali and his companions reached the 8th floor, they spotted groups of mutated beings wandering the corridor, chatting and laughing. Without a moment's hesitation, the four launched into an attack. The mutated beings emerging from other rooms were thrown into chaos at the sight. More mutated beings flooded out, but they lacked combat experience and were newly transformed, their strength feeble. The four swiftly harvested their lives. Seeing their ferocity, the remaining mutated beings fled towards the dean's office. However, bone spikes, ice shards, wind blades, and steel needles rained down, turning them into a mass of holes. Just as Wang Weiren and Gu Qingsheng opened the office door, they witnessed the last mutated being fall before them, its head riddled with holes, an expression of terror and regret etched on its face. 1, 2, 3, huh? All done. Only 2 pests remain. Ding Dali counted the bodies on the floor. Just as he finished speaking, 2 figures appeared ahead. Upon seeing the man in a suit, Ding Dali's pupils dilated in shock. The Poison King. Ding Dali finally understood why the name Wang Weiren sounded so familiar. This man was a prominent figure from the 3rd refugee camp in the capital during his previous life. He is better known by the moniker Poison King. The reason for this nickname is that he is indeed a bona fide poisoner, possessing the ability of toxin. Any liquid secreted from his body, be it sweat, saliva, blood, or any other bodily fluid, is lethally toxic. If he so desires, even the air he exhales can transform into a poisonous gas. This is his preferred method of consumption as a mutant, though at that moment, Ding Dali was unaware that he was originally the hospital director. In retrospect, it is likely that this peculiar method of feeding is related to his profession as a surgeon. Scanning the data of his opponent, it revealed: name, Wang Weiren 2nd tier, human mutant strength, 250 speed, 250 constitution, 250 spirit, 260 ability, toxin moral value, 30 little brother. Is it not a bit improper for you to intrude uninvited and even kill my people? Wang Weiren suddenly spoke, taking a few steps forward, while the woman beside him instinctively recoiled. This scene unfolded before Ding Dali's eyes, and he vaguely noticed a faint wisp of smoke drifting from the corner of Wang Weiren's mouth as he spoke. Ding Dali stepped forward, opening a spatial door visible only to himself. The wispy smoke approached them like a small serpent with a life of its own. Wang Weiren fixed his gaze upon the wisp of smoke, his lips curving into a slight smile. However, the scene he envisioned did not materialize. Instead, a perplexing occurrence took place. The smoke vanished mid-air. The failure of his trick did not rattle Wang Weiren. He maintained a facade of gentle demeanor and humility. Little brother, will you not provide me with an explanation? Have we not met before? You seem somewhat familiar. Ding Dali regarded him with a cold stare, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, his expression dripping with sarcasm as he waved the club in his hand. Explanation? Let my club provide you with one. With that, Ding Dali charged toward Wang Weiren, swinging his club. Wang Weiren's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Ding Dali to be so direct in his assault. He swiftly sidestepped, yet the club did not descend. The figure of his opponent suddenly vanished. Clearly, this was the ability of concealment. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Weiren instinctively spat out saliva while his pores opened to release streams of transparent liquid, which hissed upon contacting the ground. The saliva produced a similar sound, fizzing like spilled soda. Nevertheless, none of these attacks struck Ding Dali. Like a ghost, Ding Dali reappeared behind Wang Weiren, raising his club to strike fiercely. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Wang Weiren hurriedly turned, but it was too late. The club, propelled with fierce momentum, crashed down upon his head like a cannonball. With a dull thud, Wang Weiren's head burst open like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. As Ding Dali swung the club, he quickly spatially jumped to a distance, avoiding the splatter, though the ground beneath where the blood flowed emitted a sound of corrosion. Watching the scene before him with an expression devoid of compassion, Ding Dali had no intention of absorbing this ability, fearing that his loved ones might perish from the poison. Ding, skill surgical master acquired. Do you wish to learn it? Yes. Instantly, an array of information regarding human surgical procedures flooded his mind, deepening his understanding of anatomy. He became acutely aware of where to cut, how to separate each muscle. Shaking off the blood from his club, he noticed that a small portion of the club's head had been corroded by the toxin. With his ability, He restored it to its original state and then produced several surgical knives. In the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Ding Dali, utilizing his newly acquired knowledge of dissection and surgery, swiftly dismembered Wang Weiren's corpse into small pieces, simultaneously collecting his blood into glass containers. Finally, he sealed the chunks of flesh in packages and stored them away in his spatial realm. This scene caused several people to frown repeatedly, while Xiaoqiuge could not help but ask in confusion, "What are you doing?" Wen Linwan also inquired, "Dali, your dissection skills are remarkably proficient. Have you studied this before? Such potent poison should not go to waste. It may come in handy one day." After completing this task, Ding Dali's gaze shifted toward a beautiful woman not far away. Gu Qingcheng was taken aback, not expecting Wang Weiren to be defeated so swiftly, with no opportunity to retaliate. Her heart raced, nearly leaping in her throat. There was simply no chance of escape before this man. If even Wang Weiren could not contend with him, she knew she stood no chance. She had thought becoming a mutant would free her from the fear of zombies, allowing her to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Yet this man appeared suddenly, killing without warning. And he seemed insatiable. Moreover, this man appeared to be a pervert, enjoying the dismemberment of corpses. Having dealt with Wang Weiren for many years, Gu Qingcheng had honed her ability to converse with both humans and specters alike. Despite her inner turmoil, she maintained a radiant smile. "Hello, brother. Why resort to violence upon our first meeting? What fuels such fury? If you do not mind, why not sit down and allow your sister to treat you to a drink? I assure you, all your anger will dissipate." "Bah, wretched woman." Xiaoqiuge crossed her arms, her gaze lingering on Gu Qingcheng for only a second before rolling her eyes dramatically. Ding Dali had never encountered this woman in his previous life, yet he could not deny her beauty, which bore the cunning charm of a seasoned fox. Alas, she was a mutant. What puzzled Ding Dali was that upon seeing a woman of her caliber, the system would usually provide a score. He even entertained the notion that if mutated beasts could transform into humans, the system would surely register their scores as well. Chapter 93. 72 Suites previously focused solely on Wang Weiren. Ding Dali had neglected to scan the woman's data, prompting him to summon the system. System. Scan her data. Name. Gu Qingcheng, second tier, mutant strength, 202 speed, 203 constitution, 204 spirit, 205 ability, body reshaping moral value, 70 wow, no score indeed. Body reshaping? What on earth is that? No matter. Kill first, ask questions later. As he contemplated, he swung his club toward the woman. Upon seeing his menacing approach, she panicked, waving her hands. Wait, little brother. If you spare me, I can fulfill any request you have. Whatever you desire. A brave knight would not harm a princess, would he? Princess? Which one are you? Yes, you claim to be a princess, yet when asked which one, you remain silent. Damn it. With that, several steel needles materialized and, before Gu Qingcheng had a chance to react, they pierced through her skull. Ding Dali swiftly moved closer, poised to smash her head with his club when an extraordinary event unfolded. Her face, even after being penetrated, remained stunningly beautiful. Yet, like a scene from a Sichuan opera, it began to morph at a visible pace, soon transforming into that of a middle-aged woman with a square face, a flat nose, and buck teeth, her figure ballooning into a barrel shape. What the hell? Is this the effect of her ability? With a visage like that, how dare you call yourself Qingqing? Our sister Yuyin possesses far more strength. You are nothing. Ding Dali was thoroughly displeased by this woman's deceitful behavior. Thus he knelt down and directly absorbed her body reshaping ability. Why is she transformed like this? Boss, why do you have your hand on her and look so lewd? You don't have any strange preferences, do you? Xiaoqiuge wore a look of disdain, and as she approached, she shifted her feet to the side. If this were the society of yore, who would have imagined that a woman who resembled a gentle mother just a moment ago could transform into an ugly old hag in the next? Ding Dali stood up and clapped his hands. Regardless of her beauty or ugliness, in my eyes, all aberrants are worthless. Xiaoqiuge regarded him with suspicion. Is that so? Then why were you drooling over others' figures just now? You ought to observe what is fitting and what is not. Hurry and see if there is anything useful in the dean's office. Let us scour it and then leave. The stench of these aberrants is utterly revolting. The group avoided the blood on the floor and entered the dean's office. A different, yet equally foul, metallic odor wafted from an open room. As they reached the doorway and glanced inside, their brows furrowed in unison. The room contained only a double bed and several cabinets, filled with various meticulously cleaned skeletons, alongside neatly sliced pieces of flesh arranged on a surgical tray. Scattered on the floor were a few limbs that hadn't been fully dissected. It was all too apparent what these bones and flesh belonged to. On the windowsill, 2 rows of heads were lined up, each staring blankly with grayish-white eyes. Aberrants seemed to have a preference for the brain rather than the head itself, yet they appeared to relish the expressions of those they devoured. Thus, whether in previous lives or today, they preserved the heads of their victims intact. Feng Linwan felt tears welling in her eyes, for several of the heads belonged to her close colleagues, including Nurse Huiji, which filled her heart with immense sorrow. She reached out and clutched Ding Dali's arm. "Dali, can we bury the heads of my colleagues? They deserve a proper resting place, especially sister who has always cared for me." Ding Dali nodded, enveloping Feng Linwan in an embrace while gently patting her back in consolation. "Let us bury them in the green belt downstairs. It will grant them peace." "Oof, these aberrants are despicable. If it were up to me, I would set this place ablaze. And while we're at it, burn the zombies downstairs too." Xiaoga, upon seeing the room filled with bones and flesh, couldn't help but think of the repugnant Yang Wei. Her disdain for the aberrants grew even stronger. "Boss, there's so many zombies swaying around on the first floor. It would be a shame not to incinerate them." Xiaoga spoke again. "There will be plenty of opportunities to kill zombies. Not right now. This city has a permanent population of over 20 million. Currently, there are at most 300,000 survivors left. The rest are all zombies, an endless cycle of killing." Having exited the small room, the group rummaged around the dean's office in search of other discoveries. Upon hearing Ding Dali's words, Xiaoga tossed a large set of keys she had just found from a small drawer onto the table and casually inquired, "So, there are so many people in this city. Why has the government deployed large-scale weapons?" Ding Dali curiously picked up the keys, realizing that Xiaoga was not a local but had nearly married into the community. The government won't deploy large-scale weapons anytime soon, as many survivors are still hidden in every corner. Such weapons would wipe out both zombies and survivors, even if there are no survivors left in the city. You should pray that no one uses large-scale weapons, such as missiles or nuclear bombs. Suddenly, Ding Dali, mid-sentence, exclaimed a curse, drawing the attention of the women. "What the hell? This is the key to 72 houses. Look at the numbers on them. Many are sequential numbers from the same community. Do you even buy houses with sequential numbers?" The women gathered around, and Feng Linwan sighed before spitting out, "Ugh, who would have thought the dean embezzled so much? How much are these houses worth? The capital has exorbitant real estate prices." Xiaoga echoed, "They deserve it. These scoundrels have swallowed countless savings from the common people in the past. We are but ridding the world of evil." Xiaoxiu added, "Indeed." In Chapter 94, The Dog Licker Saves My Life, the group discovered a hidden compartment behind the dean's bookshelf filled with jewelry and trinkets. Ding Dali tossed the jewelry aside and searched meticulously, muttering to himself, "Why doesn't a greedy and lecherous person have some peculiar hobby? Why are there no collections like Chun Siching S here? What a waste. What kind of collections? There is nothing left to collect here. Let us withdraw. The stench of these aberrants is unbearable." Xiaoga urged while covering her nose. "Let us go, Xiaowan." Upon returning to Feng Linwan's residence, night had fallen. After dinner, Feng Linwan pointed to the bedrooms and said, "I only have 2 bedrooms here. Xiaoga, Xiaoxue, you 2 can sleep in the guest room. Dali, you'll sleep in the living room." With that, she entered her bedroom. Xiaoga glanced at Ding Dali, hesitating momentarily before pulling Xiaoxue into the guest room, leaving Ding Dali alone, scratching his head in confusion. What is the meaning of this? They've all left. Am I to remain alone in the living room? I wanted to discuss aspirations and chat about those handsome fellows. And they just leave? Fortune favors the bold. The timid starve. Lighting a candle, he tiptoed to Feng Linwan's bedroom door, about to knock, when he noticed the door was ajar. Ding Dali scratched his head, wearing a harmless smile. "It's still too early to sleep. Let's have a chat," he said, gently closing the door behind him. Feng Linwan shifted aside, and Ding Dali sat down with a thud, then casually produced a few bottles of beer, opening one and handing it to Feng Linwan while opening another for himself. Dali, your spatial abilities are remarkably convenient. Does this mean we can gather a vast amount of supplies? Better safe than sorry, Feng Linwan remarked, taking a sip of her beer. I've already collected plenty to last us for a long while. You needn't worry, Ding Dali boasted, shaking his beer bottle. Feng Linwan clinked her bottle against his and took a small sip, then scrutinized Ding Dali's face closely. His facial features, exaggeratedly prominent due to his extreme thinness, gave him a rather simian appearance. Dali, you've become a formidable awakened one. Yet why are you still so thin? Shaking his head, Ding Dali expressed his helplessness. He didn't wish to be called Skinny Monkey any longer. However, even after awakening in his previous life, he remained this way, regardless of how many corpses he consumed. I remember when you first came to the hospital, you were much sturdier than you are now. You had some flesh on your face, and you were quite handsome. Not like now, resembling a monkey. Hee hee, I was already quite skinny when I came to the hospital. That's why my illness was diagnosed. By the time we met, I had lost quite a bit of weight. Hee hee, I was rather charming back then. Many young girls were enamored with me. I didn't consent to any of them. Is that why you chose Tang Bing Bing? Ding Dali choked on his drink, his face reddening as he took a sip to ease the embarrassment. Hey, talking like this will get you punched, you know? Feng Linwan laughed heartily, finally stopping after a while, raising an eyebrow and saying mysteriously, I know you used to be quite handsome, because I've seen you. Really? You've seen me before? Ding Dali asked, puzzled. Do you remember when we first met? Wasn't T in the hospital? Ding Dali inquired, confused. I bet you don't even know, she teased. Wait, we really have met before? How do I put it? You know, my parents passed away in an accident. When my parents departed, I was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of sorrow. In the blink of an eye, my family register bore only my name. I found myself contemplating leaving to seek them out. It was a deep autumn evening, and I stood atop the canal bridge, gazing at the expansive river below. The candlelight flickered momentarily, the wind paused in reverence, and as the flame regained its steadiness, the breeze resumed its gentle caress. At that moment, I inadvertently observed a delivery person clad in uniform, engaged in conversation with a rather attractive girl by the roadside. She appeared to be his girlfriend, yet she seemed impatient as he mentioned that his earnings for the month had been transferred to her phone, advising her to drink warm water as the weather turned chilly. Their exchange was brief before he departed, and shortly after, she made a phone call. Before long, a luxurious car pulled up beside her, and she embraced the man inside. The air had grown quite cold, and the bridge was nearly devoid of pedestrians aside for vehicles. What a fool. ISNT, that a classic case of infatuation? Ding Dali exclaimed indignantly. Feng Linwan blinked at him, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that imbecile is me? She laughed, the sound causing Ding Dali to roll his eyes in exasperation. What I initially thought was a mere amusing interlude that rekindled my hope in life turned unexpectedly serious when I encountered that delivery person again in the hospital. He appeared significantly thinner, yet I recognized him immediately. From a colleague, I learned that he was suffering from a terminal illness. Ding Dali, unable to bear the weight of the revelation, swiftly covered Feng Linwan's mouth. Please don't continue, he urged. Feng Linwan erupted into another fit of laughter. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Just think, did I ever hint at it? Your mind was solely occupied with Tang Bing Bing, Ding Dali replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor as he scratched his head. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked at Feng Linwan inquisitively. Do you remember how I looked the first time we met? Feng Linwan nodded, and Ding Dali, with an air of mystery, instructed, close your eyes. Though perplexed by his request, her heart raced, and she instinctively obeyed. After a moment of silence, uncertainty crept in, and she felt compelled to open her eyes. All right, you may open them now. Goodness, she exclaimed as her eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 95. Can your abilities be controlled? Before her stood a man transformed. Ding Dali's previously gaunt visage had filled out, enhancing his features in his striking attributes. His prominent brow, sharp nose, and deep-set eyes now exuded charisma. His physique had also grown robust, complementing his height, rendering him a figure of vitality and strength. Ding Dolly beamed at Feng Linwan, his chiseled features accentuated by the flickering candlelight. Do you recall that metamorphosed individual from earlier? This is her ability. I have appropriated it. It is called body reshaping. I restored my form to its former state. Is that possible? Can it be maintained permanently? Indeed, as long as I live, it can remain unchanged. And I can adopt other appearances as well, essentially a form of disguise. How extraordinary! But do I seem a tad more handsome now? Are you perhaps indulging in personal bias? Let us drink. Ding Dolly raised his glass to clink with Feng Linwan's. He downed a bottle of liquor, noticing Feng Linwan watching him intently. When caught, she quickly diverted her gaze, and they began reminiscing about humorous incidents from their time in a hospital, including Ding Dolly's altercation with Wang Chukai and the troublesome elderly man in the ward who had provoked Feng Linwan. As the candle flickered and burned down, their figures elongated in the dim light. Their conversation flowed with laughter, reminiscent of long-lost friends or lovers on a first date, their voices melodious and soothing to the ear. You've only had 3 sips of wine, yet you claim to be intoxicated, Ding Dolly thought, suddenly realizing the warmth enveloping them. The candlelight danced, casting a warm glow over their intertwined silhouettes. Outside, droplets of water clung to the window like glistening pearls, tracing down in rivulets, merging into a grand cascade that dampened the entire city. Inside, the room was suffused with warmth and the essence of spring. As the candle flickered low, they remained seated at the bedside, continuing their conversation. Ding Dolly silently mused. Who says extraordinary abilities are useless? Who dares to say so? Yet, he found himself puzzled. Despite knocking 3 times, he had only managed to breach the metaphorical barrier. Turning to Feng Linwan, he inquired, "Is your rapid healing ability controllable?" Feng Linwan shook her head. "It appears to happen naturally. At present, I seem unable to control it." Ding Dolly realized the implications, inwardly exclaiming, "Now it makes sense." Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, Xia Qiuge and Xia Xiaoxue lounged against the headboard, with Xia Qiuge wearing frown. "Xiaoxue, have you forgotten why we followed him out? Didn't you agree with what Mom said earlier? Why didn't you take the initiative to say something? Look where that got us." He has gone to the opposite room. "MHM," Xia Xiaoxue replied absent-mindedly. "Listen to how joyful they sound." Still laughing even at this late hour, Xia Qiuge was acutely aware of the situation unfolding next door. Initially, their conversation had been lighthearted, but it had taken on a different tone. Whose conversation is that loud? She thought, feeling increasingly disheartened as she pouted. What if I just have a short temper? Why do they dislike me? What good does it do to sulk here? They're right next door. Xia Qiuge, feeling aggrieved, lamented, "What can I do? Should I barge in and drag him out of bed? Just wait here," sighed Xia Xiaoxue, throwing off the covers and exiting the room. Is she really going to steal him away? Xia Qiuge fretted. This will only make him dislike me more. After a while, as Ding Dolly and Feng Linwan continued their chat, she succumbed to slumber. Ding Dolly awaited the system's notification, but it remained silent. Glancing at the sleeping figure beside him, he quietly rose and exited the bedroom, inwardly calling for the system. "System, do you also sleep? Why the silence? I just diligently completed 3 tasks. Calm down. I sense you still have tasks to accomplish today." "What do you mean?" Ding Dolly asked, perplexed. "Hey, respond." Just as Ding Dolly stood bewildered in the hallway, a woman emerged from the darkness of the living room, startling him. Before he could react, she wrapped her arms around him and kissed him. "Wait, what?" He stammered, recognizing the figure as Xia Xiaoxue in the dim light. "Xiaoxue, what are you doing? You nearly scared me to death. I brought you someone. You decide what to do next," said Xia Xiaoxue, grasping his hand firmly, not releasing it, and leaning against his arm. In the shadows, a figure sat at the head of the bed, and Ding Dolly instinctively knew who it was. The sound of breathing was somewhat pronounced in the enveloping darkness, where even the heartbeat could be distinctly heard. Ding Dolly, growing impatient, exclaimed, "What are you two doing in the pitch black? Shall I light a candle for you?" "No, don't light it. This is perfectly fine." Chapter 96. One-click triple link. The spring rain had fallen throughout the night, occasionally bringing a hint of chill, yet at times, a gentle warmth would sweep through. As spring transitioned into summer, this rain seemed to herald the departure of a maiden named Spring, while 2 budding flowers of early summer awaited their bloom. Ding Dali had become more adept at controlling his extraordinary abilities. Ding. Xia Xiaoshua's moral value reached 100. Forever loyal. Reward. 20 tons of supplies. The Xia sisters remained silent, waiting for Ding Dali to speak. He retrieved a candle from his space and lit it, instantly illuminating the dark room. Oh, who are you? Xia Qiuge's eyes widened in shock as she clutched the blanket to her chest, her expression one of utter disbelief. Why are you so startled? Can't you tell who I am? Although the voice was unmistakably Ding Dali's, upon closer inspection, his features appeared remarkably more handsome. Ding. Xia Qiuge's moral value reached 100. Forever loyal. Reward. 20 tons of supplies. Ding Dali, exerting himself to manipulate his extraordinary abilities, found his moral value stagnant at 95. Yet, upon seeing his face, it surged to full capacity. This left Ding Dali feeling quite frustrated. 2 hours of diligent farming paled in comparison to the fleeting moment of admiration. It seemed that this girl was indeed superficial. However, I had told her to call me daddy. Well, I suppose I've kept my word. Sorry, old Xia. With this thought, Ding Dali felt a bit more at ease and explained himself, prompting the sisters to incredulously accept his already handsome claims. He casually produced 2 pieces of jewelry from his space and presented them to them. This belonged to my mother, Xia Qiuge exclaimed upon seeing the ornaments. Indeed, these were given to me when your mother implored me to rescue you. Now, I return them to you as rightful owners. Xia Qiuge let go of the blanket, happily accepting the jewelry. Her large eyes sparkled with delight. She draped the necklace around Xia Xiaoshua's neck while donning the ring herself, playfully flaunting it before her. These 2 pieces were purchased when our parents wed. Now we sisters each have one. Noticing that the 2 seemed to grasp something, Ding Dali tentatively inquired, "Are you aware that you 2 are biological sisters?" "Of course. We're not foolish. We've known for quite some time." So, it turned out that only old Xia was under the impression that they were oblivious. "You 2 rest well. I will head to the living room for a bit. Tuck yourselves in. The rain is quite heavy tonight." As Ding Dali exited the room, Xia Qiuge muttered softly, "I initially thought it was a bit unfair for a monkey to have such a life, but it seems it's not so bad after all. Heh. Xia Xiaoshue replied, All you say is You were doing that earlier too." Ding Dali paid no mind to the sisters' conversation. As he settled onto the sofa, he silently called out to the system, "If you don't dispense the rewards soon, dawn will break." Ding. Moral value of Feng Linwan reached 100. Reward. 40 tons of supplies. Ding. Strategy for Feng Linwan 2. Reward. 20 tons of supplies. Ding. Strategy for the Xia sisters. Reward. 40 tons of supplies. Ding. Strategy for the Xia sisters 1. Reward. 20 tons of supplies. Ding. Achievement. 1-click triple link. Reached. Reward. 1 ability upgrade card for below grade. A bountiful harvest. At this rate, even establishing a base would not be a concern for supplies. Moreover, he could upgrade one of his extraordinary abilities, an exceedingly rare opportunity. Just as Ding Dali reveled in the joy of the upgrade card within his space, the system's voice chimed in once more. Ding. Completion of the reproduction task. Reward. 1 ability upgrade card for below grade. Ding. Completion of the reproduction task. Reward. 1 ability upgrade card for below grade. Ding. Achievement, killing 2 birds with 1 arrow reached. Reward doubled. System, who is it this time? The Xia sisters. Are you trying to play tricks on me? I've already utilized the small umbrella. Do not underestimate the extraordinary abilities. Are you implying that I have a long life, wandering around the apocalypse with several pregnant women? Rest assured, as long as the mother remains alive, the embryos recognized by the system will have no significant issues. That puts my mind at ease. He expended 2 cards to enhance the grade of his localized reinforcement to the next level. Feeling the power surge after the upgrade, Ding Dali concentrated his extraordinary ability into his fist, a tremendous force gathering within, causing his clenched hand to crackle ominously. He sensed that the strength of his fist had nearly approached the 4th tier. This ability seemed perfectly suited for someone like him who favored close combat. Naturally, the system shared this sentiment. With 3 more upgrade cards in hand, system, display my data. Also, in the future, unless specifically requested, only show the tier, rating, abilities, and moral value. This will prevent unnecessary disputes over word count. Name: Ding Dali Human Tier 3 Awakened Abilities. Space, Lightning, Telekinesis, Metal Element Control, Localized Reinforcement. Body reshaping. Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Dali declared that he would elevate space, lightning, and telekinesis to the next level. Ding. Space upgraded. Understanding of space enhances. As the space ability is bound to the system, storage space becomes infinite. Stop saying I'm stingy. Other systems start with infinite space. I'm just offering what I can. What about the other two abilities? What enhancements will they receive upon upgrading? Brother, you shall experience the enhancements of your own abilities firsthand. Wow, the system is rather emotional today. In truth, even without the system's commentary, he could feel a deeper understanding of both lightning and telekinesis. Among abilities of the same type and tier, while development plays a role, it is ultimately the individual's level of strength that determines superiority. However, if the levels are equal, a higher ability tier would provide a distinct advantage, making both personal level and ability tier equally important. Of course, those awakening without abilities can also enhance their physical prowess to overpower foes or rely on speed to outmaneuver them. Filled with anticipation for his newfound understanding of abilities, Ding Dali decided to find a place to test his upgraded powers. He quietly descended the stairs, unleashing his lightning ability. A formidable bolt struck the ground, creating a large crater in the center of the community. Next, he attempted telekinesis, and a massive boulder from the nearby green belt began to levitate, swiftly moving at his command. As he unleashed his lightning ability again, the boulder was instantaneously shattered to pieces. Ding Dali was elated, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. The power has increased significantly, and the weight I can control with telekinesis has grown immensely. The other survivors hiding in their rooms stared outside in bewilderment, wondering if they had just witnessed a lightning strike. Chapter 97. An Unexpected Coincidence. In the post-apocalyptic dawn, sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting golden rays over the city. Were it not for the pervasive smoke and the stench of decay, it could easily be mistaken for an ordinary morning. Though Ding Dali had barely slept the previous night, his spirits were high. He rose early to prepare a feast of fresh dishes, enhanced by his previously acquired culinary skills, making the meal both visually appealing and delectable. The three women emerged from the bedroom, drawn by the enticing aroma. Upon seeing the steaming dishes and Ding Dali bustling in the kitchen, their hearts warmed. Dali, did you make all of this? Wen Linwan asked, stretching at the doorway. Husband, I didn't realize you were such a good cook. I am Stadavan. Xia Qiuge chimed in, having followed from the hotel. Seeing Anan and Yu Xiaoyu address him this way, she thought it appropriate to do the same. As she was also one of his women, Ding Dali was unfazed. It was merely a title. Feng Linwan was momentarily taken aback. The tempestuous uproar from the neighboring room last night had not escaped her notice. A twinge of bitterness did indeed reside within her heart. Yet the perfect score of her moral compass prevented any semblance of discontent from taking root. Thus, she approached the Xia sisters, linking arms with them and sweetly proclaiming, Dear sisters, we are family now, and I hope you will look after me. No, you are the sister. You should take the lead. Before Xia Qiuge could respond, the usually reticent Xiao Xue suddenly interjected. Although Xia Qiuge felt a tad embarrassed, she enthusiastically called out to Feng Linwan as sister. Ding Dali, standing beside the dining table, observed the dynamic among the women and couldn't help but praise the system in his mind. The system is truly wonderful. The moral scores are delightful. Under normal circumstances, the trio would be at each other's throats. Look at them now. How harmonious. Had I known last night would yield such results, I would have exerted more effort to achieve a trifecta. Alas, it matters not. My principle is to not vie for women with my brothers. I never said anything about not competing for daughters. Moreover, Xia Qiuge's father has already called me brother. What harm is there in having a few more goddaughters? Seeing the Xia sisters' change of address, Feng Linwan followed suit. Darling, I noticed my phone has no signal this morning. Do yours? Just as the sisters were about to check their phones, Ding Dali interrupted. No need to check. From today onwards, there will be no mobile signal. Only official communications and short-range devices will function. Other devices cannot access the internet or communicate. Feng Linwan sighed in relief as she sat down at the dining table. Thank goodness you found me before the communication was severed. Otherwise, I would have been dreadfully bored. Those few days without your messages, I truly struggled to endure. Ding Dali gestured toward the Xia sisters. Then, with a hint of apology, explained to Feng Linwan, "My dear, isn't it disingenuous to say such things? We weren't part of your team back then. Your team was comprised of Xiao Yu and her crew. If I am not mistaken, we were merely cannon fodder in your eyes. Who would have thought we would survive and become a family? Xiaoan, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just bewitched by a vixen named Su Hong Yu. What are you talking about, you little brat? Do you want me to make you call me father right now? My dear, I was wrong. Xiaoan, I assure you, my husband is not merely a man driven by lust. He is simply overwhelmed by the presence of too many women. Amidst their playful banter, the dining table became a chaotic mess, and an accidental spill of kanji splattered onto Xiaochioga's face. Ding! 1 tube of genetic code wasted, deducting 10 tons of resource rewards. As the Xia sisters headed to wash up, Feng Linwan, her cheeks flushed, teased, "How come I never noticed how much you enjoy bullying others? Are we leaving soon? Well, what's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave this place?" "Not at all. May I store some things in your space?" "Of course. You could take everything from this house if you wish." "Hee. I think I should take some of my clothes just in case." She then glanced at the torn clothing of Xiaochioga. "And this too. Please keep it safe for me." That was a photograph on Feng Linwan's bedside, depicting a family of 3, a strikingly attractive couple and a young woman around 18 or 19 years of age. The girl was, of course, Feng Linwan, while the couple in the background appeared to be her parents. Ding Dali observed the couple in the photograph, noting their refined appearance and demeanor, which piqued his curiosity. "Xiaoan, what do your parents do?" "My mother is a teacher, and my father is a lawyer." "Oh, that explains it. They both seem very cultured and good-looking, which certainly reflects in their daughter." Feeling slightly bashful from the compliment, Feng Linwan murmured, "I don't measure up to my parents. I lack their level of education." "It's a pity. What happened to them?" "Well, my father was handling a case that he had a solid chance of winning, with all evidence in his favor, yet somehow he lost. I had never seen him so devastated, even though he had lost cases before. My mother tried to comfort him, and they went for a drive to clear their minds. Unfortunately, they had a car accident." Ding Dali furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. What kind of case could overturn with such solid evidence, leaving a lawyer so distraught? "Xiaoan, do you know what case your father was dealing with?" Feng Linwan lifted her gaze to the ceiling, pondering, then replied uncertainly, "I'm not too sure. My father usually doesn't discuss his work with me. However, from what I gathered from my mother, it seems it involved a second-generation heir who killed a classmate, a rather heinous nature." Ding Dali felt a sense of familiarity with the story, as if he had heard it before. "Xiaoan, I know someone who might be aware of your father's case. Your parents' deaths may not have been an accident." Chapter 98. The explosive gang. Upon hearing Ding Dali's words, Feng Linwan sprang from her seat, her voice filled with excitement. "Is what you say true? Wasn't an accident?" "I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps you should ask that sister when we meet her." Ding Dali noticed the Xia sisters were already ready, and he patted Feng Linwan on the shoulder. "Let us depart and reunite with the main group." With that, he led the way out of the house, the 3 women trailing behind. Xiaochioga casually inquired, "Darling, should we find a car? We can't all fit on an electric scooter." "Of course. How could 4 people fit on a tiny scooter? You can endure it, but the scooter cannot." As they exited, a group of flamboyantly dressed young individuals, resembling peacocks in their attire, leaned out of a vehicle, calling out loudly to Ding Dali and the others. Behind the car, several hideous, snarling zombies raced after them like starving wolves. The vehicle suddenly screeched to a halt in front of Ding Dali and his companions. 5 young men, adorned in ostentatious clothing and wielding rifles, leaped from the SUV, unleashing a torrent of rapid gunfire at the zombies behind the vehicle. As the last zombie collapsed, an uproarious cheer erupted from the group. The leader, sporting vibrant yellow hair, exuded an air of arrogance, swaggering as if he owned the world, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Hey kid, there are 2 things I despise above all. 1, when someone is more handsome than me, and 2, when someone has better taste. You, my friend, possess both. Hand over those 3 women, and I shall forgive you. You may even join our explosive gang. What are these people about?" Ding Dali was utterly bewildered. It had been a long time since he encountered such ostentation. Are you here to deliver a car? Xiaoxua said with an icy demeanor, devoid of emotion. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? This woman has some spice. Did you see what S dragging behind our car? That S the consequence of disobedience. I doubt you know our reputation. Brothers, introduce yourselves to this lovely lady. The other young men beside the SUV took turns to present themselves. Explosive Gang, Air Guzi. Explosive Gang, Mo Juncheng. Explosive Gang, Hua Wuching. Explosive Gang, Sun Wukong. After the introductions, the leader, with a smug grin, declared, I am Su of the Explosive Gang. Explosive Gang Su. Blast your mother. I blast your mother. Blast. Blast your mother. I'm the Explosive Gang as Kai Shuquin. Wait, that is not right. Brothers, kill him. Before he could finish, a rapid succession of gunfire erupted. Amidst the chaos, laughter rang out. But as the gunfire ceased, their expressions shifted from manic joy to shock. All the bullets fired hung, suspended in midair, unable to proceed further. The yellow-haired youth stared at this surreal scene in disbelief, his mouth agape. Ding Dolly imitated the tone of the yellow-haired man, articulating each word with precision. A bunch of first-tier power awakeners who bestowed upon you such audacious confidence. I have always despised two things in life. First, others being more arrogant than I. Second, others pretending to be more impressive than I. Unfortunately for you, you embody both. As Huang Mao witnessed the tragic demise of his companions, he surveyed his own body, discovering he had not been struck by a bullet, and momentarily felt incredibly fortunate. He took a few steps forward before collapsing to his knees with a thud. Thank you, brother, for sparing my life. We, the Zhatian Gang, are indeed under the protection of Bai Yi. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and Huang Mao's head exploded. Who cares who you are? The only reason you're still alive is that you deserve a more explosive death. You were just so close to my vehicle. I feared your head might splatter and dirty it. After speaking, Ding Dolly turned to the women with a grin. Hee, my dear wives. We have a car now. Let's get in. As they passed by the gruesome remains of Huang Mao's skull, Ding Dolly muttered in annoyance. Dyeing your hair yellow doesn't tea make you a scion. What are you pretending for? Bah. The vehicle was indeed impressive, its modifications quite commendable, yet the interior was adorned with garish decorations resembling a telephone pole as advertisements, causing Ding Dolly great dismay at such a splendid car being so misused. There were few zombies on the road, and they were not far from the happy community. The journey was smooth and swift, and before long, they arrived near the vicinity of the community. From a distance, Ding Dolly almost thought he had taken a wrong turn. The entrance to the happy community was fortified with obstacles, and the surrounding area had been meticulously cleared, with numerous barriers piled around the outer walls. Ding Dolly felt a pang of confusion. Could it be that in just a few days, Chun Na and Yi Zhiqiu had transformed this place into a stronghold? The vehicle halted near the barricades, and the group climbed over them. From afar, they could faintly hear the sounds of commotion and combat near the entrance. Ding Dolly couldn't help but leaped through space to the gate, where he witnessed a tiger, larger than the average Siberian tiger, engaged in a fierce battle with a bear-like figure. The bear was none other than Huizi, a late-stage second-tier fighter, and surprisingly, the tiger had the upper hand. The tiger was remarkably agile and swift, consistently launching attacks at Huizi from unexpected angles. Where on earth did this mutated tiger come from? There isn't even a zoo nearby. Suddenly, a thought crossed Ding Dolly's mind. Narrowing his eyes, he unleashed his mid-tier third-stage pressure while simultaneously calling upon the system. Assess the opponent's strength. Orange Cat. Early stage, third-tier, mutated beast. Ability, perception. No wonder it looks familiar. It's the former leader of the stray cats in the community. Fat Orange. With that, it opened its massive mouth and let out a meow. Then with a powerful push of its legs, it leapt over the wall and dashed into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Can someone please explain to me what the hell is going on here?